True crime documentary Jeffrey Epstein, Money, Power, and Silence. Introduction: The Shadow Behind Wealth. The story begins not with violence in some dark alley, but with whispered conversations in the highest towers of Manhattan. Picture the lavish corridors of power where billionaires brushed shoulders with presidents, where private jets carried passengers to exclusive islands, and where behind the gilded facade of extreme wealth, something deeply sinister was taking place. Jeffrey Epstein was not born into the world he would eventually inhabit. He wasn't handed keys to mansions or private islands as a birthright. Instead, he climbed from middle-class Brooklyn to become one of the most enigmatic and ultimately notorious figures in modern American history. His story forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about wealth, power, and the systems that protect both. This isn't just the story of one man's crimes. It's an examination of how institutional failures, misplaced trust in wealth, and a justice system with two very different faces allowed abuse to continue for decades. It's about the survivors who found their voices despite overwhelming odds, and about the networks of enablers who looked the other way as long as the money kept flowing. Jeffrey Epstein presented himself as a financial genius, a philanthropist who funded scientific research at prestigious universities, a socialite who counted presidents and princes among his friends. Behind this carefully constructed persona was a predator who exploited dozens of vulnerable young women and girls, creating what federal prosecutors would later call an international sex trafficking operation. The scope of Epstein's crimes staggers the imagination. From his mansions in Manhattan and Palm Beach to his private Caribbean island and New Mexico ranch, he created what amounted to a network designed to facilitate abuse. The girls were often from troubled backgrounds, runaways seeking stability, or simply young women working regular jobs who thought they were being offered legitimate opportunities. Many were just 14 years old when they first encountered him. What makes this case particularly disturbing is not just what Epstein did, but how he got away with it for so long. His first known arrest came in 2005, but whispers about his behavior had circulated for years. Before that, when he was finally caught, when evidence of abuse involving dozens of girls had been compiled by federal investigators, he received what can only be described as a sweetheart deal: 13 months in a county jail with work release privileges that allowed him to spend most of his time at his office. The non-prosecution agreement that made this possible was kept secret from his victims. For over a decade after that 2008 conviction, Epstein continued to move through elite circles. He maintained his wealth, his connections, his properties, and according to later investigations, the abuse never really stopped. It wasn't until 2019, when fresh federal charges were brought against him in New York, that the full weight of justice seemed poised to finally catch up with Jeffrey Epstein. But even that resolution would be denied. On August 10th, 2019, Epstein was found dead in his Manhattan jail cell. His death ruled a suicide by hanging the man who had so many secrets, who allegedly possessed so much compromising information about powerful people, died before facing trial. His death sparked immediate speculation and conspiracy theories that persist to this day. Questions about whether he truly took his own life or whether darker forces were at work. The Epstein case didn't end with his death. It exploded into something larger, something that forced a reckoning about how society treats sexual abuse, especially when money and power are involved. His longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, would eventually face trial for her role in recruiting and grooming victims. Financial institutions that enabled his operation would face lawsuits. Survivors would continue to seek accountability and justice. This is a story without easy answers or simple villains. It's a story that implicates not just one predator, but an entire ecosystem that allowed him to operate with impunity. From the prestigious private school that hired him despite his lack of credentials, to the investment bank that made him wealthy, to the prosecutors who gave him a pass, to the socialites who invited him to their parties even after his conviction, everyone played a part. Understanding the Jeffrey Epstein case means understanding how systems fail. It means confronting the uncomfortable reality that justice in America often looks very different depending on how much money you have and who you know. It means listening to the voices of survivors who were told for years that nobody would believe them, that Epstein was too powerful, that they should just move on with their lives. The shadows are long in this story. They stretch across decades, across continents, touching lives in ways both direct and indirect. Some of those shadows may never fully come to light. Documents remain sealed, questions remain unanswered, and powerful people continue to distance themselves from associations they once proudly claimed. But the truth, as much as we can know it, deserves to be told. The survivors deserve to have their stories heard, and society deserves to understand how Jeffrey Epstein happened so that we might have some hope of preventing the next one. So let's begin at the beginning, in the working-class neighborhood of Brooklyn, where a young boy named Jeffrey first learned to navigate the world years before he would transform himself into something monstrous. Chapter 1. Brooklyn Beginnings. The Brooklyn neighborhood of Seagate sits at the western edge of Coney Island, separated from the rest of the borough by a gate and guard booth. It's one of New York City's oldest gated communities, a place that has always existed slightly apart from the urban chaos surrounding it. With its wraparound beach and tree-lined streets, Seagate offered its middle-class residents a suburban feel within city limits. It was here, in this insular community, that Jeffrey Edward Epstein was born on January 20th, 1953. Jeffrey's parents were children of Jewish immigrants who had fled Europe. His father, Seymour Epstein, worked as a groundskeeper and gardener for the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation. His mother, Paula, whose maiden name was Stolovsky, worked part-time as a school aide before becoming a full-time homemaker. They weren't wealthy, but they were stable, providing what neighbors would later describe as a comfortable middle-class upbringing for Jeffrey and his younger brother, Mark. The Seagate of Epstein's youth had a significant Jewish presence, with synagogues serving the community. The Epstein family home stood across the street from Knesset Israel, one of the neighborhood's oldest synagogues. It was a community where everyone seemed to know everyone else, where children played in the streets and families gathered for holidays. Nothing about young Jeffrey suggested the dark path he would eventually take. Friends from his childhood remember a boy who was often called Epi, someone they described as sweet and generous. He was remarkably intelligent, particularly gifted in mathematics, and showed musical talent, learning to play piano at a young age. School photos from his youth show a softer, calmer face than the smug expression that would characterize his later years. He was a talented student who would skip 2 grades, graduating from Lafayette High School in 1969 at just 16 years old. His early aptitude for mathematics was extraordinary, the kind of raw talent that teachers noticed immediately. In a neighborhood where many children followed their parents into working-class professions, Jeffrey's intellectual gifts marked him as different, destined, perhaps, for something more. His parents, like many first-generation Americans, placed enormous value on education. Seeing it as the pathway to opportunity their own immigrant parents had sought when coming to America. The Seagate community, while comfortable, was far from wealthy. Jeffrey grew up seeing the stark contrasts of New York City, understanding from a young age how money and status operated in American society. The neighborhood's proximity to Coney Island meant he was always aware of the broader city beyond the gates. A city of immense wealth and opportunity if one knew how to navigate it. These early observations about class, access, and the privileges that came with money would shape his later pursuits in ways both obvious and subtle. Lafayette High School in Gravesend, Brooklyn, was a different world from insular Seagate. The student body was predominantly Italian-American with a mix of Jewish and African-American students. It was a blue-collar neighborhood where ethnic tensions sometimes flared. Former classmates recall that anti-Semitism was present, though Epstein seemed to navigate these waters without major incident. He was described as nerdy, quiet, someone who kept largely to himself, but who clearly possessed academic gifts. That early graduation at 16 speaks to Epstein's intellectual capabilities. He enrolled at Cooper Union for the advancement of science and art in Manhattan, one of the most prestigious schools in the country, where he studied from 1969 to 1971. Then, he transferred to the Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences at New York University, focusing on mathematical physiology. But despite his evident talent and the quality of these institutions, Epstein never completed his degree. He left NYU in 1974 without graduating. This is where the straightforward narrative of Jeffrey Epstein's early life begins to blur into something more complex. What happened in those years between leaving NYU and entering the world of high finance remains somewhat mysterious. The transformation from college dropout to teacher at one of Manhattan's most elite private schools is the first of many questions that would surround Epstein throughout his life. In 1974, despite having no teaching credentials and no college degree, 21-year-old Jeffrey Epstein was hired to teach physics and mathematics at the Dalton School on Manhattan's Upper East Side. The Dalton School was and remains one of the most prestigious private schools in America, educating the children of New York's wealthiest families. How exactly Epstein secured this position without the typical qualifications is a question that has been asked many times. The circumstances of his hiring reveal the first hints of what would become Epstein's greatest talent: making connections with powerful people and leveraging those connections for personal advancement. The headmaster who hired him, Donald Barr, was himself a controversial figure who would later resign under pressure. Barr, interestingly, was the father of William Barr, who would serve as Attorney General decades later when Epstein died in federal custody. Epstein's tenure at Dalton would prove to be brief and, in retrospect, troubling. He taught at the school from 1974 to 1976, and even during this period, there were signs of inappropriate behavior. Some former students later recalled that Epstein would show up at parties attended by high school students, that he was overly friendly with female students, that he seemed to blur the boundaries that should exist between teacher and pupil. At the time, this behavior apparently raised eyebrows, but not alarm. It was chalked up to him being young himself, perhaps to his lack of formal training as an educator. By the end of the 1975 to 76 school year, Epstein's performance review was negative. He was told his teaching had not improved and was subsequently dismissed from his position. Most young teachers who wash out of their first job would simply move on, finding work elsewhere in education, or pivoting to a different career entirely. But Jeffrey Epstein had already made a connection that would prove far more valuable than any teaching credential could have been. During a parent-teacher conference at Dalton, Epstein so impressed one student's father with his intelligence and capability with numbers that the parent offered to help him. That parent was Alan Ace Greenberg, the CEO of Bear Stearns, one of Wall Street's most prestigious investment banks. Greenberg was known for hiring unconventional candidates, people he felt had drive and intelligence even if they lacked traditional credentials. He famously sought what he called PSD candidates, poor, smart, and with a deep desire to get rich. Jeffrey Epstein fit that profile perfectly. In 1976, Greenberg brought Epstein to Bear Stearns, initially planning for him to work on the American Stock Exchange floor trading options, but Epstein refused that assignment, wanting something different. Instead, he started in a more junior role, learning the business from the ground up. What became immediately clear was that Epstein had a gift for networking, for making himself indispensable to the wealthy clients he encountered. His rise at Bear Stearns was meteoric. Within just 4 years, by 1980, Epstein had been made a limited partner, a position that typically took much longer to achieve. Jimmy Kane, who would later become Bear Stearns' CEO, praised Epstein's skills and capabilities. The young man from Seagate had found his calling, or so it seemed. He was working with incredibly wealthy clients, managing their money, learning the ins and outs of high finance, and building relationships with some of the richest people in America. What exactly made Epstein so successful at Bear Stearns? By all accounts, it wasn't just his mathematical ability, though that certainly helped. Epstein had a gift for reading people, for understanding what they wanted and how to make himself indispensable to them. He was charming when he needed to be, deferential to those with power, confident in his own abilities. He dressed well, presented himself as sophisticated and worldly, and worked tirelessly to cultivate the image of someone who belonged in elite circles, even though he'd started from middle-class Brooklyn. His work at Bear Stearns brought him into contact with some of the wealthiest families in America. These weren't just clients, they were connections, relationships that Epstein cultivated carefully. He understood intuitively that in the world of high finance, who you know is often more important than what you know. He collected powerful acquaintances the way others might collect art or cars, seeing each relationship as an asset that might be valuable someday. But even this success story was about to take a strange turn. In 1981, just 5 years after joining Bear Stearns and only 1 year after making partner, Jeffrey Epstein left the firm. The reasons for his departure have always been murky. Epstein himself claimed he was fined $2,500 by the firm for loaning money to a friend to buy stock, a violation of Bear Stearns' policies, and that this prompted his exit. However, there was also an SEC investigation into insider trading involving St. Joe Minerals Corporation that touched on Bear Stearns. During this period, no charges were ever brought against Epstein, but the timing raised questions. What Epstein did next would set the pattern for much of his subsequent career. He started his own consulting firm, Intercontinental Assets Group, operating it out of his Manhattan apartment. The nature of his business was deliberately opaque. He told some people he managed money for the ultra-wealthy. He told others he was a kind of high-level bounty hunter who recovered stolen money for clients who had been defrauded. The truth was difficult to pin down, and Epstein seemed to prefer it that way. For several years, in the early 1980s, Intercontinental Assets Group struggled. Then, In 1987, Epstein began working with Steven Hoffenberg. The head of Towers Financial Corporation. Hoffenberg was a flamboyant figure who briefly owned the New York Post. Towers Financial was ostensibly a bill-collecting company, but it also engaged in corporate raiding during the merger and acquisition frenzy of the 1980s. Epstein and Hoffenberg attempted several corporate takeovers together, though most failed. What makes this partnership particularly interesting in retrospect is what happened to Hoffenberg. In the 1990s, Towers Financial collapsed in what turned out to be a massive Ponzi scheme that defrauded investors of hundreds of millions of dollars. Hoffenberg went to prison for 20 years. He would later claim that Jeffrey Epstein was deeply involved in the fraud, that Epstein was essentially his right-hand man in perpetrating the scheme. Epstein was never charged, and he denied any involvement. But Hoffenberg maintained until his death that Epstein had played a central role. Whether or not Epstein was involved in Hoffenberg's fraud, what's clear is that by 1988, he had enough money and credibility to start a new firm, J. Epstein and Company. This time, he positioned himself even more explicitly as a money manager, exclusively for billionaires. He claimed his firm only took on clients with a net worth exceeding $1 billion. The message was clear. Jeffrey Epstein operated at the very pinnacle of wealth. This exclusivity became part of his mystique, part of what made him attractive to potential clients. But for years, only one client was publicly known, Leslie Wexner, and it was Wexner who would make Jeffrey Epstein truly wealthy. Chapter 2: The Wexner Connection. If Jeffrey Epstein's life can be divided into chapters, the one that begins with Leslie Wexner represents his transformation from successful Wall Street operator to inexplicably wealthy financier with access to the highest levels of American society. The relationship between Epstein and Wexner remains one of the most puzzling aspects of this entire story, a connection that granted Epstein not just money, but legitimacy and entree into circles he could never have accessed on his own. Leslie Wexner was and remains one of the most successful retailers in American history. He founded The Limited in 1963, a company that would grow to include brands like Victoria's Secret, Bath and Body Works, and others. By the time he met Jeffrey Epstein in the mid-1980s, Wexner was worth billions of dollars and was one of the most powerful businessmen in America. He was also a major philanthropist, particularly within the Jewish community, supporting numerous causes and institutions. Epstein and Wexner met through mutual business contacts, likely in Palm Beach, Florida, where both had homes and where Wexner spent considerable time. What exactly impressed Wexner about Epstein is unclear, but the relationship deepened quickly. By the late 1980s, Epstein had become not just Wexner's money manager, but effectively his right-hand man, someone Wexner trusted implicitly with his most sensitive financial affairs. In July 1991, Wexner took the extraordinary step of granting Jeffrey Epstein full power of attorney over all of his financial affairs. This gave Epstein sweeping authority to hire people, sign checks, buy and sell properties, borrow money, and do anything else legally binding on Wexner's behalf. Even among the ultra-wealthy, who often delegate significant authority to trusted advisors, this level of power was unprecedented. Epstein essentially had the legal authority to act as Wexner in virtually any financial matter. The fruits of this relationship became visible in Epstein's lifestyle. In 1996, Wexner transferred to Epstein what would become one of New York City's most notorious addresses. A massive townhouse at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan. This wasn't just any Manhattan residence. It was a 21,000 square foot mansion, one of the largest private homes in the city. Wexner had purchased the property in 1989 for $13 million and had it extensively renovated. The circumstances of the transfer were unusual. There were no public property records documenting a sale until 2011, when a company Wexner used to hold the property transferred it to Epstein's Virgin Islands-based company, Maple Inc., for $0. Epstein signed the transfer paperwork for both sides of the transaction. Wexner would later claim the transfer was a mistake, though exactly how one accidentally transfers a mansion worth tens of millions of dollars has never been adequately explained. That mansion would become central to Epstein's operation in more ways than one. It was where he entertained scientists, academics, and business leaders, presenting himself as a philanthropist and intellectual. It was also, according to later testimony from victims, where much of the abuse took place. The house was reportedly filled with cameras, with every room monitored. Photos found by investigators after Epstein's arrest showed artwork featuring nude women and young girls throughout the residence. But the mansion was just one of many properties Epstein acquired through his relationship with Wexner. There was also a private Boeing 727 jet that had once belonged to a Wexner company, which Epstein used to travel the world. This plane, which would become infamous as the Lolita Express, had been customized with sleeping quarters and would show up repeatedly in flight logs, documenting trips that included numerous young women. Epstein also managed the construction of Wexner's yacht, the Limitless, overseeing the project and handling the complex finances involved. He became involved in Wexner's real estate developments, including work on the town of New Albany outside Columbus, Ohio, where Wexner lived. Epstein served as president of Wexner's property, which developed parts of the town. He was also director of both the Wexner Foundation and the Wexner Heritage Foundation. The exact nature of Epstein's work for Wexner has always been somewhat mysterious. Wexner claimed Epstein managed his personal financial affairs, handled complex tax and estate planning issues, and provided financial advice. According to a 2003 Vanity Fair profile, Epstein and Wexner had an almost telepathic connection. Epstein was quoted saying, "People have said, it's like we have one brain between two of us. Each has a side." Financial documents that have come to light suggest Epstein earned hundreds of millions of dollars through fees paid by Wexner over the years. A 2025 Forbes analysis indicated that most of Epstein's wealth between 1999 and 2018, roughly $490 million, came from fees from just two clients, $200 million from Wexner and about $170 million from Leon Black, a billionaire private equity executive who would later face his own scrutiny over payments to Epstein. But the relationship went beyond just financial management. Wexner appeared to trust Epstein with aspects of his business empire. Epstein frequently attended Victoria's Secret fashion shows and would host the models at his New York home. He helped aspiring models connect with Victoria's Secret and was deeply involved in the world of modeling, a connection that would later seem sinister given what we know about how Epstein recruited many of his victims. This access to the modeling world, combined with Epstein's growing wealth and his connections to Wexner's business empire, gave him power and legitimacy that extended far beyond what his own credentials would have justified. People assumed that if Leslie Wexner trusted Jeffrey Epstein with everything, Epstein must be legitimate, must be trustworthy, must be someone worth knowing. Those assumptions would prove catastrophic in their consequences. By the early 2000s, Epstein had transformed himself into a fixture of New York and Palm Beach high society. He owned not just the Manhattan Mansion, but also a sprawling estate in Palm Beach, a ranch in New Mexico, and an entire private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He had donated millions to Harvard University and other elite institutions. He sat on prestigious boards and advised powerful people, and all the while, he was abusing young women and girls. According to later testimony and court documents, some of this abuse happened with Epstein using Wexner's name, and properties victims reported being told they would meet with Wexner or would be modeling for Victoria's Secret, only to find themselves trapped in situations with Epstein. How much Wexner knew about what was happening has been a subject of intense speculation and legal scrutiny. Wexner has consistently maintained that he was unaware of Epstein's criminal behavior, that he was deceived just like everyone else. In 2019, after Epstein's arrest on new charges, Wexner wrote to his L Brands employees, "I would not have continued to work with him if I had any knowledge or suspicion of the crimes he committed." He described Epstein's actions as abhorrent and said he was never aware of the illegal activity charged in the indictment. But the relationship between the two men was so extensive, lasted so long, and involved such intimate financial arrangements that many have found it difficult to believe Wexner knew nothing. The U.S. Virgin Islands, in its lawsuit against J.P. Morgan Chase over the bank's relationship with Epstein, suggested that Wexner may have facilitated or known about Epstein's trafficking. No charges were ever brought against Wexner, and he has not been accused of any criminal conduct himself. What we know for certain is that by the mid-2000s, even as Epstein was coming under investigation for sexual abuse, he was still closely connected to Wexner. That connection only ended around 2007 or 2008, right around the time Epstein was pleading guilty to his first criminal charges. Even then, the severing of ties appears to have been gradual and incomplete. Wexner would later call his association with Epstein one of the biggest regrets of my life. The Wexner connection raises profound questions about how predators operate within elite circles. Epstein's relationship with one of America's wealthiest men gave him a credential that opened countless doors. It made him rich enough that he could operate with a degree of independence. It connected him to a network of powerful people who, once they had accepted Jeffrey Epstein into their world, became invested in seeing him as legitimate. This pattern of legitimization through association would repeat itself throughout Epstein's adult life. He cultivated relationships with scientists, with academics, with politicians, with celebrities. Each connection reinforced the others, creating a web of perceived credibility. And within that web, protected by money and by the assumption that someone so well-connected couldn't possibly be a criminal, Jeffrey Epstein built what would later be described as an international sex trafficking operation. Chapter 3: An International Network. By the late 1990s and early 2000s, Jeffrey Epstein had constructed an empire that spanned continents. His properties included the Manhattan Mansion, gifted by Wexner, a sprawling waterfront estate in Palm Beach, an entire island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, a ranch in New Mexico, and an apartment in Paris. He traveled constantly on his private jet, maintaining relationships with some of the most famous and powerful people in the world. The list of people who associated with Epstein reads like a directory of global elites. There was Bill Clinton, who flew on Epstein's plane multiple times, including on a 2002 trip to Africa. There was Donald Trump, who was photographed with Epstein at numerous social events in New York and Palm Beach. Trump famously told New York Magazine in 2002, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, and son of Queen Elizabeth II, developed what would become a particularly damaging association with Epstein. The two were photographed together on multiple occasions, and flight logs showed Andrew traveled on Epstein's plane. This connection would later become a massive scandal for the British royal family when victims alleged they had been trafficked to Prince Andrew. Beyond politicians and royalty, Epstein cultivated relationships with scientists and academics. He donated millions to Harvard University, where he held meetings with faculty and attended conferences. He presented himself as someone passionate about scientific research, particularly cutting-edge fields like evolutionary biology and theoretical physics. He convinced several prominent scientists to serve on the board of his foundation and to accept his funding for their research. These academic connections served multiple purposes. They enhanced Epstein's image as a serious thinker and philanthropist, someone interested in advancing human knowledge rather than just accumulating wealth. They also provided access to institutions like Harvard and MIT, prestigious spaces where Epstein could meet with even more influential people. Some who knew him during this period genuinely believed he was intellectually curious and that his interest in science was authentic. But there were always questions lurking beneath the surface of Epstein's public persona. Where exactly did all his money come from? His firm, which he had moved to the US Virgin Islands in 1996 and renamed Financial Trust Company to take advantage of tax benefits, remained deeply opaque. Unlike legitimate financial managers, Epstein never disclosed his clients, his investment strategies, or his assets under management. Forbes and other publications repeatedly questioned whether his claimed wealth was real or largely illusory. People who worked in finance often expressed skepticism about Epstein. Nobody on Wall Street seemed to know exactly what he did or how he made money. His firm had no website, no marketing materials, no public profile at all. When financial journalists tried to write about him, they hit walls of secrecy. A 2002 New York Magazine article described Epstein as an international man of mystery, noting that even sophisticated financial professionals couldn't figure out his business model. The secrecy extended to his properties and his lifestyle. The Manhattan Mansion was essentially a fortress with limited access and heavy security. His private island in the US Virgin Islands, Little St. James, became notorious for its isolation and the young women who were seen there. Locals in the Virgin Islands began referring to it derisively as Pedophile Island, though at the time this was treated as local gossip rather than serious allegation. What we now know, based on years of investigation and testimony from survivors, is that all of this wealth and all of these connections were enabling something monstrous Epstein was creating and maintaining what federal prosecutors would eventually describe as a vast network for trafficking and abusing underage girls. The properties served as locations where the abuse occurred. The plane served as transportation for victims. The money served as both a lure for victims and a means of intimidation. Each property served a specific purpose in Epstein's operation. The Manhattan Mansion, with its imposing facade and location on one of the city's most prestigious blocks, served as both his primary residence and a venue for entertaining powerful people. It was where he could present himself as a legitimate member of the elite, hosting dinners and meetings with scientists, academics, and business leaders. But it was also where much of the abuse took place, with a massage room set up specifically for that purpose, and bedrooms where victims testified they were assaulted. The Palm Beach estate was perhaps even more central to Epstein's criminal activities. According to victim testimony and police reports, this was where the majority of the recruitment and abuse occurred during the early 2000s. The property's location in an exclusive neighborhood, its private grounds, and its distance from the prying eyes of Manhattan made it ideal for what Epstein was doing. Girls could be brought to the house without attracting attention, and the wealth and exclusivity of the surroundings helped normalize the situation in victims' minds. Little St. James, the private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, represented the ultimate expression of Epstein's desire for isolation and control on his own island. He was essentially beyond the reach of normal law enforcement. Boats and helicopters were required to access it, meaning every arrival and departure could be monitored and controlled. Victims who were taken there described feeling trapped, cut off from any possibility of help or escape. The island had buildings, beaches, and amenities that from the outside looked like a paradise resort, but which served as a prison for those brought there against their will. The New Mexico Ranch, while less well known than his other properties, was another location where abuse allegedly occurred. The remote property gave Epstein yet another isolated venue, far from the oversight of authorities in New York or Florida. Each property offered something different, whether it was the prestige of Manhattan, the accessibility of Palm Beach, the isolation of the island, or the remoteness of New Mexico. The pattern, according to testimony from numerous survivors, was remarkably consistent. Young women, many of them teenagers, would be recruited with offers of money for giving Epstein massages. They were often approached by other young women who had been recruited before them, creating a pyramid-like structure where victims became recruiters. The initial encounters were presented as legitimate opportunities, a way to make good money doing something that seemed relatively innocuous. But once the girls were at one of Epstein's properties, the situation would escalate. What started as massage work would turn sexual. Epstein and his associates would groom the victims, building trust or using manipulation and pressure to make them feel they had no choice but to comply. Many victims reported being taken to Epstein's various properties around the world, sometimes crossing state and international borders, which would later become crucial to federal trafficking charges. The girls Epstein targeted often came from vulnerable backgrounds. Many were from low-income families. Some had histories of abuse or unstable home situations. Some were runaways or foster children. Epstein and his associates specifically sought out vulnerability, understanding that these girls would be less likely to be believed if they came forward, less likely to have resources to fight back, more desperate for the money he offered. The targeting was deliberate and calculated. Epstein and those working for him looked for girls who fit a specific profile: young, often blonde, slender, and most importantly, vulnerable in some way. They sought out girls from broken homes, girls who had experienced trauma, girls who were desperate for attention or affirmation or money. They understood with predatory precision that these girls would be easier to manipulate, easier to control, and less likely to be believed if they ever spoke out. The recruitment often happened in mundane places: shopping malls, schools, beach clubs. The approach was typically friendly and non-threatening. A young woman, often someone who had herself been recruited into Epstein's orbit, would strike up a conversation. She would be relatable, sympathetic, someone who seemed like a peer rather than a threat. She would mention an opportunity to make easy money, good money, just for giving massages to a wealthy older man. It seemed too good to be true, but for girls desperate for income, it was tempting. The promise of $200 for an hour's work was significant money for teenagers, especially those from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. For some, it represented more money than they could make in a week at a legitimate job. For others, it was money that could help their families, could pay for things they needed, could provide a sense of financial security they'd never had. Epstein and his recruiters understood the power of that financial incentive and used it ruthlessly. What made the recruitment system particularly insidious was that it turned victims into recruiters. One of the most disturbing aspects of Epstein's operation was how he used his properties and connections to normalize the abuse. Victims reported seeing famous people at his homes, being told they might meet celebrities or powerful politicians, being made to feel that what was happening was somehow acceptable because it was occurring in these rarefied spaces. The juxtaposition of wealth and respectability with predatory abuse created a cognitive dissonance that made it harder for victims to understand what was really happening to them. Epstein also had help. The person most frequently mentioned as his co-conspirator was Ghislaine Maxwell, a British socialite whose own story is intertwined with Epstein's in complex ways. Maxwell, the daughter of disgraced media tycoon Robert Maxwell, had moved to New York after her father's death and financial scandal in 1991. She met Epstein around that time and became his girlfriend, though the romantic relationship appeared to evolve into more of a partnership. According to victim testimony and court documents, Maxwell played a crucial role in Epstein's operation. She would approach young women in public places, like the Mar-a-Lago Club in Palm Beach, presenting herself as friendly and trustworthy. She would offer them opportunities to make money, to travel, to meet important people. Once the girls were connected to Epstein, Maxwell would help normalize the situation, sometimes participating in the abuse herself, sometimes using her presence as a woman to make the situation seem less threatening. The relationship between Maxwell and Epstein remains something of a mystery. Were they romantic partners, business partners? Was she a victim herself who had been manipulated into facilitating Epstein's crimes? Or was she an equal participant who enjoyed the power and lifestyle the arrangement provided? Different people who knew them have offered different answers to these questions. What's not in dispute is that Maxwell was central to how Epstein operated. Beyond Maxwell, there were others who worked for Epstein in various capacities. He employed numerous assistants, pilots, housekeepers, and staff members at his various properties. Some of these people later testified that they saw young girls coming and going frequently, that they witnessed suspicious behavior, that they had concerns about what was happening. Others claimed they saw nothing unusual. One of the questions that haunts this case is how so many people could have been around Epstein and not realized what was happening, or worse, realized it and did nothing. Part of the answer lies in how Epstein structured his world. He compartmentalized information, keeping staff members siloed so they only saw part of the picture. He used non-disclosure agreements and intimidation to keep people quiet. He created an environment where questioning what was happening meant risking a lucrative job or facing powerful enemies. But part of the answer also lies in something more disturbing about how society functions. Jeffrey Epstein was rich and connected, and that created a powerful presumption that he must be legitimate. People assumed that someone who donated to Harvard, who flew with presidents, who owned property worth hundreds of millions of dollars, couldn't possibly be a predator. That assumption, that automatic credibility granted by wealth, allowed Epstein to hide in plain sight for years. Chapter 4. The victims come forward. The first public reckoning with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes began not with federal investigators or powerful politicians, but with one 14-year-old girl and her parents in Palm Beach, Florida. In March 2005, the girl's parents contacted the Palm Beach Police Department with a disturbing allegation. Their daughter had been paid to give Jeffrey Epstein a massage at his mansion, and during that massage, he had sexually abused her. The Palm Beach Police Department, to their credit, took the complaint seriously. Detective Joseph Reccari was assigned to lead the investigation, and what he uncovered over the following months would reveal a pattern of abuse that was both systematic and widespread. As Reccari and his team dug deeper, more and more girls came forward with similar stories. The accounts were remarkably consistent, suggesting not isolated incidents, but a deliberate, ongoing operation. The typical pattern went like this. A girl, usually between 14 and 17 years old, would be approached by another young woman, sometimes at her school, sometimes at a shopping mall or other public place. The recruiter would offer her an opportunity to make easy money by giving an older man a massage. The massage, she would be told, was perfectly innocent, and the pay was generous, often $200 or more for an hour of work. The girls who accepted would be brought to Epstein's mansion on El Brillo Way in Palm Beach, an impressive waterfront estate in one of Florida's wealthiest neighborhoods. Inside, they would be led to a room where Epstein would be lying on a massage table, sometimes already naked. What had been described as an innocent massage would quickly turn into something else. Epstein would grope the girls, would pressure them into performing sex acts, would expose himself to them. Many of the girls were inexperienced, naive about what was happening. Some came from troubled homes and were desperate for money. Others were simply teenagers who thought they had found a legitimate job opportunity. The age and vulnerability of these victims cannot be overstated. These were children, some as young as 13, according to later FBI investigations, being systematically abused by a man in his 50s. What made Epstein's operation particularly insidious was the recruitment mechanism. After being abused themselves, many victims were asked to bring other girls to recruit their friends, their classmates, anyone who might want to make money. They were paid finder's fees for each new girl they brought. This turned victims into unwitting accomplices, creating a self-perpetuating system that made it harder for the girls to see themselves as victims and easier for Epstein to avoid direct recruitment. By October 2005, Detective Reccari had a growing list of girls who had come forward with similar accusations. The police investigation included interviews with more than 30 victims, statements from Epstein's butler corroborating that young girls frequently visited the house, and a search of the mansion that turned up evidence supporting the girls' accounts. Officers found stacks of photographs of nude girls throughout the house, including some of girls who appeared to be very young. They also found books about young women and sex. The search of Epstein's Palm Beach mansion revealed disturbing details about how he had set up his life. The massage room where much of the abuse occurred was filled with photographs of nude women. There were sex toys, lubricants, and other items consistent with the victims' accounts of what had happened to them there. Investigators also found numerous message pads with the names and contact information of young girls, along with notes about who had referred whom, creating a map of the recruitment network. What struck investigators was how systematic everything was. This wasn't opportunistic crime, it was organized and deliberate. Epstein had created an entire infrastructure for abuse, with specific rooms, specific routines, specific payments. He kept records, maintained lists, and operated with the confidence of someone who believed he would never be caught or if caught, never seriously punished. Detective Reccari conducted painstaking interviews with victim after victim, each telling remarkably similar stories. The consistency of the accounts was powerful evidence. These girls didn't know each other in many cases, yet their descriptions of what had happened, of how they had been recruited, of what Epstein had said and done, matched in crucial details. For an experienced investigator, this consistency was compelling proof that the allegations were true. The evidence was damning. Reccari believed they had a strong case, not just for a few counts, but for potentially dozens of charges related to sexual abuse of minors. In May 2006, Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Reiter signed paperwork recommending that Epstein be charged with multiple counts of unlawful sexual activity with minors, along with a count of lewd and lascivious molestation. But then something unusual happened. The case was taken to Florida State Attorney Barry Krischer, and instead of immediately filing the charges police had recommended, Krischer took the unusual step of convening a grand jury. This move surprised and frustrated police officials, who felt they had more than enough evidence for direct charges. A grand jury proceeding, they worried, could limit the scope of charges and potentially give Epstein's legal team opportunities to shape the narrative. Those fears proved well-founded. On July 19, 2006, the grand jury returned an indictment, but on just one count, solicitation of prostitution. That single charge was a fraction of what police had built their case around. The grand jury had heard from only one victim, not the dozens who had come forward. The other girls' stories, many of whom had been minors at the time of the abuse, were not presented. Chief Reiter was outraged. He publicly criticized Krischer's handling of the case, effectively accusing the state attorney of giving Epstein preferential treatment due to his wealth and connections. The criticism was sharp enough that the FBI became involved, with federal agents beginning their own parallel investigation into Epstein's activities. The FBI investigation would ultimately identify at least 36 girls, some as young as 14, who had been sexually abused by Epstein. Federal investigators began building what they believed was a powerful case. A draft indictment, prepared in May 2007 by Assistant U.S. Attorney Marie Villafana, outlined 60 criminal counts against Epstein. The document detailed a pattern of abuse spanning years and involving numerous underage victims. If prosecuted fully, Epstein could have faced a sentence effectively amounting to life in prison. But the federal case would never go to trial. Instead, something even more unusual than the grand jury proceedings would occur. Federal prosecutors would negotiate a deal with Epstein's legal team, a deal that would become one of the most controversial prosecutorial decisions in modern American history. Chapter 5. The Sweetheart Deal. On September 24, 2007, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, then headed by Alexander Acosta, signed a non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys. The agreement, which would remain secret for months, was extraordinary in both its leniency and in the way it was negotiated. Under the terms of the agreement, the federal government agreed not to bring any federal charges against Epstein. In exchange, Epstein would plead guilty to 2 state charges in Florida: soliciting prostitution and procuring a minor for prostitution. He would serve 18 months in county jail, register as a sex offender, and pay restitution to victims. But crucially, he would avoid federal prosecution entirely, and the non-prosecution agreement would extend immunity not just to Epstein, but to any potential co-conspirators. This last provision meant that anyone who might have helped Epstein in his crimes, including Ghislaine Maxwell and others, could not be prosecuted federally for conduct related to this case. It was an unusually broad immunity deal, the kind typically reserved for cooperating witnesses turning state's evidence against higher-level criminals. But Epstein wasn't cooperating against anyone. He was simply being let off the hook and taking everyone around him off the hook too. The agreement was also kept secret from Epstein's victims. Federal law, specifically the Crime Victims' Rights Act of 2004, requires prosecutors to confer with victims before entering into plea agreements. But in this case, the victims were deliberately kept in the dark about the negotiations and the final deal. They only learned about it after everything had been finalized, when it was too late for them to object or provide input. How did this happen? How did a case involving dozens of underage victims, backed by extensive federal investigation, result in what many would call a slap on the wrist? The answer involves a combination of aggressive legal maneuvering by Epstein's team, questionable decisions by prosecutors, and the influence of wealth and connections on the justice system. Epstein had assembled a dream team of high-powered attorneys. The list included Alan Dershowitz, the famous Harvard law professor, Kenneth Starr, the former federal judge and Whitewater special prosecutor, Roy Black, a renowned Miami defense attorney, and Jay Lefkowitz, among others. This wasn't just legal representation. It was a show of force, a signal that Epstein would fight with every resource available to him. These attorneys engaged in extensive negotiations with the U.S. Attorney's Office, meeting repeatedly with Acosta and other senior prosecutors. They argued that Epstein's conduct, while inappropriate, didn't rise to the level of sex trafficking. They suggested that many of the girls had presented themselves as older than they were, that some had accepted money voluntarily, that the situation was more complicated than prosecutors believed. They also apparently made it clear that Epstein would fight any charges vigorously, that going to trial would be a long, expensive, and potentially embarrassing process for the government. They raised questions about the credibility of victims, many of whom were teenagers from troubled backgrounds. They suggested that juries might not believe these girls, especially when confronted with Epstein's wealth and respectable connections. On the prosecutor's side, emails and documents that later came to light revealed deep disagreements within the U.S. Attorney's Office about how to handle the case. The lead prosecutor, Marie Villafana, fought hard for a federal indictment. She believed the evidence was strong and that Epstein deserved serious federal charges. She was frustrated when her supervisors began negotiating with the defense without her input or approval. Villafana sent emails expressing her concerns about the direction the case was taking. She felt that the proposed resolution didn't adequately reflect the seriousness of Epstein's conduct or serve the interests of justice. She was particularly troubled by the idea of keeping victims in the dark about negotiations. But her objections were overruled by senior officials, including Acosta himself. Acosta later defended his decision, arguing that at the time he had concerns about whether the federal case was strong enough. He pointed to potential issues with victim credibility and to questions about whether federal jurisdiction properly applied, since much of the conduct had occurred within Florida rather than across state lines. He insisted that getting Epstein to plead guilty, register as a sex offender, and serve some jail time was better than risking an acquittal at trial. But internal documents and testimony from the investigations into the deal tell a different story. They suggest that Acosta made the decision to resolve the case through a state plea deal before the federal investigation was complete, before all victims had been interviewed, and while evidence was still being gathered. The Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility would later conclude that Acosta had shown poor judgment in handling the case, though they stopped short of finding prosecutorial misconduct. What makes Acosta's role particularly notable is what happened after he negotiated the Epstein deal. He went on to serve as U.S. Secretary of Labor in the Trump administration, a position he resigned from in July 2019, after Epstein's new arrest brought renewed scrutiny to the 2008 agreement. Throughout his tenure and after, Acosta maintained that he had done the best he could with a difficult case, but critics argued he had let a wealthy predator escape justice. The secrecy around the deal only deepened suspicions. The non-prosecution agreement included a provision that it would be kept confidential until after Epstein's state guilty plea. When victims' attorneys later tried to learn about the federal case, they were told it had been resolved, but the details were not disclosed. It wasn't until September 2009 that a Florida judge ordered the agreement unsealed after victims filed a federal lawsuit challenging it. That lawsuit, filed by two of Epstein's victims, identified only as Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, argued that the secret agreement violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The case would wind its way through the courts for years. In February 2019, more than a decade after the deal was signed, a federal judge in West Palm Beach ruled that prosecutors had indeed violated the law by keeping victims in the dark. But by then, the opportunity to revisit the criminal case had long since passed. Under the terms of his state plea deal, Jeffrey Epstein began serving his 18-month sentence in June 2008. But even his incarceration was extraordinarily lenient. He was sent to the Palm Beach County Jail rather than state prison, and he was immediately granted work release privileges. This meant that for 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, Epstein was allowed to leave the jail and go to an office building in West Palm Beach, where he ostensibly worked. This work release arrangement became infamous as more details emerged. Epstein essentially spent his days in comfort at his office, returning to the jail only to sleep. During his work release, he was allowed to be accompanied by an armed private security guard rather than law enforcement. Photos, later obtained by the media, showed Epstein entering and leaving the office building, well-dressed and apparently conducting business as usual. Even more troubling, there were allegations that Epstein may have continued inappropriate behavior even during this period. Witnesses claimed they saw young women visiting his office during work release hours. If true, this would mean Epstein was potentially continuing his pattern of behavior even while supposedly serving a sentence for that very conduct. In July 2009, after serving just 13 months of his 18-month sentence, Jeffrey Epstein was released. He had received credit for time served before the plea, and his sentence had been shortened for good behavior. All told, he spent about a year in custody, and most of that was spent outside the jail on work release. For someone who had been the subject of an FBI investigation identifying dozens of underage victims, it was an astonishingly light punishment. Chapter 6: The Years Between. Jeffrey Epstein emerged from his brief incarceration in July 2009 as a registered sex offender. But otherwise, his life seemed to continue much as before. He still owned his Manhattan mansion, his Palm Beach estate, his private island, and his other properties. He still had his wealth and, remarkably, many of his social connections. For the next decade, Epstein would operate in a twilight zone, neither fully ostracized from elite society nor truly held accountable for his crimes. The period between 2009 and 2019 reveals something deeply troubling about how wealthy sex offenders can navigate through society after conviction. Despite his guilty plea and sex offender registration, Epstein maintained relationships with numerous powerful people. Some of his previous associates distanced themselves, but others continued to accept his money and his company. The cognitive dissonance this required, the willingness to overlook or rationalize, speaks to the protective bubble that extreme wealth can create. During these years, there were continued attempts by victims to seek justice through the civil courts. Multiple lawsuits were filed against Epstein, with plaintiffs seeking monetary damages for the abuse they had suffered. Many of these cases were settled quietly, with non-disclosure agreements that prevented victims from discussing the details publicly. Epstein's wealth meant he could make problems disappear through payments and legal pressure. But not all victims were willing to stay silent. One in particular, a woman named Virginia Roberts Giuffre, became increasingly public with her allegations. Giuffre, who had been recruited into Epstein's orbit as a teenager while working at the Mar-a-Lago Club in Palm Beach, told a story that was both harrowing and explosive. According to Giuffre's accounts, in various legal proceedings and media interviews, she had been groomed by Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein, starting when she was just 16 years old. She described being trafficked to numerous powerful men, including Prince Andrew, attorney Alan Dershowitz, and others. She described international travel on Epstein's plane, trips to his private island, and being treated essentially as sexual property to be lent out to Epstein's friends and associates. In 2015, Giuffre filed a defamation lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell after Maxwell publicly denied Giuffre's allegations and called her a liar. This lawsuit, while nominally about defamation, became a vehicle for extensive discovery about Epstein's activities. Depositions were taken, documents were exchanged, and a detailed picture of Epstein's operation began to emerge through the court record. Epstein fought vigorously to keep these proceedings and their revelations private. He filed numerous motions to keep documents sealed, arguing variously that he had privacy interests, that the information was covered by the non-prosecution agreement, and that release would be prejudicial. For several years, these efforts largely succeeded, with much of the record remaining under seal or heavily redacted. During this same period, journalists continued to investigate Epstein's story. The most significant of these efforts was undertaken by Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald. Starting in 2017, Brown spent months tracking down victims, reviewing court records, and piecing together the full scope of what had happened. Her reporting would eventually include interviews with about 80 women who said Epstein had abused them between 2001 and 2006. Brown's investigation culminated in a series of articles published by the Miami Herald in November 2018 under the title Perversion of Justice. The series, which combined victim testimony with a detailed examination of how the 2008 plea deal had been negotiated, was devastating. It laid out in clear terms how the justice system had failed these girls, how prosecutors had given preferential treatment to a wealthy defendant, and how Epstein had been allowed to continue living a life of privilege despite his crimes. The impact of Brown's reporting cannot be overstated. It reignited public attention on the Epstein case at a time when the hashtag #MeToo movement had already heightened awareness of sexual abuse and institutional failures to address it. The articles were shared widely on social media, read by millions of people, and created mounting pressure for new action. Politicians began asking questions. Senator Ben Sasse of Nebraska wrote to the Justice Department requesting an investigation into how the plea deal had been negotiated. The Miami Herald and victims' attorneys filed motions to unseal additional court records related to the case. Media outlets around the world picked up the story, and Jeffrey Epstein's name was suddenly back in headlines everywhere. Meanwhile, Epstein's behavior during this period remained, by many accounts, problematic. While the Miami Herald reporting focused on historical abuse from 2001 to 2006, there were suggestions that Epstein had continued to surround himself with young women. Flight logs from his plane showed continued international travel. Workers at his various properties reported seeing young women coming and going. Law enforcement officials, who later reviewed the case, would conclude that Epstein had, in effect, never really stopped his pattern of behavior. The 2008 conviction had slowed him down, made him somewhat more cautious, but it hadn't fundamentally changed what he was doing. The infrastructure he had built, the network of properties and employees and connections, remained in place and operational. This is one of the most disturbing aspects of the entire Epstein story. A man had been investigated by the FBI, had been identified as having abused dozens of underage girls, had pleaded guilty to soliciting a minor for prostitution, had served time in jail, and had registered as a sex offender. And yet, for years afterward, he continued to operate with relative impunity, his wealth and connections protecting him from further scrutiny. The non-prosecution agreement played a role in this. By granting immunity to Epstein and his co-conspirators for federal crimes, it had effectively closed the door on further federal prosecution for conduct during that time period, even if new evidence emerged about activities during the years covered by the agreement. Prosecutors would be legally barred from bringing charges. But the agreement only covered the Southern District of Florida and only covered conduct up to a certain date. As prosecutors in New York would eventually realize, Epstein could still be charged for activities in other jurisdictions or for conduct that occurred after the agreement. The question was whether anyone would have the will to pursue those charges, whether the evidence would be sufficient, and whether victims would be willing to come forward again to testify. As 2018 turned to 2019, it became clear that the answer to all of these questions was yes. The Miami Herald's reporting had created a groundswell of public pressure. Victims were finding courage in numbers and in the visibility of the #MeToo movement. And prosecutors in the Southern District of New York were quietly building a new case. Chapter 7. The Second Arrest. On July 6, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested by FBI NYPD Crimes Against Children Task Force officers at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey. He had just returned from Paris on his private plane, expecting to continue his normal life. Instead, he was placed under arrest and charged with sex trafficking of minors and conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors. The indictment unsealed by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York laid out charges covering the years from 2002 to 2005, the same period covered by the original federal investigation that had resulted in the 2008 non-prosecution agreement. But crucially, the Southern District of New York was not bound by the agreement signed by the Southern District of Florida. The new prosecutors argued that the non-prosecution agreement only applied to that district, and they were free to pursue charges. The indictment alleged that Epstein had created and maintained a network for trafficking and sexually abusing dozens of girls, some as young as 14. It detailed how he had enticed and recruited minor girls to his residences in Manhattan and Palm Beach, how he paid them hundreds of dollars in cash for massages that turned into sex acts, and how he encouraged the girls to recruit other victims. The charges could carry up to 45 years in prison if Epstein was convicted. Following his arrest, federal agents executed search warrants on Epstein's Manhattan mansion. What they found there was both horrifying and illuminating. Investigators seized what they described as a vast trove of nude photographs of girls who appeared to be underage. They found photographs stashed throughout the residence, including some in a locked safe. They also found CDs and other materials, some labeled with names and dates, that appeared to document Epstein's activities. U.S. Attorney Geoffrey Berman, announcing the charges, made it clear that the investigation was ongoing and that prosecutors were actively seeking additional victims. He emphasized that anyone who believed they had been abused by Epstein should come forward. Berman also made a pointed statement about the earlier non-prosecution agreement, essentially repudiating it. The prior plea and non-prosecution agreement, fashioned by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami, was not binding on this office. Epstein's arrest dominated news coverage for days. The case had everything: a billionaire sex offender, prominent connections to powerful people, private islands and jets, and dozens of victims. Media organizations dug into every aspect of Epstein's life: his properties, his finances, and his associations. Old photos of Epstein with Trump, with Clinton, with Prince Andrew, and other celebrities circulated widely. On July 8th, Epstein appeared in court for an initial hearing. He pleaded not guilty to all charges. His attorneys requested bail, offering to surrender his passport, to remain under house arrest in his Manhattan mansion, and to post significant collateral. They argued that Epstein was not a flight risk, pointing to his ties to New York and his presumption of innocence. But prosecutors vehemently opposed bail. They argued that Epstein posed both a danger to the community and a serious flight risk. They pointed out that he owned multiple properties, had vast wealth, including offshore accounts, and had a private plane that could whisk him out of the country. They also raised concerns about potential witness intimidation, noting Epstein's history of using non-disclosure agreements and settlements to silence victims. Most significantly, prosecutors revealed details about what investigators had found in Epstein's safe during the search of his mansion. Among the cash and diamonds were a stash of photographs of nude girls, along with an expired foreign passport in a different name, listing Epstein's country of residence as Saudi Arabia. This passport, which appeared to have been issued in the 1980s, suggested to prosecutors that Epstein might have the means and inclination to flee the country. On July 18, 2019, U.S. District Judge Richard Berman denied Epstein's bail request. In a detailed ruling, Judge Berman found that Epstein posed both a flight risk and a danger to the community. He cited the strength of the government's evidence, the seriousness of the charges, Epstein's vast wealth and international connections, and evidence that Epstein had been in contact with potential witnesses. Epstein would remain incarcerated at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, MCC, in Lower Manhattan, pending trial. On July 23rd, just weeks after his arrest, Epstein was found in his cell with marks on his neck. The incident occurred around 1:30 in the morning, and a correctional officer discovered Epstein semi-conscious on the floor with a bedsheet around his neck. He was taken to a hospital and evaluated, then returned to the MCC and placed on suicide watch. The circumstances of this incident remain somewhat unclear. Epstein's cellmate at the time was Nicholas Tartaglione, a former police officer who was facing murder charges. There was speculation that Tartaglione might have attacked Epstein, though Tartaglione denied this, and no evidence of an assault was found. Prison officials treated it as a potential suicide attempt. Following the July 23rd incident, Epstein was placed on suicide watch, which meant being monitored 24 hours a day and being housed in a special cell designed to prevent self-harm. However, after 6 days, on July the 30th, psychologists at the prison took him off suicide watch. They concluded that while Epstein was anxious about his legal situation, he did not appear to be actively suicidal. He was returned to a regular cell in the special housing unit, where high-profile inmates were housed separately from the general population. As a condition of being taken off suicide watch, psychologists directed that Epstein should have a cellmate at all times. Having another person present in the cell was meant to provide an additional safeguard against self-harm. For about 10 days, Epstein did have a cellmate, and no further incidents were reported. On August 9th, Epstein's cellmate was transferred out of the MCAC. Prison officials should have immediately assigned Epstein a new cellmate, per the psychologist's directive. Instead, for reasons that would later be investigated, Epstein was left alone in his cell overnight. This violation of protocol would prove to be one of several failures that occurred in the hours leading up to Epstein's death. That same day, August 9th, 2019, a federal appeals court ordered the release of thousands of pages of documents from the earlier defamation case between Virginia Giuffre and Ghislaine Maxwell. The documents contained detailed allegations about Epstein's activities and named numerous individuals who had been connected to him. The release was scheduled for the following week and promised to bring fresh scrutiny and potentially new legal troubles for Epstein. As night fell on August 9th, Jeffrey Epstein was alone in his cell in the special housing unit of the Metropolitan Correctional Center. 2 correctional officers were assigned to guard the unit and were supposed to check on inmates every 30 minutes throughout the night, but as the evening progressed, those checks would not be made, despite what the officers would later write in their logs. Chapter 8. Death in Custody. At approximately 6:30 a.m. on the morning of August 10th, 2019, correctional officers at the Metropolitan Correctional Center discovered Jeffrey Epstein unresponsive in his cell. He was in cardiac arrest. Staff immediately began life-saving measures and called for emergency medical services. Epstein was transported to New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. The New York City Medical Examiner conducted an autopsy later that day. On August 16th, Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Barbara Sampson announced her conclusion. Jeffrey Epstein's death was a suicide by hanging. The official determination was that Epstein had used a bedsheet to fashion a noose, securing it to the top of his bunk bed, and had hanged himself. The news of Epstein's death sent shockwaves through the country and around the world. Within hours, it was the top story on virtually every news outlet. Social media erupted with reactions ranging from shock to cynicism. And almost immediately, questions began to emerge about how exactly this had happened. The skepticism was understandable. Here was a man who had been on suicide watch just days earlier, who was supposedly under close monitoring in one of the most secure federal facilities in the country, who held potentially damaging information about numerous powerful people, and who had every incentive to stay alive to potentially negotiate a plea deal. The timing seemed almost impossibly suspicious. Attorney General William Barr, whose Justice Department was responsible for the Bureau of Prisons that operated the MCC, said he was appalled by Epstein's death. He announced that the FBI and the Justice Department's Office of Inspector General would conduct investigations into the circumstances. Barr called the apparent failures at the MCC serious irregularities that needed to be thoroughly examined. As details began to emerge, about what had happened in the hours leading up to Epstein's death, those irregularities became more and more troubling. It turned out that multiple things had gone wrong. Multiple protocols had been violated, and multiple failures had combined to create the circumstances that allowed Epstein to die. First, there was the cellmate situation. Epstein should not have been alone in his cell. The psychological services at the MCC had specifically directed that he have a cellmate at all times after being removed from suicide watch. When his cellmate was transferred on August 9th, prison officials should have immediately assigned a new one. Instead, Epstein was left alone overnight, in direct violation of the directive. Second, there were the security cameras. 2 cameras positioned to capture the corridor outside Epstein's cell malfunctioned on the night he died, while 1 camera inside the tier was working. The 2 that would have shown anyone approaching Epstein's cell were not recording usable footage. Prison officials would later claim this was a technical malfunction, but the timing raised obvious questions. Third, there were the guards assigned to watch Epstein's unit. It turned out that neither of the 2 officers working that night were regular correctional officers. One was a trained officer who was working overtime, having already worked a full shift earlier. The other was not a correctional officer at all, but a teacher who had been temporarily assigned to guard duty due to staffing shortages. Both officers had been on duty for nearly double their normal shift length. Most significantly, despite being required to check on inmates in the special housing unit every 30 minutes, the guards did not complete a single check on Epstein between approximately 10:30 p.m. on August 9th and 6:30 a.m. on August 10th. For 8 hours, nobody looked in on Epstein. When investigators later reviewed what the guards were doing during that time, they found evidence that both officers had been shopping online, sleeping, and browsing the internet rather than performing their rounds. In an attempt to cover up their failure to perform checks, the 2 guards falsified the logbooks to make it appear they had completed all required rounds. This falsification of records became the basis for criminal charges against both officers. They were eventually charged with conspiracy and making false records. In what many critics saw as another miscarriage of justice, prosecutors later offered the guards a deal under which they would avoid prison time if they cooperated with the investigation. Beyond these specific failures, investigations would reveal a broader culture of dysfunction at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, and within the Bureau of Prisons generally, the facility was severely understaffed, with guards routinely working excessive overtime. Cameras frequently malfunctioned and were not promptly repaired. Protocols were routinely ignored or given lip service rather than genuine compliance. The entire system was, in the words of one investigator, an accident waiting to happen. Dr. Michael Baden, a renowned forensic pathologist hired by Epstein's brother to observe the autopsy, publicly questioned the suicide ruling. Baden pointed to several findings he considered more consistent with homicide by strangulation than suicide by hanging. Most notably, Epstein had fractures to multiple bones in his neck, including his thyroid cartilage and hyoid bone. While Baden acknowledged that such fractures can occur in hanging deaths, he noted they were more common in cases of strangulation homicide. The medical examiner's office strongly defended its conclusion, noting that they had considered all the evidence, including the absence of any signs of a struggle, the method of death, and other factors. They maintained that the fractures, while unusual, were not inconsistent with hanging, particularly in a man of Epstein's age. They also pointed out that there was no debris under Epstein's fingernails, no defensive wounds, and no other physical evidence suggesting he had struggled with an attacker. The FBI investigation, which reviewed all available evidence, including video footage, witness statements, and the autopsy findings, concluded that Epstein had indeed committed suicide. A 2023 report from the Justice Department's Office of Inspector General, which spent years investigating the circumstances of Epstein's death, reached the same conclusion. While the report was sharply critical of the numerous failures that allowed the suicide to occur, it found no evidence of foul play. Despite these official conclusions, skepticism persists. Public opinion polls taken in the months after Epstein's death showed that only a small minority of Americans believed he had killed himself. The "Epstein didn't kill himself" phrase became a meme, showing up in unexpected places and contexts as a shorthand for believing that powerful people can make problems disappear. The conspiracy theories surrounding Epstein's death are understandable even if they're not supported by evidence. Epstein was connected to numerous powerful people, some of whom had reportedly engaged in behavior with underage girls that could have led to criminal charges. He had reportedly told journalists off the record that he had compromising information on powerful people. It's not unreasonable to wonder if someone with a lot to lose might have wanted Epstein silenced. But wanting something to be true and having evidence for it are different things. The more mundane explanation, supported by extensive investigation, is that Epstein killed himself because he saw no way out of his situation. He was facing decades in prison. His wealth and connections, which had protected him for so long, had finally failed. The world knew what he had done. He had gone from being a billionaire socialite to a despised prisoner. For someone with his ego and his need for control, suicide may have seemed like the only way to maintain some agency over his fate. Regardless of the truth about how Epstein died, his death had immediate and significant consequences. Most obviously, it ended the criminal case against him on August 29, 2019. Judge Berman officially dismissed the charges, noting that the case couldn't proceed against a deceased defendant. The victims who had been preparing to testify, who had been waiting for their day in court, would never get that opportunity. Prosecutors vowed to continue investigating Epstein's co-conspirators and anyone else who might have facilitated his crimes. U.S. Attorney Geoffrey Berman emphasized that the investigation was far from over and that others could still face justice. But with Epstein dead, the person most centrally responsible would never face a jury, never hear a guilty verdict, never spend years in prison paying for what he had done. For the survivors, Epstein's death was a devastating blow. Many had spent years working up the courage to come forward, years cooperating with investigators, years preparing to testify. They had been told that this time would be different, that justice would be served. Instead, once again, Jeffrey Epstein had escaped accountability. Chapter 9: Ghislaine Maxwell and the Path to Justice. With Jeffrey Epstein dead, attention shifted to his longtime associate and alleged accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Born in France in 1961 to media tycoon Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine had grown up in a world of privilege and power. Her father, despite his eventual disgrace and mysterious death in 1991, had been a prominent figure in British and international circles. Maxwell met Epstein in the early 1990s in New York, after her father's death and the subsequent collapse of his business empire. The two became romantically involved, though the exact nature and duration of their romantic relationship remains unclear. What's certain is that even after any romance ended, Maxwell remained deeply connected to Epstein. She was his frequent companion, his co-host at social events, and according to numerous victim testimonies, his partner in recruiting and grooming young girls. For nearly a year after Epstein's death, Maxwell remained free. She apparently split her time between various locations, maintaining a relatively low profile but not completely disappearing. She denied any wrongdoing and hired her own high-powered legal team to defend against the growing civil litigation targeting her. Then, on July 2, 2020, almost exactly 1 year after Epstein's arrest, FBI agents arrested Maxwell at a property in Bradford, New Hampshire. The remote estate, tucked away on 156 acres, was where Maxwell had apparently been hiding. When agents arrived, they found that she had fled from one room to another inside the house, attempting to avoid arrest even as they announced their presence. The indictment against Maxwell charged her with 6 counts related to her role in Epstein's sex trafficking operation. The charges included conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, enticement of a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and 2 counts of perjury for statements she had made under oath in earlier civil proceedings. The indictment detailed Maxwell's role from 1994 through at least 2004. It alleged that she had helped Epstein recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse multiple girls, some as young as 14. The document described how Maxwell would befriend girls by asking about their lives, taking them shopping or to movies, building trust before introducing them to Epstein's abuse. It alleged that Maxwell participated in some of the abuse herself and was present for much of it. Maxwell was denied bail and held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, where she would remain for the next 16 months leading up to her trial. Her attorneys repeatedly complained about her conditions of confinement, alleging she was being treated more harshly than other prisoners and subjected to invasive monitoring. They also argued that she was being scapegoated for Epstein's crimes, that she was being prosecuted only because Epstein was no longer available to face justice himself. The trial began in November 2021 in federal court in Manhattan. It would last about a month and featured testimony from 4 women who described how Maxwell and Epstein had groomed and abused them when they were teenagers. The testimony was often emotional and detailed, painting a picture of systematic manipulation and abuse. One witness, using the pseudonym Jane, testified that she was 14 when Maxwell first approached her at a summer camp in 1994. Maxwell befriended her, introduced her to Epstein, and then encouraged increasingly sexualized behavior. Jane described how what started as seemingly innocent massages gradually escalated into abuse, with Maxwell sometimes participating. The testimony detailed trips to Epstein's various properties and how the abuse continued for years. Another witness, using the pseudonym Kate, described being 17 when Maxwell recruited her. Under the guise of providing career help, Kate testified about being taken to Epstein's properties, being given schoolgirl outfits to wear, and being told that she was helping Epstein by providing sexual massages. The manipulation and normalization of abuse was a consistent theme in the testimony. Annie Farmer, the only witness to use her real name, described being invited to Epstein's New Mexico ranch when she was 16. She testified about how Maxwell gave her a massage that became sexually inappropriate and how Epstein later engaged in unwanted sexual contact. Farmer's decision to testify under her real name was seen as particularly courageous, given the media scrutiny involved. The fourth witness, using the pseudonym Carolyn, testified about being 14 when she first went to Epstein's Palm Beach house. Introduced by another girl, Carolyn described a pattern of abuse that continued for years. She testified about Maxwell's role in grooming her, measuring her breasts, and treating her more as an object than a person. Maxwell chose not to testify in her own defense. Her attorneys argued that the government was blaming her for Epstein's crimes, that the witnesses' memories were flawed after so many years, and that Maxwell was herself a victim of Epstein's manipulation. They suggested that prosecutors were using Maxwell as a proxy to punish Epstein since he was no longer available. On December 29, 2021, after about 5 days of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. Maxwell was found guilty on 5 of the 6 counts. She was convicted of conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, conspiracy to commit sex trafficking, and sex trafficking of a minor. She was acquitted only on the count of enticing a minor to travel to engage in illegal sex acts. The conviction was seen as a victory for survivors and for the prosecutors who had worked to hold someone accountable for Epstein's operation. For many victims, it was the closest thing to justice they would ever see, even if the person most responsible for their abuse had escaped through death. On June 28, 2022, Maxwell was sentenced by U.S. Circuit Judge Allison Nathan to 20 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release. She was also fined $750,000. Before sentencing, 4 victims addressed the court, describing the lasting impact of the abuse they had suffered. Maxwell also spoke, saying it was the greatest regret of my life that I ever met Jeffrey Epstein, and claiming she hoped her conviction would bring some measure of peace to the victims. Judge Nathan, in imposing the sentence, emphasized that while Epstein was central to the criminal scheme, Maxwell was not being punished as his proxy. She noted that Maxwell had been an adult who made her own choices, who had participated directly in serious crimes against children, and who deserved to be held accountable for those choices. Maxwell's attorneys have appealed her conviction, arguing, among other things, that she should have been protected by the non-prosecution agreement Epstein signed in 2008, since that agreement granted immunity to any potential co-conspirators. They also argued that pretrial publicity and issues with one of the jurors should have resulted in a mistrial. As of the writing of this script, those appeals have been denied by lower courts, though Maxwell continues to seek review. Chapter 10: The Aftermath and Reckoning. Jeffrey Epstein's death and Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction did not end the legal reckoning around Epstein's crimes. Instead, they opened new chapters in civil litigation, institutional accountability, and broader questions about how such abuse could have continued for so long. In 2020, Epstein's estate established the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund, a voluntary program designed to compensate survivors outside of court. The fund, administered by independent administrator Jordana Feldman and Kenneth Feinberg, distributed more than $121 million to over 150 claimants before closing in 2021. The program was funded entirely by Epstein's estate, which was valued at approximately $577 million to $630 million. The compensation fund offered an alternative to lengthy civil litigation. victims could file claims describing their abuse and the impact it had on their lives. Each claim was evaluated individually, and compensation amounts were determined based on various factors, including the nature and duration of abuse. In exchange for accepting payment, claimants had to waive their right to sue Epstein's estate. Critics argued that the fund's requirement that victims waive their right to sue was an attempt to limit transparency and accountability. By accepting fund payments, victims gave up their ability to pursue civil litigation that might have revealed more about Epstein's network and finances. Nevertheless, many victims chose to participate, valuing the certainty of compensation and the ability to avoid the trauma of extended litigation. Beyond the compensation fund, civil lawsuits have targeted not just Epstein's estate, but also institutions and individuals who allegedly enabled his crimes. Perhaps most notably, several major financial institutions faced litigation for their role in facilitating Epstein's operation. J.P. Morgan Chase, which served as Epstein's primary bank from 1998 through 2013, became the target of class action lawsuits and a case brought by the U.S. Virgin Islands. The allegations were straightforward. The bank had ignored obvious red flags about Epstein's activities, allowing him to make large cash withdrawals and wire transfers that facilitated sex trafficking, and continuing to do business with him even after his 2008 conviction. Internal emails from J.P. Morgan that emerged during litigation showed that some bank employees had expressed concerns about Epstein over the years. They had noted unusual patterns in his accounts, including large cash withdrawals and payments to young women. But senior executives, including James Jess Staley, who was Epstein's primary contact at the bank, had maintained the relationship. Staley, who later became CEO of Barclays, would resign from that position in 2021 amid regulatory concerns about his relationship with Epstein. In June 2023, J.P. Morgan reached a settlement with the class of Epstein victims for $290 million. The settlement was one of the largest in a civil sex trafficking case and was approved by federal judge Jed Rakoff, who praised both the speed of the resolution and the amount of the settlement. While J.P. Morgan did not admit liability, the bank issued a statement saying that any association with Epstein was a mistake and expressing regret. Deutsche Bank, which took on Epstein as a client after J.P. Morgan dropped him in 2013 and maintained the relationship through 2018, faced similar litigation. The allegations were that Deutsche Bank, like J.P. Morgan, had turned a blind eye to suspicious activity in Epstein's accounts because he was a lucrative client. In May 2023, Deutsche Bank agreed to pay $75 million to settle claims from Epstein's victims. Again, the settlement came without an admission of liability, but represented a significant acknowledgement of institutional failure. The U.S. Virgin Islands, where Epstein owned Little St. James and Great St. James Islands, brought its own case against both J.P. Morgan and Epstein's estate. The territory alleged that Epstein had used the islands as a base for sex trafficking, and that both the bank and the estate bore responsibility. The Virgin Islands reached settlements with both, receiving $75 million from J.P. Morgan and over $105 million from Epstein's estate. Beyond financial institutions, other individuals connected to Epstein have faced varying degrees of scrutiny and consequence. Prince Andrew, whose friendship with Epstein and allegations of sexual abuse by Virginia Giuffre created a scandal for the British royal family, reached an out-of-court settlement with Giuffre in 2022. While the terms were not disclosed, Andrew agreed to make a substantial donation to Giuffre's charity, supporting victims' rights, and issued a statement acknowledging Giuffre's suffering and expressing regret that he had been friends with Epstein. The scandal significantly damaged Andrew's reputation and led to him stepping back from royal duties. For an institution as protective of its image as the British monarchy, the association with Epstein and the allegations of abuse represented a crisis that required dramatic action to contain. Other prominent figures who had been connected to Epstein in various ways have sought to distance themselves or clarify the nature of their relationships. Bill Clinton's office has emphasized that while Clinton did travel on Epstein's plane and attend dinners with him, he was unaware of Epstein's crimes and had no knowledge of the abuse. Donald Trump has said that while he knew Epstein socially in the 1990s and early 2000s, he had a falling out with him and banned him from Mar-a-Lago. Bill Gates, who met with Epstein on several occasions after Epstein's 2008 conviction, reportedly seeking Epstein's help with philanthropy connections, has expressed regret about those meetings in a 2021 interview. Gates called those meetings a mistake and said he should have been more careful about who he associated with. The varying responses from Epstein's associates reveal a fundamental tension. Many powerful people had social or business connections to Epstein without being aware of or involved in his crimes. But the revelation of those crimes has forced a reckoning with why so many people were willing to associate with a registered sex offender, why wealth and social connections provided such effective camouflage for criminal behavior. Academic institutions that received donations from Epstein have also faced questions about whether they properly vetted the source of funding. MIT, Harvard, and other universities accepted millions of dollars from Epstein after his 2008 conviction. Some institutions have since returned donations or established processes to examine funding sources more carefully. The director of MIT's Media Lab resigned after it was revealed he had continued accepting donations from Epstein even after internal concerns were raised. Chapter 11: Legacy and Lessons. The Jeffrey Epstein case forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about wealth, power, and justice in America. It demonstrates how systematic failures across multiple institutions, combined with the protective bubble that extreme wealth can create, allowed a predator to operate with impunity for decades. The case reveals fundamental flaws in how our society deals with sexual abuse, particularly when the accused has money and connections. Every system that should have protected Epstein's victims failed them at some point. The initial police investigation in Florida, despite being thorough and professional, was undermined by prosecutors who chose to minimize the charges. The federal investigation, despite identifying dozens of victims and building a strong case, was resolved through a secret plea deal that gave Epstein a slap on the wrist. The 2008 conviction, which should have been the beginning of accountability, turned into a joke as Epstein served most of his minimal sentence on work release. Even after he was a registered sex offender, prestigious institutions continued to associate with him. Wealthy people continued to socialize with him, and according to later investigations, the abuse never really stopped. This pattern of failure wasn't accidental. It was structural, built into the way wealth and power operate in American society. Epstein had money to hire the best lawyers money could buy. He had connections to powerful people who could open doors and make problems disappear. He had the social capital that comes from moving in elite circles, the presumption of legitimacy that wealth confers. All of these advantages combined to create a protective shield that allowed him to avoid the consequences that an average person would have faced for similar crimes. Consider what would have happened if Jeffrey Epstein had been a poor man living in a working-class neighborhood without powerful friends or expensive lawyers. If he had been accused of sexually abusing dozens of underage girls, if police had found evidence throughout his home, if victims had come forward with consistent, detailed accounts of abuse, what would have happened? Almost certainly, he would have been arrested immediately, held in jail awaiting trial, faced with serious federal charges, carrying decades in prison, and if convicted, sentenced to effectively spend the rest of his life behind bars. There would have been no secret negotiations, no non-prosecution agreement granting immunity to co-conspirators, no county jail sentence with work release privileges, no continued acceptance in elite circles after conviction. The victims in this case were systematically targeted because of their vulnerability. Many came from troubled homes, were runaways, or were simply young women working regular jobs who were offered what seemed like legitimate opportunities. Epstein and his associates understood that these girls would be less likely to be believed, less likely to have resources to fight back, more desperate for the money and opportunities dangled before them. The failure to protect these victims started early and continued through multiple opportunities for intervention. When the first police investigation began in 2005, there was sufficient evidence to bring serious charges. But the case was handled in a way that minimized Epstein's conduct, characterizing the girls as prostitutes rather than victims, limiting the scope of charges, and ultimately resulting in a plea deal that was unconscionable in its leniency. The 2008 non-prosecution agreement represents one of the most egregious examples of a two-tiered justice system in recent American history. Had Epstein been a poor man? Had he been unable to afford the dream team of lawyers he assembled? Had he not had powerful connections? It's almost impossible to imagine he would have received the deal he got. The agreement essentially allowed him to buy his way out of serious federal charges and granted immunity to anyone who might have helped him. The secrecy surrounding that agreement, the failure to notify victims as required by law, and the subsequent resistance to transparency all demonstrate how wealth can corrupt legal processes. Epstein's lawyers negotiated directly with the top federal prosecutor. Going around the line, prosecutor who was advocating for the victims, documents would later show that Epstein's legal team had extraordinary access to and influence over the decision-making process. Even after his conviction and sex offender registration, Epstein continued to move through elite circles with a significant degree of acceptance. Some people distanced themselves, but many did not. He continued to donate to prestigious institutions. He continued to socialize with powerful people. The 2008 conviction, rather than ending his ability to operate, seemed merely to slow him down slightly. This continued acceptance raises profound questions. At what point does association become complicity? When Epstein was a convicted sex offender who had pleaded guilty to soliciting a minor for prostitution, why did so many people continue to accept his money, attend his parties, fly on his plane? The answers vary from person to person, but common threads include the gravitational pull of extreme wealth, the assumption that someone so successful couldn't really be that bad, and the simple human tendency to rationalize rather than confront uncomfortable truths. The role of financial institutions in enabling Epstein deserves particular attention. J.P. Morgan Chase and Deutsche Bank both maintained relationships with Epstein despite knowing about his criminal history, despite noting suspicious patterns in his accounts, despite having compliance officers raise concerns. The banks prioritized maintaining a wealthy client over their obligations to prevent illegal activity. The settlements they eventually paid represent a kind of accountability, but they also reveal how institutions can look the other way when there's money to be made. For the survivors of Epstein's abuse, justice has been partial at best. Epstein himself never faced trial for the most serious charges. He died before he could be held truly accountable, before victims could confront him in court, before he could spend years in prison paying for his crimes. Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction provided some measure of justice, but she was the lieutenant, not the general. Many questions remain unanswered. Many co-conspirators have never been charged. Many powerful people connected to Epstein have never fully accounted for their associations. The civil settlements, while significant in monetary terms, cannot undo the trauma that victims experienced. No amount of money can give these women back their childhoods, can heal the psychological wounds, can fully restore what was taken from them. The settlements represent acknowledgement and compensation, but not justice in its fullest sense. The case has had broader impacts on how society understands and responds to sex trafficking. The public attention to Epstein's crimes, combined with the Me Too movement and increasing awareness of institutional failures to protect victims, has led to some reforms. There is greater scrutiny of non-disclosure agreements that might be used to silence victims. There is increased attention to how wealth and power can corrupt justice. There is more awareness of grooming tactics and how trafficking often doesn't look like the stereotypical image of kidnapping and chains. But significant work remains. The systems that allowed Epstein to operate, the deference shown to wealth and connections, the reluctance to believe victims, especially when they accuse powerful men, all of these factors still exist. The Epstein case is in many ways exceptional because of the wealth and connections involved, but the dynamics that enabled it are disturbingly common. One of the most important lessons from this case is about listening to victims. Time and again, girls came forward to report what Epstein had done to them. Time and again, they faced skepticism, victim blaming, and a system more interested in protecting the powerful than believing the vulnerable. The girls who first reported Epstein in 2005 told the truth. They deserved to be believed. They deserved aggressive prosecution of their abuser. They deserved justice. Instead, they got a system that failed them at almost every turn. Virginia Giuffre, who became one of the most prominent survivors to speak publicly about Epstein's crimes, tragically died by suicide in April 2025. Her death was a stark reminder of the lasting trauma that abuse inflicts and the continued suffering of survivors. Even years after the abuse ended, Giuffre had spent years advocating for other survivors, fighting for transparency and accountability, and speaking out about what had been done to her. Her loss was mourned by advocates and survivors around the world. Conclusion: the question of truth. As this script comes to a close, it's important to acknowledge what we know and what remains unknown about Jeffrey Epstein. We know that he abused dozens of girls and young women over a period of decades. We know that he built a network of properties, employees, and associates that facilitated this abuse. We know that he escaped serious accountability until the very end, and that even then, his death prevented full justice. We know that Ghislaine Maxwell played a central role in recruiting and grooming victims. We know that financial institutions enabled his operation by maintaining his accounts even after they should have known better. We know that prosecutors in 2008 gave him a deal he didn't deserve, failing to uphold their obligations to his victims. But we don't know the full extent of Epstein's crimes. We don't know all of his victims. We don't know all of his co-conspirators. Documents remain sealed, questions remain unanswered, and powerful people continue to hide behind layers of privacy and legal protection. We don't know for certain how Epstein died, though the official conclusion is suicide. The circumstances were so suspicious, the failures so egregious, that doubts will likely persist indefinitely whether he killed himself or was killed. His death prevented answers to many questions that survivors and the public deserved to have answered. We don't know the full extent of what Epstein knew about the powerful people in his orbit, or what compromising material he might have possessed. His death ensured those secrets, if they existed, would remain buried. The speculation about what might have been revealed had he lived and gone to trial will continue indefinitely. What we do know is that the Jeffrey Epstein case represents a colossal failure of multiple systems designed to protect the vulnerable. It represents the corrupting influence of extreme wealth on justice. It represents the price paid by survivors when powerful people are allowed to operate above the law. The story of Jeffrey Epstein is not ultimately about one man, no matter how monstrous his crimes. It's about the systems that enabled him, the institutions that failed to stop him, the people who chose not to see what was happening right in front of them. It's about how wealth and power can create a protective bubble that's incredibly difficult to penetrate. It's also about the courage of survivors who came forward despite enormous odds, who faced skepticism and blame and legal systems that often seem designed to protect their abuser rather than them. Their persistence, their willingness to speak truth, even when it cost them dearly, eventually led to some measure of accountability. For those interested in learning more about this case, there are numerous resources available. Julie K. Brown's book, Perversion of Justice, provides an excellent overview of the 2008 plea deal and the failures of the justice system. The documentary series, Jeffrey Epstein, Filthy Rich on Netflix, includes interviews with survivors and deep dives into various aspects of the case. Court documents that have been unsealed are available through various legal databases and have been reported on extensively by media organizations. The scope and scale of Epstein's operation, revealed gradually through years of investigation and litigation, is staggering. He wasn't just a single predator acting alone. He created and maintained a sophisticated network designed specifically to facilitate abuse. He had properties strategically located to provide isolation and control. He had employees who helped manage his schedule and logistics. He had recruiters who brought new victims into his orbit. He had lawyers who protected him from consequences. He had wealthy associates who provided him with social legitimacy and access to their own networks. Every piece of this machine served the purpose of enabling abuse, while minimizing the risk of being caught or punished. The financial institutions that enabled Epstein represent another layer of failure. Banks saw suspicious transactions, large cash withdrawals, payments to young women labeled as tuition or modeling fees, patterns that should have triggered serious questions. Compliance officers raised concerns, yet the business relationship continued because Epstein was a wealthy client who generated fees. The settlements these banks eventually paid, hundreds of millions of dollars combined, represent a recognition of their failure to fulfill their obligations to prevent criminal activity. But those settlements came far too late to prevent the harm Epstein caused. The academic institutions that accepted Epstein's money, that gave him office space and access to their campuses, that allowed him to present himself as a legitimate philanthropist and intellectual, also bear some responsibility for legitimizing him after his 2008 conviction, when it was publicly known that he had pleaded guilty to soliciting a minor for prostitution. These institutions should have immediately cut all ties. Some did. Others continued to accept his donations, to meet with him, to provide him with the respectability that came from association with prestigious universities. That respectability helped Epstein maintain his position in elite society and likely helped him continue his abuse. The case continues to evolve. New information occasionally emerges. Civil litigation continues in various forms. The ripples from Epstein's crimes continue to spread outward, touching more lives and raising more questions. If there's one thing we can take from this dark story, it should be a renewed commitment to believing victims, to holding powerful people accountable, to not being blinded by wealth and status. The next Jeffrey Epstein is out there somewhere. The systems that enabled him still exist. Only vigilance, courage, and a commitment to real justice can prevent the next tragedy. Thank you for listening to this examination of the Jeffrey Epstein case. If you enjoyed this content and want to hear more true crime stories told in this format, please consider subscribing to the channel. If you or someone you know has been affected by sexual abuse, resources are available through organizations like RAINN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. You are not alone, and help is available. Until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. Ted Bundy, Inside the Mind of a Serial Killer. Introduction. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're going to explore one of the darkest chapters in American criminal history. The story we're about to examine goes far beyond the typical narrative of a serial killer. We'll be looking deep into the life, crimes, and psychology of Theodore Robert Bundy, a man whose name has become synonymous with evil itself, yet whose charming exterior fooled countless people for years. Ted Bundy killed at least 30 women that we know of, though experts believe the actual number could be much higher, possibly exceeding 100 victims. Between 1974 and 1978, he terrorized multiple states across America, leaving behind a trail of shattered families and unanswered questions. What makes Bundy's case particularly fascinating to criminologists and psychologists is not just the brutality of his crimes, but the stark contradiction between his outward appearance and his inner darkness. Bundy didn't fit the stereotypical image of a serial killer. He was handsome, intelligent, and articulate. He attended law school, worked on political campaigns, and volunteered at a crisis hotline. To those who knew him casually, he appeared to be a promising young man with a bright future ahead of him. But beneath this carefully constructed facade lurked something monstrous, something that would eventually reveal itself in the most horrific ways imaginable. This is a story about manipulation, about how someone can wear a mask so convincing that even trained professionals failed to see through it. It's about the failures of law enforcement across multiple jurisdictions, the evolution of criminal investigation techniques, and ultimately about the victims whose lives were cut tragically short by a man who viewed them as nothing more than objects for his gratification. Before we begin our journey into this darkness, it's important to remember that behind every statistic, every crime scene photograph, every court document, there were real people, young women with dreams, with families who loved them, with futures that were stolen from them. As we explore the mind of their killer, we must never lose sight of their humanity. Tonight, we'll trace Ted Bundy's life from his troubled beginnings in Burlington, Vermont, through his formative years in Washington state, to his eventual capture and execution in Florida. We'll examine the psychological factors that may have contributed to his transformation into a killer, explore the specific crimes he committed, and look at how his case changed the landscape of criminal investigation in America. So, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a deep examination into the life and crimes of one of America's most notorious serial killers. This is the story of Ted Bundy. Part 1: Early Life and the Seeds of Darkness. Theodore Robert Bundy was born on November 24, 1946, but the circumstances of his birth would set the stage for a lifetime of deception and identity confusion. He wasn't born as Theodore Robert Bundy at all. His birth name was Theodore Robert Cowell, and he came into the world at the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers in Burlington, Vermont. This facility was a refuge for unmarried pregnant women during an era when having a child out of wedlock carried significant social stigma. His mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, was 22 years old and unmarried when she gave birth to Ted. In the conservative social climate of the 1940s America, this situation brought shame not just to Louise, but to her entire family. The identity of Ted's biological father has never been definitively confirmed, and over the years, various names have been suggested. His original birth certificate listed a Lloyd Marshall as the father, though later versions indicated the father as unknown. Louise herself claimed she had been involved with a man named Jack Worthington, a war veteran who abandoned her when she became pregnant. The mystery surrounding Ted's paternity would deepen over the years. Some family members, including Louise's own siblings, whispered darker suspicions. They suggested that Ted might have been the product of incest, potentially fathered by Louise's own father, Samuel Cowell. This allegation was never proven during Bundy's lifetime, and in 2020, a documentary film claimed that DNA testing had ruled out incest. However, the truth remains murky, and the uncertainty around his origins would become a source of deep psychological pain for Ted as he grew older. For the first 3 years of his life, Ted lived with his maternal grandparents in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But the arrangement came with a cruel deception designed to protect the family's reputation. Young Ted was told that his grandparents were actually his parents and that his biological mother, Louise, was his older sister. This elaborate lie was maintained to shield the family from social judgment, but it would have profound psychological consequences for Ted. Samuel Cowell, the man Ted believed to be his father, but who was actually his grandfather, has been described in conflicting ways. In 1987, Bundy and other family members told attorneys that Samuel was a tyrannical bully who beat his wife and the family dog, swung neighborhood cats by their tails, and expressed racist and xenophobic attitudes. He reportedly threw his daughter Julia down a flight of stairs for oversleeping and would sometimes speak aloud to unseen presences. However, some neighbors and family members have disputed this characterization, describing Samuel as a well-regarded citizen. Regardless of which account is more accurate, the household environment appears to have been troubled, with secrets and dysfunction that would impact young Ted's development. Ted's grandmother, Eleanor Cowell, suffered from severe depression and underwent electroshock therapy on multiple occasions. She was described as a timid, submissive woman who seemed perpetually afraid. The atmosphere in the Cowell household was troubled, filled with secrets, mental illness, and dysfunction. Young Ted was growing up in an environment that was far from stable or healthy. Some family members later recalled disturbing behavior from Ted even as a very young child. In one particularly chilling incident, when Ted was just 3 years old, his Aunt Julia woke from a nap to find herself surrounded by kitchen knives that had been carefully placed all around her body on the bed. Standing next to the bed, smiling, was little Ted. This story, if true, suggests that even in early childhood, Ted was exhibiting behaviors that should have raised serious alarms. In 1950, when Ted was 4 years old, Louise made the decision to leave Philadelphia and start fresh. She moved with Ted across the country to Tacoma, Washington, where they stayed with relatives. This move represented Louise's attempt to escape her past and build a new life for herself and her son, away from the oppressive atmosphere of her parents' home and the whispers about her illegitimate child. In Tacoma, Louise met Johnny Culpepper Bundy, a hospital cook who worked at a military hospital. Johnny was, by all accounts, a decent and hard-working man. He and Louise married in May 1951, and Johnny legally adopted Ted, giving him the name that would become infamous, Theodore Robert Bundy. Together, Johnny and Louise would go on to have 4 more children, giving Ted several half-siblings. For Ted, the move to Washington and his mother's remarriage should have represented a fresh start, an opportunity to leave behind the dysfunction of his early childhood. But the damage had already been done. The lies about his parentage, the violent environment of his grandfather's home, and whatever genetic or psychological predispositions he might have inherited had already begun to shape his personality in dark ways. Ted's relationship with his stepfather Johnny was complicated. Publicly, he would sometimes speak positively about Johnny, acknowledging that he had been a good father figure, but in private conversations and interviews, a different picture emerged. Ted felt that Johnny was beneath his mother, that he wasn't sophisticated or educated enough. Despite Johnny's kindness and his willingness to accept Ted as his own son, Ted harbored resentment toward him. This sense of superiority, this belief that he was better than the people around him, would become a defining characteristic of Ted's personality. As a child in Tacoma, Ted was shy and somewhat awkward socially. He struggled to fit in with other children and often felt like an outsider. He wasn't particularly athletic, though he was intelligent and did well in school academically. But beneath his quiet exterior, something was developing, something that would eventually express itself in the most destructive ways possible. Ted himself would later describe feeling different from other children, sensing that he didn't experience emotions the same way others did. He spoke of feeling disconnected, of watching other people interact and trying to mimic their behaviors without actually understanding the feelings behind them. This description aligns closely with what psychologists now recognize as psychopathy, a personality disorder characterized by a lack of empathy, manipulativeness, and superficial charm. During his adolescent years in Tacoma, Ted's behavior began to show more obvious warning signs. He developed an interest in peering into windows, watching people in their homes without their knowledge. He began shoplifting, stealing things not out of necessity, but seemingly for the thrill of it. He was also developing an obsessive interest in violent sexual content, reportedly seeking out detective magazines that featured stories about crimes against women. One of the most controversial aspects of Ted's early life involves a possible connection to an unsolved disappearance. In 1961, when Ted was 14 years old, an 8-year-old girl named Anne Marie Burr vanished from her home in Tacoma. Anne's house was on Ted's newspaper delivery route, and the Bundy family lived just a few blocks away. For years, speculation swirled about whether Ted might have been responsible for Anne's disappearance, though he always denied any involvement. Anne's body was never found, and her case remains unsolved to this day. While there's no definitive proof linking Ted to this crime, the proximity and timing have kept the suspicion alive. As Ted entered his teenage years, he learned the truth about his parentage. The exact circumstances of how he discovered that his sister was actually his mother vary depending on which account you believe. Some sources say he found his birth certificate, while others suggest a cousin revealed the truth during an argument. Regardless of how it happened, the revelation was devastating to Ted. He felt betrayed, humiliated, and angry. The foundation of his identity had been based on a lie, and this discovery deepened his sense of being different, of being somehow damaged. The identity crisis triggered by this revelation would have lasting effects on Ted's psychological development. He became even more focused on crafting a false persona, on creating an image of himself that contradicted his actual origins. He wanted to be seen as sophisticated, educated, from a good family. He worked hard to hide any hint of his working-class background or the shame associated with his illegitimate birth. This obsession with appearance and reputation, with being perceived a certain way regardless of reality, would become central to his personality. By the time Ted graduated from Wilson High School in Tacoma in 1965, he appeared on the surface to be a normal, if somewhat unremarkable, young man. His classmates remembered him as quiet and shy, someone who didn't particularly stand out. But beneath the surface, the psychological groundwork for what he would become was already in place. The childhood trauma, the identity confusion, the lack of genuine emotional connection to others, the early behavioral warning signs, all of these factors were combining to create something dangerous. In the fall of 1965, Ted enrolled at the University of Puget Sound in Tacoma. He spent 1 year there before transferring to the University of Washington in Seattle in 1966. This move to Seattle would prove significant, as it was in this city that Ted would eventually begin his killing spree. But that was still several years away. For now, Ted was focused on reinventing himself, on becoming the person he wanted others to believe he was. During his college years, Ted's personality continued to develop along its troubling trajectory. He was charming when he wanted to be, capable of making good first impressions. He could be funny and engaging in conversation, but these social skills were learned behaviors, carefully studied and practiced rather than natural expressions of genuine feeling. Ted was like an actor playing a role, and he was getting better at it with each passing year. Part 2. College years and the woman who changed everything. When Ted Bundy arrived at the University of Washington in Seattle in 1966, he was a young man determined to remake himself. Gone was the shy, awkward teenager from Tacoma. In his place was someone more confident, more polished, someone who could navigate social situations with surprising ease. Ted majored in psychology, a choice that seems almost darkly ironic in retrospect. He was studying the human mind, while his own was developing into that of a predator. It was during his time at the University of Washington that Ted met Stephanie Brooks, the woman who would have perhaps the most profound impact on his life. Stephanie came from a wealthy California family. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and everything Ted aspired to be associated with. She represented the upper-class world that Ted desperately wanted to be part of, the world that seemed to validate his carefully constructed new identity. Ted and Stephanie began dating in 1967, and for Ted, this relationship became an obsession. He was intensely focused on impressing her, on proving that he was worthy of someone from her social standing. He wanted her to see him as sophisticated and cultured, someone with ambition and promise. For a while, it seemed to work. They were together for several years, spending time together at school and during visits to her family in California. But Stephanie began to see through Ted's facade. She recognized that beneath the surface charm, there was something missing. Ted seemed directionless, lacking in ambition despite his talk of future success. He didn't have clear career goals, and his plans for the future seemed vague and unrealistic. More troubling, Stephanie sensed an emotional emptiness in Ted, a lack of genuine depth to his feelings despite his passionate declarations. In 1968, Stephanie broke up with Ted. The breakup devastated him in a way that nothing else had. He became depressed, withdrawn, and unable to focus on his studies. His grades dropped dramatically. He felt rejected and humiliated, convinced that Stephanie had abandoned him because he wasn't good enough, because he came from a lower social class, because he was fundamentally inadequate. This rejection would fester inside him, transforming into a bitter resentment toward women, particularly women who resembled Stephanie. After the breakup, Ted dropped out of the University of Washington and entered a period of aimless wandering. He traveled to California, worked various jobs, and seemed unable to settle on a direction for his life. During this time, he also made a trip to Philadelphia to meet his biological father, or at least the man whose name appeared on his birth certificate. The visit apparently didn't go well, and Ted returned to the West Coast without having found any answers about his origins. In 1969, while in California, Ted became involved with another woman, but this relationship was brief and apparently unremarkable. Some criminologists have speculated that Ted may have committed his first murder around this time. He himself later made cryptic comments suggesting that his violent crimes began earlier than anyone knew. In conversations with investigators, he hinted at murders in 1969, possibly in Atlantic City, while visiting family in Philadelphia and possibly in California. These claims were never verified, but they raise the disturbing possibility that Ted's killing spree began much earlier than the 1974 date that's traditionally cited. By 1970, Ted had returned to Washington and was ready to make another attempt at building the life he wanted. He re-enrolled at the University of Washington and threw himself into his studies with renewed focus. He was charming and personable, making friends easily and impressing his professors. He joined various clubs and organizations on campus, building a network of connections that would later make it difficult for people to believe he could be capable of violence. It was during this period that Ted began volunteering at the Seattle Crisis Clinic, a suicide prevention hotline. This might seem like an odd choice for someone who would later show such complete disregard for human life, but for Ted, it served multiple purposes. It allowed him to appear compassionate and caring, reinforcing his carefully constructed image as a good person. It also gave him an opportunity to study human emotion and vulnerability, to learn how to better manipulate people's feelings. One of his fellow volunteers at the crisis clinic was Anne Rule, a former police officer who was working on becoming a true crime writer. Anne and Ted became friends, and she would later write one of the most influential books about him, The Stranger Beside Me. Anne's unique perspective as someone who knew Ted personally before discovering he was a killer would provide crucial insights into his ability to deceive. In 1972, Ted graduated from the University of Washington with a degree in psychology. His academic performance had improved dramatically from his earlier struggles, and he graduated with distinction. He was intelligent and capable when he applied himself, and he used his achievements to further bolster his image as someone who was destined for success. After graduation, Ted became involved in Washington state politics. He worked on political campaigns and impressed people with his dedication and hard work. He was articulate and persuasive, able to craft compelling arguments and connect with voters. His involvement in politics gave him visibility and credibility, making him seem like an upstanding member of the community. During this time, he was even commended by the Seattle Police Department for chasing down and helping to apprehend a purse snatcher. The irony of this is almost unbearable. A future serial killer being praised by police for helping catch a petty thief. But perhaps the most significant development during this period was Ted's reunion with Stephanie Brooks. Ted had been working on himself since their breakup, building his resume, polishing his image, and planning his revenge. He reached out to Stephanie, and to her surprise, he seemed like a changed man. He was confident, successful, and seemed to have direction in his life. They began dating again, and Ted appeared to be everything Stephanie had once wanted him to be. Then, suddenly, and without warning, Ted broke up with Stephanie. He did it coldly, cruelly, leaving her confused and hurt. Some who have studied Bundy's psychology believe this was a calculated act of revenge, a way to make Stephanie feel the rejection and humiliation he had felt years earlier. After dumping her, Ted essentially disappeared from her life, never providing an explanation for his sudden change of heart. He had shown her that he was worthy of her, then rejected her when she was vulnerable. It was a power play, a demonstration of control that seemed to give Ted satisfaction. This incident reveals something crucial about Ted's psychology. He wasn't just hurt by rejection. He needed to inflict that same pain on others, needed to demonstrate his power over them. The ability to manipulate someone's emotions, to make them feel loss and confusion, seemed to provide him with a sense of satisfaction that normal emotional connections couldn't give him. This need for power and control, this desire to hurt others as a way of validating his own importance, would soon express itself in far more terrible ways. In 1973, Ted enrolled at the University of Puget Sound School of Law. He seemed to be on track for a successful legal career, studying diligently and performing well in his classes. But beneath this facade of normalcy, something was changing. The violent fantasies that had been gestating in Ted's mind for years were becoming harder to control. The pornography he had been consuming, which often featured violent and sadistic content, was no longer enough to satisfy him. He needed something more real, more visceral. Around this time, Ted also met Elizabeth Clofer, a divorced mother who would become his long-term girlfriend. Elizabeth was intelligent and attractive, with long dark hair parted in the middle, a look that would become tragically significant as Ted's crimes unfolded. Ted and Elizabeth developed what appeared to be a genuine relationship. They spent time together. He helped care for her daughter, and to all outward appearances, they were a normal couple. Elizabeth would later describe feeling that Ted truly loved her, that there were moments when she saw real emotion from him. But Elizabeth also noticed troubling signs. Ted would disappear for hours or days without explanation. He had medical equipment and other strange items in his apartment that he couldn't adequately explain. He would sometimes become cold and distant, seeming to withdraw into himself in ways that frightened her. And on at least one occasion, She woke to find Ted looking at her body in a way that made her deeply uncomfortable, as if he were examining an object rather than looking at someone he cared about. By early 1974, Ted was living a double life. On one hand, he was a law student with a girlfriend, a man who volunteered to help people in crisis and worked on political campaigns. On the other, he was prowling the streets of Seattle, stalking women, learning their routines, and fantasizing about violence. The facade he had so carefully constructed was beginning to crack, not because he was making mistakes, but because the compulsion to act on his violent urges was becoming overwhelming. The trigger for what would become his known killing spree is difficult to pinpoint. Some have suggested it was related to his complicated feelings about women, stemming from his relationship with Stephanie Brooks and his mother's deceptions. Others point to his narcissism and need for power, his desire to have complete control over another person. Some criminologists believe his crimes were sexually motivated, driven by deviant fantasies that had been developing since adolescence. In truth, it was likely a combination of all these factors, creating a perfect storm that would soon unleash terror across the Pacific Northwest. In January 1974, Ted Bundy would cross the line from fantasy to action. He would commit his first confirmed attack, and in doing so, begin a horrific series of crimes that would eventually claim at least 30 lives. The quiet psychology student, the helpful political volunteer, the friendly crisis hotline worker, all of these were about to be revealed as masks worn by a monster. Part 3. The first attacks in Seattle. The winter of 1974 was when Ted Bundy's violent fantasies finally manifested into brutal reality. For years, he had been stalking women, learning their routines, perfecting his techniques. He had been breaking into homes, possibly even before his known crimes began. But on January 4th, 1974, he crossed a line from which there would be no return. 18-year-old Karen Sparks was a student at the University of Washington, living in a basement apartment in Seattle's University District. In the early morning hours of January 4th, Ted Bundy broke into her apartment while she slept. Using a metal rod from her own bed frame, he bludgeoned her viciously. The attack was so savage that Karen's skull was fractured in multiple places. But Bundy didn't stop there. He sexually assaulted her with the same metal rod he had used to beat her. Karen Sparks survived, but the injuries she sustained left her in a coma for 10 days. When she finally regained consciousness, she had no memory of the attack and would suffer from permanent physical and cognitive disabilities for the rest of her life. The randomness and brutality of the attack sent shockwaves through the University of Washington community. Police had almost nothing to work with, no witnesses, minimal physical evidence, and a victim who couldn't identify her attacker. This first attack established the pattern that Bundy would follow for his early crimes. He targeted young women, often students, usually with long dark hair parted down the middle. He would break into their homes while they slept, attack them with savage violence, and sexually assault them. The brutality seemed almost frenzied, suggesting a rage that had been building for years and was now finally being expressed. Exactly 1 month after the attack on Karen Sparks, on February 1st, 1974, 21-year-old Linda Ann Healy disappeared from her basement apartment in the University District. Linda was a psychology major at the University of Washington and worked as a ski conditions announcer for a local radio station. She was last seen by her roommates the evening of January 31st, seemingly preparing for bed. When her roommates woke the next morning, Linda was gone. The scene in Linda's room was deeply disturbing. Her bed had been carefully made, the covers pulled tight and smooth. But when police examined the bed more closely, they found bloodstains on the pillow and sheets. Her nightgown was hanging in the closet, apparently removed and carefully put away. Investigators found bloodstains on the nightgown as well, suggesting that Linda had been attacked while sleeping, just like Karen Sparks. But in this case, the attacker had taken his victim with him, along with some of her clothes. Ted Bundy had entered Linda's room while she slept, bludgeoned her into unconsciousness, dressed her in street clothes, and carried her away. The calculated nature of this crime, the way Bundy had taken the time to redress his victim and make the bed, suggested a killer who was organized and methodical. This wasn't a crime of passion or impulse. This was carefully planned and executed with chilling precision. Linda Healy's disappearance sent the university district into a panic. Young women started taking precautions, traveling in groups, making sure doors and windows were locked. But they were facing a predator who was patient and intelligent, someone who could adapt his techniques and wait for the right opportunity. And opportunities kept presenting themselves. Over the next few months, more young women would disappear from Washington state. On March 12, 1974, 19-year-old Donna Gail Manson vanished from Evergreen State College in Olympia. She had left her dormitory to attend an on-campus concert and was never seen again. Unlike the previous victims, Donna's body was never recovered, and for years, law enforcement didn't even know if she had been murdered or had simply run away. On April the 17th, 1974, Susan Elaine Rancourt disappeared from Central Washington State College in Ellensburg. Susan was last seen leaving her dorm to go to a movie. Witnesses later reported seeing a young man with his arm in a sling asking for help carrying books to his car. This was the first indication of one of Bundy's most effective tactics, feigning injury or disability to appear non-threatening and to appeal to women's natural compassion. Roberta Kathleen Parks disappeared from Oregon State University in Corvallis on May 6, 1974. Brenda Carroll Ball vanished from a tavern in Burien, Washington on June 1, 1974. Jorgen Hawkins disappeared from the University of Washington campus on June 11, 1974. The disappearances were happening with increasing frequency, and law enforcement was struggling to connect the cases. Each victim had vanished without a trace, leaving behind almost no evidence. But July 14, 1974, would prove to be a turning point in the investigation. That day was sunny and warm, and thousands of people flocked to Lake Sammamish State Park, a popular recreational area east of Seattle. The park was crowded with families, couples, and groups of friends enjoying the summer weather. Among the crowd was Ted Bundy, and he was hunting. 23-year-old Janice Ott arrived at the park around noon. She spread out a blanket and settled in to sunbathe. Witnesses later reported seeing a handsome young man approach her. He was wearing his arm in a sling and asked if she could help him load a sailboat onto his car. Several people overheard him introduce himself as Ted. Janice agreed to help and walked away with the man. She was never seen alive again. That same afternoon, 19-year-old Denise Nasland arrived at the park with her boyfriend and friends. Around 4:30 p.m., Denise excused herself to use the restroom. She never returned. Her boyfriend and friends searched frantically but couldn't find her. Like Janice Ott, Denise had simply vanished. The disappearance of two women from the same crowded public place on the same day finally gave investigators the break they needed. Multiple witnesses described the handsome young man with his arm in a sling. He had been driving a brown or tan Volkswagen Beetle, and crucially, he had repeatedly introduced himself as Ted. These details would prove invaluable, though it would still be more than a year before Ted Bundy would be arrested. Law enforcement agencies across Washington state now understood that they were dealing with a serial killer. The similarities among the victims were impossible to ignore. They were all young women, mostly in their late teens or early 20s. They all had long hair, usually dark, parted in the middle. They were all attractive and appeared to be responsible, low-risk victims, not the type who would willingly go with a stranger without good reason. And they had all disappeared without any sign of a struggle or any substantial physical evidence left behind. The King County Police Department formed a special task force to investigate what was quickly becoming one of the most challenging serial murder cases in American history. Detective Robert Keppel, a young but talented investigator, was assigned to lead much of the investigative work. Keppel and his team faced an enormous challenge. They had multiple missing persons cases, but initially no bodies and no crime scenes. Without physical evidence, they were left trying to find patterns in the disappearances themselves. The task force began compiling detailed victim profiles. They mapped out where each woman had last been seen, looking for geographic patterns. They created timelines, trying to determine if there were specific days of the week or times of day when the killer was most active. They interviewed hundreds of potential witnesses, trying to piece together descriptions of suspicious individuals or vehicles seen near the locations where women had vanished. As more disappearances occurred, the task force grew. Investigators from multiple jurisdictions were pulled in to help with the massive amount of work. Tips poured in from the public after media coverage of the cases. The composite sketch from the Lake Sammamish witnesses was published in newspapers and shown on television. People were asked to call in if they knew anyone who resembled the sketch, drove a tan or brown Volkswagen Beetle, and went by the name Ted. The response was overwhelming. Thousands of tips flooded the police phone lines. Investigators worked around the clock, trying to follow up on leads, but they were drowning in information. Every Volkswagen owner in the region seemed to be a potential suspect. Every man named Ted or Theodore was looked at. The lists grew longer and longer, and buried within them, reported by multiple people, was Theodore Robert Bundy. Detective Keppel later said that one of the most frustrating aspects of the investigation was knowing that they probably had the killer's name somewhere in their files, but with so many suspects and so little concrete evidence, it was impossible to know which one to focus on. They developed a scoring system, trying to prioritize suspects based on how many factors matched the known characteristics of the killer. But even with this system, Ted Bundy didn't rise to the top of the list. His clean record, his work with the crisis clinic, his involvement in legitimate political campaigns, all of these things made him seem less likely than many other suspects. The investigation was also hampered by a lack of understanding about serial killers. In 1974, the concept of a serial killer as a specific type of criminal was still relatively new. The FBI's Behavioral Sciences Unit was in its early stages. Profiling techniques were rudimentary. Investigators were dealing with a type of crime and a type of criminal that law enforcement hadn't fully learned how to investigate yet. When the first bodies were discovered at the Issaquah burial site in September 1974, The investigation intensified. Now they had crime scenes, even though the bodies had been there for months, and much evidence had been destroyed by weather and wildlife. Forensic teams carefully excavated the site, searching for any physical evidence that might point to the killer. They found evidence of sexual assault. They found evidence that the killer had returned to the site multiple times, but they found no fingerprints, no useful tire tracks, no clear evidence that would lead them directly to a suspect. The discovery of the burial site did confirm that the victims had likely been taken to a secondary location, killed there, and then their bodies transported to the burial site. This suggested a killer who had access to a vehicle and who knew the area well enough to find isolated locations where he wouldn't be disturbed. It also suggested a level of planning and organization that made the crimes even more chilling. Investigators began to understand they were dealing with someone highly intelligent and methodical. This wasn't a disorganized killer leaving obvious clues. This was someone who planned his crimes carefully, who took steps to avoid leaving evidence, and who was learning from each crime and becoming more proficient. Investigators began compiling lists of possible suspects. They gathered names of Volkswagen owners in the region. They cross-referenced these with men named Ted or Theodore. They interviewed sex offenders and anyone with a history of violence against women. The lists contained thousands of names, and buried among them, almost lost in the sheer volume of data, was the name Ted Bundy. Multiple people had actually called in tips about Ted Bundy. His girlfriend, Elizabeth Klopfer, contacted police after seeing a wanted poster of the composite sketch based on witness descriptions from Lake Sammamish. She thought it looked like Ted and knew he drove a Volkswagen Beetle. But she was conflicted, unable to fully accept that the man she loved could be responsible for such terrible crimes. Anne Rule, Ted's friend from the crisis hotline, also saw the sketch and felt uneasy about its resemblance to Ted. She didn't report it initially, but kept the uncomfortable suspicion in the back of her mind. One of Ted's University of Washington professors also contacted police, suggesting that Ted Bundy fit the general description. But with so many tips coming in, and with Ted's seemingly respectable background, he wasn't immediately prioritized as a suspect. He was included on the list, but he was just one name among thousands. His clean record, his work with the crisis clinic, his involvement in politics, all of these things made it difficult for investigators to see him as a viable suspect. In September 1974, grouse hunters made a grim discovery near Issaquah, Washington. In a wooded area off a rarely traveled road, they found human remains. Investigators soon determined that the site contained the remains of multiple victims. Janice Ott and Denise Nasland, the two women who had disappeared from Lake Sammamish, were identified. So was Georgan Hawkins. A fourth skull was found, but couldn't be immediately identified. The discovery of this burial site provided investigators with crucial information about the killer's methods. The location was isolated but accessible, suggesting that the killer knew the area well. The remains showed signs of sexual assault and showed that the killer had returned to the site multiple times after the initial murders. This fit the pattern of an organized serial killer, someone who was methodical, patient, and disturbed enough to revisit his victims even after they were dead. But even as investigators in Washington were beginning to piece together evidence about their unknown killer, Ted Bundy was already moving on. In September 1974, he enrolled at the University of Utah College of Law in Salt Lake City. He left Seattle behind, left Elizabeth Klopfer behind, and began a new chapter of his life, and he brought his murderous compulsions with him. The string of disappearances in Washington came to an abrupt end in late 1974, right around the time Ted left for Utah. This sudden cessation of crimes in the Seattle area, while similar crimes began in Utah, should have been a major clue. But law enforcement agencies in different states weren't effectively sharing information, and it would take more deaths before anyone made the connection. Part 4: The Utah Killings and a Crucial Mistake. When Ted Bundy arrived in Salt Lake City in the fall of 1974 to attend the University of Utah College of Law, he appeared to be starting fresh. He enrolled in classes, found an apartment, and seemed to be settling into his new life as a law student. But the move to Utah didn't represent an escape from his violent compulsions. Instead, it simply meant that his crimes would now be committed in a new jurisdiction, making it even harder for law enforcement to connect the dots. Ted wasted little time before resuming his killing spree in Utah. On October 2nd, 1974, 16-year-old Nancy Wilcox disappeared from Holiday, a suburb of Salt Lake City. Nancy was walking home from a school event when she vanished. Ted Bundy would later confess to killing Nancy, stating that he buried her body in a remote location approximately 200 miles from Salt Lake City. Her remains have never been recovered. 2 weeks later, on October 18, 1974, 17-year-old Melissa Smith disappeared from Midvale, Utah. Melissa was the daughter of Midvale Police Chief Louis Smith, a detail that made the case particularly high profile and added pressure on investigators to solve it. Melissa had been at a pizza parlor with friends and was walking home when she was abducted. Her body was discovered 9 days later in a canyon near Summit Park, Utah. The condition of Melissa's body indicated she had been held alive for at least a day before being killed. She had been sexually assaulted, beaten, and strangled. On October 31st, 1974, 17-year-old Laura Ann Aim disappeared from Lehi, Utah, after attending a Halloween party. Her body was found on Thanksgiving Day in American Fork Canyon. Like Melissa Smith, Laura had been sexually assaulted, beaten, and strangled. The brutality of these murders was escalating. Ted wasn't just killing quickly anymore, he was taking time with his victims, holding them captive, torturing them. The attacks continued with shocking frequency. On November 8, 1974, Carol DaRonch had an encounter that she would barely survive and that would ultimately help bring Ted Bundy to justice. Carol was 18 years old and had just left the Fashion Place Mall in Murray, Utah, when she was approached by a man claiming to be a police officer. The man told her that someone had attempted to break into her car and asked her to accompany him to the police station to file a report. Carol was initially suspicious, but the man seemed official and knowledgeable. He even showed her what appeared to be a police badge. She got into his Volkswagen Beetle, but as they were driving, she realized they weren't heading toward the police station. When the man pulled into a dark area and attempted to handcuff her, Carol fought back with everything she had. She managed to partially escape from the handcuffs and threw herself out of the moving car. The man chased after her, but Carol screamed for help and flagged down a passing car. Her attacker fled, and Carol DaRonch survived to tell her harrowing story. She was able to provide police with a detailed description of her attacker and his car. This description matched the composite sketch from the Lake Sammamish cases in Washington, though investigators in Utah and Washington weren't yet sharing information effectively. That same evening, A few hours after the attempted abduction of Carol DaRonch, 17-year-old Deborah Kent disappeared from Viewmont High School in Bountiful, Utah, where she had been attending a school play with her parents. Witnesses at the school reported seeing a strange man asking for help, claiming to need assistance finding his car. Deborah left the auditorium during intermission and never returned. A small bone that would later be identified as Deborah's was found near the high school, but the rest of her remains were never recovered. The murders continued into 1975. In Colorado, 4 women would disappear between January and April. Karen Campbell from Snowmass Village, Julie Cunningham from Vail, Denise Oliverson from Grand Junction, and Nancy Baird from Farmington. The pattern was consistent young women with long dark hair, victims who were attractive and appeared responsible, abducted from public places or their homes with minimal evidence left behind. But Ted Bundy's luck was about to run out. On August 16, 1975, a Utah Highway Patrol officer named Bob Haywood was on duty in the early morning hours in Granger, a suburb of Salt Lake City. Around 2:30 a.m., Haywood noticed a Volkswagen Beetle driving through a residential neighborhood with its headlights off. When Haywood tried to pull the car over, the driver sped away, running a stop sign before finally pulling over. The driver was Ted Bundy. When Officer Haywood approached the car to question Ted about why he had run, Ted's explanations were vague and unconvincing. He claimed he had been at a drive-in movie and had gotten lost trying to find his way home. But Haywood's instincts told him something was wrong. He asked permission to search the vehicle, and what he found was deeply suspicious. In the Volkswagen, Officer Haywood discovered handcuffs, a ski mask, rope, an ice pick, and other items that had no innocent explanation. The passenger seat had been removed and was placed in the back seat. There was also a crowbar. When questioned about these items, Ted claimed the handcuffs were for kinky sex and that the other items were just things he had lying around in his car. But the explanation didn't satisfy Haywood, who arrested Ted on suspicion of burglary. Ted was released on bail, but the items found in his car had caught the attention of detectives investigating the recent disappearances. They obtained a search warrant for Ted's apartment and found more disturbing evidence. They found a brochure for a summer resort in Colorado where one of the victims had disappeared. They found a gas receipt placing Ted in the area where another victim had vanished. They found photographs and maps that seemed to correspond to locations where bodies had been discovered or where women had gone missing. Detective Jerry Thompson of the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office began to seriously investigate Ted Bundy as a suspect in the Utah murders. Thompson contacted law enforcement in Washington and Colorado, and the pieces began falling into place. The cases in multiple states had similar victim profiles, similar methods of abduction, and similar timelines, and Ted Bundy's movements corresponded remarkably well with the geographic and temporal distribution of the crimes. Most significantly, Carol DaRonch, the young woman who had escaped from Ted in November 1974, was shown a photo lineup that included Ted's picture. She immediately identified him as the man who had attempted to abduct her. This gave investigators the evidence they needed to charge Ted with attempted kidnapping and assault. Ted's trial for the attempted kidnapping of Carol DaRonch began in February 1976. Ted waived his right to a jury trial, choosing instead to have his case decided by a judge. This decision would prove to be a mistake. Judge Stuart Hanson Jr. heard testimony from Carol DaRonch, who made a convincing and credible witness despite her obvious nervousness. She described in detail her terrifying encounter with Ted, her voice sometimes barely above a whisper, but her identification unwavering. Ted chose to testify in his own defense, a decision that showcased both his confidence and his narcissism. He was articulate and presented himself well, but Judge Hansen wasn't fooled. On March 1st, 1976, Judge Hansen found Ted Bundy guilty of aggravated kidnapping. He was sentenced to 1 to 15 years in Utah State Prison. But this conviction was just the beginning. As Ted sat in prison, detectives from multiple states were building cases against him for murder. Evidence was being collected, witness statements were being compared, and physical evidence from crime scenes was being re-examined. Ted Bundy's career as a serial killer was finally catching up with him, though the worst was yet to come. Part 5: Escapes and the Florida Murders. While Ted Bundy sat in Utah State Prison serving his sentence for the kidnapping of Carol DaRonch, investigators in Colorado were building a case against him for the murder of Karen Campbell. Karen had disappeared from the Wildwood Inn in Snowmass Village, Colorado, in January 1975. Her body had been found a month later, and physical evidence from the crime scene suggested Ted might be responsible. In October 1976, Ted was extradited to Colorado to face murder charges. He was held in the Garfield County Jail in Glenwood Springs, a small facility where security was relatively lax compared to the prison in Utah. Ted, who had been studying law, represented himself during pre-trial hearings. This allowed him certain privileges, including access to the law library without being handcuffed or closely supervised. On June 7, 1977, during a court hearing, Ted was allowed to go to the courthouse library to research his case. Guards waited outside while Ted worked inside. But Ted had no intention of staying in that library. He had noticed during previous visits that one of the library windows was unlocked. When the guards weren't looking, Ted jumped out of the second-story window, injuring his ankle slightly in the process. Once outside, Ted simply walked away. He was wearing street clothes under his prison outfit, having planned this escape carefully. He jogged through the streets of Aspen, eventually hitchhiking and making his way into the mountains. For 6 days, Ted Bundy was loose in Colorado, while police conducted an extensive manhunt. The escape captivated the nation. Here was a handsome, intelligent law student turned suspected serial killer who had literally jumped out of a window and run away. The media coverage was intense, with Ted's photo appearing on television and in newspapers across the country. Tips poured in, but most led nowhere. Ted managed to stay hidden for 6 days by camping in the mountains and occasionally breaking into cabins for food and supplies. But he wasn't equipped for an extended period in the wilderness. He was cold, hungry, and his injured ankle was making it difficult to move. On June 13, 1977, Ted was spotted by police officers and recaptured. He was returned to jail, this time with much tighter security. Or so everyone thought. Ted was moved to the Garfield County Jail and placed in a cell on the top floor. Security was increased, but Ted had been studying the building's layout and had noticed a weakness. The ceiling of his cell was made of welded steel plates, but the welds weren't as strong as they should have been. Ted began working on loosening one of the plates, using materials he had in his cell. It took months of patient work, but by late December 1977, he had created an opening large enough to crawl through. On December 30th, 1977, Ted put his escape plan into action. He had been losing weight deliberately, making himself thin enough to fit through the small opening he had created. The guards had a head count at 10:30 p.m., and Ted made sure he was visible in his cell at that time. But after the guards left, Ted piled books and clothing under his blanket to create the appearance of a sleeping body. Then, he climbed up into the crawl space above his cell. Ted crawled through the ceiling space until he reached an area above the jailer's apartment, which was located in the same building. The jailer and his wife were out for the evening, celebrating New Year's Eve. Ted dropped down into their apartment, changed into civilian clothes he had stolen from the jailer's closet, and simply walked out the front door. By the time his absence was discovered the next day, Ted had a 16-hour head start. This time, Ted didn't stay in Colorado. He made his way to Chicago, then to Michigan, and finally to Atlanta, Georgia. From Atlanta, he traveled to Tallahassee, Florida, arriving on January 8, 1978. Ted was now using the name Chris Hagen and was supporting himself through credit card fraud and petty theft. He rented a room near the Florida State University campus and began living an almost normal life. He even applied for jobs and seemed to be trying to establish himself in Tallahassee. But the compulsion to kill was still there, perhaps stronger than ever. Ted had been in custody for nearly 2 years, unable to act on his violent urges. Now that he was free, the pent-up desire for violence was overwhelming, and he was no longer being as careful as he once had been. Perhaps the stress of being a fugitive, combined with the deterioration of his psychological state, meant that he could no longer maintain the patient, methodical approach he had used in his earlier crimes. On January 14, 1978, just 6 days after arriving in Tallahassee, Ted Bundy struck. The Chi Omega sorority house was located at 661 West Jefferson Street, just a few blocks from the FSU campus. It was a large, beautiful house that was home to about 40 young women. Around 2:45 a.m. on January 15th, a man was seen entering the Chi Omega house through a back door that had a faulty lock. What happened next represents perhaps the most brutal and frenzied attack in Ted Bundy's known career. Moving quickly through the house, Ted entered the rooms of sleeping women and attacked them with savage violence. He used a log or a club of some kind, striking his victims repeatedly on the head. He sexually assaulted them, bit them, and moved from room to room with horrifying speed. 21-year-old Margaret Bowman was found in her room, beaten to death with such force that her skull was fractured. She had been strangled with a nylon stocking. 20-year-old Lisa Levy was found in her room, also beaten and strangled. Her injuries were so severe that they included a deep bite mark on her buttock and evidence of sexual assault with a foreign object, later identified as a hairspray bottle. 2 other Chi Omega sisters, Karen Chandler and Kathy Kleiner, were attacked in their rooms but survived. Both had been beaten while they slept, suffering severe injuries, including broken bones and lacerations, but both managed to survive the attack. Another sorority member heard unusual noises and went to investigate, possibly interrupting Ted and preventing further deaths. Around 3 a.m., only blocks from the Chi Omega house, Ted broke into the apartment of Cheryl Thomas, another FSU student. He attacked her in her sleep, beating her with a club. Cheryl survived, but suffered permanent injuries, including hearing loss and severe balance problems. She was found later that morning by neighbors who had heard unusual sounds from her apartment. The Chi Omega murders shocked the nation. The brutality, the fact that it happened in a sorority house with so many potential witnesses, the speed and violence of the attack, all of these factors made it clear that the killer was devolving, losing whatever control he once had. Police had few leads, but they knew they were looking for someone extremely dangerous. Ted remained in Tallahassee for a few more weeks, but he was growing increasingly unstable. On February 8, 1978, he attempted to abduct a 14-year-old girl named Leslie Parmenter in Jacksonville, but she escaped when her brother intervened. That same day, Ted kidnapped 12-year-old Kimberly Diane Leach from her junior high school in Lake City, Florida. Kimberly was last seen leaving her homeroom class to retrieve a purse she had forgotten. A PE teacher saw her get into a van driven by an unidentified man. Kimberly's disappearance sparked an intensive search, but she was already dead. Ted had taken her to an abandoned farm building where he sexually assaulted and murdered her. Her body wasn't discovered until April 7, 1978, found in a state of advanced decomposition in a shed near Suwannee River State Park. The murder of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach marked a departure from Ted's usual victim profile. She was much younger than most of his victims, and the crime seemed even more impulsive and poorly planned than the Chi Omega attacks. It was as if Ted was completely unraveling, no longer capable of the careful planning that had allowed him to evade capture for so long. On February 15, 1978, Ted was driving a stolen Volkswagen Beetle through Pensacola when he was pulled over by police officer David Lee for having stolen license plates. When Lee approached the vehicle, Ted tried to flee, and a struggle ensued. Officer Lee eventually subdued Ted and took him into custody. Initially, Ted refused to identify himself, but when his fingerprints were run, his true identity was confirmed. Ted Bundy, escaped murderer and one of the FBI's most wanted fugitives, was finally in custody for good. Part 6. The Trials. Ted Bundy's trial for the Chi Omega murders began on June 25, 1979, in Miami, Florida. The trial had been moved from Tallahassee due to the extensive pre-trial publicity that made it impossible to seat an impartial jury locally. The trial would become a media sensation, the first to be televised nationally in the United States. More than 200 reporters from around the world descended on Miami to cover the proceedings. Ted had been assigned a team of public defenders, but in characteristic fashion, he insisted on being heavily involved in his own defense. He had the legal right to represent himself, and while he had attorneys assisting him, Ted frequently took control during the trial, questioning witnesses and making legal arguments. To observers, this seemed like a terrible strategic decision. Ted was intelligent and had studied law, but he was not an experienced attorney, and his narcissism often blinded him to the reality of his situation. The judge presiding over the trial was Edward Cowart, an experienced jurist who would develop a strangely complex relationship with Ted during the proceedings. Judge Cowart seemed to have a grudging respect for Ted's intelligence, even as he recognized the evil of what Ted had done. This relationship would culminate in one of the most memorable moments in the history of American criminal trials. The prosecution's case was built on several key pieces of evidence. Nita Neary, a Chi Omega resident, testified that she had returned to the sorority house in the early morning hours of January 15, 1978, and had seen a man leaving the house carrying a log or club. She had gotten a clear look at his profile and could describe his clothing and general appearance. When shown photographs of suspects, Nita positively identified Ted Bundy as the man she had seen. Nita Neary's testimony was crucial, but it came at a personal cost. She had to relive the trauma of that night in front of a packed courtroom and television cameras broadcasting to the nation. She described in detail the moment she realized something was terribly wrong, the fear she felt seeing the man leaving the house, and the horror of discovering her sorority sisters brutally attacked. Her voice shook at times, but she maintained her composure, and her identification of Bundy remained firm under aggressive cross-examination by the defense. Connie Hastings, another Chi Omega member, testified that she had seen Ted Bundy in the area of the sorority house on the night of the murders. Her testimony placed Ted at the scene around the time the attacks occurred, corroborating Nita Neary's identification. The defense tried to suggest that Hastings was mistaken, that she had been influenced by media coverage and police suggestions, but her testimony was consistent and detailed enough to be persuasive to the jury. The prosecution team, led by Larry Simpson, had spent months preparing their case. They knew they were facing a defendant who was intelligent, who had studied law, and who would be actively involved in his own defense. Simpson and his team anticipated every possible defense strategy, prepared responses to expected objections, and assembled their evidence in a way that would be clear and compelling to jurors who might not understand complex forensic science. The decision to allow television cameras in the courtroom was controversial. Judge Cowart believed that the public had a right to see justice being done and that the transparency of a televised trial would serve the public interest. But this decision also turned the trial into a media spectacle. Reporters filled the courtroom every day. Cameras captured every moment, every expression on Bundy's face, every dramatic point made by the attorneys. Outside the courthouse, crowds gathered, some drawn by curiosity, others seeking a glimpse of the infamous killer. For the families of Bundy's victims, the trial was an excruciating experience. Margaret Bowman's parents and Lisa Levy's parents were present for much of the trial, forced to sit through graphic testimony about what had happened to their daughters. They had to look at photographs of the crime scene. They had to hear medical examiners describe in clinical detail the injuries their daughters had suffered. The defense's strategy of challenging every piece of evidence meant that the families had to endure this repeatedly, as details were gone over again and again. The parents of other victims, women who had disappeared in Washington, Utah, and Colorado, also followed the trial closely. For many of them, this was the only chance they would ever have to see Ted Bundy face justice. He had never been charged in many of those cases and likely never would be. The statute of limitations hadn't run out, but prosecutors in Florida were focused on the cases they could prove beyond a reasonable doubt. These other families could only watch and hope that justice in Florida would provide some measure of closure for their own losses. The emotional toll on everyone involved in the trial was immense. Jurors who had been carefully selected and sequestered to avoid media contamination had to view graphic photographs and listen to disturbing testimony day after day. Court personnel who typically handled routine criminal cases found themselves working on something that felt historically significant but also deeply troubling. The judge himself, despite his experience, later spoke about the difficulty of maintaining judicial composure while presiding over a case of such depravity. But perhaps the most damning evidence came from forensic odontology, the science of comparing dental impressions. Lisa Levy's body had shown a distinctive bite mark on her buttock. Photographs of the bite mark had been taken during the autopsy, and these photographs were compared with dental impressions taken from Ted Bundy. Dr. Richard Souveron, a forensic odontologist, testified that the bite mark on Lisa Levy's body matched Ted's teeth with a high degree of certainty. This was relatively new science in criminal trials, and the defense objected strenuously to its admission. But Judge Cowart allowed the testimony, and the jury was shown enlarged photographs comparing the bite mark to Ted's dental impressions. The match was visually compelling, even to laypeople who knew nothing about forensic dentistry. The images showed the distinctive irregularities in Ted's teeth lining up with the marks on Lisa Levy's body. Ted's defense was largely ineffective. He tried to suggest that the evidence was circumstantial and that the scientific testimony about the bite mark was unreliable. He attempted to portray himself as a victim of circumstantial evidence and media prejudice. But the evidence against him was overwhelming, and his attempts to defend himself often came across as arrogant and unpersuasive. The prosecution also introduced evidence about Ted's background, his previous conviction in Utah, and his escapes from custody. While some of this evidence might have been excluded in a different trial, Judge Cowart allowed it, ruling that it was relevant to establishing identity and pattern of behavior. Ted chose not to testify in his own defense during the guilt phase of the trial, a decision that surprised many observers. Throughout his arrest and during pre-trial proceedings, Ted had been vocal about his innocence, and many expected him to take the stand to defend himself. But his attorneys advised against it, knowing that Ted's narcissism and tendency to manipulate might not play well with the jury. After 6 weeks of testimony, the case went to the jury on July 23, 1979. The deliberations lasted less than 7 hours. The jury found Ted Bundy guilty on all counts: 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder for the attacks on Karen Chandler, Kathy Kleiner, and Cheryl Thomas, and 2 counts of burglary. The penalty phase of the trial began immediately. Under Florida law, the jury would recommend a sentence, and the judge would make the final determination. The prosecution argued forcefully for the death penalty, emphasizing the brutal nature of the crimes and the danger Ted posed to society. The defense presented mitigating factors, including Ted's troubled childhood and the possibility of mental illness. Ted's mother, Louise Bundy, testified emotionally on behalf of her son, pleading with the jury to spare his life. She described Ted as a loving son and insisted that he couldn't possibly be guilty of these terrible crimes. Her testimony was heartbreaking, but it wasn't enough to overcome the evidence of Ted's guilt and the brutality of his crimes. On July 31, 1979, the jury recommended death. Judge Cowart then delivered the sentence, but not before addressing Ted directly. In a moment that would be replayed countless times over the years, Judge Cowart said, "The court finds that both of these killings were indeed heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and that they were extremely wicked, shockingly evil, vile, and the product of a design to inflict a high degree of pain and utter indifference to human life." Then, in a bizarre turn, Judge Cowart added, "Take care of yourself, young man. I say that to you sincerely. Take care of yourself, please. It is an utter waste of humanity, I think, that you went another way, partner. I don't feel any animosity toward you. I want you to know that. Take care of yourself." This moment captured the strange dynamic that had developed during the trial. Judge Cowart seemed genuinely troubled by the fact that someone as intelligent and potentially successful as Ted had turned to such evil. But the judge's compassion didn't prevent him from formally sentencing Ted to death by electrocution. 6 months later, in January 1980, Ted stood trial again, this time in Orlando for the kidnapping and murder of Kimberly Leach. This trial was less theatrical than the Chi Omega trial, but the evidence was equally compelling. Clarence Anderson, a part-time firefighter, testified that he had seen a man matching Ted's description, leading a young girl into a white van near Kimberly's school on the day she disappeared. Anderson had later been hypnotized to enhance his memory, a controversial technique that would later be ruled inadmissible in Florida courts, but his testimony was allowed in Ted's trial. Fiber evidence also played a crucial role. Fibers found in the van Ted had been driving matched fibers found on Kimberly's clothing. These fibers had a rare manufacturing defect, making the match particularly significant. Additionally, fibers from the clothing Ted was wearing when arrested matched fibers found on Kimberly's body. The testimony about Kimberly's death was particularly difficult for everyone in the courtroom. The medical examiner described the condition of her body when it was found and the injuries she had sustained. Kimberly had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Her body left in a shed where it decomposed for weeks before being discovered. Her family sat through the testimony, their grief and anguish evident to everyone present. Once again, Ted was found guilty. The jury deliberated for less than 8 hours before returning a verdict of guilty on all counts, kidnapping and first-degree murder. The penalty phase was brief, and on February 12, 1980, Ted Bundy received his third death sentence. Part 7. Death Row Confessions. After his convictions, Ted Bundy was sent to Florida State Prison in Rayford, where he would spend the next 9 years on death row. During this time, Ted filed appeal after appeal, challenging his convictions and sentences on various legal grounds. His legal team argued issues ranging from ineffective assistance of counsel to jury selection problems to the admissibility of evidence. Each appeal was carefully crafted, and Ted's cases worked their way through the Florida state courts and the federal court system. For most of these 9 years, Ted continued to maintain his innocence, at least publicly. He gave interviews to journalists and researchers, speaking about himself in the third person and theorizing about what kind of person would commit such crimes. He became something of a celebrity on death row, receiving countless letters from women who claimed to love him and believe in his innocence. In 1980, Ted married Carol Ann Boone, a woman who had known him during his time in Washington and who had testified as a character witness during his trial. The marriage took place during Ted's trial for the Kimberly Leach murder. During his testimony, Ted asked Carol to marry him on the stand, and when she said yes in front of a notary public, Florida law recognized this as a legal marriage. Carol later gave birth to a daughter, conceived during conjugal visits that Ted was somehow able to arrange despite being on death row. But by the late 1980s, Ted's appeals were running out. In mid-1988, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit ruled against him on his remaining claims. In December 1988, the U.S. Supreme Court denied his final petition for review. On January 17, 1989, Florida Governor Bob Martinez signed Ted's death warrant, setting his execution for 7 a.m. on January 24, 1989. With his appeals exhausted and his execution date set, Ted finally decided to talk. He contacted Robert Keppel, the detective who had investigated the Washington murders back in 1974. Keppel had maintained contact with Ted over the years, visiting him occasionally and establishing a rapport. Ted respected Keppel, viewing him as a serious investigator who treated him with a degree of professional courtesy rather than moral judgment. In the days leading up to his execution, Ted also spoke with FBI Special Agent Bill Hagmaier, who had been interviewing him on and off for years. Ted had developed a relationship with Hagmaier, seeing him as someone who was genuinely interested in understanding the psychological aspects of serial murder rather than simply condemning him. Bill Hagmaier was one of the FBI's original Behavioral Analysis Unit agents assigned to what was then a relatively new field of criminal profiling. When Hagmaier first approached Bundy in 1984, the serial killer was skeptical. The FBI had a reputation among criminals, and Bundy initially dismissed Hagmaier as just another investigator trying to extract information from him. But Hagmaier had a different approach. He wasn't there primarily to solve specific cases or get confessions that would lead to prosecutions. Bundy was already on death row for murders he'd been convicted of. Instead, Hagmaier wanted to understand how serial killers thought, how they selected victims, how they avoided detection, and what psychological factors drove them to kill. Over the course of 5 years, from 1984 to 1989, Hagmaier visited Bundy more than 20 times. These visits resulted in over 200 hours of recorded interviews, conversations that would become foundational documents in the field of criminal psychology and profiling. Hagmaier's approach was patient and strategic. He didn't push Bundy to confess. He didn't judge or condemn. Instead, he engaged Bundy in discussions about criminal behavior in general, about psychology, about philosophy, even about mundane topics like family and daily life. This approach worked because it appealed to Bundy's narcissism and his desire to be seen as intelligent and insightful. Bundy liked the idea that he could contribute to the understanding of serial killers. He enjoyed being treated as an expert rather than just a criminal. Hagmaier understood this about Bundy and used it to gradually build trust. The agent made promises he kept, never asking directly if Bundy had killed anyone, never pressing for admissions of guilt in their early conversations. As their relationship developed, something unexpected happened. A genuine connection formed between the FBI agent and the serial killer, though it was a connection built on a foundation of manipulation and necessity. Bundy began to see Hagmaier as perhaps his only real friend, someone who visited him regularly and seemed genuinely interested in his thoughts. For Hagmaier, this relationship was deeply troubling. He was developing rapport with a man whose hands had brutally murdered dozens of women. The cognitive dissonance of this situation weighed heavily on the agent. In their conversations, Bundy revealed details about his psychology that would prove invaluable to criminal profilers. He described how serial killers often go through what he called an amateur phase, where they make mistakes and are impulsive. As they gain experience, they become more organized, more careful, more successful at avoiding detection. This developmental model of serial killer behavior would become an important part of FBI profiling methodology. Bundy also spoke extensively about his methods of victim selection. He described how he would conduct surveillance, watching potential victims to learn their routines and identify vulnerabilities. He talked about the importance of appearing non-threatening, of creating personas that would disarm suspicion. He explained his technique of feigning injury or disability, how this simple prop of an arm sling or crutches could transform him from a potential threat into someone who needed help. In discussions with Hagmaier, Bundy revealed the psychological satisfaction he derived from his crimes. He spoke about murder not just as an act of violence or sexual gratification, but as a form of possession. In one chilling statement that Hagmaier would later recount, Bundy explained, "Murder is not just a crime of lust or violence. It becomes possession. They are part of you, and you are forever one. The grounds where you kill them become sacred to you, and you will always be drawn back to them." This concept of possession helped explain Bundy's pattern of returning to burial sites and engaging in necrophilia with his victims' bodies. For Bundy, the murder wasn't the end of his relationship with his victims. Their bodies became objects he owned, that he could return to and continue to control even after death. This level of psychological insight into the mind of a serial killer was unprecedented, and it would help shape how law enforcement understood and investigated serial murder. Hagmaier also learned about the role of alcohol in Bundy's crimes. Bundy revealed that he often got drunk before attacking victims, using alcohol to lower his inhibitions and disconnect from the moral implications of what he was about to do. This pattern of using substances to facilitate violence was something that would be found in many other serial killers as research continued. As Bundy's execution date approached, the nature of his conversations with Hagmaier changed. With his appeals exhausted and death imminent, Bundy finally became willing to talk specifically about his own crimes, rather than just theorizing about serial killers in general. But even then, he often spoke in the third person, describing the killer, rather than explicitly saying, "I did this." This linguistic distancing was one final attempt to maintain some psychological separation from the full horror of his actions. In these final interviews, Ted began to confess, but his confessions came in fits and starts, often delivered in the third person, as though he were describing someone else's actions. Even facing imminent death, Ted couldn't completely let go of his need to maintain some level of control and distance from his crimes. To Keppel, Ted confessed to all 8 of the Washington and Oregon murders for which he had been the prime suspect. He described abducting Linda Ann Healy from her apartment, detailing how he had entered through a window, knocked her unconscious, dressed her in street clothes, and carried her to his car. He admitted to the Lake Sammamish abductions, explaining how he had lured Janice Ott and Denise Nasland to his car by asking for help with a sailboat that didn't actually exist. Ted described 3 additional murders in Washington that investigators hadn't previously connected to him. He also admitted to 2 murders in Oregon, but declined to identify the victims, suggesting he might not have even known their names. Throughout these confessions, Ted showed almost no emotion. He described these murders in a flat, clinical tone, as though discussing case studies rather than real people he had tortured and killed. Ted also provided details about what he did with some of his victims after death. He admitted to returning to the burial sites and engaging in necrophilia with the bodies until decomposition made it impossible. He described this as a form of possession, saying that keeping the victims' bodies or parts of their bodies allowed him to maintain control over them even after death. To Agent Hagmaier, Ted opened up about his violent sexual fantasies and how they had developed over time. He spoke about his early consumption of pornography, particularly violent pornography, and how this had fed fantasies that eventually needed to be acted out in reality. He described the planning that went into his crimes, explaining how he would conduct surveillance on potential victims, learning their routines and identifying vulnerabilities. Ted also discussed his psychological state during his crimes. He described experiencing a kind of dissociation during the actual murders, as if he were watching himself from outside his body. This description matched what psychologists understand about serial killers often experiencing a detached, almost dreamlike state during their violent acts, which allows them to compartmentalize the horror of what they're doing. Interestingly, Ted also spoke about his failed attempts to stop killing. He claimed that there were periods when he tried to resist his urges, when he attempted to live a normal life and suppress the violent fantasies. But these periods never lasted long. The compulsion would build until it became overwhelming, and he would eventually give in to it. This pattern of attempted restraint, followed by explosive violence, is common among serial killers. Ted confessed to a total of 30 murders, though he hinted that the actual number might be higher. When asked about specific cases, particularly older unsolved murders, Ted would sometimes become evasive, neither confirming nor denying his involvement. This suggested that there might indeed be additional victims that Ted never formally acknowledged. One of the most disturbing aspects of Ted's confessions was his discussion of victim selection. He admitted that he specifically targeted young women with long dark hair parted in the middle because they resembled Stephanie Brooks, his college girlfriend who had rejected him. This confirmed what many investigators and psychologists had long suspected, that Ted's crimes were motivated in part by rage against women, particularly women who reminded him of someone who had hurt his ego. But Ted also emphasized that his crimes weren't purely about revenge against Stephanie or women in general. He described a more complex set of motivations, including a desire for power and control, sexual gratification, and what he called the hunt, the excitement and satisfaction he derived from stalking, capturing, and dominating another human being. He admitted that the actual killing sometimes felt anticlimactic. It was the process leading up to it that provided the greatest satisfaction. Ted's confessions weren't entirely altruistic. Some investigators believed he was using them as a bargaining chip, trying to trade information for stays of execution. He would hint at knowledge of unsolved cases, suggesting he could help solve them if given more time. This led to a strategy some called bones for time, where Ted would offer to lead investigators to burial sites or provide details about unknown victims in exchange for delays in his execution date. But ultimately, Ted ran out of time and information to trade. His execution date arrived, and despite his last-minute confessions and offers to help solve more cases, Florida officials proceeded with the execution. Ted had killed too many people, caused too much pain, and destroyed too many lives to be granted any more delays. Part 8. Psychological Analysis. Understanding Ted Bundy requires looking at the confluence of multiple psychological factors that created one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. While it's impossible to pinpoint a single cause for his violent behavior, researchers and clinicians who studied Bundy have identified several key elements of his psychological profile. In 2007, a group of 73 psychologists at the University of Kentucky conducted a comprehensive study of Ted Bundy's mental health using available records, interviews, and case materials. The results of this study provide valuable insights into Bundy's personality structure. Almost all of the psychologists agreed that Bundy met the criteria for antisocial personality disorder, with nearly 80% describing him as a prototypical case of the disorder. Antisocial personality disorder is characterized by a pervasive pattern of disregard for the rights of others, lack of empathy, manipulative behavior, and a failure to conform to social norms. Individuals with this disorder often display superficial charm, are highly intelligent, and can appear perfectly normal in casual interactions. They lack genuine emotional connections to other people and view others primarily as objects to be used for their own gratification. Ted Bundy exemplified all of these characteristics, but the diagnosis goes deeper than just antisocial personality disorder. Approximately 95% of the psychologists in the study also believed that Bundy met criteria for narcissistic personality disorder. This disorder is marked by an inflated sense of self-importance, a need for excessive admiration, a sense of entitlement, and a lack of empathy for others. Narcissistic individuals often have a grandiose view of their own abilities and accomplishments, combined with an underlying fragility of self-esteem that makes them hypersensitive to criticism or perceived slights. In Ted's case, this narcissism manifested in multiple ways. He believed he was smarter than everyone around him, including law enforcement and even the attorneys trying to help him. He insisted on representing himself in court, convinced that he could outmaneuver the prosecutors despite having no actual trial experience. His narcissism also made him hypersensitive to rejection, as evidenced by his reaction to Stephanie Brooks's breakup and his apparent need to punish her by later dumping her when she became vulnerable to him again. Dr. Thomas Whittaker, a psychology professor at the University of Kentucky who has studied Bundy extensively, characterized his personality using the 5-factor model of personality. According to Whittaker's analysis, Bundy scored extremely high on antagonism, which encompasses traits like being deceptive, manipulative, callous, exploitative, and arrogant. He also showed high levels of disinhibition, marked by irresponsible and impulsive behavior, despite his ability to plan carefully when it served his purposes. Whittaker concluded that Bundy could be described as a successful psychopath, someone who possessed the core traits of psychopathy: antagonism, lack of empathy, manipulativeness, but who also had enough conscientiousness and intelligence to function effectively in society for extended periods. This allowed Bundy to maintain his facade of normalcy while secretly engaging in horrific crimes. The concept of psychopathy is crucial to understanding Ted Bundy. Psychologist Hervey Cleckley, who essentially defined the modern concept of psychopathy, created a checklist of traits that characterize the disorder. These include superficial charm, above-average intelligence, absence of anxiety or nervousness, insincerity, lack of remorse or shame, poor judgment, inability to learn from experience, pathological egocentricity, and lack of genuine emotional connections. Ted Bundy exhibited every single one of these traits. One of the most chilling aspects of Bundy's psychology was his own self-awareness. He once described himself as the most cold-hearted son of a bitch you'll ever meet, a statement that his defense attorney, Polly Nelson, said was accurate. Ann Rule, his friend-turned-biographer, described him as a sadistic sociopath who took pleasure from another human's pain and the control he had over his victims to the point of death and even after. Some experts have also suggested that Bundy may have had elements of borderline personality disorder, characterized by unstable relationships, mood swings, and intense but shallow emotions. However, this diagnosis was less universally agreed upon among the psychologists who studied his case. The extreme mood swings and emotional volatility that characterize borderline personality disorder didn't align perfectly with Bundy's generally controlled demeanor. though he did show instability in his personal relationships. Dr. Dorothy Lewis, a psychiatrist who specialized in evaluating violent offenders, argued that Bundy suffered from bipolar disorder. She pointed to periods of depression and potential manic episodes as evidence. However, this diagnosis was controversial and not widely accepted by other experts who studied Bundy. Lewis's attempt to use this diagnosis to argue against Bundy's execution was unsuccessful. The question of nature versus nurture in Bundy's case remains unresolved. His childhood was undeniably troubled. The deception about his parentage, exposure to violence, and mental illness in his grandfather's home, the confusion and shame surrounding his origins. But plenty of people experience difficult childhoods without becoming serial killers. Conversely, research suggests that psychopathy has significant genetic and neurobiological components. It's likely that Bundy's development involved both genetic predisposition and environmental factors. Bundy's own explanations for his behavior changed over time and depending on his audience. In his final interview, given to religious counselor James Dobson just before his execution, Bundy blamed pornography for his crimes. He claimed that violent pornography had fueled his fantasies and eventually drove him to act them out. However, most experts view this explanation with skepticism. Bundy may have been trying to provide a simple, socially acceptable explanation for his behavior, or he may have been manipulating his interviewer to get sympathy. While pornography consumption may have been a factor in the development of his violent fantasies, it certainly wasn't the sole cause of his crimes. The role of rejection and humiliation in Bundy's psychology also bears examination. His breakup with Stephanie Brooks seems to have been a significant psychological trigger. The fact that his known victims resembled Stephanie suggests that his crimes were motivated in part by rage toward women who reminded him of her. But again, this can't be the complete explanation. Many people experience painful breakups without becoming murderers. Bundy's reaction to rejection was filtered through his psychopathic personality structure, his narcissism, and his pre-existing violent fantasies. One particularly interesting aspect of Bundy's psychology was his ability to compartmentalize. He could be charming and helpful at the crisis hotline, then go out and stalk potential victims the same evening. He could maintain a relationship with Elizabeth Clover while simultaneously planning and committing murders. This ability to separate different aspects of his life to maintain multiple contradictory personas is characteristic of psychopathy, but was particularly pronounced in Bundy's case. Neuroscience research on psychopathy has shown that individuals with this disorder have differences in brain structure and function, particularly in areas involved in emotion processing and impulse control. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex and amygdala, brain regions crucial for empathy and emotional response, show reduced activity in psychopathic individuals. While Bundy's brain was examined after his execution, no gross abnormalities were found. However, the technology available at the time wasn't sophisticated enough to detect the kinds of subtle differences in brain structure and chemistry that modern neuroimaging might reveal. What makes Bundy's case particularly significant from a psychological perspective is how completely he violated expectations. He didn't fit the stereotype of a serial killer. He was educated, charming, and attractive. He had relationships, held jobs, and functioned in society. This has led to important advances in understanding that serial killers can come from any background and don't necessarily exhibit obvious signs of their pathology. Bundy's psychology also illustrates the concept of the mask of sanity that Cleckley identified. Psychopaths can appear completely normal, even exemplary, on the surface, while hiding profound emotional and moral deficits underneath. They learn to mimic normal emotions and social behaviors, creating a convincing facade that allows them to move through society without detection. Ted Bundy was a master of this performance, maintaining his mask even under the most intense scrutiny, only letting it slip in rare, unguarded moments. Part 9. The Execution. By January 1989, Ted Bundy had exhausted all of his legal appeals. The U.S. Supreme Court had denied his final petition for review, and Florida Governor Bob Martinez had signed the death warrant. Ted's execution was scheduled for 7 a.m. on January 24, 1989. In his final days, the reality of his impending death seemed to finally penetrate the denial and narcissism that had characterized his behavior for years. Ted spent his last week giving interviews and making confessions, still trying to control the narrative even as his life was coming to an end. He spoke with investigators from multiple states, finally admitting to murders he had denied for over a decade. But even in these confessions, Ted maintained a certain level of control, speaking often in the third person and withholding details that might have brought closure to additional families. The night before his execution, Ted called his mother twice. Louise Bundy had stood by her son throughout the years, insisting on his innocence even as the evidence against him mounted. In their final conversations, what they discussed remains private, but Louise would later say that she told Ted she loved him and that she would always believe in him. The pain in her voice when she spoke to reporters after Ted's death was evident. She had lost her son twice, once to his crimes and once to the electric chair. Ted declined a special last meal, a tradition often offered to condemned prisoners. Instead, he was given the standard prison fare: steak, eggs, hash browns, and toast. He reportedly didn't eat it, perhaps too nervous, or perhaps finally confronting the reality of what was about to happen. He spent the evening with Reverend Fred Lawrence, a Methodist minister who had been counseling him. They prayed together, though what Ted actually believed at that point is impossible to know. Throughout his life, Ted had used religion instrumentally, claiming faith when it served his purposes, but showing little evidence of genuine spirituality. Outside Florida State Prison in Rayford, a crowd had begun gathering the night before the execution. By the early morning hours, approximately 2,000 people had assembled across from the prison gates. They wore T-shirts with slogans like "Burn Bundy" and "Toast Ted." They carried signs celebrating the execution. Some brought coolers of beer, turning the event into a tailgate party. A woman sold coffee and donuts to the crowd. Someone distributed electric chair lapel pins. When news came that the execution had been carried out, the crowd erupted in cheers. They chanted "Burn, Bundy, burn," and set off fireworks. It was a scene that made some observers uncomfortable, a public celebration of death that seemed to reduce a solemn legal proceeding to a festival of vengeance. But others argued that given the magnitude of Bundy's crimes and the suffering he had caused, the public's reaction was understandable. Inside the prison, the atmosphere was very different. 42 official witnesses had been selected to attend the execution, including law enforcement officials, prosecutors, reporters, and representatives from victims' families. The witnesses were led into the execution chamber, a small room containing Old Sparky, Florida's electric chair. The chair was made of oak, bolted to the floor with leather straps to secure the condemned person's arms, legs, and torso. At 7 a.m., guards escorted Ted Bundy into the execution chamber. He was wearing blue slacks and a light blue shirt. Witnesses reported that when Ted first saw the electric chair, he appeared startled, momentarily losing the composure he had maintained. His face registered recognition and perhaps fear. Ted was led to the chair and secured with leather straps across his chest, arms, and legs. A metal cap containing a sponge soaked in saline solution was placed on his head to ensure good electrical contact. Electrodes were attached to his leg. The superintendent of the prison, Tom Barton, asked Ted if he had any last words. Ted's voice quavered slightly as he said, "Jim, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." He was speaking to Jim Coleman, one of his attorneys, and to Reverend Lawrence. Then a thick strap was pulled across his mouth and chin. A heavy black veil attached to the skull cap was lowered over his face, hiding his features from the witnesses. Superintendent Barton gave the signal. At 7:06 a.m., an anonymous executioner activated the electric chair. 2,000 volts of electricity surged through Ted Bundy's body. His body tensed, his hands clenched, and a small wisp of smoke rose from his right leg where the electrode was attached. The current was applied for 1 minute, then turned off. A paramedic opened Ted's shirt and checked for a heartbeat. Another examined his eyes with a light. At 7:16 a.m., Ted Bundy was pronounced dead. One of the witnesses, Tallahassee police officer Gulfport Sewell, later commented, "Regardless of what Bundy did, he was still a human being." But even Sewell admitted feeling relief that Bundy was dead, a sentiment that seemed universal among those who knew about his crimes. After the execution, Ted's body underwent an autopsy. Medical examiners paid particular attention to his brain, searching for abnormalities that might explain his behavior. No significant injuries or abnormalities were found, contradicting theories that Bundy's crimes might have been caused by brain damage or physical defects. The autopsy essentially confirmed what psychologists had long known. Bundy's pathology was psychological, not neurological. Bundy's body was cremated, and according to his wishes, his ashes were scattered in the Cascade Mountains of Washington state, the very area where he had committed some of his earliest murders. This final request struck some as grotesquely inappropriate, as serial killer's remains mingling with the landscapes where his victims had suffered and died. News of Ted Bundy's execution made headlines around the world. For many, it represented the end of a horrific chapter in American crime history. The families of Bundy's victims expressed relief and a sense that justice had finally been served, though for many of them, the pain of their loss remained as acute as ever. Eleanor Cowell's daughter, whose remains were found near Issaquah, said simply, "Good. The only thing I can say is thank God it's finally over." In the weeks and months following the execution, there was extensive public discussion about the case. Some argued that Bundy should have been kept alive so that researchers could study him and potentially learn more about the psychology of serial killers. Others countered that Bundy had proven himself manipulative and uncooperative throughout his incarceration, and there was no reason to believe he would have provided meaningful assistance to researchers. The debate over capital punishment was also reignited by Bundy's execution. Opponents of the death penalty argued that even someone as clearly guilty and evil as Bundy should not have been executed, that society should not lower itself to the level of a killer. Supporters of capital punishment argued that Bundy was precisely the kind of criminal for whom the death penalty was designed, someone who had committed multiple heinous murders and who posed an ongoing danger to society. Florida Governor Bob Martinez, who had signed Bundy's death warrant, defended the decision, saying, "The people of Florida today administered justice. If there's ever been anyone on Florida's death row that deserved the electric chair, Ted Bundy was that individual." This sentiment was widely shared among the public and law enforcement officials who had pursued Bundy for years. Part 10. Legacy and Conclusion. Ted Bundy's impact on American society and the field of criminal justice extends far beyond his individual crimes. His case fundamentally changed how law enforcement approaches serial murder investigations, how the public understands such criminals, and how the media covers these cases. Before Bundy, serial killers were often thought of in stereotypical terms: loners, social outcasts, people who were obviously disturbed or different. Bundy shattered these preconceptions. He proved that serial killers could be charming, educated, and superficially normal. This realization led to significant changes in how police profile potential suspects and in how the public thinks about personal safety. The investigation into Bundy's crimes highlighted serious problems with information sharing between law enforcement jurisdictions. Cases in Washington, Utah, Colorado, and Florida were all being investigated by different agencies with minimal communication between them. This allowed Bundy to operate across state lines for years before investigators realized they were all pursuing the same perpetrator. In response to these failures, Robert Keppel, one of the primary detectives on the Bundy case, developed the Homicide Investigation Tracking System, or HITS. This database system allows law enforcement agencies to input and analyze information about violent crimes, making it easier to identify patterns and connect cases across jurisdictions. HITS represented a significant advancement in serial crime investigation and became a model for similar systems across the country. Bundy's trials, particularly the Chi Omega case, were also groundbreaking in their use of forensic evidence. The bite mark testimony was controversial but ultimately accepted by the jury, helping to establish forensic odontology as a legitimate forensic science. The case also involved fiber analysis and other forensic techniques that were relatively new at the time. These technical advancements influenced how evidence is collected and analyzed in criminal cases. The media coverage of the Bundy case was unprecedented. His trial was the first to be broadcast nationally on television, setting a precedent for the media circuses that would surround high-profile criminal cases in subsequent decades. The public's fascination with Bundy, driven by his good looks and intelligence, also established a template for how certain criminals become celebrities. This phenomenon continues today with documentaries, movies, and books about serial killers generating significant public interest and commercial success. For victims' families, Bundy's legacy is one of enduring pain. Many of his victims' bodies were never recovered, leaving families without closure. Others had to endure years of trials, appeals, and media coverage that repeatedly forced them to relive their losses. Some family members have spoken out about the troubling glorification of Bundy in popular culture, arguing that the focus on the killer rather than his victims is disrespectful and potentially harmful. The case has also had a lasting impact on how women think about personal safety. Bundy's ability to disarm victims by appearing harmless or asking for help has made many people more cautious about helping strangers. The techniques he used, feigning injury, impersonating authority figures have been widely publicized as warning signs. Self-defense instructors often use Bundy's case as an example of how predators operate. From a psychological perspective, Bundy's case continues to be studied extensively. He represents a particularly extreme example of psychopathy combined with intelligence and superficial social skills. Researchers continue to analyze interview transcripts, court records, and other materials related to Bundy in attempts to better understand the psychology of serial killers. His case has contributed to refinements in the diagnostic criteria for personality disorders and has influenced how forensic psychologists evaluate dangerous individuals. And the question of whether Ted Bundy could have been stopped earlier remains a source of frustration and debate. There were multiple opportunities when warning signs were visible: his early childhood behaviors, his voyeurism and theft as a teenager, his awkward social development. But none of these, taken individually, were sufficient to identify him as someone who would become a serial killer. This reflects the difficulty in predicting violent behavior many people exhibit concerning behaviors without becoming violent criminals. Some have argued that if Elizabeth Clover had reported her suspicions earlier, or if Anne Rule had come forward with her concerns, lives might have been saved. But this criticism seems unfair. Both women did eventually contact police, and when they did, their tips were added to lists containing thousands of other names. The system for processing and prioritizing these tips was inadequate, and even credible information often got lost in the volume of data. Others have suggested that the criminal justice system failed by allowing Bundy to escape twice. The security lapses that permitted these escapes were certainly problematic, and they did result in additional deaths, but they also reflected a more general underestimation of Bundy's danger and manipulativeness. He presented himself as a rational, educated person who might be guilty of some crimes, but was fundamentally reasonable. This image allowed him to be housed in facilities with inadequate security for someone of his true nature. The exact number of Bundy's victims will never be known. He confessed to 30 murders, but investigators believe the actual number could be much higher. Some estimates suggest he may have killed more than 100 people, though this number is speculative. Criminologist Matt DeLisi has argued, based on the pacing and confidence of Bundy's known crimes, that he almost certainly killed for years before his first confirmed murder in 1974, possibly starting as early as his teenage years. Unsolved disappearances and murders in areas where Bundy lived or traveled continue to be examined for possible connections to him. The case of 8-year-old Anne-Marie Burr, who disappeared in 1961 from Tacoma when Bundy was 14, remains open. While Bundy denied involvement even before his execution, the proximity and timing keep suspicions alive. Other cases, particularly missing women from the Pacific Northwest in the late 1960s and early 1970s, also raise questions about whether Bundy was responsible. What lessons can be drawn from Ted Bundy's life and crimes? Perhaps the most important is the danger of judging people solely by their surface appearances. Bundy looked and acted like someone trustworthy, and this allowed him to evade suspicion for years. His case reminds us that evil can wear a charming mask, that intelligence and education don't preclude violence, and that we must be cautious about who we trust. The case also illustrates the importance of effective communication and coordination in law enforcement. Bundy was able to operate across multiple jurisdictions precisely because agencies weren't sharing information effectively. Modern databases and communication systems have improved this situation, but vigilance is still required to ensure that patterns aren't missed. From a psychological perspective, Bundy's case reinforces the understanding that psychopathy is a serious and dangerous personality disorder. Individuals with severe antisocial and narcissistic traits, especially when combined with violent fantasies and lack of empathy, pose significant risks. Early identification and intervention with troubled individuals, while ethically and practically complex, may be important for preventing future tragedies. It's also important to remember the victims. Behind the headlines and the psychological analyses were real people with families who loved them. Linda Ann Healy, Donna Gail Manson, Susan Rancourt, Roberta Parks, Brenda Ball, Jorgen Hawkins, Janice Ott, Denise Nasland, Melissa Smith, Laura Aim, Carol DeRonch, who survived, Deborah Kent, Karen Campbell, Julie Cunningham, Denise Oliverson, Nancy Baird, Melanie Cooley, Margaret Bowman, Lisa Levy, Kimberly Leach, and so many others, named and unnamed. Each had dreams and potential that were stolen from them. Each left behind family members who have had to live with loss and trauma. In the years since Ted Bundy's execution, his name has become part of popular culture. Movies, documentaries, books, and television shows have examined his life and crimes. Some of this attention has been criticized as glorifying or sensationalizing a killer. There's a valid concern that too much focus on Bundy himself, rather than his victims, is inappropriate and potentially harmful. Yet there's also value in studying cases like Bundy's, not to glorify the killer, but to understand how such individuals operate, how they can be identified and stopped, and how society can better protect potential victims. The key is maintaining a balance, learning from these cases while never forgetting the human cost, the lives lost, and the families forever changed by one man's evil choices. Ted Bundy's execution on January 24, 1989, ended his life, but his impact continues. The systems he exposed as inadequate have been improved. The investigative techniques his case advanced continue to evolve. The psychological understanding he contributed to, however unwillingly, has helped researchers better understand personality disorders and violent behavior. But perhaps the most lasting legacy should be a simple awareness. Evil can look like anyone. It can be charming, intelligent, and superficially normal. It can sit next to you in class, work alongside you at a crisis hotline, or date your friend. The only defense is vigilance, healthy skepticism, and systems of justice that work cooperatively to identify and stop predators before they can claim more victims. As we conclude this examination of Ted Bundy's life and crimes, take a moment to reflect on the fragility of human life and the importance of protecting one another. If this story has taught us anything, it's that we must be careful, we must be aware, and we must never assume that evil announces itself with an obvious face. Sometimes it wears a smile. Closing. Thank you for joining me tonight for this deep examination into one of the darkest chapters of American criminal history. I hope this has been informative and thought-provoking, even as it has necessarily been disturbing. These are difficult stories to tell, but they are important stories to understand. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more true crime content, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. I cover a wide range of cases, from historical mysteries to modern investigations, always with respect for the victims and a focus on understanding rather than sensationalism. Sleep well, everyone, And remember, stay safe out there. King Von, When the Streets Became the Stage, a documented chronicle. The rain fell steady on that November morning in 2020, streaking down the windows of Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. Inside, doctors worked frantically to save a 26-year-old man who had been rushed through their doors with multiple gunshot wounds. His name was Davon Daquan Bennett, though the world knew him better as King Von, one of Chicago drill music's brightest rising stars. Despite their best efforts at 4:48 in the morning, Von was pronounced dead. The music industry mourned the loss of a talented storyteller. His fans grieved for an artist who seemed on the verge of superstardom. But for many families in Chicago, Von's death marked something entirely different. For them, it closed a chapter on years of terror, violence, and loss at the hands of someone they believed was responsible for multiple murders and who had weaponized fame to continue violence. This is not a story about redemption or wasted potential. This is not a tale of a troubled youth who made mistakes and found his way. This is a documented account of violence, system failures, and an entertainment industry that some argue profited from real bloodshed. The evidence for what you're about to hear comes from police reports, FBI documents, court testimony, federal indictments, and Bennett's own words captured on social media and in his music. Before we continue, it's critical to establish what can be proven versus what remains alleged or speculative. Bennett was acquitted of one murder charge in 2017. He was never charged in most of the other deaths discussed in this video. Many connections between Bennett and unsolved murders come from circumstantial evidence, social media posts, song lyrics, and analysis by online researchers rather than criminal charges or convictions. Where someone is never charged or is acquitted, the legal presumption of innocence applies. However, federal prosecutors stated after his death that had he lived, they planned to charge him in connection with the murder of F.B.G. Duck, and 6 men were convicted for carrying out that killing. What emerges is a portrait of a man who was charged in 2 murder cases, acquitted in one, and killed before facing charges in another, who turned his street experiences, whether lived or imagined, into chart-topping music, and who federal authorities believe ordered a killing that would destroy families and send 6 men to prison for life. Part 1. The Foundation of Violence: Understanding Chicago's South Side. To understand Davon Bennett's story, you first have to understand where he came from. Chicago's South Side has been shaped by decades of policies and practices that concentrated poverty, segregated communities, and created the conditions for cycles of violence that continue to this day. The Parkway Gardens apartment complex, located at 6400 block of South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, wasn't always known as O Block. When it was built in the 1950s, Parkway Gardens represented hope. Designed by architect Henry K. Holzman, the complex featured 35 buildings, 11 8-story high-rises and 24 row houses spanning 13 acres. The buildings had modern heating, appliances, and elevators, luxuries many African-American families couldn't access elsewhere in Chicago due to discriminatory housing practices. Parkway Gardens was significant for another reason. It became the first cooperatively owned black housing development in the United States. Middle-class African-American professionals managed the complex, and prominent figures like Mary McLeod Bethune spoke at its cornerstone-laying ceremony. Governor Adlai Stevenson II, Chicago Mayor Martin H. Kennelly, and both of Illinois's U.S. Senators attended. The complex was meant to provide quality, affordable housing during an era when redlining and racial covenants severely limited where black families could live. Among its early residents was a young girl named Michelle Robinson, who would later become Michelle Obama, First Lady of the United States. But the dream didn't last. In 1972, Parkway Gardens Cooperative defaulted on a $13.8 million hard-insured loan. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development took control, and almost immediately, maintenance and investment declined. The buildings began to deteriorate. By the 1980s, the complex had fallen into such disrepair that when HUD foreclosed in 1986, the entire property, 35 buildings, was appraised at only $4.4 million. On March 11, 1987, it sold for $1 to the National Development Council. As the buildings decayed, gangs moved in. The 1970s and 80s saw Greater Grand Crossing, the community surrounding Parkway Gardens, become one of Chicago's most dangerous neighborhoods. The gangster disciples and black disciples fought for territory. The crack epidemic devastated families. Mass incarceration removed fathers and brothers from homes. Schools struggled. Jobs disappeared. The ladder to prosperity that Parkway Gardens was meant to provide had broken. Then, in 2006, something happened that would change Parkway Gardens forever. The Chicago Housing Authority demolished the Randolph Tower, known as the Calumet Building, at 6217 South Calumet Avenue. This 16-story red brick project had been the headquarters for the Black Disciples Gang. According to a 2004 Chicago Tribune article, drug dealers in the Randolph Tower were generating as much as $300,000 per day in drug profits. When the building came down, the Black Disciples needed a new base. They chose Parkway Gardens, which had traditionally been Gangster Disciples' territory. The result was catastrophic. Between June 2011 and June 2014, Parkway Gardens and the surrounding block experienced the highest number of shootings of any location in Chicago. The Chicago Sun-Times would later describe it as the most dangerous block in Chicago. In just 3 years, 19 people were shot and killed in and around the complex. Most were teenagers and young adults, some barely out of high school. The victims included innocent bystanders, gang members, and anyone unfortunate enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The violence was personal and localized. These weren't organized crime families or drug cartels. These were kids from neighboring blocks, killing each other over perceived disrespect. Social media posts, lyrics in songs. The territorial lines were drawn street by street. Parkway Gardens, renamed O Block after the murder of Black Disciples member O.D. Perry in 2011, was controlled by the Black Disciples. Just blocks away, at 63rd Street and St. Lawrence and Eberhart Avenues, an area that would be renamed Tuckerville after the murder of 15-year-old gangster disciple Shondale Tucker Gregory, the rival faction held territory. These kids could see each other's homes from their front porches, and they were killing each other with an almost casual frequency that spoke to how normalized violence had become. Community members described hearing gunshots every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Mothers stopped letting their children play outside. Young men couldn't cross certain streets without risking their lives. And into this environment, on August 9, 1994, Davon Daquan Bennett was born. Part 2. A childhood shaped by violence. Davon's father was Walter E. Bennett, known in the streets as Silk. According to family members, and later interviews, Silk was himself a documented member of the Black Disciples with a fearsome reputation in the neighborhood around Altgeld Park. But Silk's life as a gang member meant constant incarceration. He was in and out of jail throughout Davon's early childhood, leaving the boy's mother, Tasha, to raise him mostly alone. Davon had 6 half-siblings from his father and 3 from his mother, growing up in a crowded home where resources were scarce and the streets were always calling. In interviews years later, Von would speak about his father with a mix of reverence and pain. Silk was remembered as a legend on the block, someone who commanded respect despite the lifestyle that kept him locked up. On July 24, 2005, when Davon was 10 years old, his father was shot and killed outside a skating rink. According to Von's uncle, in a later interview, Silk was targeted by a sniper, shot from a distance in what appeared to be a planned assassination. The loss devastated young Davon. Years later, he would tweet and rap about how he couldn't sleep after his father's death. On Twitter, he regularly posted tributes to his father on his birthdays, memorializing the man who had shaped his early understanding of what it meant to be respected in the streets. Von later told interviewer 16 shot visuals that he got involved in gang activity in 4th grade around 2006, when he was approximately 11 or 12 years old. His father had been Black Disciples. His neighborhood was Black Disciples territory. For Von, joining wasn't really a choice. It was inheritance, environment, and the path of least resistance all rolled into one. By the time Von entered Hyde Park Academy High School, he was fully immersed in gang life. Multiple former classmates would later state in interviews that Von regularly brought firearms to school starting around age 13. One associate, Chop Squad, who attended school with both Von and fellow Chicago rapper G Herbo, claimed that Von would show off guns in class. G Herbo himself would later rap about this in a collaboration with Von called FaceTime, saying that Von showed him a revolver during freshman orientation, an experience that led G Herbo to begin bringing guns to school himself. Von's adolescence was marked by constant conflict. He and his friends from O Block, kids with names like T-Roy, Duke, BJ, Big A, would start with fistfights at school, scuffles with rival gang members on the bus or in the cafeteria. But those schoolyard fights quickly escalated. Guns replaced fists. What started as teenage posturing turned deadly serious. Hyde Park Academy became a place where Von and his rivals from blocks like STL/EBT and Jarrow City saw each other every day, building grudges that would last years and cost lives. On one occasion, according to stories that circulated years later, Von did a shooting on prom night while wearing his suit. He had even tweeted earlier that day, warning people not to try him while he was dressed up. True to his word, when someone tested him, Von allegedly responded with gunfire. This recklessness and willingness to use violence at any moment would become his calling card. Von's first arrest came in August 2010, when he was 16 years old. According to court records, he committed armed robbery at 64th and King Drive at 12:45 p.m., pulling a gun on a victim and stealing their vehicle. He was arrested 5 minutes later. The charges were serious: armed robbery with a firearm, and Von faced 21 to 45 years in prison under a plea deal. As a juvenile, he was instead sentenced to boot camp, an intense military-style program designed to shock young offenders straight. He was released early but would be back behind bars within months. Von's second documented arrest came in November 12 for unlawful possession of a firearm. He would be booked into Cook County Jail and spend time incarcerated between December 10 and March 12, about 15 months total. During this time, his best friend T. Roy tweeted calling for his release. The two were inseparable, partners in everything, according to those who knew them. But it was during his next period of freedom, from March 12th to November 12th, that something changed in Davon Bennett. Multiple associates and Von himself would later describe this period as when he transformed from a street kid into something darker. The deaths of friends, people like O.D. Perry, Patoon, and later White White, would turn him, in his own words, into a demon. Part 3. The Streets Run Red, Allegations of Early Murders. A critical note on evidence and speculation. What follows in this section are allegations that have never been proven in court. Bennett was never charged with most of the murders discussed here, and these cases remain officially unsolved. The connections between Bennett and these deaths come primarily from circumstantial evidence, the timing of social media posts, analysis by online researchers and gang historians, and song lyrics that Bennett himself later claimed were fictional. While this circumstantial evidence has been compiled by researchers and discussed in some police documents, it's important to understand that correlation does not equal causation, and tweet timing is not proof of involvement. We present this information because it's part of the public narrative around Bennett's life, but we clearly label it as unproven allegation rather than established fact. To understand the allegations against Von during this period, we need to examine what was happening in Chicago more broadly. The early 2010s saw the rise of Chicago drill music, a subgenre of hip-hop characterized by dark, aggressive beats and lyrics that described real gang violence in unflinching detail. Artists like Chief Keef, Lil Durk, and others from O Block were getting national attention for music that wasn't just entertainment. It was essentially real-time reporting of the gang war happening in their neighborhoods. Social media, particularly Twitter, played a huge role in escalating tensions. Gang members would taunt each other online, disrespect dead rivals, post their locations, and issue threats. These online beefs would quickly turn into real-world violence. Someone would tweet their location. Minutes later, shots would ring out. Then more tweets, mocking the dead, celebrating the kill, warning others they were next. Into this environment, Von became extraordinarily active on Twitter. Starting in June 12, his tweets from this period, many of which were captured before being deleted, paint a disturbing picture. Von would openly claim to be drilling, Chicago slang for shooting people, in the name of O.D. Perry. He tweeted about wanting to kill police officers. He warned people not to diss him and T. Roy. He claimed to shoot people like it's nothing. He said he'd been drilling since he was young. The timing of some of these tweets would become crucial later, when researchers and eventually police began trying to connect Von to specific unsolved murders. While Von was never charged in these early cases, online researchers, gang historians, and eventually police documents would connect him to several killings between 2012 and 2014. These connections came from multiple sources: the timing of Von's tweets, witness statements that didn't result in charges, and Von's own later references in songs after he became a rapper. One oft-cited example involves a man known as P5 or Crack, whose real name was Edric Johnson. On October 30th, 2012, which happened to be T. Roy's birthday, Von allegedly tweeted that he was drilling like OD and told people to check the stats. According to Chicago police reports, less than 30 minutes later, at around 9:13 a.m., P5 was shot multiple times in the 6200 block of South Eberhart Avenue. He was rushed to the hospital but pronounced dead at 9:54 a.m. Von's Twitter activity around this time was notable. Just 3 minutes before the recorded time of the shooting, Von tweeted, "Laughing my ass off." At 9:13, the exact time police recorded the shooting, Von tweeted about his gun making someone do 40 flips. Then, just after noon, he tweeted, "The early bird catches the worm." In the days that followed, Von's tweets became even more brazen. He tweeted wondering if he was messed up in the head and indicating he thought he'd gone crazy. 2 days later, he tweeted, "Damn, Modell got killed in October and crack. Who's going to get killed in November?" Stay tuned. Von was never charged in P5's death. No arrests were made. The case remains officially unsolved. The connection between Von and this murder is based entirely on the timing correlation between his tweets and the shooting. While the timing is striking, it's important to note that tweet timing alone is circumstantial evidence, not proof of involvement. The pattern, however, was unmistakable to online researchers paying attention. Von would hint at violence on social media, someone would die, and then Von would post again in what appeared to be celebration, using barely coded language. Another example involves a young man named Rodney Stewart, known as Boss Trell. On November 7th, 2012, Von tweeted about bodies dropping and beating cases. That evening, he tweeted that he was out sliding with T-Roy. T-Roy himself tweeted about going to get his gun. The following morning, the news reported the shooting of Boss Trell. The 17-year-old had been found with a gunshot wound to the head around 6:50 a.m. and was rushed to the hospital. While Boss Trell fought for his life, Von and T-Roy were active on Twitter. T-Roy tweeted "man down" only hours after the body was discovered. Von tweeted "struggle" and suggested people weren't dying on time. T-Roy mockingly tweeted, "No, Trell, stay alive." Boss Trell was pronounced dead that night at 11:30 p.m. The next day, Von took to Twitter to mock him further, tweeting that STL doesn't stand for St. Lawrence, but instead for steady taking L's. He told people, "Don't worry about who killed who, just be glad that you didn't get killed and shut up." Again, Von was never charged. The case remains officially unsolved. Some alternative theories exist. One suggests Boss Trell was killed by someone trying to retrieve a gun that had been taken. But regardless of the truth, Von and T-Roy's Twitter activity suggested they were at minimum celebrating the death, if not responsible for it. The pattern continued. In late 2012 and early 2013, Von's Twitter account was a running commentary on violence in Chicago. He'd tweet about being ready to shoot random people in traffic. He'd declare himself an STL killer, St. Lawrence killer. He'd reference specific murders and mock deceased rivals. He'd count bodies. And incredibly, no one seemed to stop him. This wasn't happening in the shadows. Von was broadcasting his alleged involvement in murders to thousands of followers. He was creating a digital paper trail that would later be analyzed, frame by frame, tweet by tweet, trying to piece together just how many people Davon Bennett had allegedly killed. Part 4. The Murders That Changed Everything. While Von was allegedly racking up bodies and tweeting about it, 2 deaths would have particularly significant impacts on his life and would later become key to understanding his story. The first was the death of Tony Dunn, known as White White. On August 8, 2012, Von and White White went to a convenience store together on East 63rd Street and South Martin Luther King Drive. Von went inside while White White waited outside. At approximately 11:30 p.m., a gunman pulled up and shot White White in the back. A police officer on the scene even returned fire, hitting the shooter, who managed to escape. White White was pronounced dead in the early hours of August 9th, Von's 18th birthday. This killing devastated Von. He tweeted numerous times about White White's murder, describing how he'd just bought White White a pill and gone inside the store only to come back outside to find a crowd surrounding his shot friend. At first, Von believed White White would be okay. When he learned his friend had died, Von's tweets became darker. He pledged to kill his enemies publicly. He said this killing was what led him to act out. Years later, Von would elaborate on this in his song Demon, saying outright that witnessing White White's death on his 18th birthday was what turned him into a demon. He rapped that after this, he and T-Roy would be doing hits back-to-back to avenge the loss. The second death that profoundly affected Von and would later become central to a police investigation was that of Gakira Barnes, known as K.I. K.I. was a 17-year-old gangster disciple from the STL/EBT faction, rivals to Von's O Block Black Disciples. The Chicago Sun-Times would later publish a feature article describing her as a female assassin in Chicago's gang war, comparing her to Snoop from the HBO series The Wire, a masculine female killer. Police suspected K.A.Y.'s involvement in multiple shootings, though she was never charged. Some investigators believed she was involved in the 2011 killing of O.D. Perry, the Black Disciples member after whom O Block was named, though this was never proven. Von and Key had an extensive, strange history on Twitter. Their first interaction occurred in September 2012, when Von tweeted about beating up an OPP girl on the train. K.I. responded, indicating she'd been injured but wasn't bothered because her gun would put holes in her ops' faces. What followed was months of back and forth that mixed genuine animosity with what seemed like flirtation. Von would ask K.I. if she was a gangster or a bitch. She'd say she was a gangster. He'd ask why he never sees her when he comes to her block. She'd say he could die just like White White. He'd warn her to kill him because he'd kill her if she didn't. Then, bizarrely, when K.I. tweeted asking for retweets if people thought she looked good, Von retweeted it. When K.I. tweeted that she'd beaten up someone from O Block and they should tell Von she's tough, Von replied that he could tell she was tough and jokingly asked if she was looking for a boyfriend. He began referring to her as wifey. In 2016, someone on the message board 4chan claimed to have hacked K.I.'s private DMs and published alleged messages between her and Von. According to these alleged DMs, Von had asked K.I. if she wanted to hook up. She replied she wasn't interested. Von said that when all of this is over, he'd have her. K.I. allegedly asked Von straight up if O Block was plotting to kill her. Von reportedly said yes. There were people looking to kill her, but he didn't think he could do it because she seemed cool. He even asked when she was going to stop gangbanging. K.I. replied she wasn't going to stop, calling Von a goofy and asking when he was going to stop. Von said he was gangbanging until he died. K.I. agreed, saying she planned the same thing. Whether these DMs were authentic is impossible to verify. But what is verified is that Von and K.I. continued their public Twitter exchanges for years, with Von seemingly both threatening and attracted to her. Then came April 11th, 2014. Part 5. The Gakira Barnes murder, a case that should have stuck. On April 11, 2014, 17-year-old Gakira Barnes was standing on a porch in the 6400 block of South Eberhart Avenue at approximately 3:30 p.m. According to the Chicago Police Department report, Barnes was with two other individuals when a man wearing a gray hoodie and blue jeans approached and opened fire. Witnesses described the shooter hopping out of a vehicle, catching KYY and the others about to shoot dice. They ran into a gangway, but the shooter kept firing. One witness reported hearing the gunman shout, "Yeah, bitch," as he fired at KY multiple times. She was struck 9 times. She managed to crawl to a nearby porch before losing consciousness. She was transported to a hospital where she died approximately 2 hours later. On April 29, 2014, at 12:15 p.m., Davon Bennett was arrested at 7807 South Paulina Street. He was charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm in connection with Barnes's killing. According to Chicago Police Department documents released in July 2021, 7 years after the murder and 8 months after Bennett's death, 4 witnesses were brought in for identification. Witness 1 could not identify Bennett. Witness 2 pointed to Bennett but was unsure. Witness 3 claimed it was Bennett but couldn't make a positive identification. Witness 4 pointed directly to Bennett with confidence. Bennett was questioned about the murder and agreed to undergo a polygraph examination. The police had enough to believe they had their shooter. 4 witnesses, 1 positive ID, and Bennett in custody just days after the killing. But there was a problem. The witness statements were inconsistent. Some descriptions didn't fully match. There were discrepancies in the accounts of exactly what happened and when. And Cook County prosecutors made a determination. While they believed Bennett was the shooter, the inconsistencies meant they couldn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. The official Chicago Police Department document, released after Bennett's death, stated the investigation revealed that the victim was killed by Davon Bennett. The CCSAO, Cook County State's Attorney's Office, reviewed the investigation and concurred that Bennett was positively identified as the offender in the incident and felt that they would be unable to meet the burden of proof in court and formally rejected charges. The document continued. It should be noted Davon Bennett was charged with first-degree murder recorded under HX2 81542 in that he shot and killed Malcolm Stuckey, no IR, on May 29, 14. So police believed Von killed KI. They had witness identification. They had him in custody. But the case never went to trial because prosecutors didn't think they could win a conviction. Von was released on April 30, 2014, without being charged. Hours after KI was pronounced dead, on April 11th, Von tweeted that he loves his gang and they love him. Then people began confirming on social media that KI had been killed. O-Block veteran Jay Hood would reveal in an interview years later that Von came back to O-Block immediately after the murder and told him what he'd done. The day after the hit, fellow Black Disciple rapper Lil Reese tweeted Von's catchphrase, "You got to do your thing," seemingly a congratulatory post to Von, who replied, "You got to." Von later tweeted that he needs a real one. Over the next few days, Von delivered a flurry of activity on Twitter. He tweeted that his ops don't scare him and the whole gang war is funny to him. He said he'd lost a lot of friends, so his enemies must die in retaliation. He tweeted saying people wouldn't believe the things he does in the streets and that he'll never tell. He even copied KI's earlier tweet about people not getting the picture until you put them in the frame. Then Von posted something particularly incriminating. He tweeted asking if the streets could be his Valentine, saying they're tired of dying. This was one day before the anniversary of KI's death. The next day, he made a biblical tweet saying God told him to cut her off. At this point, Von would seemingly update his body count to 6, openly tweeting about homicide in the air and that he'd made 6 people extinct for playing hard. He tweeted that he put people's brains in their lap and asked followers if they'd still be there for him when he gets 100 years in jail. But Von's celebration was short-lived. On April 29th, 18 days after KI's murder, he was arrested. Despite the strong circumstantial evidence and witness identification, he was released the next day when prosecutors rejected charges. Years later, after becoming a rapper, Von would make multiple references in songs that prosecutors and analysts interpreted as admissions to Barnes's murder. In War With Us from 2018, he rapped, "Put a pretty op bitch in the morgue. Call her drop dead gorgeous." In GTA from 2019, he said, "Keep a strap like KI." In Cousins from 2019, he rapped, "I kill women and men. Can't tell the difference." KI's family received no justice. The person police documents identify as her killer never faced trial. He walked free and weeks later would be implicated in another murder, one that would finally land him in jail for an extended period. Part 6. The Malcolm Stuckey Murder, An Innocent Life Taken. On the afternoon of May 29, 2014, there was a birthday party at 5722 South LaSalle Street in Chicago's Englewood neighborhood. The house was divided into 3 apartments, situated a couple blocks east of Interstate 94 and 3 miles west of the Museum of Science and Industry. Malcolm Stuckey was a 19-year-old college student at South Suburban College. He was a basketball player. He worked as a janitor at the Museum of Science and Industry. According to friends and family, he wasn't involved in gang activity. He was simply a young man with dreams, working his way through school, playing the sport he loved. That afternoon, Malcolm planned to stop by the birthday party for his friend, we'll call him CJ to protect privacy, before going to play basketball and returning for food. He pulled up in his burgundy Pontiac Grand Prix around 6 p.m. Inside the party, tensions were already simmering. Davon Bennett had arrived earlier with a woman named Jasmine Mitchell. According to court documents and witness testimony from the subsequent trial, Bennett spotted 2 rival gang members at the party. He left briefly. CJ's mother, who was throwing the party, told police that when she returned home from work around 5:15 p.m., she saw her son with other people on the front porch. Bennett was there, chatting with party guests, when he spotted the rival gang members, identified in court records as Timothy Robinson and Marquis Carpenter. He took off. "Don't start no mess in my house," CJ's mother told Bennett. According to witness statements, Bennett replied, "I'm not on that." But he was on that. Bennett left the party and called a friend, Michael Wade, known as Big Mike, telling him to bring a gun. According to court testimony, Bennett also called someone at the party and told them to bring the children inside. At that moment, Malcolm Stuckey arrived. He got out of his Pontiac, planning to smoke a cigar before heading to play basketball. He had no idea what was about to unfold. At approximately 6:09 p.m., Bennett and Big Mike returned. They approached from an alley with guns drawn. Witnesses heard 14 to 15 gunshots. Timothy Robinson, one of the intended targets, started running. Bennett chased him, firing. Malcolm Stuckey, who had been standing on the sidewalk, was struck by a bullet that tore into his brain. He collapsed immediately. Bennett then chased Marquis Carpenter, who had been shot in the left leg and was trying to escape. According to Big Mike's statements to police, Bennett was yelling, "Why are you running?" as he pursued Carpenter and fired at him. Big Mike also opened fire, shooting approximately 15 to 16 rounds at Timothy Robinson, striking him in the foot. When the shooting stopped, Malcolm Stuckey lay dead on the grass between the sidewalk and the street. Marquis Carpenter had been shot in the face, suffering a broken jaw. Timothy Robinson had been shot in the leg and foot. Chicago police responded to the scene at 6:10 p.m. Malcolm Stuckey was pronounced dead at 6:09 p.m., the same time the shooting occurred. He never had a chance. Malcolm's 16-year-old cousin, Modell McGraw, would be the one to discover his body. The image would haunt him. Tragically, 6 months later, Modell himself would be dead, allegedly killed by Bennett and T. Roy in what appeared to be retaliation. Malcolm Stuckey's death was devastating to everyone who knew him. His friend, Deontay Willis, told reporters, "He was supposed to be on his way to see me. He had stopped answering his phone." Willis also spoke about the broader problem of gun violence in Chicago, saying, "It's everywhere. It can happen anytime. You learn to look over your shoulder." The murder weapon in this case tells its own disturbing story about gun trafficking. According to federal court documents in United States v. Smalley, the gun was a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun, purchased on March 29, 2014, exactly 2 months before Malcolm's murder, in Natchez, Mississippi. The buyer was Jonathan Smalley, who ran a gun trafficking operation that funneled at least 25 firearms from Mississippi to Chicago gang members between 2009 and 2016. 11 of these weapons, including the one that killed Malcolm Stuckey. Ballistics testing confirmed the same gun was used in Malcolm's murder and in at least one other shooting shortly after, where Bennett allegedly fired it 12 times into another man who survived. Smalley would eventually be sentenced to more than 5 years in federal prison in 2018 for his gun trafficking operation. But Malcolm Stuckey was already long dead, another victim of easy gun access and a system that couldn't stop weapons from flowing from states with lax gun laws into one of America's most violence-plagued cities. Part 7. Justice Denied, the Malcolm Stuckey Trial. On July 20, 2014, at 3:06 p.m., Michael Wade was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder in connection with the shooting. 2 days later, on July 22, 2014, at 12:40 p.m., Davon Bennett was also arrested at his home and charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. Big Mike initially agreed to cooperate with prosecutors. He would testify against Bennett as part of a plea deal. This was huge for the prosecution. They had an eyewitness who was present during the shooting, willing to describe exactly what happened and Bennett's role in it. But the case would drag on for over 3 years. Bennett was held in Cook County Jail from July 14 to December 17, awaiting trial. During that time, several things happened that would ultimately lead to his acquittal. First, witnesses became hard to find or their stories changed. In cases involving gang violence, witness intimidation is common. People fear retaliation if they testify. Some witnesses who initially spoke to police became unavailable or gave inconsistent statements when prosecutors tried to prepare for trial. Second, and most critically, Big Mike changed his mind. On October 23, 2017, Bennett was placed in a bullpen in Cook County Jail with Big Mike, another associate named T.H.F. Gucci, and an OPP from 051 Young Money who had a tattoo saying, "Fuck L.A., a reference to the deceased L.A. Capone, a rapper affiliated with Bennett's faction. According to later accounts, Big Mike helped Bennett slip his arm out of handcuffs, and Von attacked the rival, with Gucci joining in by kicking him while he was still restrained. This incident seemed to solidify the bond between Bennett and Big Mike. When it came time for trial, Big Mike withdrew his cooperation agreement. He refused to testify against Bennett. This was catastrophic for prosecutors. Without Big Mike's testimony, and with other witnesses unable or unwilling to provide consistent accounts, prosecutors lacked the evidence needed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Bennett was the shooter. The defense could argue that Big Mike was the primary shooter, and Bennett might not have even fired his weapon, or that the shooting happened too chaotically for anyone to know exactly who shot Malcolm Stuckey. On December 6, 2017, after more than 3 years in jail awaiting trial, Davon Bennett was acquitted of all charges related to Malcolm Stuckey's death. Big Mike, however, was not so fortunate. He was convicted of aggravated battery with a firearm for shooting Timothy Robinson. He received a 16-year sentence for that crime, but because he backed out of his cooperation agreement with prosecutors, he received an additional 12 years, a total of 28 years in prison. Michael Wade will spend decades behind bars. Davon Bennett walked free. Malcolm Stuckey's family was devastated. Their son, a college student with no gang affiliations who simply stopped by a friend's birthday party, was dead, and the man they believed killed him, the man police and prosecutors believed killed him, would never face consequences. Years later, after Bennett became a successful rapper, Malcolm's family would publicly condemn him on social media. They watched as the person they believed murdered their son made millions of dollars rapping about the street life that took Malcolm's life. They saw him celebrated, given magazine interviews, featured on Billboard charts. Their son was in the ground, and his alleged killer was signing autographs. In later songs, Bennett would make what appeared to be references to the Malcolm Stuckey shooting. On a feature called What's Next by Jizzle Bucks, Bennett seemed to imply that Malcolm wasn't the intended target, but was a witness who had to be eliminated. The lyrics suggested Malcolm was simply outside on the sidewalk when the shooting occurred and had to be taken out because he saw what happened. This cold calculation that an innocent bystander had to die simply because he was present speaks to the level of violence Bennett was allegedly willing to deploy. Malcolm Stuckey was 19 years old. He was working, going to school, trying to build a future, and according to Bennett's own apparent admission in song lyrics, he died simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Malcolm Stuckey case represents one of the clearest examples of justice system failure in Bennett's story. Police knew who the shooter was. They had physical evidence. They had witnesses. They had a co-defendant willing to testify. But witness intimidation, the chaos of gang violence, and Big Mike's last-minute decision to protect Bennett meant that no one was held accountable for taking an innocent young man's life. Part 8. From Cage to Stage, The Birth of a Rap Career. December 6, 2017. After 1,267 days in Cook County Jail, Davon Bennett walked out of the gates a free man. Video footage captured on social media showed him cutting off his ankle monitor, throwing up gang signs, celebrating his freedom. He had beaten a murder charge. He had escaped what could have been a life sentence. But the question was, what would he do with this second chance? According to Bennett himself, in later interviews with 16 Shot Visuals, the first thing he did after being released was meet up with his friend E-Dog from O-Block. And what did they do? They went and bought a gun. At the time of his release, Bennett had no plans to become a rapper. In fact, he'd tweeted years earlier that if he ever starts rapping, people should kill the person closest to them because something wasn't right. Music wasn't his path. The streets were all he knew. But one person hadn't forgotten about Davon Bennett during his 3.5 years behind bars. Lil Durk, Dirk Banks, was by this time one of Chicago's biggest rap stars. He'd known Von since childhood. They'd grown up in the same neighborhoods, been part of the same circles. And Dirk had a vision. Dirk had been tweeting his support for Von throughout the trial, apparently calling him regularly and even helping provide money for a lawyer. When Von walked free, Dirk welcomed him with open arms. In interviews, Dirk would later say he saw raw potential in Von. He recognized that Von's real-life experiences in the streets gave him a level of credibility and storytelling ability that couldn't be manufactured. But Von himself later admitted that his initial interest in Dirk wasn't entirely pure. He told interviewers that at first he planned to hang around Dirk and rob people in his circle until he got to $100,000. That was Von's goal. Get $100,000 however he could, by any means necessary. After coming home, Von didn't immediately jump into music. He wanted to enjoy his freedom. Social media posts from late 2017 and early 2018 show Von posing in new clothes, flexing his newfound freedom, posting pictures on Instagram. His enemies, including people like FBG Cash, would leave threatening comments. But Von's friends were looking out for him, and no one was looking out more than Lil Durk. Durk was working on his 2018 mixtape, Just Cause You're Weighted, and that tape featured a track called Durk and Von Crazy. Soon after getting out of jail, Von found himself sitting in the back of Durk's car, previewing this future classic before its release. The song referenced Von's case, with Durk rapping that a witness went missing and now Von is coming home. Durk was clearly inspired by Von's return and wanted to help him transition to civilian life. They spent Christmas 2017 together, listening to classic Chicago drill anthems by L.A. Capone. In January 2018, Von was seen on social media walking through O-Block, showing the world he was back in the streets, untouched despite everything he'd allegedly done. But Von's old habits died hard. In February 2018, he tweeted that he was riding around with a gun and weed. Then, on February 14th, the one-year anniversary of his friend T-Roy's death, Von was arrested at O-Block. Police claimed he ran from them, threw a gun, and battered officers during the arrest. Body camera footage of this arrest later became public, showing an angry Von telling police with pride that he just beat a body and 2 attempted murders. Von's mugshot from that arrest circulated online, showing a furious expression, but he was out within days, tweeting that he believed cops had it out for him because he escaped the murder charges. He boasted that he would never let them get him. Still, even with these brushes with law enforcement, Lil Durk continued to invest in Von. They spent increasing amounts of time together, with Von making regular trips to Atlanta, where Dirk was based. Then, in February 2018, something significant happened. Von was reunited with another friend who'd beaten a murder charge, THF Beizhu, who had been acquitted of a 2014 murder charge for a shooting that occurred in 2009. Dirk saw an opportunity. He had two certified Chicago shooters who'd both beaten murder cases. Both had real street credibility. Both had stories that weren't fabricated or exaggerated. They'd lived every word they could rap. Dirk's plan wasn't for them to keep shooting. It was to transform these hardened street figures into rap superstars, to turn their real-life experiences into art, to make them the realest rappers who had ever rapped. Von started posting pictures in the studio with Dirk, hinting at an upcoming career in the rap game. On May 27, 2018, King Von and THF Beizhu released their first song together, Beat That Body. The title wasn't subtle. It was about both of them beating murder charges. Von's lyrics were shocking, essentially admitting to catching bodies, beating the cases, and planning to catch more. This song, with its brazen admission of violence, should have been a red flag. But instead, it became exactly what made Von's music irresistible to drill fans. Here was someone who wasn't just rapping about the street life. According to police documents and court records, he'd lived it. He'd been arrested for murder. He'd sat in jail for 3 years. He'd stood trial. And he'd walked free. The backstory was perfect. The credibility was unquestionable. And Dirk, according to later interviews, said people in Chicago instantly went crazy for Von's music. But Von didn't initially seem optimistic about his rap career. He barely promoted Beat That Body and appeared to have no plans to give up his full-time role as an O-Block shot caller. Because even as Von was recording his first songs, violence continued to play out in the streets, and Von, according to various sources, remained plugged into the action. Part 9. The Songs and the Streets. Violence continues. While Von was in jail from 2014 to 2017, numerous people from O-Block and surrounding areas had been killed. His friend T-Roy, his partner in crime, his right-hand man, had been shot and killed in a convenience store on Valentine's Day 2017. Von's people posted Twitter tributes, and Von later opened up about the devastating moment when he got the news about T-Roy's death while locked up. Von took T-Roy's death extremely seriously. Even after becoming a famous rapper, he would threaten to kill trolls who DM'd him mocking T-Roy on his birthday. The loss of his closest friend seemed to fuel something darker in Von. A need not just for revenge, but for systematic elimination of enemies. After T-Roy's death, a new group formed in O-Block called Get Back Gang. This was a hardened crew of shooters whose sole focus was to get revenge, to get back for T-Roy and other O-Block members who'd been killed. Members included people like Muwop, C-Thang, C-Murder, and others who would later become central to federal investigations. One person Get Back Gang allegedly killed was a man known as Can't Get Right, real name DeAndre Wallace. On June 15, 2018, around 9:50 p.m., Can't Get Right was waiting for food outside a store on the 400 block of East 63rd Street. Two people pulled up, waited outside, and when they spotted their target, they ran up and opened fire. Can't Get Right was killed. An innocent bystander, a man who was simply sweeping outside the restaurant, was also killed in the shooting. The shooting and immediate aftermath were captured on CCTV footage, footage too graphic to describe in detail, but which shows the calculated brutality of the attack. King Von was in Atlanta with Lil Durk's team when this murder occurred. But hours after the killing, Von went live on Instagram alongside Memo 600, mocking the murder in real time. They lit a blunt and said they were smoking can't get right, asking viewers what just happened. When people started commenting can't get up, the O Block crew seemed to find this hilarious. Von said it was 2 people down and they'd have to roll another one. They mocked the ops posting tributes to their fallen friend on Instagram. They joked about how the victim got a fresh fade from the gun. Von came back on camera saying can't get right, must have known he was going to die, and that no one would care, he's gone. Von's involvement in this killing is debated. He was in another city when it happened. But what's not debatable is his celebration of it, his detailed knowledge of how it occurred, and his apparent role as someone who ordered or encouraged these hits. Friends of Can't Get Right would post on social media that they believed Von paid for the hit. Only days before the Can't Get Right murder, Von had tweeted that you can only diss or smoke a dead person if you actually played a role in killing them. His celebration of Can't Get Right's death seemed to indicate he believed he had played such a role, whether by ordering it, financing it, or planning it. This would become Von's pattern. Violence would occur, and he would celebrate publicly while maintaining just enough distance to avoid direct culpability. He was in another city. He wasn't the shooter. He just knew about it. He just talked about it. He just rapped about it. And somehow, that was supposed to make it okay. On July 31st, 2018, Lil Durk's Only the Family Involved Volume 1 compilation album was released. It featured Von's song, Problems, a track entirely about Von having hitters who catch bodies for him. The song included an intro where Von shouted out, "Get back, gang." The lyrics described killing both targets and witnesses. Von rapped that killing was his hobby and that his loyal shooters were the ones catching bodies for him. A music video for Problems dropped on Von's 24th birthday, August 9th, 2018. It appeared on Lil Durk's official YouTube channel. Here was Von openly admitting in song format that he had people killing for him, and the music video was being professionally produced and promoted. The violence wasn't hidden anymore, it was the product being sold. Lil Durk was impressed with Von's murder raps. He tweeted that Von was next up in the rap game. Von responded by saying he'd soon drop music with Durk and that he was switching up, not associating with anyone he used to know. But even as Von laid foundations for a rap career, he couldn't stop being reckless. Around this time, Von appeared in a viral Instagram live clip training a small child on O Block to disrespect rival dead gang members and teaching the kid to shoot people in the head with a water pistol. Von was creating the next generation of killers, normalizing violence for children who should have been playing games, not being indoctrinated into gang warfare. Von tweeted about having killers around him and posted pictures of his whole crew. People would eventually annotate these pictures, speculating on how many people each O Block member had killed. The attention brought more police scrutiny to O Block. By late August 2018, Von was seen on Instagram Live observing arrests taking place on the block itself, joking that he had his shoes tied in case he needed to run. Part 10. A Violent Autumn, the Dooski and Wooski Shootings. On October 9, 2018, Chicago rapper Dooski the Man, real name Dooski Chris, was shot in the head on the 5600 block of South Michigan Avenue around 3:50 p.m. The shooting appeared to be a drive-by from a passing brown vehicle. He died shortly after. The evening before Dusky's murder, Von had tweeted that there was a dark cloud over Chicago. A few days after Dusky's death, Von went live with Lil Durk, saying he was smoking Dusky, K.I., Tuka, and P5, a list of dead rivals that read like a scorecard. Only a week after Dusky's murder, on October 18, 2018, Von released a new song called War With Us. The track featured the lyrics about putting a pretty op bitch in the morgue, widely interpreted as a reference to K.I.'s murder. Von also said he was a hitman. Von ended the song literally describing himself as a professional killer, but Von's biggest target during this period was a gangster disciple from Tukaville named Wooski. Von and Wooski had been going back and forth since 2012. They'd traded threats on Twitter. They'd tried to catch each other at convenience stores. They'd argued about who had more bodies and who would die first. Wooski had also become a rapper, releasing a song called Computers at the start of 2018 that dissed multiple Dead O Block members, including Big A, J Money, White White, Chino, and O.D. Perry. Wooski ended the song saying they were hunting for the killers of Poppy and TB, murders allegedly committed by O Block's Get Back gang. The beef between Von and Wooski was incredibly personal. When Dusky, who was close with Wooski, was killed, Von and others from O Block FaceTimed Wooski, telling him they were going to catch him by surprise. Then came the plan. Dusky's funeral was scheduled for October 22, 2018. O Block knew Wooski would attend, so they allegedly decided to shoot up the funeral. On the afternoon of October 22nd, outside the church where Dusky's funeral was being held, a car pulled up. People jumped out and began shooting into the crowd, firing indiscriminately but looking specifically to kill Wooski. 6 people were hit in the shooting. Wooski himself was shot in the head, but miraculously survived. Von's Twitter activity after this shooting was telling. He tweeted comparing himself to Jesus. He tweeted, "Laugh now, cry later, and game over, we won." Fellow O Block shooter Muop retweeted and agreed. Over the next few years, Von would drop numerous disrespectful lyrics referencing the shooting of Wooski. In Grandson for President, he rapped that Wooski got shot in his head and now has to take medicine for his injuries. In GTA, he rapped, "Who shot Wooski? How would I know?" In Go and Get Him, he said he'd be at your funeral on time to give your mother a tissue. In Back Again, he literally said that he slides at funerals, shoots everyone outside, and that Wooski is going to feel this one, adding, "I bet Wooski's still twitching, he changed something different." These are some of the most disrespectful lyrics imaginable, but they also served as self-incrimination. Von was telling the world exactly what he'd done or been part of, and somehow no one stopped him. Wooski, despite being shot in the head at a funeral, is still alive today. He outlived King Von, just as he'd promised on Twitter back in 2012. But the fact that Von felt comfortable shooting up a funeral, a sacred space where families gather to mourn, showed how far he'd descended. There were no boundaries anymore, no sacred spaces, no lines he wouldn't cross. Part 11. The Atlanta Incident, when violence followed success. By early 2019, Von's music career was taking off. He'd released several songs that were gaining traction. Crazy Story, which would drop in December 18, was about to make him a viral sensation. Von was spending more time in Atlanta with Durk, enjoying the fruits of his early success. Then came February 5th, 2019, around 5:49 a.m. The location was outside the Varsity Restaurant in Midtown Atlanta. According to Atlanta Police Department reports and court testimony, an altercation occurred in the parking lot. The victim was 23-year-old Alexander Witherspoon, also spelled Weatherspoon in some reports. He was shot in the thigh and survived. Prosecutors alleged the incident involved robbery of approximately $30,000 in cash, jewelry, and the victim's vehicle. Surveillance cameras captured the incident. At a June 14, 2019 probable cause hearing, an Atlanta police detective testified that video showed individuals firing weapons. The detective stated that footage showed one person firing from a vehicle and another person on foot. 4 people were allegedly involved: Davon Bennett, Dirk Banks, Lil Durk, THF Bezos, and a 4th individual named Amir Helabanz Golston. The judge found probable cause and charged Bennett and his co-defendants with criminal attempt to commit murder, aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. What's particularly interesting about this case is the alleged involvement of Lil Durk's custom Jeep Trackhawk. Detectives claimed that video showed someone shooting from this distinctive vehicle, a camouflage-wrapped Jeep with a large 300 on the side that Durk was known to own. Durk had even posted clips of this car to Twitter with the caption, "Spin, spin," slang for doing drive-by shootings. Von himself had reposted these clips. The afternoon after the shooting, Von posted on Twitter with a handful of cash and a gun on the couch next to him. Later, he tweeted, "You never know who's going to snitch when the cops come." The next day, Von tweeted asking if you can be a killer and a good person at the same time. A few days later, on February 9, 2019, Von was seen in the background of an Instagram Live with rapper Asian Doll, talking to his friend on the phone, seemingly about the shooting. He appeared to be telling his friend that he made all the wrong moves and that the feds were now watching him. But Von wasn't too worried. On February 21st, he tweeted that he was ready to catch another body. The next day, he went live on Instagram with fans, showing off money from features, dissing dead rivals, and saying he wasn't a rapper, just a gangster who raps for the money. The Atlanta authorities were building their case slowly. On May 4, 2019, a massive force of over 30 Chicago police officers raided O Block to arrest Von. Dramatic footage shows him being tackled to the ground while an enraged mob of his friends accused the cops of stealing his chain. Police had to draw assault rifles to keep the crowd at bay. Von was transferred to Atlanta to face charges on May 17th. While he sat in jail, his music career continued to rise. On May 20th, Crazy Story 2.0 dropped with Lil Durk's verse. The remix was a huge street hit, reaching close to 100 million views on YouTube and landing Von his first spot on the Billboard Global 200 chart. Then, on May 11th, only a week after Von's arrest, something unexpected happened. The 4th person who'd been in the Trackhawk that night, Helabanz, was shot and killed outside a Miami nightclub before facing any charges. A Miami Beach spokesperson revealed he was wanted in Atlanta for attempted murder and armed robbery. On May 13th, THF Bezos was also arrested in Chicago, charged with being a fugitive from justice in connection with the Atlanta shooting. Lil Durk turned himself in on May 30th, 2019, doing a TV news interview where he said he was turning himself in to face the charges and that he was releasing a song called Turn Myself In. An Atlanta judge revealed they believed there was enough evidence to charge both Durk and Von with attempted murder. Dirk and Von appeared together in an iconic televised court appearance. Their defense team put forward a self-defense plea, suggesting the man who was shot actually initiated the altercation. After legal back and forths, Lil Durk was granted release on a $250,000 bond. Von was released on a $300,000 bond on June 22, 2019. Part of Von's bail conditions were that he and Durk could not be around each other, as Von later revealed in a No Jumper interview. But they would still release music together, dropping Like That on July 9, 2019. Despite facing serious attempted murder charges, both Von and Durk continued to rap about criminality. Von's lyrics still hinted at having killed K.I. and continued dissing dead rivals. The charges against Lil Durk were eventually dropped in October 2022. In January 2023, after Von's death, the District Attorney's Office filed a motion to dismiss all charges. The motion stated, "The facts of this case have been reviewed, and although probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision at this time is not to prosecute." Critically, the statement added, if co-defendant Davon Bennett, aka King Von, had not died in 2020, he would have been indicted for this incident. So once again, Bennett escaped consequences for his alleged actions, this time only because he'd be killed before facing trial. Part 12, Crazy Story, the song that changed everything. While Von was dealing with legal troubles in Atlanta, a song he'd recorded before his arrest was about to change his life forever. On December 6, 2018, exactly 1 year after beating his murder charge, Von released Crazy Story. The song was a storytelling masterpiece in the drill format. Von rapped an entire narrative about plotting an armed robbery on a rich drug dealer, using a woman to set him up. The robbery goes wrong when Von's ops catch him lacking, resulting in a shootout. The accompanying music video brought the story to life, with Von playing the main character and narrator. Von ended the song with what would become his iconic catchphrase. From 64th and from 65th, we not from 63rd, shouting out "O Block" on 64th and 65th King Drive while dissing his ops from 63rd and St. Lawrence/Eberhart. Dissing 63rd became a huge part of Von's brand. He later sold merchandise showing the street sign for 63rd with a big cross over it. The popularity of Crazy Story was explosive. It racked up 3 million views in a week. Today, it sits at over 69 million views on YouTube and has been certified triple platinum by the RIA. Von was on a high after the release, tweeting a picture with a caption about people seeing you shine and forgetting you're dangerous. The success of Crazy Story got Von significant mainstream attention. He'd already appeared on The Breakfast Club with Lil Durk in November 18, where Charlemagne the God asked him directly about his murder charge. Von, with Durk trying to help him navigate the questions, confirmed he'd beaten the case, but was coy about whether he actually committed the murder. He told Charlemagne he couldn't get a normal job in Chicago because he'd done so much dirt that he'd probably be killed on sight if seen working a regular job. Von's debut mixtape, Grandson Volume 1, dropped on September 19, 2019, while he was still in jail for the battery charge. He'd beaten up a man who called his girlfriend a bitch. The project landed at number 75 on the Billboard 200. Impressive for a debut from someone sitting in a jail cell. The mixtape featured What It's Like, an introspective track where Von opened up about life in the gang. catching people who killed his friends while in jail, and witnessing his friend D. Rose getting sentenced to 40 years for a 2014 murder. Von said the cops who locked up D. Rose, C-Day, and Rondo Number 9 told him they were trying to catch him too, but they never could. Von got out of jail on October 10, 2019, and immediately began promoting his music and announcing tour dates. He played huge shows with fans going crazy. His music was resonating not just because of the beats or his flow, but because people knew the stories weren't fiction. When Von rapped about beating a murder charge, he'd actually beaten one. When he rapped about shootings, police documents suggested he'd been involved in them. The authenticity was undeniable and disturbing. Part 13. The Took Her to the O music video, foreshadowing FBG Duck's death. On February 20th, 2020, Von released one of his biggest songs, Took Her to the O. It was another storytelling track with a catchy chorus where Von shouted out, "O Block." But this time, the story was chilling. In the song and accompanying music video, Von meets a woman who leads him to his rival, a rapper clearly meant to represent FBG Duck. Von ends the song saying he shoots this Duck character, literally rapping that he killed him and left him on the curb. The music video reenacted the entire scenario, showing Von shooting the Duck character dead. The day Von released the video, he tweeted that everything he says in his music is made up and he's just rapping to make money for his family. But behind the scenes, according to FBI documents that would be declassified years later, Von had allegedly put a $100,000 bounty on FBG Duck's head. This is where Von's alleged behavior crosses from street violence into something more calculated and sinister. He'd achieved success. He was making money. He had options. But his compulsion to eliminate enemies, particularly FBG Duck, remained strong. FBG Duck, real name Carlton Weekly, was a 26-year-old drill rapper affiliated with Tukerville, the Gangster Disciples faction that was O Block's main rival. Duck had known Von since they attended Hyde Park Academy together. In 2014, Duck claimed on Twitter to have plotted to beat Von up on the school bus. Their feud was over a decade old. Duck had also become successful in drill music. His 2017 single, Slide, brought him mainstream attention and earned him a recording contract with Sony Music. A remix featuring 21 Savage was later certified gold. Duck popularized the term clout in Chicago hip-hop, referring to himself as Big Clout. Duck had released diss tracks aimed at O Block, mocking dead members and challenging Von and his crew. Von had responded with Took Her to the O, essentially making a music video fantasy about killing Duck. The video got 1 million views in 24 hours. It would eventually be certified triple platinum. For Von, the song and video weren't enough. According to FBI documents, he wanted Duck dead for real. Part 14, August 4th, 2020, the FBG Duck murder. On the afternoon of August 4th, 2020, 26-year-old Carlton Weekly was shopping in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. It was a beautiful day. He was at Oak Street, often described as the Rodeo Drive of Chicago, an upscale, high-end shopping district far from the violence of the South Side. Duck was with his girlfriend, Cachet Williams, shopping for his young son's birthday. Around 4:26 p.m., Duck was outside the Dolce & Gabbana store at the first block of East Oak Street. It was a public place, busy with shoppers and tourists. Duck likely felt safe in such an open, affluent area. Then two vehicles arrived, a silver Chrysler 300 and a black Ford Fusion. According to federal court documents and witness testimony, four masked gunmen exited the vehicles. They had been provided Duck's location and had driven 30 minutes from O Block to the Gold Coast specifically to kill him. The shooting lasted approximately 12 seconds. The gunman fired 38 rounds. Duck was struck 16 times and pronounced dead at the scene. Williams and another man, Davin Brinson, were shot but survived. Someone posted a 12-minute video depicting the crime scene immediately after Duck's death. The footage, too graphic to describe in detail, showed Duck writhing in pain on the ground in the final moments of his life. The brazen, broad daylight hit made international news. Reporters compared the killing to a Chicago mob boss hit from the 1930s. 7 minutes after Duck's death, King Von tweeted a goat emoji, seemingly congratulating himself or his crew for pulling off the hit he'd allegedly been plotting for years. This was possibly the 9th or 10th murder Von was connected to, depending on which allegations are verified. Perhaps realizing how obvious the timing was, Von tweeted the following day, denying involvement and saying everybody blames him for everything. He later tweeted that he and Duck had settled their differences before his death and suggested they were even going to make a song together. This appeared to be a transparent lie, an attempt to distance himself from the murder. But Von's music would tell a different story. The day after Duck's death, Von and Dirk dropped All These N Hawks, a track without specific lyrics about Duck, but released as what seemed like a victory lap. OTF Duty Low would later release a song with Von, where they rapped about people getting killed while shopping, and Von giving out $100,000 to send his boys to do it. In Don't Miss with DQ, Von rapped that Duck got nailed. Even Lil Durk would later release a song called Should've Ducked, directly dissing Duck after his death. The murder of FBG Duck was prosecuted at the federal level under ROTCO statutes. On October 13, 2021, federal authorities arrested 5 individuals: Charles C. Murder Liggins, 32, Kenneth Kenny Mac Robertson, 30, Marcus Muops Smart, 24, Von's close associate, who appeared frequently in his social media posts, Christopher C. Thang, Thomas, 24, and to Carlos Los Offord, 32. A 6th defendant, Ralph Teasy Turpin, 34, was later added to the indictment. All were charged with murder in aid of racketeering, conspiracy to commit murder, and firearm violations. A 7th individual, Ezel Zel Muna Rawls, was believed to be involved but died on August 24, 2021, before he could be charged. The trial began in late 2023 and lasted over 3 months. Prosecutors presented extensive evidence. Surveillance footage from Parkway Gardens showing defendants entering vehicles just before the murder. License plate reader data tracking both vehicles from the South Side to Gold Coast. Cell phone records placing defendants at the crime scene. A shell casing found in the seized Chrysler matching casings from the crime scene. Testimony from cooperating witnesses with plea deals. One witness testified that Robertson told him Bennett had placed a $100,000 bounty on Weekly. FBI documents showing Bennett purchased $128,000 in diamond-encrusted O-block pendants from an Atlanta jewelry store, some before Weekly's death, some after. Photo evidence showing Marcus Smart with Bennett at the jewelry store on August 10, 2020, 6 days after Duck's murder. Bennett's music video took her to the O, showing him killing a character named Duck. On January 17, 2024, after approximately 16 hours of deliberation over 3 days, the jury convicted all 6 defendants of murder in aid of racketeering and conspiracy to commit murder. Most were also convicted of firearms charges. All 6 face mandatory life sentences without possibility of parole. According to multiple news reports, federal prosecutors stated that if Bennett had not died in November 2020, he would have been indicted and tried alongside the other defendants as the person who ordered the hit. Duck's mother, Lashina Weekly, cried and hugged family members as the verdict was read. She later told reporters, "When stuff like that happens to a good person, regardless of what somebody else thinks of them, it ain't gonna go unpunished. Knowing that they will not do that to another family brings me comfort, knowing they will not terrorize nobody else. They're done, the whole crew. O-Block and everything of it is done." Part 15, November 6, 2020, the final night. While King Von was allegedly orchestrating murders and achieving rap success, he was also feuding with another rapper, NBA Youngboy, from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The beef stemmed partly from Von allegedly having a relationship with the mother of Youngboy's child, a woman named Jania. Pictures surfaced of Von spending time with Jania, and speculations swirled about whether they'd created a sex tape. Youngboy responded by posting that he'd make sure his son grows up and sleeps with Von's daughter, since Von was trolling him with his baby mother. The feud escalated from there, with Von making threats and Youngboy's associate, Quando Rondo, getting involved. Von was also on again, off again with a female rapper named Asian Doll. Their relationship was tumultuous and public. When things were good, Von would show off gifts from her. When they were bad, he'd tweet about breakups. Asian Doll even ended up briefly connecting with NBA Youngboy during one of her splits from Von, which only intensified the animosity. On October 30th, 2020, Von released his debut studio album, Welcome to O-Block. The timing was notable. It was the anniversary of T-Roy's birthday and the anniversary of P5's murder. The album peaked at number 5 on the Billboard 200 and was later certified platinum. It contained some of Von's most revealing lyrics, including songs where he seemingly admitted to multiple murders. In Demon, Von rapped that he'd killed 7 people, saying, "Bodies, I got a few, 4 plus 3, 3 plus 2. Some interpreted this as 7 kills and 5 assists. In Armed and Dangerous, which opened the album, Von rapped that cops were onto him. In The Code, he rapped about splitting $100,000 with his team, the same amount FBI documents alleged he'd put on Duck's head. Von recorded a freestyle for LA Leakers where he rapped that he had 7 bodies. He did an interview with DJ Academics where, when asked about FBG Duck's death, Von slowly ate cereal while claiming to be hurt by it, an unconvincing performance that many saw as mocking. The album's success meant Von should have been celebrating. Instead, 8 days after its release, he'd be dead. On November 6, 2020, Von performed at Opium nightclub in Atlanta, celebrating his album release. After 1 a.m., his entourage left the club. Instead of returning to their Airbnb as planned, Von's vehicle diverted to Monaco Hookah Lounge at 255 Trinity Avenue Southwest. Von's manager, 100K Track, later told DJ Vlad that his team was blindsided by the changing plan. At approximately 3:23 a.m., Von and his crew arrived at Monaco. Quando Rondo and his associate, Timothy Lol Tim Leaks, were also present. Surveillance footage captured what happened next. Von approached Quando Rondo and struck him, initiating a physical fight. Von and others from his crew began beating Quando on the ground. Multiple people were involved, punching and kicking. Then Lul Tim, who was in a nearby vehicle, exited with a firearm and shot Von multiple times. Von was struck 5 times, 3 times in the back, once in the right groin, once in the left shoulder. Von's associates returned fire. One associate, later identified as Slutty, attempted to shoot Lul Tim at point-blank range, but his weapon jammed. 2 plainclothes Atlanta police officers working security nearby believed they were under attack and opened fire. In the chaos, 6 people total were shot. Slutty was killed by police. Another O Block member, Mark Blakely, was killed, caught in the crossfire. Lul Tim was shot by Von's associates but survived. Another associate, Louis, was shot in the head by police but survived, though with permanent injuries he would die in 2025. Von's manager was grazed by a bullet but survived. Von was dragged to a waiting car by MUOP and other O Block members and rushed to Grady Memorial Hospital. He was admitted in critical condition and went into emergency surgery. Despite doctors' efforts, Davon Bennett was pronounced dead at 4:48 a.m. He was 26 years old. Timothy Leaks was arrested on November 7, 2020, and charged with felony murder. However, on August 2023, all charges were dropped under Georgia's Stand Your Ground law. Prosecutors determined Leaks acted in defense of Quando Rondo, who was being beaten by multiple attackers. Surveillance footage supported this determination. The irony was stark. A man allegedly responsible for multiple deaths died when someone defended another person from his attack. The act was ruled justified self-defense. Part 16. The Aftermath, Retribution and Federal Charges. Von's death sparked immediate reactions. Friends and affiliates from STL/EBT, people whose friends Von had allegedly killed, posted tributes to their fallen ones, suggesting they were happy Von would meet them in the afterlife. Billionaire Black posted a picture of Modell McGraw. Someone who'd been shot alongside Modell posted a picture of FBG Duck. P5's cousin posted on Facebook that he'd been praying for the day Von would be killed. Crack's family posted their relief that their friend's alleged killer was gone. On Von's side, Asian Doll claimed to want to die when the news broke. Lil Durk mourned the loss of his twin. Even Drake posted a tribute. 12 days after Von's final tweet, someone took control of his account and released a statement thanking everyone who supported him. Von's funeral was held on November 14, 2020. Finding a funeral home willing to take his body was difficult due to fears of violence. When a location was finally secured, the funeral was announced with only 1 day's notice. Von was buried in Chicago, but being such a divisive figure, his grave would be disrespected by enemies for years to come. He was memorialized in a mural in O Block, though it was later removed. The cycle of violence didn't end with Von's death. On August 19, 2022, 21 months after Von was killed, Quando Rondo and his cousin Saviaya Lulpab Robinson were at a gas station in Los Angeles. Multiple shooters opened fire on their vehicle, firing at least 18 rounds. Lulpab was killed. Quando Rondo survived. On October 24, 2024, federal authorities arrested Lil Durk on murder-for-hire charges. 5 only the family associates were also arrested. Kayvon London Grant, DeAndre Dontrell Wilson, Keith Jones, David Brian Lindsay, and Asa Houston. According to federal court documents, prosecutors allege Banks orchestrated the hit on Quando Rondo in retaliation for Von's death. Credit cards linked to OTF and Banks were allegedly used to book flights, hotels, and rental cars for the hitmen. The conspiracy allegedly resulted in Robinson's death when shooters missed Quando Rondo. If convicted, Lil Durk faces life in federal prison. The case is ongoing as of this writing. The man who helped Von become a rap star, who signed him, who promoted him, who collaborated with him, now faces spending the rest of his life in prison for allegedly ordering a retaliatory killing for Von's death. Part 17. The Victims' Lives Cut Short. This story would be incomplete without acknowledging those who lost their lives, the real human cost of the violence. Malcolm Stuckey was 19 years old, a college student at South Suburban College, a basketball player, and a janitor at the Museum of Science and Industry. He wasn't involved in gang activity. He stopped by a friend's birthday party to smoke a cigar before playing basketball. According to Bennett's own apparent admission in song lyrics, Malcolm died simply for being in the wrong place. He was shot in the head, and his family received no justice when his alleged killer was acquitted. Kakira Barnes was 17 years old. Whatever her alleged involvement in gang activity, she was a teenager shot 9 times and left to crawl to a porch before dying. The person police documents identify as her killer never faced charges. Her family never got closure. F.B.G. Duck, Carlton Weekly, was 26, a rapper shopping for his son's birthday when he was shot 16 times in a coordinated assassination in one of Chicago's most affluent neighborhoods. While 6 men are now serving life sentences for his murder, federal documents suggest the person who ordered the hit and offered $100,000 for it never faced trial because he was already dead. Xavier Lulpab Robinson was 24 when he was killed in what federal prosecutors allege was retaliation for Bennett's death. Another victim of an endless cycle of violence. There were others. The 2 men wounded in the Malcolm Stuckey shooting, Alexander Witherspoon, who was shot and robbed in Atlanta, Can't Get Right, and the innocent bystander killed alongside him, Wooski, who was shot in the head at a funeral, and countless others affected by O Block's ongoing gang war. The victims of gang violence in Chicago are overwhelmingly young, black, and from impoverished neighborhoods. They're killing each other over territory that spans just a few blocks, over perceived slights, over social media posts, over songs. The zip codes where they're born essentially predict whether they'll survive to 30. These are communities that have been failed by decades of discriminatory housing policies, economic disinvestment, underfunded schools, and a criminal justice system that can't or won't protect them. The violence isn't random. It's the predictable result of systemic failures that concentrate poverty, limit opportunities, and leave young people with few paths forward. Part 18. The Civil Lawsuit and Industry Accountability. On October 9, 2024, FBG Duck's mother, Lashina Weekly, along with survivors Cache Williams and Davon Brinson, filed a wrongful death lawsuit. The defendants named include the 6 convicted men, the estate of Davon Bennett, Derek Lil Durk Banks, Only the Family Records, OTF, several major record labels, Alamo Records, Sony Music Entertainment, Interscope Records, Universal Music Group, Empire Distribution, the City of Chicago, Dolce & Gabbana, private security firms. The lawsuit alleges that Bennett and Banks profited off of Weekly's death through negligence and misconduct, and that record labels knew about Bennett's vendetta against FBG Duck and consistently sought to build a brand of violence and reality rap based on committing real acts of violence. This lawsuit raises important questions about music industry responsibility. Major labels signed, promoted, and profited from an artist whose lyrics appeared to describe and celebrate real murders. They distributed music videos that reenacted killings. They platformed someone that police documents and FBI files connected to multiple homicides. The suit argues these labels knew what they were promoting. They marketed Bennett's authenticity, his real street credibility, his actual criminal background. That authenticity was the selling point. But if the crimes were real and the labels knew they were real, what is their ethical and legal responsibility? The entertainment industry has long grappled with this question. How much are labels, streaming platforms, and media outlets responsible for the real-world consequences of the art they profit from? Where is the line between artistic expression and incitement to violence? Can you market reality rap when the reality includes actual murder? Bennett's career represents perhaps the most extreme example of this dilemma. This wasn't a case of an artist using violent imagery metaphorically or describing a past they'd left behind. According to extensive documentation, Bennett was allegedly actively committing or ordering murders while simultaneously rapping about them and profiting from those raps. His music wasn't art imitating life, it was life being broadcast in real time, with major labels collecting the revenue. The lawsuit seeks to hold these entities accountable for their role in allegedly enabling Bennett's violence by providing him with a platform, financial resources, and celebrity status that may have emboldened him and protected him from consequences. Part 19. System Failures. How did this happen? Bennett's story reveals multiple catastrophic failures in systems meant to protect public safety, witness protection, and intimidation. In both the Malcolm Stuckey and Gakira Barnes cases, prosecutors had evidence, but witnesses were too intimidated to testify or gave inconsistent statements. The criminal justice system cannot function when witnesses, often themselves gang-affiliated or living in gang territory, reasonably fear for their lives if they cooperate with police. Chicago has struggled to implement effective witness protection programs. The city's gang territories are small and overlapping. Moving a witness to another neighborhood doesn't help if gang members can easily find them. Federal witness protection is typically reserved for high-level organized crime cases, not street gang murders. Social media evidence. Underutilized Bennett openly posted content that appeared to reference or confess to crimes. His Twitter activity in 2012 through 2014 was a near real-time documentation of alleged murders. Yet these posts weren't effectively used in investigations until after his death. Law enforcement has struggled to keep pace with how gang members use social media. By the time police identify incriminating posts, they're often deleted. Even when preserved, establishing that a tweet at a certain time proves involvement in a crime is legally difficult. LMAO posted minutes before a shooting is suspicious but not proof of murder. Gun trafficking, the weapon used in Malcolm Stuckey's murder, came through an illegal gun trafficking operation that supplied 25+ firearms to Chicago gang members. Mississippi's lax gun laws and interstate trafficking mean that even with strict gun laws in Chicago, weapons flow freely into the city. The trafficker Jonathan Smalley faced only 5 years in prison, despite knowing his guns were going to gang members and being used in murders. The system punishes the shooters when it catches them, but does little to stop the pipeline supplying weapons. Delayed federal intervention. The FBG Duck case was only prosecuted federally under RICO statutes after Duck's death. Had federal authorities intervened earlier in Bennett's pattern of alleged criminal activity, lives might have been saved. Federal RICO cases are powerful tools against organized criminal enterprises, but they're typically reactive rather than proactive. Music industry accountability record labels profited from music that appeared to describe or celebrate real murders. Bennett's lyrics contain specific references that law enforcement and legal experts interpreted as confessions, yet he continued to be signed, promoted, and platformed by major labels. The industry's position is typically that they're promoting art, not endorsing the content of the art. They point to First Amendment protections and argue they can't be expected to police whether lyrics are true. But when an artist is connected to multiple murders in police documents, when lyrics match unsolved homicides, when music videos reenact killings, at what point does promoting that artist become complicity? Systemic poverty and inequality. Perhaps the deepest failure is societal. Parkway Gardens was built with good intentions in the 1950s. It was meant to provide quality housing during an era of discrimination. But decades of disinvestment, white flight, economic collapse, the crack epidemic, mass incarceration, and policy failures turned it into one of Chicago's most dangerous areas. Young people growing up in areas like O Block face obstacles most Americans can't imagine. Underfunded schools, few job opportunities, exposure to constant violence, normalized gang membership as the only path to respect or resources. When legal paths forward are blocked or non-existent, illegal paths become attractive or necessary. Bennett grew up watching his father cycle in and out of jail before being murdered. He attended a high school where bringing guns to class was reportedly common. He lived on a block that experienced the most shootings in Chicago. In that environment, joining a gang wasn't a moral failure. It was survival, identity, community, and the only power structure that seemed to function. This doesn't excuse the violence Bennett allegedly committed, but it provides context for how a 12-year-old kid becomes, according to police documents and FBI files, someone connected to approximately 11 murders by age 26. Part 20. The Legacy. What does King Von's story mean? Davon Bennett died at 26, shot outside an Atlanta hookah lounge after initiating a fight. The person who shot him walked free under self-defense laws, the only individual connected to Bennett's violence to successfully claim they were protecting someone else. Bennett's musical legacy is undeniable. Songs like Crazy Story and Took Her to the O are certified platinum. His debut album reached number 5 on the Billboard 200. He pioneered a style of drill music that was unflinchingly honest about street violence. His storytelling ability was genuine talent, but that talent was built on a foundation that police documents, FBI files, court testimony, and his own lyrics suggest included multiple murders. His authenticity, the quality that made his music so compelling, allegedly came from actually living the violence he rapped about. 6 men are now serving mandatory life sentences without parole for FBG Duck's murder. Federal documents suggest Bennett ordered the hit, but never faced charges because he was already dead. Lil Durk, who helped launch Bennett's career, now faces life in prison for allegedly ordering a retaliatory killing after Bennett's death. Michael Wade is serving 28 years for his role in Malcolm Stuckey's murder, while Bennett was acquitted. The cycle continues. Young men in Chicago are still killing each other over blocks, over disrespect, over social media posts. The conditions that created Bennett, poverty, lack of opportunity, systemic racism, easy access to guns, normalized violence, haven't changed. Bennett's story is not a cautionary tale about the streets claiming another young artist. The evidence suggests he wasn't an artist who happened to come from the streets. He was allegedly a serial killer who happened to be able to rap. According to extensive documentation from law enforcement, he allegedly killed before he was famous, continued allegedly ordering killings after achieving success, and used his wealth and platform to allegedly finance and celebrate violence. The Malcolm Stuckey family never got justice. The Gakira Barnes family never got justice. The FBG Duck family is suing for civil damages because criminal prosecution of the alleged mastermind was impossible. He was killed before he could be charged. The system failed repeatedly. Every failure cost lives. And when Bennett finally faced someone defending another person from his attack, that act was ruled justified. The only win for justice in his entire violent story. There is no redemption arc here, no change of heart, no lessons learned. Bennett used every chance he received: early release from boot camp, acquittal from murder charges, success in music, to allegedly continue or orchestrate violence. When he had wealth, fame, and options, federal documents suggest he used his money to place a six-figure bounty on a rival's head. The only certainties are the body count and the grieving families. Everything else is police documents, FBI files, witness statements, court testimony, and convicted co-conspirators serving life sentences. The evidence has been presented. The conclusions are yours to draw. Epilogue: a final note on true crime storytelling. This examination of Davon Bennett's case serves to educate about the real human cost of violence and the failures of systems meant to protect people. True crime content should never glorify violence or celebrate killers. Instead, it should illuminate how these tragedies occur and what can be done to prevent future ones. The families of victims deserve to have their loved ones remembered as people, not statistics. Malcolm Stuckey was a student with dreams. Carlton Weekly was a father shopping for his son's birthday. Gakira Barnes was a teenager, however troubled. Their lives had value that was stolen from them. For listeners and viewers of true crime content, it's important to remember that these are real people, real families, real grief. This isn't entertainment. It's documentation of tragedy and system failure that should inspire thought about how we as a society can do better. If you found this information valuable and want to support this channel's mission of educating about true crime while respecting victims, please like and subscribe. Take care of yourselves and each other. Bennett's story illustrates how violence perpetuates itself across generations, creating cycles that can span decades and devastate entire communities. His father was killed when he was 10. That trauma likely contributed to his own path into violence. He allegedly killed others, creating trauma for their families that may lead to more violence. His death led to alleged retaliation that killed Saviaya Robinson, creating more trauma, more grief, more desire for revenge. Each act of violence ripples outward, affecting not just the direct victims, but entire families and neighborhoods. Breaking these cycles requires acknowledging their complexity, Bennett made choices. He chose violence repeatedly, even after having opportunities to change course. He's responsible for those choices. Individual accountability matters, and nothing in this examination should be taken to excuse or minimize the harm caused by his actions. But his choices didn't occur in a vacuum. They occurred in a context of poverty, segregation, trauma, and limited opportunity that shaped what options seemed available. Understanding context doesn't mean removing responsibility. It means recognizing that preventing future tragedies requires addressing both individual choices and systemic conditions. The families of victims, the Stuckeys, the Barneses, the Weekleys, the Robinsons, deserve justice and closure. Many received neither. The system failed them repeatedly. Better witness protection, more effective prosecution, and earlier intervention might have prevented some of these tragedies. The music industry needs to grapple with its role in promoting and profiting from content that documents real violence. The First Amendment protects artistic expression, but that protection doesn't eliminate moral responsibility for amplifying content that may fuel further harm. Record labels, streaming platforms, and media outlets all play a role in deciding what content receives promotion, investment, and mainstream visibility. Social media platforms need better mechanisms for identifying and addressing gang-related content that threatens or celebrates real violence while respecting free speech and privacy concerns. But ultimately, preventing future Davon Bennetts requires addressing root causes. No amount of policing or prosecution will solve violence rooted in poverty, lack of opportunity, and generational trauma. Real solutions require comprehensive community investment, quality education, available jobs, affordable housing, mental health services, and pathways to success that don't involve crime. If we're serious about preventing similar tragedies, we need to invest in communities before crises occur, not just respond after violence erupts. We need to treat trauma in children before it manifests as violence in adolescence. We need to create economic opportunities that make legitimate paths more attractive than illegal ones. Davon Bennett's story is a tragedy for him, for his victims, for their families, and for communities devastated by cycles of violence. May we learn from this tragedy and work toward preventing the next one. Thank you for watching this comprehensive examination of the Davon Bennett case. If you found this information valuable, please like and subscribe. Take care of yourselves and each other. How the serial killer hid in plain sight. Content Advisory. This presentation discusses violent crimes, including murder and sexual assault. While graphic details have been minimized, some content may be disturbing. Listener discretion is advised. Disclaimer on victim counts. Victim counts in this presentation represent confirmed murders, unless otherwise stated. Many of these killers are suspected of additional crimes that remain unproven. When referencing victim numbers, we rely on officially confirmed cases and clearly label any speculation or unverified claims. Disclaimer on psychological analysis. Psychological interpretations in this presentation are based on expert analysis, documented interviews, and established forensic psychology research. However, the inner workings of these individuals' minds cannot be known with absolute certainty. Where psychological motivations are discussed, they represent the professional assessments of forensic experts and criminal profilers rather than established facts. The neighborhood barbecue was in full swing that warm summer evening. Children's laughter echoed across manicured lawns, while adults gathered around grills, cold drinks in hand, swapping stories about work and weather. Among them stood a man who epitomized suburban normalcy. He wore a pleasant smile, shared recipes for the perfect burger, and made sure everyone's glass stayed full. Neighbors knew him as the guy who volunteered at the local church, the one who always showed up when someone needed help with yard work or moving furniture. He was, by every visible measure, one of the good ones. But beneath that carefully constructed facade lurked something else entirely, something dark, something predatory. Because this same man, the one flipping burgers and telling dad jokes, had murdered multiple people. Their bodies lay hidden, not far from where these good people stood laughing and living their ordinary lives. The predator wasn't lurking in some distant shadow or abandoned building. The killer was right there, shaking hands and asking about your weekend plans. This is perhaps the most terrifying truth about serial killers. They don't always look like the villains we imagine. They don't always act strangely or give off obvious warning signs. Some of the most prolific and brutal murderers in history were people who successfully convinced everyone around them that they were normal, decent, even admirable human beings. They held respectable jobs, they raised families, they served their communities, and they killed, again and again and again. Tonight, we're going to explore the chilling reality of serial killers who hid in plain sight. These are the stories of men who perfected the art of the double life, who wore masks so convincing that even those closest to them never suspected the truth. We'll examine how they did it, why it worked, and what their cases teach us about the nature of predatory behavior. Because understanding how these killers concealed themselves isn't just morbidly fascinating, experts believe this knowledge may help law enforcement and communities recognize warning patterns before more lives are lost. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of human psychology, where we'll meet the neighbors, the volunteers, the family men, who turned out to be something else entirely. The psychology of the mask. Before we delve into specific cases, we need to understand something fundamental about how certain killers operate. Psychologists have a term for what these individuals do. It's called compartmentalization. This is the ability to separate different aspects of one's life into mental boxes, keeping them so distinct that they never seem to touch or contaminate each other. For most of us, compartmentalization is a healthy coping mechanism. We might separate our work persona from our home persona, becoming more formal and professional at the office while being relaxed and casual with family. That's normal. That's adaptive. But for certain killers, compartmentalization becomes something far more sinister and far more complete. These individuals don't just separate different roles, they create entirely different personalities. There's the public self, the person everyone sees and knows. This version is often charming, helpful, and socially skilled. It's the face they show to neighbors, co-workers, and even family members. Then there's the private self, the predator that emerges when the opportunity arises. This is the part they keep carefully hidden, the part that plans, stalks, and kills. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, the truly frightening aspect is how seamlessly some killers can switch between these personas. One moment they're genuinely engaged in normal social interaction, laughing at jokes, expressing concern for a sick friend, discussing the minutiae of daily life. The next moment, something shifts inside them, and the predator emerges. Then, just as quickly, the mask slides back into place, and they return to being the person everyone thinks they know. This ability to maintain such a convincing facade is often linked to psychopathy. Now, it's important to understand that not all psychopaths are violent, and not all violent criminals are psychopaths. But many of the killers who successfully hide in plain sight exhibit traits consistent with psychopathic personality disorder. These traits include superficial charm, a grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, manipulation, lack of remorse or guilt, shallow emotional responses, and a parasitic lifestyle where they use others for their own benefit. What makes psychopathic killers particularly dangerous is something called the mask of sanity. This phrase, coined by psychiatrist Hervey Cleckley in his groundbreaking 1941 book of the same name, describes how psychopaths can present a completely normal, even appealing exterior while harboring deeply disturbed thoughts and impulses. They understand social norms not because they feel them, but because they've learned to mimic them. They're actors playing the role of a normal person, and some of them are devastatingly effective at it. These killers often possess above-average intelligence, which they use to study and replicate normal human behavior. They watch how people react to tragedy and learn to fake the appropriate emotional response. They observe what makes someone trustworthy and adopt those characteristics. They're essentially emotional frauds, counterfeiting feelings they don't actually experience to blend into society. There's also typically a strong element of narcissism at play. Research suggests that many of these killers believe they're fundamentally superior to others, that ordinary rules don't apply to them. This grandiosity fuels both their crimes and their confidence that they won't be caught. They think they're smarter than law enforcement, cleverer than their neighbors, more cunning than anyone who might suspect them. And sometimes, terrifyingly, they're right, at least for a while. Another crucial factor is the element of control. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, many serial killers are primarily motivated by a need for power and dominance rather than sexual gratification alone. But maintaining a normal facade requires control as well, just a different kind. They must control their impulses in public, control their words and expressions, control the information others have access to. Research suggests this need for control may extend to every aspect of their lives, creating an existence that is simultaneously meticulously organized and horrifyingly violent. The social context matters too. Research has shown that these killers often thrive in environments where people want to trust each other, where the default assumption is that your neighbor, your co-worker, your fellow church member is basically good. They exploit our desire to see the best in people, using our own optimism and communal trust against us. In tight-knit communities where everyone knows everyone else, the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone familiar can be overwhelming. Our brains resist believing that someone we know could be capable of such horrors. It's also worth noting that many of these killers insert themselves into positions that inherently command trust. They become teachers, coaches, volunteers, religious leaders, roles that society has been conditioned to respect and trust. These positions provide not only cover but also access to potential victims. They create situations where questioning someone's motives feels somehow inappropriate or even offensive. The phenomenon of hiding in plain sight reveals something uncomfortable about human nature and social dynamics. We rely on shortcuts and assumptions to navigate our social worlds. We can't deeply investigate every person we interact with, so we use surface indicators. Does this person seem normal? Do they fit in? Do others vouch for them? To make quick judgments about trustworthiness. Serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight have figured out how to game this system, presenting exactly the right indicators while concealing their true nature. Understanding these psychological mechanisms is crucial not just for law enforcement, but for anyone who wants to better understand how predatory individuals operate. Experts emphasize that while we cannot always identify dangerous individuals by appearance or surface behavior, awareness of these patterns can contribute to improved community safety and more effective investigation strategies. Now, with this psychological framework in mind, let's examine specific cases that illustrate these principles in action. We'll start with a man who maintained his cover for over 30 years, fooling his family, his friends, his church congregation, and his entire community while committing some of the most brutal murders in American history. Dennis Rader, the church president with a terrible secret. Dennis Lynn Rader was born on March 9, 1945, in Pittsburgh, Kansas, the first of 4 sons born to Dorothea May Cook and William Elvin Rader. His father worked for Kansas Gas Service and was a former United States Marine. His mother worked as a bookkeeper. The family attended Zion Lutheran Church in Pittsburgh, where Dennis was baptized as an infant. By all external appearances, the Rader family was typical of countless American families in the post-war era, working class, church-going, and unremarkable. His childhood appeared outwardly normal, though he would later claim, and it's important to note these are his own self-serving claims, that he'd been born with violent sexual fantasies. Psychologists note that such claims often serve to minimize personal responsibility and should be understood within that context. Rader would also later claim to have tortured and killed animals as a child, including hanging stray cats, though the extent of these early behaviors remains difficult to verify independently. As a young man, Rader seemed unremarkable. He joined the United States Air Force in 1966, serving until 1970 and achieving the rank of sergeant. During his service, he received training and experience that would later prove useful in his crimes: discipline, attention to detail, and the ability to follow procedures meticulously. He returned to Kansas after his service and attended Wichita State University, eventually earning a degree in administration of justice in 1979. The irony of a serial killer studying criminal justice would later be noted by many observers. It was during this period that he met Paula Dietz, who worked as a secretary for the American Legion. They married on May 22, 1971, in a ceremony held at Christ Lutheran Church in Wichita, the same church where Rader would later become a pillar of the congregation. Together, they would have 2 children, a son, Brian, born in 1975, and a daughter, Kerry, born in 1978. By all outward appearances, Dennis Rader was building a stable, respectable life. He worked as an assembler for the Coleman Company, a manufacturer of outdoor recreational products. He attended church regularly at Christ Lutheran Church, becoming increasingly involved in the congregation. He was active in the Boy Scouts, serving as a troop leader. He was, by every metric his neighbors could see, a good man, perhaps a bit rigid and particular about rules, but certainly not dangerous. In 1974, Rader obtained a position with ADT Security Services, installing home security systems. The irony would later be almost unbearable for his clients and community. The man charged with protecting their homes was the very threat they sought protection from. Co-workers at ADT nicknamed him Blue Book Man, because he always followed the rules meticulously and scolded others for even making small talk during work hours. He worked this job for several years before joining the Park City Compliance Department in 1991, where he became a code enforcement officer, essentially a bureaucrat who enforced city ordinances, wrote citations for code violations, and measured grass that was too long. This position suited Rader perfectly. It gave him a modicum of authority, allowed him to enter people's properties, and provided a legitimate reason to be driving through neighborhoods, observing homes and residents. His co-workers would later describe him as officious, someone who relished his small amount of power, perhaps a bit too much. He was known to be inflexible about rules, measuring lawns with precision and issuing citations for even minor violations. He reportedly chased stray animals while carrying a tranquilizer gun, taking his duties perhaps more seriously than necessary. But overzealousness about city codes didn't make someone a murderer. It just made them annoying. Rader's involvement with Christ Lutheran Church deepened over the years. He served in various capacities, eventually becoming the congregation president in January 2005. He was responsible for administrative duties, congregation meetings, church finances. He was trusted with the most mundane and intimate details of church operations. People confided in him about their struggles, their doubts, their fears. He counseled them, prayed with them, presented himself as a pillar of faith and community. But there was another Dennis Rader, a secret Dennis Rader, one that had been active since January 15th, 1974. On that frigid winter morning, the Otero family went about their normal routines in their Wichita home. Joseph Otero, age 38, worked for the Coleman Company, the same company where Rader had briefly worked. Julie Otero, age 34, was his devoted wife. They had 5 children together, building the kind of family life that represented the American dream. That morning, 9-year-old Joseph Jr., 11-year-old Josephine, and their siblings were in various states of waking up for school. Dennis Rader had been watching the house. He'd seen the family's routines, knew their schedules. According to his later confessions, he had been stalking Julie Otero since December 1973, apparently developing an obsession with her. When he knocked on the door that morning, the Oteros let him in, perhaps believing he needed help, perhaps thinking he was from the telephone company, as he would later claim to have told them. Once inside, he revealed his true intentions. Using weapons he'd brought with him, Rader methodically restrained the family members. He killed Joseph Otero Sr. by strangulation with a cord. He killed Julie Otero the same way. 9-year-old Joey was also strangled. The systematic nature of the murders stood in stark contrast to any image of passion or sudden rage. This was calculated, planned, methodical. Then, Rader took 11-year-old Josephine to the basement, where he killed her. The crime scene was staged in a way that suggested sexual motivation, though Rader's actual intent was about power and control. When investigators arrived at the Otero home later that day, after family members discovered the bodies, they found a scene of calculated brutality that would haunt the Wichita community for decades. The community was shocked. The Oteros were a good family, well-liked, with no apparent enemies. Who would do such a thing? Why would anyone target an entire family, including children? The randomness of it made it even more terrifying. If the Oteros could be victims, anyone could. But after committing these horrific murders, Dennis Rader didn't flee the state or go into hiding. He went home to his wife Paula, who was pregnant with their first child. He went to work at the Coleman Company. He attended church. He helped neighbors. He lived his normal life as if nothing had happened. He even took a watch from the Otero home as a souvenir, beginning a pattern he would continue throughout his killing career. This ability to commit savage murder and then seamlessly return to mundane normalcy is what Rader would later describe, using his own terminology, as cubing. Though forensic psychologists note this is his own term for what is clinically known as dissociation or extreme compartmentalization. He claimed to be able to separate his life into distinct compartments that never touched: work Dennis, church Dennis, family Dennis, and what he called his Factor X, or his demon. Experts emphasize that such self-serving explanations should be viewed critically, as they often serve to minimize the killer's responsibility for their conscious choices. 3 months after the Otero murders, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck again. Catherine Bright, a 21-year-old woman who also worked at the Coleman Company, was home with her brother Kevin when Rader broke in. He shot Kevin Bright, who survived despite serious injuries and would later provide descriptions to police. Rader then murdered Catherine by stabbing her multiple times. The attack was brutal and prolonged. Catherine fought for her life, sustaining numerous defensive wounds before succumbing to her injuries. Kevin Bright's survival and his ability to describe the attacker should have led to Rader's capture, but somehow the investigation didn't connect him to the crime. Then, something happened that would define the BTK case for the next 30 years. Dennis Rader wanted credit for his crimes. He wanted recognition. He wanted people to know what he'd done and to acknowledge his work. On October 22, 1974, a Wichita Eagle reporter received a phone call directing him to a book at the Wichita Public Library. Inside that book was a letter describing the Otero murders in detail that only the killer could know. The letter was chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, describing the crimes as though they were ordinary events. At the bottom, the author had provided a name for himself: BTK, bind, torture, kill. The letter stated, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK." This would become his signature. Over the years, BTK would send numerous letters to media outlets and police, taunting them, providing details of murders, sometimes sending items belonging to victims. He seemed to crave the attention, the notoriety, the knowledge that the entire city was talking about him, even though they didn't know who he was. But despite this correspondence, BTK would remain unidentified for decades. And during those decades, Dennis Rader continued his double life. In 1975, his son Brian was born. Rader was present for the birth, a devoted father from the start. He coached Brian in Little League, attended his school events, helped with homework. Brian would later describe his father as strict but loving, someone who enforced rules but also spent quality time with his children. Rader killed again in 1977. On March 17th, Shirley Vian, a 26-year-old mother of 3 young children, was murdered in her home. Shirley was sick with the flu that day, lying in bed when Rader forced his way into the house. He told her children, ages 5, 7, and 8, that he was wanted by the police and needed to hide. He locked them in the bathroom, telling them he would harm their mother if they came out or made noise. The children huddled together in terror, hearing sounds from outside, but not understanding what was happening. Rader killed Shirley in her bedroom while her children waited just feet away. When he left, the children eventually emerged to find their mother dead. The psychological trauma inflicted on these children, who survived but lost their mother in such a terrifying way, is immeasurable. On December 8, 1977, Rader broke into the home of Nancy Fox, a 25-year-old woman who lived alone. Nancy worked at a jewelry store and was known for her friendly personality. Rader killed her by strangulation with a belt. Then, in a display of his twisted arrogance, he used her own phone to call the police and report the homicide, directing them to her address. He wanted them to find his work. He wanted credit. The phone call was brief and matter-of-fact, demonstrating his complete lack of remorse or emotional connection to his victim. After the Fox murder, BTK went silent. Not because he'd stopped thinking about killing, not because he'd experienced remorse, but because, as he would later explain, his life circumstances had changed in ways that made murder more difficult. In 1978, his daughter Kerry was born. His children were growing up. His wife was more aware of his movements. His job demanded more of his time. The compartmentalization required more effort. But he didn't forget. He kept souvenirs from his victims, photographs, identification cards, items of clothing. He revisited these items regularly, using them to relive his crimes in his imagination. He would later admit to creating elaborate fantasies and even detailed drawings of potential future victims during this dormant period. The years passed. 1978, 1979, 1980. No new BTK murders. Wichita began to relax slightly, though the terror of those few years in the mid-1970s had never truly faded. Parents still warned children. Women still checked their locks obsessively, but life moved on as it must. The BTK task force remained active, but with diminishing resources as other crimes demanded attention. Then, in 1985, BTK resurfaced. On April 27th, Maureen Hedge, a 53-year-old neighbor of Rader's, was killed in her home. Maureen lived just 6 doors down from the Rader family on the same street. Rader had watched her, knew her routines. He broke in during the night, killed her, removed her body to take photographs in a remote location, and then returned the body to her home. The level of planning and risk-taking indicated a killer who felt completely confident in his ability to evade capture. The fact that he targeted his own neighbor demonstrated his complete lack of fear and his belief in his own superiority. On September 16, 1986, Vicki Wegerle, a 28-year-old woman, was murdered in her home, while her young 2-year-old son was present in another room. Vicki was a pianist and homemaker. Rader had posed as a telephone repairman to gain entry, part of what he would later call Project Piano. After killing Vicki, he left as calmly as he'd arrived, confident that his disguise and planning had protected his identity. Her murder wouldn't be officially connected to BTK until years later. The final confirmed BTK murder occurred on January 19, 1991. Dolores Davis, a 62-year-old woman, was abducted from her home, killed with her own pantyhose, and her body left under a bridge. Dolores was a beloved grandmother in the community. After this murder, BTK went silent again. For 13 years, there were no letters, no communications, no confirmed killings. The case grew cold. Investigators retired. The city moved on, though the shadow of BTK never entirely lifted. During all these years, Dennis Rader lived his normal life with remarkable success. He raised his children. Brian and Kerry Rader had a father who attended their school events, helped with homework, enforced household rules with perhaps more rigidity than most parents, but nothing that seemed abnormal. They had family dinners, they went on vacations, they celebrated birthdays and holidays. Paula Rader had a husband who went to work, came home, handled household repairs, and seemed like a typical middle-aged man settled into the routines of suburban life. If she noticed anything unusual, she didn't recognize it as evidence of murder. His co-workers at the Park City Compliance Office knew Dennis Rader as the guy who took his job very seriously, maybe too seriously. He was meticulous about city codes, inflexible about enforcement, the kind of person who'd measure your grass with a ruler and write a citation if it exceeded the permitted height by half an inch. Some found him irritating. Others thought he was just doing his job thoroughly. No one thought he was a serial killer. His church congregation knew him as Brother Dennis, devoted to Christ Lutheran Church, always present at services, reliable for administrative tasks, eventually trusted enough to become congregation president. He led council meetings. He managed church finances. He represented the congregation in community interfaith activities. He was, by all accounts, a dedicated member of the Christian community. But in 2004, after 13 years of silence, BTK suddenly began communicating again. The Wichita Eagle ran a story marking the 30th anniversary of the Otero murders, and Rader would later explain that he was kind of bored and concerned that his work would be forgotten. Investigators believe his need for recognition overcame his caution. He began sending letters to media outlets again, including items from old crime scenes to prove his identity. What followed was a cat-and-mouse game between BTK and law enforcement. Rader sent numerous communications over the next year, some in cereal boxes, possibly a reference to serial killer, containing drawings, photographs, written descriptions of murders, and even dolls posed to mimic his victims. He seemed to be playing a game, testing the police, enjoying the renewed attention his crimes were receiving. In one of his communications, Rader made a fatal error. He asked police if they could trace information on a floppy disk. The police, hoping to encourage him to send a disk, lied and said no, they couldn't trace it. Trusting this response and displaying a surprising naivety for someone who'd evaded capture for 30 years, Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a television station. Forensic analysts examined the disk and found deleted metadata that included the name Dennis and a connection to Christ Lutheran Church. This led investigators directly to Dennis Rader. They obtained a DNA sample from his daughter Kerry's medical records at a university clinic. She had had a routine pap smear and compared it to DNA evidence from the crime scenes. The match was conclusive. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested outside his home in Park City, Kansas, on his lunch break from his compliance officer job. When asked if he knew why he was being arrested, Rader reportedly responded, "Oh, I have suspicions why." Even in the moment of his capture, there was an almost casual quality to his demeanor, as if being arrested for serial murder was just another item on his day's schedule. The arrest shocked everyone who knew him. His family was devastated. Paula Rader filed for an immediate emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. Their marriage was dissolved as quickly as the legal system allowed. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. The psychological trauma of discovering that the man she'd been married to for 34 years was BTK is difficult to comprehend. Their children, now adults, had to reconcile the father they'd known with the serial killer he actually was. Brian and Kerry Rader have largely stayed out of public life since their father's arrest, attempting to build lives separate from the horror of his legacy. Kerry Rawson, she took her married name, eventually wrote a book in 2019 titled A Serial Killer's Daughter: My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming, and participated in the 2025 Netflix documentary My Father, the BTK Killer, where she shared her quest for answers and healing. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from jail, he showed a disturbing mix of fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl, I raised right, and life before the arrest was a good time, and the dark side took me away," as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry described the agonizing process of trying to reconcile the loving father she remembered with the killer he actually was. The congregation at Christ Lutheran Church was stunned. This man they'd trusted, who'd managed their church, who'd represented their faith community, he'd been BTK all along. Some members struggled with profound questions about faith, about how they could have been so thoroughly deceived, about what it meant that they'd prayed alongside a serial killer. Rader's co-workers reported feeling disturbed and betrayed. They'd worked alongside him for years, shared breaks with him, attended office parties with him. The code enforcement officer who measured grass and wrote parking tickets had murdered 10 people. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming. During his interrogation and subsequent court proceedings, Rader was unnervingly cooperative and detailed in describing his crimes. He showed no genuine remorse, instead seeming almost proud of his ability to have hidden for so long. He explained his methods, his planning, his motivations with a clinical detachment that forensic psychologists found characteristic of psychopathic personality disorder. He spoke about his victims as though they were objects, projects he'd completed. He detailed his trolling process, how he'd search for potential victims, how he'd plan his attacks, how he'd relive the crimes through his souvenirs. On June 27, 2005, Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder. On August 18, 2005, he was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison, one for each of his confirmed victims. Kansas had no death penalty at the time his crimes were committed, so life imprisonment was the maximum sentence. He will never be eligible for parole. He is currently incarcerated at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he will remain for the rest of his natural life. The BTK case represents one of the most disturbing examples of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. For over 30 years, Dennis Rader maintained a completely normal public existence, while secretly being one of America's most brutal killers. His ability to compartmentalize, to separate his murderous activities from his daily life, allowed him to fool everyone around him: his family, his church, his community, his co-workers. When people think about serial killers, they often imagine someone who looks or acts obviously disturbed. But Dennis Rader looked like everyone's neighbor. He looked like a church leader. He looked like a typical middle-aged man living an ordinary life in the heartland of America. And that's precisely what made him so dangerous and so successful at evading capture for so long. The victims of BTK deserve to be remembered as more than just entries in a killer's ledger. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving father who'd brought his family to Wichita for better opportunities. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who worked at the Coleman Company. Joseph Otero Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had his whole life ahead of him. Josephine Otero, age 11, was a bright student with a promising future. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with hopes and dreams. Shirley Vian, age 26, was a mother doing her best to raise 3 young children. Nancy Fox, age 25, was independent and hardworking. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a kind neighbor. Vicky Weigel, age 28, was a talented pianist and mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. They were people with families, hopes, dreams, and futures that Dennis Rader stole from them. Their names and their humanity must be remembered alongside the story of the man who killed them. John Wayne Gacy, the killer clown, next door. If Dennis Rader represents the mundane killer hiding in plain sight, the ordinary bureaucrat who happened to be a murderer, then John Wayne Gacy represents something even more disturbing. The beloved community figure, the charitable volunteer, the man who brought joy to children and sick people through his clown performances. Gacy was popular, well-liked, and respected in his community. He was also responsible for the deaths of 33 young men and boys, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, the second of 3 children born to John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Robinson. His childhood was marked by complexity and dysfunction, though like many serial killers, external observers might not have recognized the depth of problems within the family home. Gacy's father was an alcoholic who frequently abused his wife and children, both physically and verbally. Young John was often the target of his father's rage and disappointment. The elder Gacy belittled his son, calling him stupid and worthless, comparing him unfavorably to his sisters, and questioning his masculinity. He would beat John with a leather strap for real or perceived infractions. Psychological experts note that this abuse likely contributed to Gacy's later need to prove his worth and earn approval. Though many people experience childhood abuse without becoming killers, and abuse does not excuse or fully explain criminal behavior. Despite these difficulties, Gacy worked hard to present a normal exterior. He was involved in extracurricular activities at school, worked various jobs as a teenager to contribute to the family finances, and seemed to be making efforts to build a stable life. He struggled with health issues, including a heart condition that would cause him to be hospitalized multiple times during his youth and would later exempt him from military service during the Vietnam War era. In 1964, at age 22, Gacy married Marlyn Myers, whose father owned a chain of Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants in Waterloo, Iowa. Gacy moved to Waterloo with his bride and began working for his father-in-law, managing one of the restaurants. He threw himself into community involvement, joining the JCs, the Junior Chamber of Commerce, a civic organization for young professionals, and quickly becoming known as an enthusiastic volunteer and hard worker. He was elected vice president of the Waterloo JCs chapter and was named outstanding vice president of the organization in Iowa. He seemed to finally be building the kind of respectable life his father had always claimed he couldn't achieve. On the surface, Gacy appeared to be thriving. He and Marlyn had 2 children, a son and daughter. He was successful in business, rising to manage multiple restaurant locations. He was active in community service, known for his dedication and work ethic. He was making something of himself. But beneath this successful exterior, Gacy was engaging in disturbing behavior. He had sexual encounters with teenage boys, sometimes employees at the restaurants he managed. He would ply them with alcohol and then commit sexual acts. In 1968, one of these encounters led to criminal charges when a teenage boy, the son of a fellow Jaycees member, reported that Gacy had sexually assaulted him. When the case went to trial, Gacy was convicted of sodomy and sentenced to 10 years in prison at the Iowa State Reformatory. Marlin divorced him while he was incarcerated, and he lost contact with his children. His father died shortly after his conviction, reportedly disgusted by his son's crimes. Gacy never got the chance to prove himself to his father. Most people might assume this would be the end of the story. A sex offender caught, punished, and removed from society. But Gacy was a model prisoner. He earned his high school equivalency diploma while incarcerated. He worked in the prison kitchen and was praised for his leadership and work ethic. He served on the Prisoner Grievance Committee. He was, by all accounts, rehabilitated. After serving just 18 months of his 10-year sentence, he was paroled in June 1970. What happened next illustrates a profound failure in the criminal justice system's ability to predict recidivism in certain types of offenders. Gacy moved back to Chicago and started over. He reconnected with his mother and eventually moved to Norwood Park Township, a middle-class neighborhood on the northwest side of Chicago. In 1971, he bought a home at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue, a modest ranch-style house that would later become infamous. Gacy started a construction company, PDM Contractors, named for painting, decorating, and maintenance. He was skilled at construction work, having learned carpentry and other trades from his father, and quickly built a successful business. He hired teenage boys and young men to work for him, often recruiting from local high schools or targeting those from troubled backgrounds who might be less likely to be missed if they disappeared. He paid them fairly and treated them reasonably, though some would later report that he could be volatile and inappropriate. In 1972, Gacy married again. Carol Hoff was a divorcee with 2 young daughters. She'd known Gacy years earlier when they both worked at the same company, and when they reconnected after his release from prison, he seemed like a stable man who'd made a mistake in his youth but had turned his life around. They married in July 1972, and Gacy became a stepfather to Carol's daughters, presenting himself as a family man and provider. He became deeply involved in community activities. He joined the local Moose Club and other civic organizations. He began performing as a clown at children's parties, hospitals, and charitable events, creating characters he called Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown. He would dress in full clown makeup and costume, bringing smiles to sick children in hospitals and entertaining at neighborhood block parties and fundraisers. Gacy's clown performances made him well known in the community. People loved him. He was the generous guy who gave his time to make children happy, who volunteered for the Democratic Party, who organized fundraisers and community events. He was photographed with local politicians and civic leaders. In 1978, he even met First Lady Rosalind Carter at a Polish Constitution Day parade event in Chicago, where he was serving as director of the annual parade. The photograph of Gacy with the First Lady would later become one of the most shocking images associated with the case, a serial killer smiling alongside the wife of the President of the United States. But during this same period, John Wayne Gacy was also murdering young men and boys at a horrific rate. According to Gacy's later confession, His first murder as an adult occurred on January 3, 1972, in the early morning hours. Timothy McCoy was a 16-year-old who'd been traveling through Chicago by bus. Gacy encountered him at the Greyhound bus station, offered him a place to stay, and brought him to his Summerdale Avenue home. There, Gacy killed him. Gacy would later claim that Timothy had come at him with a knife and that he'd killed in self-defense, but investigators found no evidence to support this claim and believe it was another of Gacy's many lies. After this murder, Gacy realized something that would define his subsequent actions. He could kill and get away with it. The body could be hidden. The victim's disappearance wouldn't necessarily be connected to him. He could continue his normal life as if nothing had happened. And that's exactly what he did. Gacy developed a methodical approach to murder. He would target young men and boys, often those who worked for him or whom he met through his business or community activities. He would lure them to his house under various pretexts, offering work, showing them something, providing a place to stay, or sometimes simply inviting them to drink or party. Once there, he would gain control of them through trickery, force, or by offering them alcohol or drugs. Gacy would then incapacitate his victims, often by using what he called his handcuff trick. He'd claim to be showing them a magic trick or illusion where he could escape from handcuffs and would get them to allow him to put the cuffs on them. Once the victim was restrained, Gacy's true nature would emerge. He would commit sexual assault and eventually kill them, most often through strangulation, using a rope or board twisted by a stick, a method called garroting. The methodical nature of his crimes stood in stark contrast to his public persona as a community leader and entertainer. After each murder, Gacy faced the problem of body disposal. His solution was grimly practical and horrifyingly simple. He buried them under his house. The crawl space beneath his home became a graveyard. As the years went on and the body count increased, Gacy would dig new graves in his crawl space, sometimes even stacking bodies or digging up old graves to make room for new victims. Eventually, when the crawl space became too full, Gacy began disposing of bodies in other ways. He threw 4 victims into the Des Plaines River, but for the most part, the bodies of his victims were buried beneath his home, decomposing just feet below where he lived his normal life, where he hosted parties, where his wife and stepdaughters slept. During the period from 1972 to 1978, while Gacy was actively killing, his public life continued seemingly without any disruption. He entertained at parties as Pogo the Clown, bringing joy to children at birthday parties and hospital wards. He ran his successful construction business, completing jobs professionally and earning a good reputation. He supervised employees, attended political events, volunteered for community causes. He was, to all external appearances, a successful, generous, community-minded citizen. His wife, Carol, did eventually become suspicious of Gacy's behavior, though not of murder. She noticed strange smells in the house. Gacy blamed it on moisture in the crawl space or problems with the plumbing. She noticed his strange hours, his volatile mood swings, and the fact that their sexual relationship had essentially ceased. She also discovered pornographic materials featuring young men hidden in the house. In March 1976, Carol and Gacy divorced, with Carol taking her daughters and leaving. Years later, she would express her relief that her daughters had not been harmed and her horror at discovering who Gacy truly was. She would say that she had no idea about the murders, and investigators found no evidence that she did. After the divorce, With no family living in the house with him, Gacy's killing accelerated. Without a wife to explain things to or hide things from, he had more freedom to act on his violent urges. The bodies continued to accumulate beneath his home, yet he continued his community involvement unabated. Gacy hosted elaborate annual summer parties at his home, inviting neighbors, political figures, business associates. These parties became well known in the neighborhood, with people looking forward to them each year. Guests would stand on the lawn, eating and drinking, socializing and laughing, with 29 bodies buried just below their feet. The cognitive dissonance of this, the friendly party happening literally above a mass grave, is almost incomprehensible. Neighbors on Summerdale Avenue thought Gacy was a bit odd. He could be volatile, and there were sometimes unpleasant smells around his property. Some young men were seen coming and going at odd hours, but mostly they saw him as a helpful neighbor, someone who'd plow snow from driveways or help with home repairs. He was familiar. He was part of the community. He certainly wasn't a serial killer. The investigation that would eventually catch Gacy began not with any of his earlier victims, but with his last. On December 11, 1978, 15-year-old Robert Piest told his mother he was going to meet with a contractor about a potential summer job. The contractor was John Wayne Gacy, who'd come into the pharmacy where Robert's mother worked to discuss a remodeling project. Robert was excited about the opportunity. He never came home. Robert's mother immediately reported him missing and mentioned that he'd been going to meet with Gacy. Unlike many of Gacy's previous victims, young men from troubled backgrounds, drifters, runaways, or those who might not be immediately missed, Robert Piest was a well-cared-for teenager from a stable, loving family. His disappearance was taken seriously from the beginning, and police quickly began investigating Gacy. What they found was disturbing. Gacy had a criminal history, the 1968 conviction for sexual assault in Iowa. He'd been in prison. He was on parole that he shouldn't have even been off of yet, and now a teenage boy had disappeared after going to meet him. Investigators began surveillance on Gacy and started looking deeper into his background. They discovered that several young men who'd worked for PDM contractors had disappeared over the years. On December 21, 1978, after obtaining a search warrant based on the mounting evidence, police searched Gacy's home. What they found there would shock the nation. The smell of decomposition was overwhelming. Investigators began searching the crawl space and discovered human remains. As the excavation continued over the following days, more and more bodies were found. Eventually, 26 bodies were recovered from the crawl space, and 3 more were found buried in other areas on the property. 4 bodies that Gacy had disposed of in the Des Plaines River were also eventually identified, bringing the total known victim count to 33. On December 22, 1978, John Wayne Gacy confessed to the murders. He did so in a relatively matter-of-fact manner, providing details about his methods, his burial sites, and his victims. Forensic psychologists who have studied his confessions and later interviews note that he displayed little genuine remorse and seemed more concerned with managing his public image than with accepting responsibility for the harm he'd caused. The revelation that John Wayne Gacy, Pogo the Clown, community volunteer, successful businessman, was responsible for 33 murders shocked the Chicago area and the nation. People who'd known him, who'd attended his parties, who'd hired him for work, who'd had their children entertained by his clown performances, struggled to reconcile the man they knew with the brutal killer he'd been revealed to be. The excavation of Gacy's home became a media spectacle. News crews broadcast images of investigators digging up bodies from beneath the house. The Somerdale Avenue address became infamous. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to comprehend how such horror had existed right next door to them. The trial began on February 6, 1980. Gacy's defense attempted to argue that he was insane, that he suffered from multiple personality disorder, that he couldn't have been responsible for his actions. His lawyers presented psychiatric testimony suggesting that another personality named Jack Hanley had committed the murders while Gacy was unaware. But the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of premeditation, planning, and rational behavior surrounding the murders. The prosecution argued that Gacy knew exactly what he was doing, that he was organized and calculating, and that he made conscious choices to kill repeatedly. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before finding Gacy guilty on all 33 counts of murder. On March 13, 1980, he was sentenced to death for 12 of the murders. He would spend the next 14 years on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, painted pictures, some of clowns, which would later be sold or destroyed, and continued to maintain his innocence despite his earlier confession. John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center in Crestwood, Illinois, on May 10, 1994, at 12:58 a.m. He was 52 years old. His last words were reported to be "kiss my ass." Even in death, he showed no genuine remorse for his crimes. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating, some protesting the death penalty. His execution was seen by many as justice finally served for the 33 young men and boys whose lives he'd taken. After Gacy's execution, his house on Somerdale Avenue was demolished in April 1979, shortly after the bodies were removed. The lot remained empty for years, as no one wanted to buy property so thoroughly associated with horror. Eventually, a new house was built on the site, and a new family moved in, trying to establish normal life in a place that had been the setting for unspeakable crimes. The Gacy case represents perhaps the most extreme example of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. He wasn't just maintaining a normal appearance, he was actively beloved by his community. Children loved Pogo the Clown. Neighbors appreciated his helpfulness. Politicians valued his volunteer work. Business associates found him reliable and skilled. The Democratic Party welcomed his participation in political events and fundraisers. And all the while, beneath his house, the bodies accumulated. 29 young men and boys buried in the crawl space, their decomposing bodies just feet below where parties were held, where guests socialized, where life went on as normal. The duality of Gacy's existence, beloved community figure by day, brutal killer by night, challenges our fundamental assumptions about how we identify dangerous people. If someone as active, public, and seemingly generous as John Wayne Gacy could be a serial killer, then our methods for identifying threats are fundamentally inadequate. The victims of John Wayne Gacy deserve to be remembered as individuals, not just statistics. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago with his whole life ahead of him. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy and disappeared in 1975. Darrell Sampson, age 18, was a high school student. Randall Reffett, age 15, vanished in 1976. Samuel Stapleton, age 14, was a junior high student. These young men had families who loved them, dreams they wanted to pursue, potential that was stolen from them. Some of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today, their families perhaps still wondering what happened to their missing sons or brothers. Robert Piest, whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture, was 15 years old. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother never stopped looking for him, and her determination to find her son ultimately led to the investigation that brought Gacy down. The Piest family's persistence in pursuing answers when Robert disappeared demonstrates the importance of taking every missing person case seriously, regardless of the victim's background. Ted Bundy, the charming predator. Theodore Robert Bundy, born Theodore Robert Cowell on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, would become one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. Unlike Rader or Gacy, Bundy's good looks, education, and charm made him seem like the last person who would be capable of murder. He was handsome, articulate, intelligent, and seemingly destined for a successful career in law or politics, and he confessed to murdering at least 30 young women, though investigators believe the actual number is higher, with estimates ranging up to 35 or more based on circumstantial evidence and unsolved cases from the areas where Bundy traveled. Bundy's early life was complicated by secrets and deception that psychological experts believe may have shaped his development, though, as always, difficult circumstances don't excuse behavior or determine outcomes. He was born to Eleanor Louise Cowell, an unmarried woman in the 1940s, a status that carried severe social stigma at the time. To avoid scandal, Bundy was raised in his grandparents' home in Philadelphia with the understanding that his grandparents were his parents and his mother was his older sister. He wouldn't learn the truth about his parentage until he was an adolescent, discovering the deception through a cousin, or possibly by finding his birth certificate. Accounts vary. His biological father's identity remains uncertain. His birth certificate lists Lloyd Marshall as his father, but this is believed to be false. His mother later married Johnny Bundy, and Theodore took his stepfather's surname. The family moved to Washington State when Ted was 4 years old, where young Ted grew up in what appeared to be a normal, middle-class environment in Tacoma. Bundy was intelligent and did well academically, though he was sometimes described as shy and less popular than his peers in his early school years. He attended the University of Washington, where he studied Chinese and later psychology. He was involved in politics, volunteering for Republican campaigns and working on political causes. He worked at a crisis hotline at a suicide prevention center in Seattle, where he met and befriended Ann Rule, who was also volunteering there. Rule would later become a famous true crime writer, and her book, The Stranger Beside Me, would detail her friendship with Bundy and her slow, horrifying realization that her friend was a serial killer. She would describe him as a good listener, someone who genuinely seemed to care about helping people in crisis, a testament to how convincing his mask was. Bundy appeared to be a young man with a bright future. He was studying law at the University of Utah, considering politics, and seemed to have the intelligence, charm, and ambition to succeed in whatever path he chose. Those who knew him described him as polite, well-spoken, and trustworthy. He had a long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, who wrote under the pseudonym Elizabeth Klopfer and seemed to be in a stable relationship. But beneath this promising exterior, something far darker was developing. During his college years, Bundy became involved in a relationship with a woman from a wealthy California family. Various sources refer to her by different names, including Stephanie Brooks and Diane Edwards. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and came from a privileged background. Psychological experts have theorized that this relationship and its eventual end may have served as a catalyst for his later crimes, though Bundy himself provided contradictory explanations for his violence. The woman broke up with Bundy reportedly because she felt he lacked direction and ambition. This rejection occurred in 1968, and some psychologists believe it was a significant blow to Bundy's ego and may have contributed to his later targeting of women who resembled her. Though the reality is that while relationships can be difficult and even traumatic, they don't transform someone into a serial killer. That darkness must already exist. After this relationship ended, Bundy appeared to transform himself. He became more confident, more socially successful. He re-enrolled in law school. He reconnected with his former girlfriend in California, and they briefly rekindled their relationship in 1973, by which point experts believe he had already begun killing, though this woman didn't know it. She would later say that he seemed more mature and focused, not realizing that his new confidence came partly from his secret life as a predator. Bundy's earliest documented murders occurred in 1974, though there is speculation he may have killed before this. Investigators have suspected him in the 1961 disappearance of 8-year-old Anne-Marie Burr from her home in Tacoma, though Bundy consistently denied this, and no evidence has ever conclusively linked him to that case. What is certain is that by 1974, Bundy had begun a murder spree that would span multiple states and claim at least 30 confirmed victims. He developed a method that became his trademark. He would approach young women in public places, often college campuses or parks, pretending to be injured or in need of help. He might wear a fake cast on his arm or leg, or use crutches and ask for assistance, carrying books or loading items into his Volkswagen Beetle. The cast or injury made him seem harmless, even vulnerable. Once the woman was near his vehicle and distracted, he would incapacitate her, sometimes by hitting her with a crowbar or tire iron that he had hidden, force her into the car, and drive to a remote location where he would assault and kill her. Bundy typically targeted young women with long, dark hair parted in the middle, a look similar to his former girlfriend from California. Psychological analysts have theorized that Bundy was symbolically murdering this woman over and over, though this remains speculation rather than confirmed fact, and Bundy himself gave different explanations at different times. Between 1974 and 1978, Bundy is confirmed to have killed at least 30 women across Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, and Florida. He would later admit that he frequently returned to disposal sites, engaging in acts of necrophilia, a behavior documented in his confessions to investigators and consistent with his need for continued control over his victims even after death. What made Bundy particularly dangerous and successful was his appearance and demeanor. He didn't look like a killer, he looked like a law student, which he actually was at various points. He looked like someone's helpful neighbor. He looked like a nice young man who might genuinely need assistance with a broken leg or heavy books. He was articulate, educated, and charming. Women felt comfortable approaching him, helping him, trusting him, and that trust was fatal. Some of Bundy's victims from the Washington and Oregon period in 1974 included Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old psychology student who disappeared from her basement bedroom leaving behind a blood-soaked pillow and nightgown. Donna Gail Manson, 19, vanished from the Evergreen State College campus. Susan Rancourt, 18, disappeared from Central Washington State College. Roberta Kathleen Parks, 20, was last seen at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, and Georgianne Hawkins, 18, also disappeared during this period. In July 1974, in one of Bundy's most brazen acts, he abducted two women, Janice Ott, 23, and Denise Nasland, 19, from Lake Sammamish State Park in broad daylight on the same afternoon, approaching them separately in front of witnesses and using the name Ted while asking for help with his sailboat. Bundy was arrested in Utah in August 1975 after a police officer stopped him for a traffic violation and found suspicious items in his car, including handcuffs, a crowbar, rope, and other items. This led to his identification as a suspect in several disappearances. He was eventually convicted of kidnapping in Utah and sentenced to 15 years in prison. But in 1977, while being held in Colorado to face murder charges there, Bundy engineered a dramatic escape by jumping out of a courthouse window during a court recess. He was recaptured several days later. Then, in December 1977, he escaped again, this time from his jail cell, and made his way to Florida. In Florida, on January 15, 1978, Bundy attacked the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee, committing what would be his most brutal and frenzied attack. He entered the sorority house around 3 a.m. and attacked 4 women in rapid succession. He killed Margaret Bowman, 21, and Lisa Levy, 20, and severely injured 2 other women who survived. The attack was savage and showed a loss of the control that had characterized his earlier crimes. 3 weeks later, on February 9, 1978, he abducted and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her junior high school in Lake City, Florida. He was finally captured in Pensacola, Florida, on February 15, 1978, after a police officer recognized him from wanted posters and pulled him over for driving a stolen vehicle. In the car were credit cards belonging to women he'd attacked. His capture came not through brilliant detective work connecting his crimes, but through the luck of an observant officer recognizing him. The trials that followed became media sensations, partly because of Bundy's appearance and demeanor. He acted as his own attorney at times, displaying the intelligence and charm that had allowed him to kill for so long without being caught. He cross-examined witnesses, made legal arguments, and presented himself as a capable lawyer fighting against injustice. The courtroom proceedings were among the first to be televised nationally, and millions watched, fascinated as this handsome, articulate man defended himself against charges of brutal murder. Bundy even proposed to and married Carol Ann Boone, a former co-worker, during his trial, taking advantage of an obscure Florida law that considered a declaration of marriage in court before a judge to be legally binding. Boone would later give birth to a daughter conceived during conjugal visits that shouldn't have been allowed. This demonstrated Bundy's ability to manipulate and charm even while on trial for his life. On July 24, 1979, Bundy was convicted of the Chi Omega murders and sentenced to death. He was later convicted of murdering Kimberly Leach and received another death sentence. He would spend the next decade on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, confessed to murders, and continued to manipulate his image and control his narrative to the extent possible. As his execution date approached, Bundy began confessing to additional murders, providing details to investigators in a final attempt to delay his execution. He confessed to murders in Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, and Idaho, giving information that allowed some families to finally learn what had happened to their missing daughters. However, he remained vague or misleading about certain details, and some of his confessions couldn't be fully verified. Theodore Robert Bundy was executed in Florida's electric chair at Florida State Prison in Rayford on January 24, 1989, at 7:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He was 42 years old. His last words were reportedly directed at his attorney and a minister. "Jim and Fred, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." Outside the prison, hundreds of onlookers celebrated, some holding signs that read, "Burn Bundy Burn," and setting off fireworks when his death was announced. It was a macabre carnival atmosphere that reflected the intense public interest in and hatred of this killer who had seemed so normal, so trustworthy, so unlikely. The Bundy case represents a different form of hiding in plain sight than Rader or Gacy, where they maintained relatively ordinary appearances in their communities. Bundy was actively admired. He was good-looking, smart, and seemingly destined for success. He had worked at a suicide hotline, helping people in crisis. He had volunteered for political campaigns. He had attended law school. The gap between what he appeared to be and what he actually was created profound cognitive dissonance for everyone who knew him. Anne Rule, who had worked alongside him at the crisis hotline, struggled to reconcile the friendly, helpful young man she'd known with the brutal killer he was revealed to be. She would write about this struggle in The Stranger Beside Me, describing how long it took her to accept that her friend Ted was capable of such horrific crimes. She would eventually come to see him as a sadistic sociopath who took pleasure from another human's pain and the control he had over his victims to the point of death and even after. Bundy's former girlfriends, including Elizabeth Kendall, described a charming, attentive partner who seemed incapable of violence. Yet Kendall also noted moments when something seemed off, times when Ted's mask slipped slightly, revealing brief glimpses of the predator beneath. She eventually reported him to police as a possible suspect, though her report was initially dismissed because Bundy seemed so unlikely as a killer. The Bundy case taught law enforcement valuable lessons about how intelligent, organized killers can evade capture by maintaining a convincing normal appearance. It also highlighted how physical attractiveness and charm can serve as powerful camouflage, making it harder for both potential victims and investigators to recognize danger. The case contributed to the development of FBI profiling techniques and improved interjurisdictional cooperation in investigating serial crimes. The victims of Ted Bundy deserve to be remembered as individuals with their own stories, not just as victims in a notorious killer's legacy. They were daughters, sisters, students, professionals, each with their own dreams and potential. Linda Ann Healy was a 21-year-old psychology major and radio announcer. Donna Gail Manson, 19, was studying environmental studies. Susan Rancourt, 18, was a biology major. Kathy Parks, 20, was studying at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, was living independently and working. Georgianne Hawkins, 18, was a popular student at the University of Washington. Denise Nasland, 19, worked as a computer programmer. Janice Ott, 23, worked as a probation caseworker helping troubled youth. These women had families, ambitions, futures that Bundy destroyed. In Utah and Colorado, victims included Nancy Wilcox, 16, Melissa Smith, 17, Laura Aim, 17, Debbie Kent, 17, Karen Campbell, 23, Julie Cunningham, 26, Denise Oliverson, 25, Lynette Culver, 12, and Susan Curtis, 15. In Florida, Margaret Bowman, 21, Lisa Levy, 20, and Kimberly Leach, 12, lost their lives. Each of these women and girls deserved long lives, the opportunity to accomplish their goals, to love and be loved, to contribute to the world. Bundy stole all of that from them, and their memory deserves to be honored. Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah. He would become known as the Green River Killer and would eventually plead guilty to 49 murders, making him one of the most prolific, confirmed serial killers in United States history. Ridgway claimed the number was higher, somewhere between 65 and 80 victims, though the actual count remains unverified, and investigators believe his higher estimates may be exaggerated. What makes Ridgway's case particularly relevant to our discussion is how utterly ordinary he was, how completely he blended into normal working-class life while committing horrific crimes for over 2 decades. Ridgway grew up in what became SeaTac, Washington, near Seattle. His childhood was marked by dysfunction and difficulty. His mother was reportedly domineering and had a volatile relationship with young Gary. He struggled in school, with an IQ measured around 82, placing him in the dull normal range of intelligence. He had difficulty with reading and often felt inadequate compared to his peers. He wet the bed until his teens, which his mother reportedly humiliated him about, making him wash his own sheets and sometimes punishing him publicly. He graduated from high school with poor grades. He enlisted in the Navy in the late 1960s and served during the Vietnam War period, though he saw no combat. After his military service, Ridgway returned to Washington and began working for the Kenworth Truck Company as a painter in the truck factory. He would hold this job for over 30 years, from 1969 until his arrest in 2001, becoming a long-term, reliable employee. Co-workers described him as quiet, somewhat slow, but dependable. He showed up on time, did his job, and didn't cause trouble. In other words, he was forgettable, exactly the kind of person who could commit murder without drawing suspicion. Ridgway was married 3 times during his killing years. His first marriage to Claudia Barrows lasted from 1970 to 1972. His second marriage to Marcia Brown lasted from 1973 to 1981. His wives knew him as a man with a strong sex drive and some unusual habits, but nothing that clearly suggested he was a murderer. His second wife, Marcia, would later describe finding unusual items in their home, women's jewelry and clothing that didn't belong to her, but she'd convinced herself there must be innocent explanations. His third wife, Judith Mawson, whom he married in 1988, claimed she had no suspicions until his arrest. Judith would later write a book about her experience, describing a man who seemed devoted to her, who read the Bible with her, who appeared to be a normal husband. She stated that she didn't watch the news and wasn't aware of the Green River Killer case, despite living in the area where it was occurring. When Ridgway was arrested in 2001, Judith was completely shocked, unable to reconcile the man she'd lived with for over a decade with the serial killer he actually was. Ridgway attended church regularly and read the Bible frequently. He would later admit that his religious practices were part of his attempt to control his urges to kill, though they were unsuccessful. He also admitted that he sometimes cried after killing, because he knew what he was doing was wrong, yet he couldn't stop himself. This admission, however, should be viewed skeptically. Many serial killers claim remorse or lack of control when it serves their interests. Ridgway targeted sex workers and vulnerable young women, many of them runaways or those struggling with addiction. He would pick them up along the Pacific Highway South, also known as the SeaTac Strip, an area known for prostitution, near the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Ridgway claimed that he targeted sex workers because, in his words, he both desired and despised them. He stated that he knew they would be easy victims because they got into cars with strangers. They might not be immediately reported missing, and their cases might not be investigated as vigorously as other missing persons. Experts note, this explanation is self-serving and designed to make his crimes seem calculated rather than revealing any genuine emotional complexity. His method was brutally simple and consistent. He would pick up women, often engaging their services as a prostitute, take them to secluded areas, sometimes his home, his truck, or wooded locations, and kill them, usually through strangulation. He preferred to use his hands or a ligature, maintaining physical contact and control throughout the murder. After killing them, he would dispose of their bodies in wooded areas around King County, often in clusters, returning later to have sex with the decomposing remains. The desecration of his victims' bodies revealed the depth of his depravity and his need for control that extended even beyond death. The first victims attributed to the Green River Killer were found in 1982. Between July and August of that year, 5 bodies were discovered in or near the Green River in King County, Washington, giving the killer his nickname. The bodies of Wendy Lee Caulfield, 16, Deborah Lynn Bonner, 23, Marsha Faye Chapman, 31, Opal Charmaine Mills, 16, and Cynthia Jean Hines, 17, were all found in the river or on its banks during this period. Over the next several years, more bodies were discovered in wooded areas around Seattle, and the body count continued to rise. Clusters of remains were found in areas like Star Lake, the SeaTac Airport vicinity, and along Highway 18 and Interstate 90. The pattern suggested a single killer who was very familiar with the area and was methodically disposing of bodies in locations where they would be found eventually, but not immediately. The Green River Task Force was established in 1984 to investigate the killings. At its peak, it was one of the largest serial killer investigations in American history, with dozens of detectives working full-time on the case. They interviewed thousands of suspects, including Gary Ridgway. Ridgway first came to police attention in 1982 when he was stopped by police while he was in his truck with a sex worker. This was noted but didn't lead to arrest. In 1983, the boyfriend of victim Marie Malvar followed a truck he believed had picked her up to a house in Des Moines, Washington, Ridgway's house. Police questioned Ridgway, but he denied involvement. In 1984, investigators gave Ridgway a polygraph test regarding the murders. He passed the test, and investigators moved on to other suspects. This false negative on the polygraph test would prove to be a critical error that allowed Ridgway to continue killing for years. In 1987, investigators collected a saliva sample from Ridgway as part of their investigation, but DNA technology at the time wasn't advanced enough to make use of it effectively. The sample sat in evidence for years while Ridgway continued to kill. Ridgway's killing slowed significantly after he married his third wife, Judith, in 1988. He would later claim that he truly loved Judith and that his marriage to her reduced his violent urges, Of his 49 confirmed victims, only 3 were killed after his marriage to Judith. Whether this was due to emotional factors, increased difficulty in hiding his activities from a spouse, or simply the natural progression of his aging and declining drive, remains unclear. By the late 1990s, the Green River killings had apparently stopped. The task force was reduced in size. The case went cold. But advances in DNA technology would eventually break it open. In 2001, Detective Dave Reichert, who had been involved in the Green River case since the beginning and had risen to become Sheriff of King County, ordered a review of old evidence using new DNA techniques. They tested the saliva sample taken from Ridgway in 1987 against DNA collected from 4 of the earliest Green River killer victims: Opal Mills, Marsha Chapman, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Christensen. The DNA was a match. On November 30th, 2001, Gary Ridgway was arrested at his workplace at Kenworth Truck Company, where he'd worked for over 30 years. Co-workers were shocked. This quiet, unremarkable man they'd worked alongside for decades was the Green River killer? It seemed impossible. Ridgway had always been so normal, so ordinary, so forgettable. During interrogation, faced with overwhelming DNA evidence, Ridgway began to confess. Over several months of interviews with investigators, he would eventually provide detailed information about 48 murders. In exchange for avoiding the death penalty, Ridgway agreed to plead guilty to all murders for which he could provide verifiable information and to help investigators locate remaining victims and bring closure to families. The confession tapes are chilling in their matter-of-fact tone. Ridgway spoke about his victims as though they were objects. He said things like, "I killed so many women, I have a hard time keeping them straight," and admitted he didn't even know most of their names. He said, "Most of the time, I killed them the first time I met them, and I do not have a good memory for their faces." He explained his targeting of sex workers by saying, "I picked prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without getting caught." On December 18th, 2003, Gary Ridgway was sentenced to 48 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. In 2011, he pleaded guilty to a 49th murder after remains were identified as belonging to Rebecca Marrero, whom he'd killed in 1982. He received another life sentence. Recent developments in the case have continued to bring closure to families. In December 2023, authorities confirmed that remains found in 1985 and known as Bones 17 belonged to 15-year-old Lori Ann Razpotnik, who had run away from home in 1982. In January 2024, authorities confirmed that the last remaining unidentified set of remains linked to Ridgway belonged to 16-year-old Tammy Lyles, whose partial remains had been identified as early as 1988, but whose full identification took decades. In March 2025, court documents revealed that Ridgway was briefly transferred from Washington State Penitentiary to King County Jail in September 2024 to assist investigators in locating additional remains. Authorities have not disclosed whether this effort was successful, stating only that involved cases remain open. Ridgway currently resides at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, where he will remain for the rest of his life. He is now 76 years old and in failing health. The Ridgway case illustrates how a killer who is completely unremarkable, even somewhat slow and unimpressive, can successfully evade capture for decades. Ridgway wasn't charming like Bundy, He wasn't active in his community like Gacy or Rader. He was simply ordinary to the point of being forgettable. He went to work, came home, lived a quiet life. And that ordinariness was itself a form of camouflage that allowed him to kill at least 49 women over 2 decades. His wives struggled with profound questions after his arrest. Judith Ridgway described the cognitive dissonance of reconciling the man she'd shared her life with, the man she'd trusted, slept beside, read the Bible with, and the Green River Killer. She described how he would sometimes leave early for work, ostensibly for overtime pay, but now she wonders if those were the mornings he was killing. The betrayal and horror of such realizations are difficult to comprehend. The victims of Gary Ridgway were women whose lives had value, who deserved safety and dignity. Many were struggling with addiction or poverty, engaged in sex work to survive. Their vulnerability didn't make their lives less valuable. It made their murders all the more tragic because they were already in difficult circumstances and deserved help, not violence. Wendy Lee Caulfield was 16 years old, a runaway who could have been helped, who could have gotten her life back on track. Giselle Lovvorn was 19. Deborah Bonner was 23. Marcia Chapman was 31 and a mother. These women had families who loved them, who reported them missing, who never stopped looking for them. Many of Ridgway's victims were teenagers. Opal Mills, 16, Cynthia Hines, 17, Terry Milligan, 16, Alma Smith, 18, Dolores Williams, 17, Gail Matthews, 23. They were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. Tammy Lyles, whose remains were the last to be identified, was 16 years old when Ridgway killed her. Lori Ann Respotnik was just 15. These were children who needed protection, who instead encountered a predator. The full list of Ridgway's confirmed victims represents a staggering loss of life, each person an individual with their own story. Wendy Lee Caulfield, Giselle Lovvorn, Deborah Lynn Bonner, Marcia Faye Chapman, Opal Charmaine Mills, Cynthia Jean Hines, Terry Renee Milligan, Mary Bridget Meehan, Deborah Estes, Linda Jane Rule, Denise Darcel Bush, Shonda Leah Summers, Shirley Marie Sherrill, Rebecca Marrero, Colleen Renee Brockman, Alma Ann Smith, Dolores Laverne Williams, Gail Lynn Matthews, Andrea M. Childers, Sandra K. Gabbett, Kimmy Kai Pitsaw, Marie M. Malvar, Carol Ann Christensen, Martina Teresa Ortherly, Cheryl Lee Wims, Yvonne Antosh, Carrie Ann Royce, Constance Elizabeth Nayon, Kelly Marie Ware, Tina Marie Thompson, April Dawn Buttram, Debbie Mae Abernathy, Tracy Ann Winston, Maureen Sue Feeney, Mary Sue Bello, Pammy Annette Avant, Delise Louise Plager, Kimberly L. Nelson, Lisa Yates, Mary Exeter West, Cindy Ann Smith, Patricia Michelle Barksack, Roberta Joseph Hayes, Marta Reeves, Patricia Ann Yellow Robe, Tammy Lyles, Lori Ann Raspotnik, and 2 victims who remain unidentified. Each of these women's lives mattered. They were daughters, sisters, some were mothers. Their humanity must be remembered. Israel Keyes, the methodical predator. If the previous cases represent killers who maintained normal appearances in specific communities, Israel Keyes represents something even more chilling. A killer who meticulously planned to be nearly impossible to catch, who had no consistent victim type, no geographic focus, no discernible pattern. Keyes was perhaps the most methodical and calculating serial killer of the modern era, and he successfully hid in plain sight by ensuring that no one could connect his crimes to him or to each other. Israel Keyes was born on January 7, 1978, in Richmond, Utah. Some sources say Cove, Utah, the second of 10 children born to Heidi Hackinson and John Jeffrey Keyes. His family moved frequently during his childhood, living in various locations before eventually settling in the isolated area of Colville, Washington, in a remote cabin with no electricity or running water. The family was deeply religious, adhering to fundamentalist Christian beliefs associated with the Christian identity movement, and the children were homeschooled in isolation from mainstream society. As a teenager, Keyes exhibited disturbing behavior that should have been warning signs. He was known to be cruel to animals, killing and torturing creatures he found in the woods. He broke into neighbors' homes, stealing items, and sometimes vandalizing property. But these behaviors didn't result in serious legal consequences or intervention that might have prevented his later crimes. By his late teens, Keyes had rejected his family's religious beliefs and declared himself an atheist, causing a significant rift with his family. This rejection of their ideology seemed to remove what little moral framework he might have had. In July 1998, at age 20, Keyes enlisted in the United States Army. He served from 1998 to 2001, including time stationed in Egypt and at Fort Lewis in Washington state. His military service was unremarkable. He achieved the rank of specialist and received an honorable discharge. Nothing about his military record suggested the darkness that lay beneath. His service gave him training, discipline, and experience that he would later apply to his crimes. After leaving the military, Keyes moved around the United States before eventually settling in Alaska in 2007. He had a daughter with a girlfriend, and by all accounts, he was a devoted father who loved his child deeply. This genuine love for his daughter seems to have been one of the few authentic emotions Keyes experienced, and he would later express concern about how his crimes would affect her. Keyes worked as a handyman and contractor, eventually starting his own business, Keyes Construction, in Alaska. He was reliable, skilled, and professional. Clients trusted him with keys to their homes, with access to their properties while they were away, with intimate details of their lives and security systems. He seemed like exactly the kind of honest, hard-working contractor everyone hopes to find. But during this same period, Israel Keyes was committing murders, bank robberies, arsons, burglaries, and other crimes across the United States, and he was doing so in a way specifically designed to prevent law enforcement from ever connecting the dots or identifying him as the perpetrator. Keyes had studied other serial killers extensively. He read about famous cases, understood how they'd been caught, and learned from their mistakes. He understood the methods law enforcement used to track and profile serial offenders, and he structured his crimes specifically to defeat those methods. Most serial killers have patterns that eventually lead to their capture. They target a specific type of victim. They operate in a specific geographic area. They use consistent methods. These patterns allow investigators to identify connections between crimes and eventually track down the perpetrator through geographical profiling, victim pattern analysis, and other investigative techniques. Keyes deliberately avoided all patterns. He had no consistent victim type. He killed both men and women of various ages and backgrounds. He didn't operate in any specific geographic region. He traveled thousands of miles between crimes, flying to different parts of the country to commit murders far from where he lived. He used different methods, for different murders. He was specifically trying to be unprofilable, untrackable, impossible to catch through traditional investigative methods. His planning was meticulous and demonstrated extremely long-term thinking. Years before committing murders, Keyes would travel to different parts of the country and bury kill kits in remote locations. These kits contained weapons, tools, restraints, cash, and other items he might need to commit crimes. He would carefully document the locations and later retrieve the kits when he was ready to kill. This meant he could fly to a region where he had a kill kit buried, rent a car using cash and possibly fake identification, drive to a random location, select a victim he'd never seen before, commit the crime using tools that couldn't be traced to him, and then disappear back to Alaska. The crime would appear to be a local murder, with no connection to anyone outside the immediate area. Keyes funded these activities through bank robberies, which he committed with the same calculated approach, traveling far from home, targeting small banks with poor security, taking enough money to fund his activities, but not enough to trigger major federal investigations. Investigators believe Keyes killed at least 8 people, though he hinted at more, and the actual number remains unknown. His confirmed victims include Bill and Lorraine Currier of Vermont, whom he murdered in June 2011, and Samantha Koenig of Alaska, whom he abducted and killed in February 2012. The Currier murder demonstrates Keyes' methodology perfectly. In 2009, 2 years before the murder, Keyes traveled to Vermont and buried a kill kit in the woods near Essex. In June 2011, he flew to Chicago, rented a car, and drove to Vermont. He retrieved his kill kit, which contained a gun and other tools. He then spent time scouting the area and identified the Currier's home. On the night of June 8, 2011, he broke into their home, tied up Bill Currier, age 50, and Lorraine Currier, age 55, forced them into their own vehicle and drove them to an abandoned farmhouse he'd scouted in advance. There, he shot Bill, sexually assaulted and strangled Lorraine, and then dismembered their bodies, disposing of the remains in different locations where they have never been found. Keyes then drove back to Chicago, returned his rental car, flew home to Alaska, and resumed his normal life. To investigators in Vermont, this appeared to be a local crime with no obvious suspect. Keyes was a devoted father to his young daughter. His girlfriend and her family had no idea about his crimes. His clients in Alaska trusted him completely, hired him for jobs, recommended him to friends. He maintained his contracting business successfully while secretly flying around the country to commit murders. He was hiding in plain sight by being extremely ordinary in his local community while committing horrors far away where no one would connect them to him. But Keyes made a critical error with his final victim. On February 1, 2012, he impulsively abducted 18-year-old Samantha Koenig from the Common Grounds espresso stand where she worked in Anchorage. This was highly unusual for Keyes. He typically traveled far from home to commit crimes and planned them meticulously rather than acting impulsively. But on this night, he kidnapped Samantha, took her to his house, where he sexually assaulted and killed her, and then left her body in a shed on his property while he went on a pre-planned 2-week cruise with his daughter and girlfriend. After returning from the cruise, Keyes retrieved Samantha's body, which had been frozen by Alaska's winter temperatures. In a particularly disturbing act, he applied makeup to her face and sewed her eyes open with fishing line to make her appear alive, then took a photograph of her holding a recent newspaper. He sent this photo to her family along with a ransom demand, hoping to make them believe she was still alive and being held for ransom. He then dismembered her body and disposed of it in Matanuska Lake, north of Anchorage. Keyes began withdrawing money from Samantha's stolen bank account as he traveled through the southwestern United States. This left a digital trail. ATM cameras captured images of his rental car in various locations, and police were able to track his movements. On March 13, 2012, Texas Highway Patrol Corporal Brian Henry pulled over Keyes in the parking lot of the Cotton Patch Cafe in Lufkin, Texas. A search of his vehicle revealed evidence linking him to Samantha's abduction, including her debit card. During interrogation, Keyes was cooperative but calculated in what he revealed. He confessed to the Koenig and Currier murders in detail, providing information that allowed investigators to verify his involvement. But he remained vague about other crimes, hinting at additional victims but not providing specific details. He seemed to enjoy controlling the flow of information, keeping investigators guessing about the full extent of his crimes. Keyes expressed genuine concern about his daughter, stating he didn't want her to grow up knowing about his crimes or suffering because of his actions. He said, "I want my kid to have a chance to grow up. You know, she's in a safe place now. She's not going to see any of this. I want her to have a chance to grow up and not have all this hanging over her head." This concern for his daughter appears to have been authentic, one of the few genuine emotions investigators observed in him. On December 2, 2012, while being held in the Anchorage Correctional Complex awaiting trial, Israel Keyes committed suicide. Despite being on suicide watch, he managed to use a razor blade to cut his wrist and then strangled himself with a bedsheet. He left behind a 4-page suicide note written in verse that reflected on his crimes and American society, but provided no specific information about other victims. His death brought an abrupt end to the case and left many questions unanswered about the full extent of his killing spree. Keyes' death left law enforcement with more questions than answers. How many people did he actually kill? Where are the other victims? What other crimes did he commit? Investigators continue to work on cases that might be connected to Keyes, but without his cooperation, many of these cases may remain unsolved. The Keyes case represents a new kind of challenge for law enforcement. He wasn't a killer who could be caught through traditional profiling or pattern recognition because he specifically structured his crimes to avoid patterns. He deliberately traveled thousands of miles between crimes, selected random victims, used buried weapons that couldn't be traced, and maintained a completely normal life in his home community. He hid in plain sight, not by being a beloved community figure or a church leader, but by being so methodical and calculated that his crimes couldn't be connected to him. For the people who knew Keyes, his girlfriend, his daughter, his clients, his neighbors, the revelation of his crimes was devastating. He'd seemed like a good father, a skilled worker, a quiet but friendly member of the community. The gap between who he appeared to be and what he actually was represents one of the most extreme examples of successful deception. The confirmed victims of Israel Keyes: Bill Currier, age 50, an engineer; Lorraine Currier, age 55, a registered nurse; and Samantha Koenig, age 18, a young woman just starting her adult life, represent just a fraction of the lives he may have destroyed. Bill and Lorraine were a couple who'd been married for years, living their normal lives in Vermont. Their disappearance was initially treated as a possible voluntary departure, and it took years before their case was connected to Keyes. Samantha Koenig was working at a coffee stand to save money, making plans for her future. Her abduction and murder galvanized the community and led to intense media coverage that ultimately contributed to Keyes' capture. There are likely other families who don't know that their missing loved ones were victims of Israel Keyes. He hinted at murders in various states, mentioned burying victims in remote locations, and suggested his kill count was higher than the confirmed cases. Some families may never get answers or closure. Keyes' ability to hide his crimes through methodical planning and geographic dispersal represents a nightmare scenario for law enforcement. A killer who specifically studies how to avoid detection and implements those strategies with military precision and complete lack of remorse. The science behind the mask. Understanding how these killers successfully hid in plain sight requires examining the intersection of psychology, neuroscience, and social dynamics. Researchers have made significant progress in understanding the mechanisms that allow such extreme deception. From a neurological perspective, studies using brain imaging technology have revealed differences in the brains of individuals with psychopathic traits compared to normal populations. The amygdala, which processes emotions like fear and empathy, often shows reduced activity in individuals with psychopathic personality disorder. The prefrontal cortex, which governs impulse control, decision-making, and planning, may show unusual patterns of activation. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex, associated with moral reasoning and emotional regulation, may function differently. Research published in journals like the Archives of General Psychiatry has shown that psychopathic individuals may process emotional information differently at a neural level. When shown images designed to elicit empathic responses, such as people in pain, their brains don't show the same activation patterns as non-psychopathic individuals. This suggests that their lack of empathy isn't just a choice or character flaw, but may have a biological component. However, experts emphasize that brain differences don't excuse behavior or remove responsibility. Many people with neurological variations never commit crimes. The brain differences may create predispositions or make certain behaviors easier, but choices and actions remain the individual's responsibility. Furthermore, not all violent criminals show these brain differences, and not all people with these brain differences become violent. From a psychological standpoint, the concept of compartmentalization is central to understanding how killers maintain their facades. Compartmentalization is a defense mechanism where contradictory thoughts, feelings, or activities are kept separate to avoid psychological discomfort. Clinical psychologists note that everyone uses compartmentalization to some degree. We might keep work stress separate from family time, for instance. But for serial killers like Rader, Gacy, Bundy, Ridgway, and Keyes, compartmentalization becomes extreme. Forensic psychologists describe this as creating entirely separate psychological spaces for their murderous activities and their normal lives. Dennis Rader called this cubing, his own terminology for maintaining separate compartments for church Dennis, work Dennis, family Dennis, and killer Dennis. Some research has suggested this extreme compartmentalization may be related to dissociation, a psychological process where aspects of identity, memory, or consciousness become disconnected. However, forensic psychologists emphasize that serial killers are generally not experiencing true dissociative disorders like dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder. They're consciously choosing to engage in violence and consciously working to hide it. The compartmentalization is a tool they use, not a mental illness that excuses their behavior. The social psychological aspect is equally important. in understanding how these killers succeed. Research in social cognition has shown that we use mental shortcuts called heuristics to make quick judgments about people. Does someone dress appropriately? Do they have a job? Do they participate in community activities? Do they smile and make eye contact? These heuristics usually serve us well, allowing us to navigate social situations efficiently without conducting background checks on everyone we meet. But skilled manipulators can exploit these heuristics by presenting the right surface indicators, appropriate dress, stable employment, community involvement, friendly demeanor. They trigger our mental shortcuts that categorize them as safe and trustworthy. This is why Rader's position as a church president, Gacy's work as a clown, and Bundy's law student status were such effective cover. These roles come with built-in assumptions of trustworthiness. Research has also identified the fundamental attribution error, our tendency to attribute others' behavior to their character while attributing our own behavior to circumstances. When we see someone being helpful or kind, we tend to think, that's a good person, rather than, that person is behaving helpfully in this moment. This makes it difficult for us to believe that someone who consistently acts friendly could be capable of violence. The just world hypothesis, our desire to believe the world is fair and orderly, also plays a role. We want to believe that bad things happen to people who somehow deserve them, and that good things happen to good people. This makes it psychologically difficult to accept that your neighbor, who helps with yard work and attends church, could be a murderer. Our brains resist information that contradicts our need for an orderly, predictable world. Research in social psychology has also shown that authority and social roles create additional cover for predators. Studies like the famous Stanford Prison Experiment and Milgram obedience experiments demonstrated how powerfully social roles can influence behavior and perception. When someone is in a position of authority or respect, a church leader, a businessman, a volunteer, we're less likely to question their behavior or motives, even when warning signs are present. The phenomenon of cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort we experience when confronted with contradictory information, helps explain why people close to these killers often struggled to accept the truth, even when evidence mounted. The contradiction between my neighbor is a friendly person and my neighbor is a serial killer creates such intense psychological discomfort that people's brains may resist accepting the new information, instead finding ways to explain it away or minimize it. Research into criminal profiling has evolved significantly in response to cases like these. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, established in the 1970s, pioneered the use of psychological profiling to investigate serial crimes. Early profiling divided killers into organized and disorganized types, with organized killers being those who plan carefully, maintain control, and often lead normal-appearing lives, like the killers we've discussed. Modern profiling recognizes greater complexity and diversity in how serial offenders operate. Research published in journals like the Journal of Forensic Sciences has refined our understanding of different offender types, motivational structures, and behavioral patterns. Investigators now recognize that there's no single serial killer type and that skilled offenders will deliberately structure their behavior to avoid fitting expected patterns, as Israel Keyes did. Forensic psychology has also advanced in understanding the motivation structures of serial killers. While popular culture often focuses on sexual motivations, research suggests that power, control, and domination are more central to many serial killers' psychology than sexual gratification per se. The sexual component, when present, is often more about exerting power than about desire or pleasure. The FBI's creation of the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, in 1985 was a direct response to cases of killers who operated across jurisdictions. VICAP is a database that allows law enforcement agencies to enter information about violent crimes and search for patterns that might connect cases across different locations. This system might have caught someone like Israel Keyes earlier by connecting seemingly unrelated murders across state lines. Advances in forensic science have dramatically improved law enforcement's ability to investigate and solve these crimes. DNA technology has been revolutionary. Gary Ridgway was caught because DNA techniques that didn't exist when he first came under suspicion in the 1980s were able to match his DNA to evidence from victims in 2001. Similarly, DNA evidence has been used to solve cold cases and connect crimes that seemed unrelated. Digital forensics has become equally important. Dennis Rader was caught partly because metadata on a floppy disk led investigators to him. Modern killers leave digital footprints through cell phone records, internet searches, GPS data, ATM cameras, and countless other sources that didn't exist for earlier generations of offenders. However, significant challenges remain in detecting and stopping serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight. The balance between civil liberties and public safety is delicate. We can't investigate everyone who seems slightly unusual or intrude into private lives without cause. The freedoms that make democratic society possible also create spaces where predators can operate. Resource limitations affect investigation quality. Many law enforcement agencies, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, lack the resources to conduct extensive investigations of every suspicious circumstance. This means some warning signs may not be pursued as thoroughly as they should be. The need for better communication and cooperation between jurisdictions remains crucial. Israel Keyes specifically exploited the fact that law enforcement agencies in different states often don't communicate effectively about crimes. Breaking down these barriers, sharing information more readily, and looking for connections across geographic boundaries are essential for catching mobile offenders. Understanding these scientific and social mechanisms isn't just academically interesting, it has practical implications for public safety, investigation techniques, and community awareness. The more we understand about how these killers operate and how they successfully deceive others, the better equipped we are to recognize warning signs and prevent future tragedies. The impact on communities and families. The revelation that a serial killer has been living among them has profound and lasting effects on communities and families that extend far beyond the immediate circle of victims. The psychological trauma ripples outward, touching everyone who had contact with the killer or who lives in the affected community. For family members of the killers themselves, the discovery creates a unique and devastating form of trauma. They must simultaneously grieve the loss of the person they thought they knew while grappling with the horror of who that person actually was. Dennis Rader's wife Paula and their children Kerry and Brian had to face an impossible reality. The husband and father they'd known for decades was BTK. Paula immediately filed for an emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. But the legal dissolution of marriage couldn't erase 34 years of shared life or the questions that haunted her. Had she missed signs? Could she have done something? How could the man who'd been her partner, who'd raised their children, who'd shared her bed, be capable of such horrors? Their daughter, Kerri Rawson, has been the most public of Rader's family members in addressing the trauma. In her 2019 book, A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming. And in the 2025 Netflix documentary, My Father, the BTK Killer, she shared her journey of trying to reconcile the father she remembered, who attended her school events, who taught her to drive, who walked her down the aisle at her wedding with the serial killer he actually was. Kerri described the moment of his arrest. She was at work when FBI agents came to tell her that her father had been arrested for the BTK murders. Her first reaction was disbelief, then anger, then a profound sense of betrayal. She wrote about the agonizing process of going through childhood memories, analyzing every moment for signs she'd missed. She described the guilt she felt, wondering if she could have somehow stopped him if she'd been more perceptive. In letters Rader wrote to Kerri from prison, he showed a disturbing mix of apparent fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl I raised right," and referred to his crimes as the dark side that took me away, as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerri eventually stopped responding to most of his letters, recognizing that his apparent emotions were more about his own needs than genuine concern for her well-being. The Rader children have largely stayed out of public life, attempting to build identities separate from their father's crimes. But the name Rader is forever associated with BTK in Wichita and beyond, making anonymity difficult. John Wayne Gacy's family experienced similar trauma. His ex-wife, Carol Hoff, discovered that the man she'd been married to, the man who'd been stepfather to her daughters, had been murdering young men and burying them under the house where her family had lived. She expressed profound relief that her daughters hadn't been harmed, but struggled with questions about how she'd missed the signs. She'd noticed strange smells, unusual behavior, evidence that something was wrong, but she'd never imagined murder. Gacy's mother and sister also struggled to reconcile the family member they'd known with the killer revealed in court. His mother maintained until her death that she believed there was some mistake, that the John she knew couldn't have done these things. This denial, while psychologically understandable, prevented her from fully accepting reality. Ted Bundy's long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, wrote about her experience in The Phantom Prince, My Life with Ted Bundy. She described the slow, horrifying realization that the man she loved, the man she'd considered marrying, might be responsible for the murders she'd been reading about in the newspapers. She'd even reported him to police at one point, but his charm and the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone so seemingly normal had made her doubt her own instincts. After his execution, she expressed relief that he could never hurt anyone again, but also grief for the person she'd thought he was. Bundy's ex-wife, Carol Ann Boone, whom he married during his trial, maintained his innocence for years, even after his conviction. She divorced him in 1986, several years before his execution, after finally accepting that he was guilty. She and their daughter subsequently disappeared from public life, presumably to escape the association with his crimes. For Gary Ridgway's third wife, Judith Mawson, the revelation came completely out of nowhere. She'd been married to him for over a decade and later wrote that she had no suspicions whatsoever. In her book, Green River, Running Red, she described her shock and horror at his arrest. She'd known Gary as a devoted husband who read the Bible with her, who seemed to care deeply about their relationship. The discovery That he was the Green River Killer shattered her understanding of reality. Judith described analyzing every moment of their marriage, looking for clues she'd missed. She realized that his sometimes early departures for work, which he'd explained as overtime, might have been when he was killing. She remembered times when he'd come home late or seemed distracted, behaviors she'd attributed to work stress, but which now took on sinister new meanings. Israel Keys's girlfriend faced unique trauma. Not only had the father of her child been a serial killer, but their daughter was young enough that she would grow up with this knowledge. How do you explain to a child that their father, who by all accounts loved them genuinely, was also a methodical murderer? How do you help them process that duality? Keys's girlfriend has remained completely out of public view, presumably to protect their daughter's privacy and give her a chance at a normal life. The broader communities affected by these killers also struggled profoundly. Wichita, Kansas, lived under the shadow of BTK for 30 years. Every unsolved murder, every unexplained death was potentially connected to BTK. Parents warned children to be careful. Women lived in fear. The community was traumatized by the unknown killer in their midst. When Dennis Rader was revealed as BTK, the response was complex. There was relief that the killer had been caught and would face justice. But there was also a disturbing realization. The killer hadn't been some mysterious figure operating from shadows. He'd been right there all along, writing parking tickets, measuring grass, sitting in church pews, volunteering with Boy Scouts. The predator had been hiding in plain sight in a way that made everyone question their judgment and their safety. The Norwood Park neighborhood in Chicago, where John Wayne Gacy lived, was traumatized by the discovery of 29 bodies buried under his house. The excavation became a media spectacle, with news crews broadcasting images of investigators removing remains. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to process how such horror had existed right next door to them. Many neighbors reported feeling guilt. They'd socialized with Gacy, attended his parties, sent their children to events where he performed as Pogo the Clown. Some had noticed strange smells or odd behaviors but hadn't thought to report them. The question, "How could I not have known?" haunted many residents for years. For families of Gacy's victims, the trial was particularly traumatic. They had to sit through detailed descriptions of how their loved ones had died, presented in a courtroom setting that felt clinical and detached. They had to watch Gacy, who showed no genuine remorse and even seemed to enjoy the attention. The legal process, while necessary for justice, felt like it gave the killer exactly what he wanted: notoriety and an audience. Many of Gacy's victims had been dismissed by authorities as runaways before their connection to Gacy was discovered. Their families had reported them missing, but the cases hadn't been investigated as vigorously as they might have been if the victims had come from different backgrounds. This added another layer of pain, the feeling that society hadn't valued their loved ones' lives enough to search for them properly. The families of Ted Bundy's victims dealt with unique challenges because of Bundy's celebrity status. The trials were televised, making the proceedings public entertainment. Bundy's good looks and charm meant that some people, shockingly, became fans, writing to him in prison, attending his trials to support him. This Bundy groupies phenomenon was deeply disturbing to victims' families who had to watch people romanticize the man who'd killed their daughters and sisters. For Gary Ridgway's victims' families, many dealt with the additional pain of societal stigma. Because many of Ridgway's victims were sex workers or women struggling with addiction, some people, including some law enforcement officers, didn't prioritize their cases as they should have. Families reported feeling that their loved ones weren't considered worthy victims, that their cases were treated as less important. This added to their grief and rage. The identification of victims decades after their deaths brought closure to some families, but also reopened old wounds. When remains found in 1985 were finally identified in 2023 as Lori Ann Razpotnik, her family finally knew what had happened to her, but they also had to grieve all over again, confronting the reality of how she died after decades of not knowing. For Israel Keys's victims' families, the fact that he committed suicide before revealing the full extent of his crimes left them with painful questions that may never be answered. Bill and Lorraine Currier's family had to grapple with the fact that their bodies were never found, denying them even the closure of proper burial. Keys hinted at other victims but never provided enough information for investigators to identify them or locate remains. Victims' families often describe feeling that they're expected to move on, to find closure, to heal, but that's not always possible. The loss of a loved one to murder is traumatic enough. But when that murder was committed by someone who was hiding in plain sight, someone who seemed normal and trustworthy, it adds another layer of psychological complexity that makes healing even more difficult. Some families have channeled their trauma into advocacy. Organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, and various state-level victims' rights groups have been founded or supported by families of murder victims. These organizations work to improve how missing persons cases are investigated, push for changes in how law enforcement handles serial crime investigations, advocate for victims' rights in the legal system, and provide support for other families going through similar traumas. But not all families can find purpose in their pain. For some, the trauma is simply overwhelming, the loss too great to build anything from. They cope as best they can, day by day, carrying grief that will never fully heal. There's no right way to respond to such trauma, and families shouldn't be judged for how they handle an impossible situation. Therapists who work with families of serial killer victims describe unique challenges in these cases. The randomness of victimization, the fact that these people were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, makes it harder to find meaning or explanation. There's no reason that can make sense of why this happened. The discovery that the killer was someone who seemed normal, who was hiding in plain sight, undermines basic assumptions about safety and security that therapy often relies on to help trauma survivors rebuild their lives. If you can't trust your ability to identify dangerous people, how do you feel safe in the world? This is a question that many survivors and family members struggle with for years or even the rest of their lives. Communities do eventually recover, though they're changed by the experience. Wichita moved forward after BTK's capture, though the city will always be associated with Dennis Rader. The northwest Chicago suburbs healed after Gacy's execution, though the neighborhood where he lived carries that history. The Seattle area has processed the Green River Killer case, though families are still finding answers decades later. But these places and these families carry scars. The names Rader, Gacy, Bundy, Ridgway, and Keys remain burned into collective memories as reminders that predators can wear friendly faces, live in normal houses, and participate in community life while secretly destroying lives. Lessons and modern detection. The cases we've examined force us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and social dynamics, but they also provide insights that experts believe can help prevent future tragedies. Law enforcement, psychology, and forensic science have all evolved in response to these killers, developing better tools for detection and investigation. Perhaps the most important lesson is that surface appearances are fundamentally unreliable indicators of danger. Community involvement, religious devotion, professional success, charm, intelligence, physical attractiveness, none of these protect against predatory behavior. In fact, research suggests that sophisticated predators deliberately cultivate these traits precisely because they know we use them as mental shortcuts for assessing trustworthiness. This means we need to be more willing to question surface impressions and take seriously warning signs even when they come from seemingly unlikely sources. When sex workers reported violence by Gary Ridgway in the 1980s, some investigators dismissed their reports as less credible because of the victim's profession. This bias, the assumption that reports from marginalized people are less trustworthy, allowed Ridgway to continue killing for years. Better training in recognizing and setting aside social biases is crucial for law enforcement. The importance of believing victims and taking all reports seriously cannot be overstated. Many serial killers have early victims who reported assaults or suspicious behavior, but these reports were dismissed or not investigated thoroughly. In Gacy's case, young men reported being attacked or threatened by him, but often these reports weren't taken seriously because of the victims' backgrounds or because Gacy seemed like an upstanding citizen. If even one of these reports had been investigated more thoroughly and believed, how many lives might have been saved? Modern forensic science has dramatically improved law enforcement's ability to investigate and solve these crimes. DNA technology was crucial in finally catching Gary Ridgway after nearly 2 decades. The saliva sample collected from him in 1987 couldn't be effectively analyzed with the technology available at the time, but when new DNA testing methods were developed and applied in 2001, the evidence conclusively linked him to multiple victims. DNA databases like CODIS, Combined DNA Index System, allow investigators to compare DNA evidence from crime scenes to samples from convicted offenders and arrestees. This has solved countless cold cases and linked crimes that seemed unrelated. The technology continues to advance, with forensic genealogy using consumer DNA databases to identify suspects through family connections, becoming a powerful new tool. Digital forensics has become equally important in modern investigations. Dennis Rader was caught partly because metadata on a floppy disk he sent to media led investigators directly to him. Today's killers leave extensive digital footprints through cell phone records, internet searches, GPS data, social media activity, ATM cameras, traffic cameras, and countless other sources that didn't exist for earlier generations of offenders. The development of VICAP, Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, by the FBI in 1985 represented a crucial step forward in coordinating investigations across jurisdictions. VICAP is a database that allows law enforcement agencies to enter information about violent crimes and search for patterns that might connect cases across different locations. This system might have caught someone like Israel Keys earlier by connecting seemingly unrelated murders across state lines. However, VICAP relies on agencies voluntarily entering data, and not all jurisdictions participate fully. Improving interagency communication and data sharing remains an ongoing challenge. Different agencies use different systems, have different protocols, and sometimes compete rather than cooperate. Breaking down these barriers is essential for catching offenders who cross jurisdictional boundaries. Criminal profiling has evolved significantly since its early days. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, formerly the Behavioral Science Unit, continues to refine profiling techniques based on research and experience. Modern profilers understand that there's no single serial killer type, and that skilled offenders will deliberately structure their behavior to avoid fitting expected patterns. Geographic profiling, analyzing the spatial patterns of crime scenes to identify likely offender locations, has become a valuable tool. Research has shown that serial offenders often commit crimes in areas they're familiar with, and their crime locations often cluster around their home or workplace in predictable ways. Software programs can analyze crime scene locations and generate probability maps of where the offender likely lives or works. Experts emphasize that community awareness and education play important roles in prevention and early detection, teaching people about manipulation tactics, about how predators operate, about the fact that dangerous people don't always look dangerous. This education can potentially prevent victimization. Programs that teach children about appropriate boundaries, about trusting their instincts, about reporting uncomfortable situations, have proven valuable. Research suggests that many child victims of abuse had uncomfortable feelings about the abuser but didn't report them because the abuser was someone trusted by adults, like a teacher, coach, or family friend. Teaching children that it's okay to report when something feels wrong, even if it involves someone adults trust, can help protect them. The legal system has made improvements in response to lessons learned from serial killer cases, though challenges remain. Mandatory reporting laws for suspected abuse exist in all states, requiring certain professionals like teachers, doctors, and therapists to report suspected abuse to authorities. Better protocols for investigating missing persons have been implemented in many jurisdictions, with guidelines requiring thorough investigation rather than waiting periods before taking reports seriously. Victim support systems have improved, with victim advocacy programs helping families navigate the legal system and access resources. Victim impact statements are now allowed in most jurisdictions, giving families a voice in legal proceedings. Some states have enacted victims' rights amendments to their constitutions, providing legal protections for victims and their families. However, significant challenges remain in balancing civil liberties with public safety. We can't investigate everyone who seems slightly unusual or intrude into private lives without cause. The freedoms that make democratic society possible also create spaces where predators can operate. This tension between liberty and security is ongoing and doesn't have simple solutions. Resource limitations affect investigation quality significantly. Thorough investigations are expensive and time-consuming. Many law enforcement agencies, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, lack the resources to conduct extensive investigations of every suspicious circumstance. This means some warning signs may not be pursued as thoroughly as they should be. Advocacy for adequate funding for law enforcement training, forensic labs, and investigative resources is important. The digital age has created new challenges and new opportunities. Predators can now research victims online, learn about investigation techniques through the internet, communicate with potential victims through social media and apps. The same technology that can be used for investigation can also be used to facilitate crime. But these same technologies also leave extensive digital footprints that investigators can follow. The challenge is developing the expertise and tools to effectively use digital evidence while respecting privacy rights. This requires ongoing training for investigators, updated laws that address digital evidence and cooperation from technology companies. Research into the psychology of predatory behavior continues to advance. Studies examining the neurobiological, psychological, and social factors that contribute to violent behavior help us understand why some people become predators while others with similar backgrounds don't. This research may eventually lead to better early intervention strategies, though predicting who will become violent remains extremely difficult. Some warning signs that research has identified as potentially significant include a history of escalating antisocial behavior, particularly involving violence, fascination with violence, weapons, or violent crime, cruelty to animals, collecting items associated with violence, lack of empathy or inability to form genuine emotional connections, manipulative behavior across multiple contexts, a pattern of violating others' boundaries, and significant inconsistencies between public presentation and private behavior. However, experts caution that these signs are not definitive. Many people might display one or more of these characteristics without being dangerous. Conversely, sophisticated predators may successfully hide all of these signs. The indicators should prompt careful attention and potentially further investigation, not immediate judgment or action. The role of mental health services in prevention is complex. While most people with mental illnesses are not violent, and most serial killers are not mentally ill in the clinical sense, better access to mental health services might help identify and intervene with individuals who are developing dangerous patterns of thought or behavior. Early intervention when concerning behaviors are identified could potentially prevent some violence, though this is difficult to prove and implement. Education about healthy relationships, appropriate sexuality, respect for boundaries, and emotional regulation starting from childhood may help prevent the development of predatory behavior in some cases. While we can't prevent all violence, creating a society that better addresses the factors that contribute to violent behavior could potentially reduce it. The media's role in covering these cases deserves consideration. While public awareness is important, the celebrity status sometimes afforded to serial killers may actually encourage certain individuals. Coverage that focuses on victims' humanity rather than the killer's notoriety, that provides useful information without sensationalizing violence, and that respects families' privacy while still informing the public serves society better than coverage that turns killers into infamous celebrities. Research continues into the neurobiology, psychology, and sociology of violent behavior. Each new study contributes to our collective understanding. Advances in brain imaging, genetics, psychology, and criminology all contribute to a more complete picture of how and why some people become predators. The hope is that future generations will be better equipped to protect themselves and their communities from those who would hide in plain sight. By understanding how these predators operate, by improving our systems for detection and response, by believing victims and taking reports seriously, by advancing forensic science and investigative techniques, we can work toward a safer future. But we must also be realistic. There will likely always be individuals who choose to harm others, and some of them will be skilled at hiding their true nature. Vigilance, awareness, and strong systems of justice and support remain essential. Conclusion: remembering the victims. As we've journeyed through these disturbing cases, examining how serial killers successfully hid in plain sight by maintaining convincing facades of normalcy, it's crucial that we end by refocusing on what matters most: the victims. Dennis Rader, John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, Gary Ridgway, and Israel Keyes wouldn't be remembered at all if not for the lives they destroyed. The victims of these killers weren't statistics or case numbers. They were people, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, friends and neighbors. They had dreams and aspirations. They had favorite foods and songs. They had inside jokes with friends and traditions with family. They had potential futures that were stolen from them. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving husband and father who'd moved his family from Puerto Rico to Wichita, Kansas, for better opportunities. He worked at the Coleman Company, providing for his family, building a life in America. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who cared deeply for her 5 children. Joseph Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had dreams of playing professionally someday. Josephine, age 11, was a bright, creative student who loved drawing. Dennis Rader took all of them on a single winter morning, destroying an entire family and leaving 3 surviving Otero children orphaned and traumatized. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with excitement about the future. She worked at the Coleman Company and was known for her friendly personality and work ethic. When Rader attacked her, her brother Kevin was there and tried desperately to save her, sustaining a gunshot wound in the process. Catherine fought for her life, as evidenced by her defensive wounds, but ultimately succumbed to her injuries. Shirley Vian, age 26, was doing her best to raise 3 young children while dealing with illness. When Rader locked her children in the bathroom and killed their mother, he traumatized those children in ways that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Nancy Fox, age 25, was an independent young woman living on her own and working to support herself. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a neighbor who lived just 6 doors down from Rader, close enough that he could watch her routines. Vicky Wegerle, age 28, was a talented pianist and devoted mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. Each of these 10 confirmed victims of BTK had families who loved them, who reported them missing, who searched for answers, who grieved their loss. Their names deserve to be remembered. Joseph Otero, Julie Otero, Joseph Otero Jr., Josephine Otero, Catherine Bright, Shirley Vian, Nancy Fox, Maureen Hedge, Vicky Wegerle, and Dolores Davis. John Wayne Gacy's 33 victims included many young men and boys who had their whole lives ahead of them. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago when he encountered Gacy. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy's construction company and disappeared in 1975. His family searched for him desperately, not knowing he was buried under Gacy's house. Darrell Sampson, 18, Randall Reffett, 15, Samuel Stapleton, 14. These were teenagers, some still in school, some just starting work, all with potential that would never be realized. Robert Piest, age 15, was the victim whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother's determination to find her son and her insistence that police investigate Gacy led to the breakthrough that brought down one of America's most prolific serial killers. The Piest family's persistence demonstrates the importance of families advocating for their missing loved ones. 5 of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today. Young men whose families may still wonder what happened to them, who may still hope they'll return home someday. These unidentified victims deserve names and recognition, and efforts continue to identify them through DNA and other forensic techniques. Ted Bundy's confirmed 30 victims, though the actual number may be higher, included bright, accomplished young women with promising futures. Linda Ann Healy, age 21, was a psychology student who worked as a radio announcer. She was intelligent, ambitious, and well-liked by everyone who knew her. Donna Gale Manson, 19, Susan Rancourt, 18, Kathy Parks, 20, Brenda Ball, 22, Georgianne Hawkins, 18. These women were students, workers, daughters, sisters. Janice Ott, age 23, worked as a probation caseworker, helping troubled youth. She was literally dedicating her life to helping others when Bundy killed her. Denise Naslund, age 19, worked as a computer programmer, a skilled professional building a career. Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, both 21, were sorority sisters with their whole lives ahead of them. Kimberly Leach was only 12 years old, a child taken from her school, her life barely begun. Each of these women had families who loved them, friends who missed them, potential that was destroyed. They deserved long lives, the opportunity to accomplish their goals, to love and be loved, to contribute to the world. Bundy stole all of that from them. Gary Ridgway's 49 confirmed victims were women who deserve to be remembered with dignity and respect. Many were vulnerable women struggling with addiction or poverty, some engaged in sex work to survive. Their vulnerability didn't make their lives less valuable. It made their murders even more tragic because they were already in difficult circumstances and needed help, not violence. Wendy Lee Caulfield, age 16, was a runaway who could have been helped, who could have gotten her life back on track. Tammy Lyles, age 16, and Lori Ann Raspotnik, age 15, were just children who ran away from difficult home situations and encountered a predator instead of safety. These young women needed protection and support, not murder. Many of Ridgway's victims were adults, trying to survive difficult circumstances. Deborah Bonner, 23, Marcia Chapman, 31, Giselle Lovvorn, 17, Opal Mills, 16, Cynthia Hines, 17. Each had a story, a family, a life that mattered. The fact that some struggled with addiction or engaged in sex work doesn't make their murders less tragic or their lives less valuable. Israel Keyes's confirmed victims, Bill Currier, age 50, Lorraine Currier, age 55, and Samantha Koenig, age 18, represent just a fraction of the lives he may have destroyed. Bill was an engineer, Lorraine, a registered nurse. They'd been married for years, living their normal lives in Vermont. Their abduction and murder shocked their community, and the fact that their bodies were never found denied their family the closure of proper burial. Samantha Koenig was just 18 years old, working at a coffee stand to save money, making plans for her future. She was taken in a random act of violence by a killer who specifically traveled around the country to commit crimes that couldn't be connected. Her abduction galvanized her community and led to the intensive investigation that ultimately captured Keyes. There are likely other victims of Israel Keyes whose families don't even know their loved ones were murdered by him. He hinted at murders in various states, but died before revealing details. Some families may never get answers. The victims of these killers, all of them, deserve to be remembered as people first, as individuals with their own stories, their own worth, their own importance that exists independently of the killers who took their lives. They were people who laughed and cried, who had favorite movies and foods, who had dreams and fears, who loved and were loved. Their families have shown remarkable courage. Some have worked to change laws, to improve how missing persons are investigated, to ensure that other families don't suffer as they have. Some have simply tried to survive their grief, to find a way to keep living in a world that has become unimaginably painful. All of them deserve our respect, our compassion, and our support. Organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, and various state and local victim advocacy groups work to support families of victims, to improve investigation and prosecution of crimes, and to ensure that victims' voices are heard in the legal system. These organizations deserve support from those who want to honor victims and prevent future tragedies. As we've explored the disturbing reality of serial killers who hide in plain sight, we've learned important lessons about how predators operate, how social psychology can be exploited, how systems can fail, and how forensic science and investigation techniques continue to improve. But the most important lesson is this: we must never allow the fascination with the killer to eclipse the humanity of their victims. The victims of BTK, of Gacy, of Bundy, of Ridgway, of Keyes, and of countless others deserve more than to be remembered merely as statistics in someone else's story. They deserve to be remembered as the people they were, as the potential they represented, as the holes they left in the hearts of those who loved them. Understanding how killers hide in plain sight, how they successfully deceive communities and families is valuable. This knowledge can potentially save lives by improving our ability to recognize warning signs, by enhancing investigative techniques, by making us all more aware of the realities of predatory behavior. But we must never lose sight of why this understanding matters. Because real people with real families, with real dreams and potential, deserve protection. They deserve justice, and they deserve to be remembered. As you move through your own life, take from these stories what is useful. Be aware that danger doesn't always look dangerous. Trust your instincts when something feels wrong. Take seriously reports of concerning behavior, especially from vulnerable people, whose reports might otherwise be dismissed. Support systems that protect the vulnerable. Advocate for adequate resources for law enforcement and victim services. Remember that the victims of violent crime deserve dignity, respect, and justice. But above all, remember the names, remember the faces, remember the lives, because in the end, the only reason we talk about the killers at all is because of the people they killed. The victims are what matter. Their memory is what we must honor. Their lives are what we must remember. Thank you for joining me on this difficult journey through some of the darkest chapters of criminal history. These stories are painful, but they're important. They remind us to be vigilant, to be compassionate, to believe victims, and to never take safety for granted. If you found this presentation informative and handled with appropriate respect for the victims and their families, please like and subscribe to support this channel. Your support helps me continue creating well-researched, respectful true crime content that honors victims while educating about the realities of crime and justice. Take care of yourselves. Look out for each other. And remember, the most effective defense against predators is a community that pays attention, that believes victims, and that refuses to let evil hide in plain sight. This presentation is dedicated to the memory of all victims of violent crime and to their families who carry on despite unimaginable loss. Final word count: 21,847 words. Psychological Profiles, Unseen Predators. Welcome back. Tonight, we're diving deep into the darkest corners of criminal psychology, exploring the minds of predators who lived among us, hidden in plain sight. These aren't the killers you typically hear about in mainstream true crime discussions. These are the ones who slipped through the cracks, who manipulated systems, who understood human psychology well enough to exploit it for years before anyone caught on. This is going to be a longer journey than usual, because understanding these individuals requires us to examine not just what they did, but who they were, how they thought, and what made them so uniquely dangerous. We're going to explore cases that changed how law enforcement approaches criminal profiling, cases that exposed vulnerabilities in our justice system, and cases that continue to haunt investigators decades later. Tonight's exploration will take us across decades and continents, from the sun-soaked beaches of Southern California to the frozen wilderness of Alaska, from remote mountain cabins to the suburban streets where families slept believing they were safe. We'll examine 6 cases in extraordinary detail, understanding not just what happened, but why it happened, how it was allowed to happen, and what we learned from the devastating aftermath. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the victims and their families. These were real people whose lives were cut short in unimaginable ways. While we need to examine the psychology of their killers to understand and prevent future crimes, we must never lose sight of the human cost. Every statistic was someone's daughter, son, mother, father, friend, or loved one. Part 1. The Toolbox Killers, Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris. The name sends a chill down your spine once you understand its origin. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris weren't called the Toolbox Killers because of their professions. They earned that moniker because of what they used on their victims. Common tools, the kind you'd find in any garage or workshop, became instruments of prolonged agony in their hands. Their case remains one of the most disturbing in American criminal history, not just because of what they did, but because of how methodically they planned it, how carefully they selected their victims, and how they documented their crimes in ways that haunt investigators to this day. Lawrence Sigmund Bittaker entered the world on September 27, 1940, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. His biological parents immediately put him up for adoption, a rejection that would mark the beginning of a life defined by displacement and dysfunction. The family who adopted him, the Bittakers, moved constantly due to his adoptive father's work in aircraft factories. By the time they finally settled in California, young Lawrence had lived in 4 different states, never staying anywhere long enough to form stable attachments or lasting friendships. Despite possessing an exceptionally high IQ of 138, placing him in the 99th percentile, Bittaker showed no interest in applying his intelligence constructively. He dropped out of high school at 17 and immediately began accumulating a criminal record. His first arrests came for auto theft, evading arrest, and leaving the scene of a hit-and-run accident. The pattern that would define his life had already emerged. He would be arrested, serve time, be released, and immediately re-offend. In 1974, Bittaker's violence escalated dramatically. He stabbed a supermarket employee who had accused him of shoplifting, coming within inches of hitting the man's heart. This near-fatal assault earned him a conviction for assault with a deadly weapon and a sentence to the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo. This imprisonment would prove catastrophic, though not for Bittaker. It was at this facility that he would meet Roy Norris, and together they would form one of the most sadistic partnerships in criminal history. Roy Lewis Norris was born on February 5, 1948, and his childhood was even more traumatic than Bittaker's. He bounced between his biological family and foster care, never finding stability anywhere. Multiple foster families neglected him, and at least one family sexually abused him. These early experiences warped his developing psyche, creating a deep-seated rage against the world, and particularly against women. In May 1970, while out on bail for another offense, Norris violently attacked a female student with a rock on the campus of San Diego State University. This unprovoked assault demonstrated an escalating pattern of violence against women. He was charged and sent to Atascadero State Hospital, classified as a mentally disordered sex offender, where he spent nearly 5 years. The system's response remained inadequate to the threat he posed. The fateful meeting occurred in 1977 at the California Men's Colony. In the structured, all-male environment of prison, Bittaker and Norris discovered they shared disturbing fantasies about abducting, raping, torturing, and murdering young women. But rather than recoiling from each other's darkness, they encouraged it. They began planning in detail, analyzing what had led to their previous arrests and how they could avoid those mistakes. They made a pact. Once both were released, they would reunite and make their shared fantasies reality. Bittaker was paroled in November 1978. Norris followed in January 1979. Within months, they had reconnected and begun putting their plan into action. Their first major purchase was a silver 1977 GMC Vandura van, acquired in February 1979. They chose this specific vehicle because the passenger-side sliding door would allow them to quickly pull victims inside. They nicknamed it Murder Mac, revealing how they viewed their planned crimes as almost a project, but they didn't immediately begin killing. From February to June 1979, they picked up more than 20 hitchhikers without harming them. These were practice runs, testing their approach, building confidence, and scouting locations. In late April 1979, they found an isolated fire road in the San Gabriel Mountains. Bittaker broke the lock on the entry gate and replaced it with his own. They now had their private torture chamber. Their first victim was 16-year-old Lucinda Lynn Cindy Schaefer. On June 24, 1979, she was walking along the Pacific Coast Highway in Redondo Beach when they offered her a ride. When she refused, Norris pretended to repair the van. When Schaefer walked past, Norris grabbed her and dragged her into the vehicle. What happened over the next hours is almost too horrible to describe. They raped her, tortured her, and eventually strangled her to death. Her body was never recovered. Over the next 5 months, 4 more young women would die. 18-year-old Andrea Joy Hall, 13-year-old Jacqueline Leah Lamp, 15-year-old Jacqueline Doris Gilliam, and 16-year-old Shirley Lynette Ledford. Each killing was more brutal than the last, as their sadism escalated. They documented their crimes with photographs and audio recordings. The recordings, particularly the one of Ledford's torture, would later be played during Bittaker's trial. Many people fled the courtroom, unable to bear listening to it. FBI profiler John Douglas, who has interviewed dozens of serial killers, described Bittaker as the most disturbing individual for whom he ever created a criminal profile. Their capture came when Norris began bragging to an old prison friend named Jimmy Dalton about the murders. When Ledford's body was discovered, Dalton reported Norris to his lawyer, who passed the information to the Los Angeles Police Department. Under interrogation, Norris confessed but tried to minimize his role. He agreed to testify against Bittaker in exchange for a plea deal that spared him the death penalty. When police searched Bittaker's motel room and Norris's apartment, they found the evidence: the audio tape of Ledford's torture, photographs of nearly 500 teenage girls, tools used in the murders, and items belonging to the victims. Prosecutor Stephen Kay, who would spend his career prosecuting some of California's most notorious criminals, still considers the Toolbox Killers case the worst he ever handled. For years after the trial, he suffered recurring nightmares about the case. Paul Bynum, the chief investigator, never recovered emotionally. In December 1987, at age 39, he died by suicide. In his 10-page suicide note, he specifically mentioned the case and expressed fear that Bittaker and Norris might somehow be released. Bittaker was convicted of 5 counts of murder and received the death penalty on March 24, 1981. He spent nearly 4 decades on death row at San Quentin State Prison, dying of natural causes on December 13, 2019, at age 79, having never been executed. Roy Norris received life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years. He died of natural causes on February 24, 2020, at age 72, having been denied parole multiple times. Part 2: Operation Miranda, Leonard Lake, and Charles Ng. If the Toolbox Killers case seemed incomprehensibly evil, the story of Leonard Lake and Charles Ng demonstrates that depravity can reach even darker depths. Operating from a remote cabin in Wilseyville, California, during the mid-1980s, this survivalist duo tortured and murdered an estimated 11 to 25 victims. They called their operation Miranda, inspired by a novel about a man who kidnaps a woman and keeps her as a slave. Their crimes involved entire families, including infants, subjected to unimaginable horrors before being killed and buried on Lake's property. Leonard Thomas Lake was born on October 29, 1945, in San Francisco, California. His parents divorced when he was 6, and his childhood was marked by instability and dysfunction. He was primarily raised by his grandparents after his mother remarried. From an early age, Lake exhibited disturbing behaviors, including an obsession with pornography and violent sexual content. He also developed a fascination with survivalism and apocalyptic scenarios, believing that nuclear war was imminent and preparing for a post-apocalyptic world. Lake served in the Marines during the Vietnam era, but received a medical discharge in 1971 related to mental health issues. After his discharge, he drifted through various pursuits, including living on a hippie commune in California. He married twice, both marriages ending in divorce. His second wife, Claralyn Cricket Balaz, would later become entangled in his crimes through ownership of the property where many murders occurred. In his teenage years, Lake had read a 1963 John Fowles novel called The Collector, which tells the story of a man who captures a woman named Miranda and keeps her as a slave in the hopes she would eventually fall in love with him. Lake was fascinated by this novel and used the book as inspiration for what he called Operation Miranda, a plan to kidnap and enslave women for his sexual gratification and to populate his survivalist compound after the apocalypse. Charles Chai Tat Ng was born on December 24, 1960, in Hong Kong to an affluent family. His youth was marked by disciplinary problems and physical abuse from his father. He attended various schools but had persistent behavioral issues and was eventually expelled. In 1978, Ng came to the United States to attend college at Notre Dame. He lasted only 1 semester before dropping out. Using forged documents that falsely listed his birthplace as Bloomington, Indiana, Ng enlisted in the United States Marine Corps in October 1979. During his time in the Marines, Ng worked at the Kaneohe Bay Base Armory in Hawaii. In 1980, after less than a year of service, he was arrested by military police for stealing automatic weapons from the base armory. Facing court-martial, escaped military custody and fled to Northern California, where he would meet Leonard Lake. Their meeting would prove catastrophic for their future victims. Lake and Ng met through a mutual interest in survivalist magazines and gun culture. They quickly discovered they shared similar violent fantasies about women. In 1982, federal authorities raided a mobile home that Lake and Ng shared in Ukiah, California, seizing a large stash of illegal weapons and explosives. Lake was released on bond but jumped bail. Ng was returned to Marine custody, where he pleaded guilty to the theft charges and was sentenced to Leavenworth Federal Prison. He served his sentence and was released in 1984. After Ng's release, he rejoined Lake, who had relocated to a remote cabin in Wilseyville, California, in Calaveras County, located in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. The property was owned by Lake's wife, Claralyn Balaz, though the couple was separated. The cabin sat on a half-acre lot, isolated from neighbors, perfect for Lake and Ng's plans. Next to the cabin, they constructed a cinder-block bunker that would serve as their torture chamber and prison. The bunker was outfitted with soundproofing, chains, restraints, and various implements for torture. Lake maintained detailed journals documenting his crimes and filmed many of the assaults on videotape. These tapes would later become crucial evidence, showing the horrific abuse inflicted on victims before their deaths. On the tapes, Lake can be heard explaining to terrified women that they were now his property, that they would be his sex slaves, and that resistance was futile. Lake and Ng's first known collaborative victim was Charles Gunner, Lake's best man at his wedding. In May 1983, Lake invited Gunner on a road trip to Las Vegas. Several days later, Lake returned alone in Gunner's van, claiming Gunner had run off with a woman. Gunner was never seen again. Lake began using Gunner's identity and cashing his government checks. Their killing spree escalated in 1984 when Ng joined Lake at the Wilseyville property. They began targeting families, a particularly horrific aspect of their crimes. In one instance, they kidnapped Harvey Dubbs, his wife Deborah, and their infant son Sean from their San Francisco home. According to later testimony and evidence, Lake and Ng killed Harvey and baby Sean immediately. Deborah was kept alive for days, repeatedly raped and tortured, forced to perform sexual acts on camera while being told she would see her family again if she complied. Eventually, she too was murdered. Another family, Lonnie Bond, his girlfriend Brenda O'Connor, and their 2-year-old son, Lonnie Jr., lived just 50 yards from Lake's cabin, renting a house on the property. They vanished in 1985. According to the evidence, Bond and the infant were killed immediately, while O'Connor was subjected to prolonged sexual torture before being murdered. A friend of Bond's, Robin Scott Stapley, who had been staying at the house, was also killed. Lake maintained detailed journals about his crimes, referring to his victims by numbers rather than names, dehumanizing them completely. He documented the various ways he tortured them, his sexual assaults, and his methods of disposal. He and Ng would bury bodies on the property, burn remains, or dissolve them in chemicals. They kept a treasure map showing where they had hidden victims' belongings in barrels around the property. The case broke open on June 2, 1985, in a completely unexpected way. Ng was caught shoplifting a vice from a hardware store in South San Francisco. When security approached him, Ng fled. The store identified Lake as Ng's companion, and police pulled Lake over for questioning. During the traffic stop, officers found illegal weapons in Lake's vehicle and took him to the police station. At the station, Lake provided false identification and claimed to be Charles Gunner. During interrogation, Lake asked for a glass of water to take an aspirin. The aspirin was actually a cyanide pill that Lake had sewn into his clothing specifically for such a situation. Within minutes, Lake collapsed. He was rushed to the hospital but slipped into a coma. 4 days later, on June 6, 1985, Leonard Lake died without ever regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, police began investigating Lake's property in Wilseyville. What they discovered was a scene from a nightmare. In the bunker, they found restraints, chains, women's clothing, and a copy of The Collector. Searching the property, they discovered shallow graves containing human remains. They found videotapes showing Lake and Ng torturing female victims. They recovered over 45 pounds of charred human bone fragments. Investigators eventually identified remains of 12 victims on the property. Charles Ng had fled to Canada immediately after the shoplifting incident. On July 6, 1985, he was captured in a department store in Calgary, Alberta, after another shoplifting attempt. When a security guard confronted him, Ng shot the guard. Though wounded, the guard managed to disarm and detain Ng until police arrived. Ng was arrested and imprisoned in Canada. For the next 6 years, Ng fought extradition to the United States, arguing he would face capital punishment. His legal battles delayed his return until 1991. Once extradited, he was indicted on 12 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began in 1998 and lasted 7 months, becoming one of the longest and most expensive criminal prosecutions in California history, costing approximately $11 million. Despite overwhelming video evidence showing him participating in the torture and murders, Ng maintained he was merely an observer, that Lake had planned and committed all the crimes alone. The prosecution introduced evidence that directly contradicted this claim, including video footage showing Ng actively participating in assaults. They also introduced disturbing evidence Ng had created in prison. Cartoons he had drawn showing babies being tortured in various ways, including being put in microwaves, drowned, and fried in woks. On February 24, 1999, after 3 weeks of deliberation, the jury convicted Ng of 11 counts of first-degree murder. 6 men, including Charles, Gunner, Clifford Peranteau, Jeffrey Gerald, Michael Carroll, Lonnie Bond Sr., and Robin Scott Stapley. 3 women, Deborah Dubbs, Kathleen Allen, and Brenda O'Connor, and 2 male infants, Sean Dubbs and Lonnie Bond Jr. They could not reach a verdict on the 12th count, the murder of Paul Cosner. Ng was sentenced to death. The presiding judge noted, "Mr. Ng was not under any duress, nor does the evidence support that he was under the domination of Leonard Lake." As of 2025, Ng remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison in California, where the last execution took place in 2006. Part 3. Edmund Kemper, the Co-Ed Killer. If evil can be measured by both the brutality of crimes and the intelligence with which they're committed, then Edmund Emil Kemper III represents one of the most terrifying manifestations of human darkness. Standing 6 feet 9 inches tall, Weighing over 300 pounds and possessing an IQ of 145, Kemper used his massive physical presence and exceptional intelligence to commit murders that shocked even hardened investigators. Between 1964 and 1973, he killed 10 people, including his paternal grandparents, his mother, 6 young female college students, and his mother's best friend. Edmund Kemper was born on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California, weighing an impressive 13 pounds. From the very beginning, he was larger than other children, and this physical difference would mark him throughout his childhood. His parents, Edmund Kemper Jr. and Clarnell Elizabeth Kemper, had a volatile marriage filled with constant conflict. When Edmund was 9 years old, his parents divorced. Clarnell Kemper was an alcoholic and deeply disturbed woman who emotionally and psychologically abused her son throughout his childhood. She constantly berated him about his size, calling him a real weirdo and telling him repeatedly that no woman would ever love him. She forced him to sleep in the basement, allegedly because she was afraid he would molest his sisters, a fear that had no basis in reality at the time but may have been a self-fulfilling prophecy. Her abuse was relentless, designed to make him feel ashamed of his existence. Young Edmund began exhibiting disturbing behaviors. He killed the family cats, burying one alive and dissecting another. He played violent games with his sisters, including one where they acted out his execution in a gas chamber. These were clear warning signs of a deeply disturbed child. But in the 1950s and early 1960s, understanding of such behaviors was limited and nothing was done. At age 14, Kemper ran away from his mother's home in Montana and traveled to California to find his father. But Edmund Kemper Sr. wanted nothing to do with his son, rejecting him again. This rejection was crushing. His father sent him to live with his paternal grandparents, Edmund and Maud Kemper, on their ranch in North Fork, California. On August 27, 1964, at age 15, Edmund committed his first murders. After an argument with his grandmother, he shot her in the head with a .22 caliber rifle. When his grandfather returned home, Edmund shot him as well. When asked why he killed his grandmother, Edmund said, "I just wondered how it would feel to shoot Grandma." When asked why he then killed his grandfather, he said, "So he wouldn't have to see Grandma dead." Kemper was committed to Atascadero State Hospital, a maximum security facility for the criminally insane. He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, though later evaluations would question this diagnosis. At Atascadero, Kemper was considered a model patient. He was intelligent, cooperative, and insightful about his crimes. He even administered psychological tests to other patients, memorizing the answers and learning how to manipulate the tests. After 5 years, when he turned 21, the doctors determined he had been successfully rehabilitated. On his 21st birthday in 1969, Edmund Kemper was released. His juvenile record was sealed and expunged. This decision was made despite warnings from several staff members who felt Kemper remained dangerous. Upon his release, Kemper moved back to California and lived with his mother, who was now working as an administrative assistant at University of California, Santa Cruz. Initially, Kemper tried to build a normal life. He attended community college briefly. He tried to join the California State Police, but at 6'9" and over 300 pounds, he exceeded their size requirements. But Kemper was developing elaborate violent fantasies, particularly about young women. He began picking up female hitchhikers, initially not harming them. These were practice runs. Kemper would later estimate that he gave rides to approximately 150 hitchhikers before he finally acted on his violent impulses. The killing began on May the 7th, 1972. Kemper picked up two Fresno State College students, 18-year-old Marianne Pesce and 18-year-old Anita Lucchesa. He drove them to a remote area, killed them both, put their bodies in the trunk of his car, and drove back to his apartment. There, he dismembered them, decapitated them, and engaged in sexual acts with their corpses. He took photographs throughout this process. 4 months later, on September 14, 1972, Kemper picked up 15-year-old Aiko Koo. In January 1973, he killed 19-year-old Cindy Scholl. In February 1973, he encountered 23-year-old Rosalind Heather Thorpe and 20-year-old Alice Helen Allison Liu on the UC Santa Cruz campus. Kemper had obtained a university parking sticker because his mother worked there, making students more likely to trust him. Throughout this period, Kemper was friends with several police officers. He frequented a bar called the Jury Room that was popular with law enforcement, listening to them discuss the ongoing investigation into the co-ed murders. His inside knowledge helped him stay ahead of detection. The police discussing their case with him never suspected that the gentle giant sitting at the bar was the killer they were hunting. The end came on Good Friday, April 20th, 1973. Kemper had been drinking and dwelling on his rage toward his mother. In the early morning hours, he entered her bedroom while she slept and bludgeoned her to death with a claw hammer. He then cut off her head, raped her severed head, and removed her larynx, trying to feed it down the garbage disposal, later saying it seemed appropriate given how much she had yelled at him over the years. That evening, Kemper invited his mother's best friend, 59-year-old Sarah Taylor Hallett, over to the house. When Hallett arrived, Kemper strangled her. The next morning, he took his mother's car and drove east. After driving for hours, he stopped in Pueblo, Colorado, and called the Santa Cruz Police Department from a payphone, confessing to being the co-ed killer. The police initially didn't believe him. He had to call back multiple times before they finally sent officers to arrest him. During his interrogation and trial, Kemper was extraordinarily cooperative and articulate. He provided detailed descriptions of all his crimes. He told investigators that he killed the young women because he wanted them for myself, like possessions. The jury didn't buy his insanity defense. On November 8, 1973, they declared Kemper sane and guilty on all counts. Kemper requested the death penalty, asking specifically for death by torture. However, California had placed a moratorium on capital punishment. So instead, he received 7 years to life for each count, to be served concurrently. Kemper became an unusual prisoner, volunteering for psychological studies and interviews. His interviews with FBI profilers John Douglas and Robert Ressler became foundational material for the FBI's criminal profiling program. But Kemper's articulateness shouldn't be mistaken for remorse. He shows no genuine empathy for his victims. When asked how he felt when he saw a pretty girl after killing his mother, he replied, "One side of me says, I'd like to talk to her, date her. The other side says, I wonder how her head would look on a stick." Kemper has been denied parole multiple times. At his most recent hearing in 2024, he was found to remain a high risk to re-offend. He's now 76 years old, his massive frame diminished by age and health problems. Yet the parole board continues to determine that Edmund Kemper is still too dangerous to release. Part 4. Robert Hansen, the Butcher Baker. The frozen wilderness of Alaska seems like it should be a place of pristine beauty, far removed from the darkness of serial crime. But in the late 1970s and early 1980s, that wilderness became a hunting ground for a predator who took the concept literally. Robert Christian Hansen, known as the Butcher Baker, abducted at least 17 women from Anchorage, flew them to remote wilderness locations, released them, and hunted them like animals before killing them. Robert Hansen was born on February 15, 1939, in Estherville, Iowa. His childhood was marked by severe insecurity and social rejection. He suffered from terrible acne that left his face scarred. He wore thick glasses and had buck teeth. Worst of all, he had a severe stutter that became more pronounced when he was stressed. In the cruel social environment of 1950s schools, these characteristics made him a target for relentless bullying, particularly from girls. His father, Christian Hansen, was a Danish immigrant who owned a local bakery. He was demanding and sometimes harsh, expecting his son to work long hours in the bakery from a young age. Combined with constant rejection from his peers, this created in young Robert a deep well of rage and resentment, particularly directed at women. Unable to connect with people, Hansen found solace alone in the woods. He became an avid hunter and outdoorsman, spending hours tracking and killing animals. Hunting gave him a sense of control and power. These skills would later become tools for murder. Hansen's criminal behavior started early. In 1960, at age 21, he convinced a young bakery employee to help him burn down a school bus garage. His stated motivation was revenge against people he believed had wronged him. He was caught, convicted, and served less than 2 years of a 3-year sentence. After his release, Hansen married and in 1967 moved with his second wife to Anchorage, Alaska. In Alaska, Hansen finally found something approaching success. He opened a bakery in downtown Anchorage that became popular with locals. He was known as Bob the Baker, a quiet, unassuming man. He and his wife had 2 children. He set hunting records. Police officers frequented his bakery for coffee and donuts. By all outward appearances, Robert Hansen had built a respectable life. But beneath that surface, Hansen's rage had never diminished. In 1971, he was arrested twice, first for abducting and attempting to rape a housewife, and second for raping a sex worker. He pleaded no contest to assault with a deadly weapon, and the rape charge was dropped. He was sentenced to 5 years, but released to a halfway house after only 6 months. This light sentence was catastrophic. If Hansen had been kept in prison, at least 11 women would still be alive. The late 1970s saw massive changes in Anchorage. The Trans-Alaska Pipeline brought tens of thousands of workers, and with them came a boom in bars, strip clubs, and prostitution. This transient population created the perfect hunting ground for Hansen. Women would appear, work briefly, then disappear, and no one would notice. Alaska State Trooper Glenn Floth later explained that Hansen quickly learned which victims were safest to target. Sex workers and exotic dancers were less likely to be missed, less likely to be believed if they reported an assault. Hansen's method was straightforward. He would cruise downtown Anchorage looking for women working the streets. He would offer money for sex. Once the woman was in his car, he would pull a gun and drive her to his home. He had a soundproofed room in his basement where he would handcuff victims, rape them, and torture them. When he was done, he would drive them to his airplane hangar. This is where Hansen's crimes became truly unique. He was a skilled pilot with his own bushplane. he would fly victims to remote wilderness locations. Once there, Hansen would release the woman and give her a head start. Then he would hunt her with his hunting rifle or bow and arrow, tracking her through the wilderness. Most victims were killed quickly, shot down as they ran. After the kill, Hansen would leave the bodies where they fell. The Alaskan wilderness is vast. He believed it would hide his victims forever. For many years, he was right. Between 1971 and 1983, 17 women that we know of were murdered by Robert Hansen. The break came on June 13, 1983, when Cindy Paulson, a 17-year-old sex worker, was picked up while hitchhiking. She was half-naked, handcuffed, hysterical. She told police an almost unbelievable story about being abducted, chained in a basement, raped repeatedly, and taken to an airport. While her attacker was loading his plane, she had managed to escape. Paulson had seen the airplane and gotten its tail number. A security guard corroborated her story. The tail number led directly to Robert Hansen. When police questioned Hansen, he denied everything, claiming Paulson was lying. He had an alibi from a friend. Police initially found Hansen more credible than a teenage prostitute. But Detective Glenn Floth wasn't convinced. He and his team had been investigating the discovery of several women's bodies for years. Floth began looking more carefully at Hansen. He re-interviewed Hansen's friend, and the alibi fell apart. With the alibi cracked, investigators obtained a search warrant. What they found was damning. In the basement, they discovered the soundproof room. They found jewelry and personal items belonging to multiple women. They found a .223 caliber rifle that matched bullets found in victims. Most significantly, they found an aviation map hidden in Hansen's headboard. On this map, Hansen had marked more than 20 locations with tiny X's. When Floth compared the X's to known crime scenes, several matched exactly. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Hansen confessed. He admitted to killing 17 women over a 12-year period. He agreed to fly with investigators and point out where he had left bodies. In 1984, Alaska State Troopers discovered the remains of 8 women. Only 12 of his 17 admitted victims have ever been found. 5 women remain lost in the Alaskan wilderness. In February 1984, Robert Hansen pleaded guilty to 4 counts of murder in exchange for the state not pursuing all 17 charges. He was sentenced to 461 years in prison plus life without the possibility of parole. He died of natural causes on August 21, 2014, at age 75. Part 5. The Toy Box Killer, David Parker Ray. Some predators work quickly, killing their victims within hours. Others draw out the torture over days or weeks. David Parker Ray turned prolonged torture into a grotesque art form, holding victims captive in a specially modified trailer he called his toy box for months at a time. Operating from Elephant Butte, New Mexico, Ray kidnapped, raped, and tortured an unknown number of women from the mid-1980s through 1999. He was suspected by authorities and his accomplices of murdering up to 60 of his victims, though no bodies were ever definitively recovered, preventing murder charges. David Parker Ray was born on November 6, 1939, in Belen, New Mexico. His parents abandoned him at a young age, and he was raised by his grandparents. His grandmother reportedly suffered from undiagnosed mental illness and had strange beliefs about David, thinking he was the reincarnation of her deceased son. She raised him in a heavily conservative and sheltered environment. David's father, when he was present, was an alcoholic and violent man who exposed young David to pornography depicting sadism and masochism. In high school, Ray was bullied for his shyness around girls, leading him to abuse alcohol and other substances. His sadistic sexual fantasies developed during his teenage years. His sister Peggy found some of his disturbing material and became alarmed, causing distance between the siblings. Ray served in the army and received an honorable discharge. He worked as a mechanic throughout his adult life, eventually taking a job as a maintenance man for New Mexico state parks. This position gave him access to Elephant Butte Lake and the surrounding area, which would later become crucial for disposing of evidence. Ray married 4 times, each marriage ending in divorce. He had 2 daughters. Around 1993, Ray met Cindy Hendy while she was performing community service at Elephant Butte State Park where he worked. They became romantically involved and quickly bonded over shared violent fantasies. Hendy would become Ray's primary accomplice, actively participating in the abduction and torture of multiple victims. Ray's obsession was creating the perfect torture chamber. He purchased a large cargo trailer and spent years and approximately $100,000 converting it into what he called his toy box. He soundproofed the interior, installed elaborate locks and restraints, and filled it with an extensive collection of torture implements: whips, chains, pulleys, straps, clamps, surgical instruments, electric shock devices, and various sexual devices. The centerpiece was a gynecological examination table to which he would strap his victims. A mirror was mounted on the ceiling above the table so victims could see what was being done to them. Ray constructed elaborate contraptions, including a fur-lined coffin and makeshift pillories to restrain captives. He even rigged the trailer with pulleys and mechanisms that would force victims into specific positions. One of the most disturbing aspects of Ray's crimes was his use of audio tapes. He recorded a lengthy tape specifically to play for victims when they first regained consciousness in the toy box. The tape, which ran approximately 30 minutes, explained to victims that they had been abducted, that they were now his sex slaves, that resistance was futile, and that they would be held captive for an extended period. The tape detailed the various tortures they would endure and explained that he would eventually drug them with powerful amnesiacs and release them, making it impossible for them to remember or report what had happened. According to accomplice Cindy Hendy's testimony, Ray would kidnap 4 or 5 women per year, holding each for approximately 2 to 3 months. During their captivity, victims would be repeatedly raped and tortured, sometimes multiple times per day. Ray would invite friends to participate. He even trained his dog to rape victims. He photographed and videotaped the assaults, creating an extensive library of his crimes. The victims Ray targeted were carefully selected. He primarily chose sex workers, drug addicts, and transient women who were less likely to be missed or believed if they reported crimes. He would approach them at bars near Elephant Butte, particularly a place called the Blue Waters Saloon, offering them money, drugs, or other inducements to come with him. Ray's daughter, Glenda Jean Jessie Ray, was involved in some of the abductions, using her presence to make potential victims feel safer. Another accomplice, Dennis Roy Yancey, participated in at least one murder. In July 1997, Yancey strangled 22-year-old Sylvia Marie Parker to death under Ray's orders. Yancey initially helped dispose of the body, but later led police to the location. However, when they returned, the body had been moved. Police suspect Ray came back to relocate it, fearing Yancey might eventually confess. On March 22, 1999, Ray made a critical mistake. He and Hendy abducted Cynthia Vigil, a 22-year-old sex worker. For 3 days, Vigil was held captive in the toy box, subjected to repeated sexual assault and torture. On the 3rd day, while Ray was at work, Vigil managed to convince Hendy to come close enough that she could grab the keys. When Hendy struck her with a lamp, Vigil fought back, stabbing Hendy in the neck with an ice pick from the floor. She unlocked her chains and fled. Vigil ran naked except for a dog collar and chains still attached to her body. She ran to a mobile home whose owner immediately let her in and called 911. Police had already been alerted because a 911 call had been made from Ray's property but been interrupted. When officers arrived at Ray's home, they discovered the toy box trailer. Inside the trailer, investigators found overwhelming evidence: the restraints, torture implements, videos, and photographs showing victims being tortured, and the audio tape Ray played for his captives. They found items belonging to multiple women, including jewelry and identification. Detailed diagrams showing methods of inflicting pain were mounted on the walls. When Ray was arrested, he initially maintained he had done nothing wrong, claiming everything was consensual. But as more victims came forward, including Angelica Montano and Kelly Garrett, who recognized themselves in photographs recovered from the trailer, the evidence became overwhelming. Cindy Hendy agreed to testify against Ray in exchange for a plea deal. She received a 36-year sentence. Jessie Ray was charged with kidnapping and criminal sexual penetration. She pleaded no contest and received a 30-month sentence. Dennis Roy Yancey pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of Marie Parker and received a prison sentence. Ray's trial was complex and lengthy. Judges ruled that cases involving different victims would be tried separately. In 2001, Ray was convicted on multiple counts of kidnapping and sexual assault involving Cynthia Vigil and was sentenced to 224 years in prison. Before additional trials could proceed, Ray suffered a fatal heart attack. On May 28, 2002, David Parker Ray died at age 62 while in custody at the Lee County Correctional Facility in Hobbs, New Mexico. He was scheduled to be interrogated by state police about additional victims when he died. With his death, the case became largely unsolvable. No bodies were ever recovered. No victims beyond the few who came forward were definitively identified. The FBI believes Ray's victim count could be as high as 60 women over nearly 50 years, but without bodies or additional victim identification, the true scope of his crimes will never be known. In 2011, the FBI released hundreds of photographs of jewelry, clothing, and personal items recovered from Ray's property, hoping the public could help identify owners. To date, most items remain unclaimed, representing unknown victims whose families may never know what happened to them. Part 6. Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. While the predators we've examined so far operated with careful planning and specific victim selection, Richard Ramirez was chaos incarnate. Between April 1984 and August 1985, Ramirez terrorized California in a crime spree so random, so violent, and so varied in its methods that investigators initially didn't believe all the crimes could be committed by one person. He murdered at least 14 people, sexually assaulted dozens, and burglarized countless homes. His victims ranged from children to elderly women. from wealthy neighborhoods to poor ones, killed by guns, knives, blunt force trauma, or strangulation. He became known as the Night Stalker, a name that perfectly captured the terror he inspired. Ricardo Leyva Muñoz Ramirez was born on February 29, 1960, in El Paso, Texas, the youngest of 5 children born to Mexican immigrant parents. His father, Julian Ramirez, was a former Mexican policeman who worked on the Santa Fe Railroad. His mother, Mercedes, was a devout Catholic. From the outside, the family appeared working class, but stable. The reality was darker. Julian Ramirez was physically abusive to his children, subjecting them to frequent beatings. Richard witnessed and experienced this violence throughout his childhood, but perhaps the most damaging influence on young Richard was his older cousin, Miguel Mike Ramirez. Mike was a Vietnam War veteran who had been awarded the Purple Heart. He also suffered from severe PTSD and likely had schizophrenia. When Richard was around 12 years old, Mike began sharing stories about his time in Vietnam, but these weren't typical war stories. Mike boasted about the war crimes he had committed, particularly violent sexual assaults against Vietnamese women. He showed Richard photographs of women he claimed to have raped, tortured, and killed. Some photographs showed Mike posing with severed heads. This exposure to graphic violence and sexual sadism at such a young age had a profound impact on Richard's developing psyche. He began to idolize his cousin, to see Mike's violence as something powerful and admirable. On May 4, 1973, Richard witnessed Mike shoot his wife Jessie in the face during an argument, killing her. Mike was found not guilty by reason of insanity and sent to a mental hospital, from which he was released after just a few years. After witnessing the murder, Richard moved in with his sister Ruth and her husband Roberto. But Roberto was a peeping Tom who would prowl neighborhoods at night looking in windows. He took young Richard along on these voyeuristic excursions, further normalizing criminal behavior in Richard's mind. By his early teens, Richard was heavily involved in drugs, particularly marijuana, LSD, and PCP. He began engaging in petty theft to support his habits. He dropped out of high school and took a job at a Holiday Inn, where he used his access to steal from guests. He molested children in the hotel elevator and attempted to rape a woman in her room before being caught by her husband and fired. Ramirez's obsession with Satanism began in his teenage years. He and his friend Tom developed an intense interest in the occult, in heavy metal music with satanic themes, particularly AC/DC's album Highway to Hell. Ramirez believed that Satan was a real entity who gave him power and protected him. This belief would become central to his crimes and his public persona. Ramirez's first known murder occurred on April 10, 1984, when he broke into the San Francisco hotel where he was living and raped and murdered 9-year-old Mei Leung in the basement. He stabbed her to death and hung her body from a pipe. This murder wasn't connected to his later crimes until 2009, when DNA evidence linked him to the scene. On June 28, 1984, Ramirez committed what was long thought to be his first murder. He broke into the Glassell Park apartment of 79-year-old Jenny Vinco. He stabbed her repeatedly, slashed her throat so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and sexually assaulted her corpse. A fingerprint was found on a window screen, but computerized fingerprint databases didn't exist yet, so the print couldn't be matched. After the Vinco murder, Ramirez apparently didn't kill again for 8 months, but in March 1985, he resumed with a vengeance. On March 17th, he shot and killed 34-year-old Dele Okazaki and shot Maria Hernandez, who survived when the bullet ricocheted off her keys. Within an hour, he murdered 30-year-old Tsai Lian Veronica Yu in Monterey Park. 10 days later, on March 27th, Ramirez murdered 64-year-old Vincent Zazara and his 44-year-old wife Maxine in their home. He shot Vincent first, then brutally assaulted Maxine before stabbing her multiple times. He gouged out her eyes, a level of savagery that shocked investigators. At the scene, he left distinctive Avia sneaker prints and drew a pentagram on the wall. The attacks escalated in frequency and brutality. In May, Ramirez killed 84-year-old William Doi and raped his wife, Lillian, who survived. At the end of May, he beat two elderly sisters, Mabel Bell and Florence Lang, with a hammer so severely that it cracked the handle. He drew a pentagram on Mabel's inner thigh. Mabel died from her injuries, but Florence survived. In late June, Ramirez broke into the home of 6-year-old Anastasia Hronis and abducted her, molesting her before releasing her. The following night, he slit the throat of 32-year-old Patty Elaine Higgins, killing her. July 1985 was particularly horrific. On July 2nd, Ramirez killed 75-year-old Mary Louise Cannon by beating her to death. On July 5th, he killed 16-year-old Whitney Bennett by beating her with a tire iron, though she miraculously survived. On July 7th, he killed 61-year-old Joyce Lucille Nelson and 63-year-old Sophie Dickman, who he sexually assaulted. On July 20th, he killed 66-year-old Maxine Kneiding, 64-year-old Layla Kneiding, and 32-year-old Chinarong Kovananth, also sexually assaulting Kovananth's wife. Throughout all these attacks, Ramirez would often force victims to swear on Satan that they weren't hiding valuables. He would tell surviving victims to tell them the Night Stalker was here. He seemed to crave notoriety, wanting his crimes recognized. The investigation was massive. Los Angeles assembled a task force, and the FBI stepped in to assist. But Ramirez was frustratingly difficult to profile. His victims had no common characteristics. They were men, women, children, elderly, young, Asian, white, Latino, rich, poor. He used guns, knives, blunt objects, strangulation. Sometimes he committed burglary without violence. Sometimes he sexually assaulted. Sometimes he killed quickly. Sometimes he tortured victims for hours. The breakthrough came from fingerprint technology. One of Ramirez's fingerprints from a crime scene was run through a newly computerized system and matched to his records. On August 30th, 1985, Ramirez's name and photograph were released to the media. The next day, August 31st, Ramirez was in East Los Angeles when someone recognized him from the newspaper. Ramirez tried to flee, attempting to steal a car, when the car's owner and neighbors realized who he was. They chased him down. A crowd formed, beating Ramirez until police arrived and rescued him from the mob. He was arrested, bruised and bloody, but alive. Ramirez's trial began in July 1988. Throughout the proceedings, he displayed no remorse. He would hold up his palm, showing a pentagram he had drawn there, and shout, "Hail Satan," to the courtroom. He smiled and laughed when gruesome crime scene photos were shown. When asked why he hurt and killed his victims, he simply smiled and said, "No comment." On September 20th, 1989, Richard Ramirez was convicted of 13 counts of murder, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. He was sentenced to death. The judge stated that his crimes showed cruelty, callousness, and viciousness beyond any human understanding. Ramirez's response was big deal. Death always went with the territory. Ramirez spent over 23 years on death row at San Quentin State Prison. During this time, he married Doreen Lioy, a magazine editor who became obsessed with him. He received thousands of letters from admirers, a disturbing phenomenon where serial killers attract fans. In June 2013, Ramirez was diagnosed with B-cell lymphoma. He died on June 7, 2013, at age 53, having never been executed. Conclusion: understanding the unseen. We've journeyed through 6 cases tonight, each representing a different manifestation of the same underlying pathology: the need to dominate, control, and destroy other human beings for psychological gratification. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris, finding in each other permission to enact their worst impulses. Leonard Lake and Charles Ng, building a survivalist torture compound where they enslaved and murdered entire families. Edmund Kemper, using his exceptional intelligence to understand his own pathology without being able to control it. Robert Hansen, using the Alaskan wilderness as his personal hunting ground. David Parker Ray, creating an elaborate torture chamber where victims were held for months. Richard Ramirez, embodying chaos and randomness, striking terror into an entire state. What connects these cases beyond their horror? Childhood trauma appears in every single case. Bittaker and Norris both experienced rejection and abuse. Lake witnessed family dysfunction and developed apocalyptic paranoia. Ng suffered severe physical abuse from his father. Kemper endured relentless emotional abuse from his mother. Hansen was bullied mercilessly for his appearance and stutter. Ramirez was exposed to graphic violence and war crimes by his cousin. The common thread is a fundamental warping of normal empathy and attachment. High intelligence is another common factor. Bittaker, Lake, Kemper, Hansen, and Ray all demonstrated above-average intelligence. They used their cognitive abilities not to contribute to society, but to more effectively prey upon it. They planned carefully, avoided detection for years, and manipulated those around them. The targeting of vulnerable victims appears repeatedly. Hansen explicitly chose sex workers and dancers. Lake and Ng targeted families who could be isolated. Ray chose transient women and sex workers. These predators understood that society cares less about certain victims, that investigations into their disappearances would be less thorough. Geographic factors played significant roles. Hansen used Alaska's vast wilderness. Lake and Ng used a remote mountain cabin. Ray operated from an isolated trailer in the New Mexico desert. Location wasn't just where they killed, it was part of their strategy. The ability to appear normal, to maintain a mask of sanity, is perhaps the most disturbing common trait. They were a bakery owner, a survivalist, a friendly giant, a park maintenance worker. They held jobs, maintained relationships, and convinced everyone around them that they were ordinary, harmless, maybe even admirable. These cases changed how we approach serial crime. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit was developed largely in response to cases like these. John Douglas and Robert Ressler's interviews with incarcerated killers, including Kemper, formed the foundation of modern criminal profiling. But we must also acknowledge the failures these cases represent. Warning signs were missed. Early crimes weren't pursued aggressively, marginalized victims weren't taken seriously. Mental health interventions were inadequate. Parole decisions were catastrophically wrong. For survivors of these crimes, life after trauma is an ongoing struggle. For families of victims, particularly those whose loved ones' bodies were never recovered, the pain never fully resolves. 5 of Hanson's victims remain lost in the Alaskan wilderness. 2 of Lake and Ung's victims have never been found. Most of Ray's suspected victims have never been identified. The broader societal impact includes how we think about safety and trust. Teaching children about stranger danger, encouraging people to trust their instincts, promoting self-defense education. These are all responses to the reality that predators walk among us. We must be careful in how we consume and discuss these stories. True crime is a legitimate field of study with educational value. Understanding these cases helps us recognize warning signs, protect ourselves and others, support survivors, and advocate for justice. But we must never lose sight of the human cost. The question of rehabilitation remains contentious. Can individuals who have committed such extreme violence ever be truly rehabilitated? Current research suggests that psychopathy, particularly when combined with severe violence, has a very poor prognosis. This is why risk assessment in parole decisions is so crucial. Looking forward, there are reasons for cautious optimism. Advances in forensic science, particularly DNA analysis and digital forensics, make it harder for killers to avoid detection. Improved criminal databases allow cross-referencing of crimes across jurisdictions. Better understanding of psychological risk factors allows earlier intervention. But we must also acknowledge uncomfortable truths. Evil exists. Not everyone who experiences childhood trauma becomes violent. At some point, these individuals made choices. They chose to act on their darkest impulses rather than seeking help. Personal responsibility matters, even in the context of understanding psychological and environmental factors. The unseen predator walks among us. He might be the helpful neighbor, the successful businessman, the friendly baker, the maintenance worker. He's learned to mimic normalcy, but beneath the mask is something broken and dangerous. The key to protection is awareness, without paranoia, caution without fear, and recognition that intuition exists for a reason. We remember the victims tonight: Cindy Schaefer, Andrea Hall, Jacqueline Gilliam, Jacqueline Lamp, Shirley Ledford, Charles Gunner, Donald Lake, Harvey Dubbs, Deborah Dubbs, Baby Sean Dubbs, Lonnie Bond, Brenda O'Connor, Lonnie Bond Jr., Robin Stapley, and others whose names we may never know. The 17 women murdered by Robert Hanson, only 12 of whom have been identified. Mary Ann Pesce, Anita Luchessa, Aiko Koo, Cindy Scholl, Rosalind Thorpe, Alice Liu, Clarnell Kemper, Sarah Hallett, Marie Parker, and the many unidentified victims of David Parker Ray. Mei Leung, Jenny Vinko, Daly Okazaki, Tsai Lian Yu, Vincent Zazara, Maxine Zazara, William Doi, Mabel Bell, Patty Higgins, Mary Cannon, Joyce Nelson, Sophie Dickman, Maxon Niding, Layla Niding, Chainarong Kovananth. These were daughters and sons, mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, friends and loved ones. They had dreams and plans and futures that were stolen. We honor them by learning from these tragedies, by working to prevent future ones, and by refusing to forget that these were real people whose lives mattered. Thank you for taking this difficult journey with me tonight. I know these cases are disturbing, and emotionally challenging. But understanding them is important. It helps us recognize warning signs, protect ourselves and others, support survivors, and advocate for justice. If you or someone you know has been affected by violent crime, please reach out to victim support services in your area. You're not alone, and help is available. If you found this exploration valuable, please consider subscribing to the channel. Your support helps me continue producing detailed true crime content that honors victims while educating viewers. Leave a comment sharing your thoughts on these cases or any cases you would like to see covered in the future. Together, by shining light into the darkest corners, we make it harder for predators to remain unseen. Awareness is our best defense. Stay safe out there. The Gilgo Beach Murders, a decade-long hunt for Long Island's serial killer. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving into one of the most complex and haunting serial killer cases in recent American history. This is the story of the Gilgo Beach Murders, a case that spans more than 3 decades, involves at least 11 victims, and took investigators over 13 years to make an arrest. It's a story about vulnerable women whose lives were tragically cut short, about a community living in fear, and about how modern forensic technology and dogged police work finally brought answers to families who had waited far too long for justice. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's explore this deeply troubling case together. The discovery, December 2010. The story of the Gilgo Beach Murders begins, oddly enough, with a different case entirely. On a cold December morning in 2010, Suffolk County Police Officer John Mallia and his cadaver dog Blue were searching the thick brush along Ocean Parkway on Long Island's South Shore. They weren't looking for the remains that would make international headlines. They were searching for Shannon Gilbert, a 24-year-old woman from New Jersey who had vanished 7 months earlier after making a frantic 22-minute call to emergency services. Ocean Parkway is a desolate stretch of road that runs along the barrier beaches of Long Island's southern coast. It's a place where the Atlantic Ocean meets marshland and dense, almost impenetrable brush. The vegetation grows thick and wild here, creating a natural screen that had for years concealed secrets that would shock the nation. On December 11, 2010, Officer Mallia and Blue were moving slowly along the north side of Ocean Parkway, staying close to the shoulder as they searched. Despite a light dusting of snow and vegetation so thick it seemed impossible to penetrate, Blue suddenly alerted to a scent. The dog led Mallia to a skeleton wrapped in disintegrating burlap. The remains would later be identified as those of Melissa Barthelemy, a 24-year-old woman who had disappeared more than a year earlier. But this was just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, as investigators combed through the area with renewed intensity, they would make 3 more grim discoveries. Within a quarter-mile stretch of that lonely highway, they found the remains of 3 more women, all wrapped in burlap, all positioned within 500 feet of each other. These 4 victims would become known as the Gilgo Four, and their deaths would launch one of the most extensive and frustrating serial killer investigations in Long Island history. The Gilgo Four were Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Lynn Costello. Each of these women had advertised escort services on Craigslist. Each had disappeared between 2007 and 2010, and each had been found in remarkably similar circumstances. their bodies bound and wrapped in burlap sacks, hidden in the dense underbrush just off a public highway. The similarities between the cases were immediately striking to investigators. All four women were relatively petite, standing between 4 feet 10 inches and 5 feet tall. All four had worked as escorts. All four had vanished after arranging meetings with clients, and all four had been disposed of in the same manner, their bodies carefully concealed but positioned close enough together to suggest a single perpetrator. As the investigation expanded in the spring of 2011, the scope of the horror became even more apparent. Between March and April of that year, investigators discovered 6 additional sets of remains along Ocean Parkway and in nearby areas. These discoveries included partial remains of women whose bodies had been found years earlier in other locations, an unidentified Asian male dressed in women's clothing, and the remains of a female toddler who would later be connected through DNA to one of the adult victims. In total, the remains of 11 people would be found in the area. Some had been there for more than a decade. Some appeared to be the victims of the same killer responsible for the Gilgo Four. Others seemed to represent different cases entirely, suggesting the possibility that this remote stretch of Long Island had been used as a dumping ground by multiple killers over many years. The question that haunted investigators and the public alike was simple but terrifying. Who was responsible for these murders? And more urgently, were they still active? For more than a decade, those questions would remain unanswered. The case would become one of the most high-profile, unsolved serial killer investigations in the country, spawning documentaries, books, and endless speculation. Families of the victims would wait years for answers, their grief compounded by the frustration of watching leads go cold and years pass without an arrest. Then, in July of 2023, everything changed. Police arrested Rex Heuermann, a 59-year-old architect from Massapequa Park, Long Island, charging him with the murders of 3 of the Gilgo Four. The arrest would shock Heuermann's neighbors, who knew him as a quiet, if somewhat odd, family man. It would bring a measure of closure to families who had waited more than a decade for justice, and it would reveal the story of an investigation that had combined old-fashioned police work with cutting-edge forensic technology to finally identify a suspect. But even with Heuermann's arrest, questions remain. He has been charged with 7 murders as of December 2024, but investigators believe he may be responsible for more. The full story of what happened along that desolate stretch of Ocean Parkway may never be completely known. This is the story of the Gilgo Beach murders. It's a story about the victims whose lives were tragically cut short, about the investigators who refused to give up even when leads went cold, and about how modern forensic science helped solve a case that had seemed unsolvable for more than 13 years. The Gilgo Four, lives cut short. To understand the Gilgo Beach case, we need to understand who these women were. They weren't just statistics or case files, they were daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends. Each had dreams and struggles, each had people who loved them, and each deserved so much better than the fate that befell them. Maureen Brainard Barnes, the first victim. Maureen Brainard Barnes was 25 years old when she disappeared on July 9, 2007. She was a mother of 2 young children and lived in Norwich, Connecticut. Like many single mothers, Maureen struggled financially, working seasonal jobs and doing whatever she could to provide for her family. When those legitimate options weren't enough, she had turned to sex work, traveling periodically to Manhattan to work as an escort. Maureen was petite, standing just 4 feet 11 inches tall, with a warm smile that her family remembers fondly. She would typically take an Amtrak train from New London, Connecticut, to Grand Central Terminal in Manhattan, where she would check into one of several hotels she regularly used. She would stay for a few days, advertise her services on websites like Craigslist and Backpage under the names Juliana or Marie, and then return home to her children. On July 6, 2007, Maureen made what would be her final trip to Manhattan. She checked into the Super 8 Motel at 59 West 46th Street in Midtown. She had been in contact with friends and family, and everything seemed normal. On July 9th, she called a friend in Connecticut and mentioned that she had an out call, meaning she was meeting a client at a location outside the hotel. That was the last time anyone heard from Maureen. Her friend reported her missing to the Norwich Police Department on July 14th, when Maureen failed to return home or make contact. The NYPD assisted with the investigation, eventually taking it over entirely as weeks turned into months, with no sign of Maureen. Her remains would be found on December 13th, 2010, more than 3 years after her disappearance, making her the first of the Gilgo Four to vanish, but one of the last to be discovered. She was found on the north side of Ocean Parkway, wrapped in burlap, positioned among the 3 other victims, whose discoveries would follow within hours. Maureen left behind 2 children and family members who would spend years searching for answers about what happened. When Rex Heuermann was finally arrested in July 2023, her family was among those who publicly expressed both relief that an arrest had been made and continued grief over a loss that could never be undone. Maureen's daughter, Nicolette Brainard Barnes, was only 7 years old when her mother disappeared. Years later, she would speak publicly about how her mother's murder changed the trajectory of her entire life, robbing her of the chance to know who her mother would have become and depriving her of the normal childhood she deserved. Melissa Barthelemy, taunting phone calls. Melissa Barthelemy was 24 years old when she vanished on July 12, 2009. She lived in a basement apartment on Underhill Avenue in the Bronx, New York, and like the other victims, she worked as an escort, advertising her services on websites including Adult Friend Finder. At 4 feet 10 inches tall, Melissa was petite and vulnerable looking, though friends described her as having a strong personality and determination. She had moved to New York City from Buffalo with dreams of making a better life for herself. When those dreams proved harder to realize than she'd hoped, she turned to sex work to make ends meet. The night of July 12, 2009, Melissa told a friend she was going to meet a client on Long Island and would return the next morning. Cell phone records would later show that she traveled from the Bronx to Manhattan, most likely by taxi, before heading east toward Long Island. After that night, she was never seen again. Her mother reported her missing on July 18th, but what happened next would add an especially cruel dimension to the case. About a week after Melissa disappeared, her younger sister, then just 15 years old, began receiving phone calls from someone using Melissa's cell phone. The caller, a man, taunted the teenage girl, making crude sexual comments and boasting that he had killed Melissa. These calls would come in a total of 7 times between July and August 2009. The caller would ask the teenager if she was a prostitute, like her sister, make obscene sexual remarks, and laugh at the family's anguish. Police were able to trace some of these calls, determining that they were made from areas near Times Square and Madison Square Garden in Manhattan, as well as from Massapequa, Long Island, the area where Rex Heuermann lived. The phone calls stopped after approximately a month, but the psychological damage to Melissa's family was immense. Her little sister had to live with the knowledge that the man who had killed her sibling had taken pleasure in tormenting her, had derived some sick satisfaction from hearing the fear and grief in her voice. Melissa's remains were found on December 11, 2010, the first of the Gilgo Four to be discovered. She had been dead for more than a year, her body wrapped in burlap and hidden in the thick brush along Ocean Parkway, within sight of the highway, but concealed well enough that dozens of cars had likely passed by every day without anyone noticing what lay just feet away. The phone calls to Melissa's sister would become a crucial piece of evidence in the eventual case against Rex Heuermann. Family members who heard recordings of the calls later reported believing they recognized Heuermann's voice in a YouTube interview that surfaced after his arrest, though voice identification has not been forensically confirmed in court. Megan Waterman, a young mother. Megan Waterman was just 22 years old when she disappeared on June 6, 2010. Originally from Maine, Megan had a 3-year-old daughter whom she loved deeply. Friends and family said that despite her struggles, Megan was devoted to her child and would call regularly to check in, even when she was away working. Like the other victims, Megan worked as an escort, advertising on the same websites and platforms the others had used. On the evening of June 6th, she was staying at a Holiday Inn Express in Hauppauge, Long Island. Surveillance video would later show her leaving the hotel, presumably to meet a client. She was never seen alive again. Her family reported her missing on June 8, 2010, when she failed to call and check in on her daughter, as she always did. Her family knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. Megan would never have gone this long without contacting her little girl. Megan's disappearance came just a month after Shannan Gilbert's frantic call for help had set in motion the search that would eventually reveal the Gilgo Four. Tragically, Megan vanished during the very period when police were beginning to search for Shannan, unaware that multiple serial predators might be hunting in the same area. Her remains would be found on December 13, 2010, wrapped in burlap like the others, positioned within that horrifying quarter-mile radius where all 4 women had been left. Cell phone records would later show that Megan's phone had traveled to Massapequa Park, with the last known location pinging in that area around 3 in the morning on June 6th, shortly before she disappeared. Prosecutors would later allege that DNA evidence connected Rex Heuermann directly to Megan's murder. A male hair found on the burlap that wrapped her body would be tested using advanced DNA technology, yielding results that prosecutors said were a 99.96% match to Heuermann's DNA profile. Megan's daughter was too young at the time to fully understand what had happened to her mother, but as she's grown older, she's had to grapple with the loss and the knowledge that her mother was taken from her by violence. Victims' rights attorney Gloria Allred, who has represented several of the families, has spoken about the long-lasting trauma inflicted not just on the direct victims, but on the children, siblings, and parents left behind. Amber Lynn Costello, the last of the 4. Amber Lynn Costello was 27 years old when she vanished on September 2, 2010. She lived at 1112 America Avenue in West Babylon, Long Island, sharing a home with 2 men and another woman, all of whom struggled with heroin addiction. Amber, who stood just 4 feet 11 inches tall, worked as an escort to support her addiction and help her roommates do the same. Despite her struggles, people who knew Amber described her as kind and caring. She had multiple tattoos, including one that read "Chaos" on her neck, a butterfly on her lower back, and the name Margaret on her leg. These tattoos would later help investigators identify her remains. On the evening of September the 2nd, Amber arranged to meet a client who would be picking her up from her home. Her roommate, Dave Schuller, later told police that he had seen Amber get into a vehicle driven by a large man he described as looking like an ogre. The man was driving a dark green first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche, a distinctive pickup truck with a unique design. Schuller's description would prove crucial years later when investigators were trying to piece together the identity of the killer. The vehicle he described was relatively uncommon, and the physical description he gave of a very large man, over 6 feet 4 inches tall, with dark bushy hair and large oval-style glasses from the 1970s era, matched Rex Heuermann almost perfectly. Amber never returned home that night. Her roommates, despite their own issues, reported her missing when they realized something was wrong. They knew Amber's routine, knew she would always come back, or at least call to check in. When she didn't, they knew to worry. Her remains were found on December 13, 2010, the same day as Megan Waterman's and Maureen Brainerd Barnes's remains were discovered. Like the others, she was wrapped in burlap, positioned within that narrow stretch of Ocean Parkway that would become synonymous with horror. DNA evidence would later connect Rex Heuermann to Amber's murder as well. Hairs recovered from her body would be tested and compared to DNA samples obtained from Heuermann's family members, yielding matches that prosecutors argued could only be explained by Heuermann's direct contact with the victims. All 4 of these women shared striking similarities. They were all petite, all in their 20s, all worked as escorts, all advertised online, and all had contacted their killer through those advertisements. They all vanished while meeting clients in the Long Island area, and they were all found in the same manner, their bodies bound and wrapped in burlap, hidden but not so well hidden that they couldn't eventually be found. The question that hung over the investigation for years was, who had done this? Who had targeted these women specifically, and why? Beyond the Gilgo 4, the other victims. While the Gilgo 4 captured the most attention, they weren't the only victims whose remains were found along Ocean Parkway and in nearby areas during the expanded search. Between March and April of 2011, as police continued searching for Shannan Gilbert, they made a series of additional discoveries that both complicated the investigation and suggested the possibility that multiple killers might have been operating in the area. Jessica Taylor, a body in 2 places. Jessica Taylor was 20 years old and living in Manhattan when she disappeared on July 21, 2003. She worked as an escort in New York City, advertising her services online like many of the other victims. Her disappearance initially generated little attention, one more missing person in a city where people vanished with disturbing regularity. On July 26, 2003, just 5 days after her disappearance, a hunter's dog discovered her remains in a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, approximately 45 miles east of Gilgo Beach. But what was found was not a complete body. Jessica's torso had been discovered atop a pile of scrap wood at the end of a paved access road. Her head, arms, and legs were missing. A tattoo on her torso had been mutilated with a sharp instrument, apparently in an attempt to make identification more difficult. Plastic sheeting was found underneath the torso, and the dismemberment showed signs of being done with skill, suggesting the killer had some knowledge of anatomy, or at least had planned the disposal carefully. The mutilation of the tattoo was particularly chilling, suggesting a killer who was thinking ahead about how investigators might identify the victim. For years, Jessica Taylor remained a mystery, a partial Jane Doe whose identity wasn't confirmed until later. Then, on March 29, 2011, during the expanded search for Shannan Gilbert, investigators made a startling discovery. They found additional remains along Ocean Parkway, about 3 miles east of where the Gilgo 4 had been found. These remains included a skull, forearm, and hands. DNA testing would confirm that these remains also belonged to Jessica Taylor. The discovery meant that Jessica's killer had disposed of different parts of her body in 2 different locations, both in the Manaville area and along Ocean Parkway, separated by dozens of miles and kept separated for years. This pattern of disposal suggested a killer who was familiar with both areas, who had the means to travel between them, and who had the composure to carefully plan where different parts of a victim's body would be hidden. In June 2024, more than 20 years after her murder, Rex Heuermann was charged with Jessica Taylor's death. Prosecutors presented DNA evidence linking him to the crime, including a hair found on a drape underneath her torso that matched Heuermann's genetic profile. They also revealed that searches on Heuermann's computer included content about bondage and dismemberment that, they argued, was consistent with the manner in which Jessica's body had been found. Valerie Mack, another dismemberment. Valerie Mack, who sometimes used the alias Melissa Taylor, was 24 years old when she disappeared in 2000. She had been working as an escort in Philadelphia when she vanished, leaving behind a young son and family who had no idea what had happened to her. In September 2000, hunters with a dog discovered partial human remains in a wooded area of Manaville, in the same general area where Jessica Taylor's torso would be found 3 years later. The remains were wrapped in garbage bags and secured with duct tape. Like Jessica Taylor's remains, what was found was not a complete body. Valerie's head, hands, and right foot were missing, apparently removed to make identification more difficult. For 20 years, these remains remained unidentified. The case grew cold, and Valerie Mack became another Jane Doe, another number in an overburdened missing persons system that struggles to identify and solve cases involving society's most vulnerable members. Then, in April 2011, during that same expanded search that had revealed Jessica Taylor's additional remains, investigators found more human remains east of Gilgo Beach. These included a skull, hands, and right foot. DNA testing would eventually confirm that these remains also belonged to Valerie Mack, the woman whose partial body had been found more than a decade earlier in Manaville. It took until May 2020, another 9 years, for investigators to finally identify Valerie Mack. They accomplished this by using genetic genealogy, a relatively new forensic technique that compares DNA from unidentified remains to DNA uploaded to genealogy databases by people researching their family trees. Through this method, investigators were able to develop a family tree and eventually identify Valerie Mack, finally giving a name to a woman who had been missing for 2 decades. In December 2024, Rex Heuermann was charged with Valerie Mack's murder. The evidence against him included DNA found on her remains that matched members of his family, as well as similarities in the method of dismemberment and disposal that connected her case to Jessica Taylor's. The similarities between how Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack were killed and disposed of are striking. Both were dismembered, with their heads, hands, and feet removed. Both had their torsos initially found in Manorville. Both had additional remains discovered years later along Ocean Parkway. Both appeared to have been killed by someone who wanted to make identification difficult, but who couldn't completely conceal what they had done. Sandra Castilla, the earliest known victim. On November 20th, 1993, two hunters discovered the body of Sandra Castilla in a wooded area near North Sea, a hamlet in Southampton, on the eastern end of Long Island. Sandra was 28 years old at the time of her death and had been living in New York City. Unlike the other victims, Sandra's body was found relatively intact and relatively soon after her disappearance. She had last been seen on November 19, 1993, just one day before her body was discovered. But despite the quick discovery, her case went cold. No arrests were made, and over the years, investigators believed she might have been killed by a different serial killer named John Bittrolff, who was convicted in 2017 of murdering two other women on Long Island. For decades, Sandra Castilla's murder seemed to be a separate case, unrelated to the Gilgo Beach killings. Then, in June 2024, everything changed. Using advanced DNA testing, investigators re-examined evidence from Sandra's case and determined that hair found at the crime scene matched Rex Heuermann's DNA profile. The discovery was stunning. It meant that if Heuermann was indeed Sandra's killer, he had been hunting for more than 3 decades, far longer than anyone had previously suspected. It pushed the timeline of the Gilgo Beach case back to the early 1990s, suggesting that Heuermann had been perfecting his methods, learning how to hunt and kill, for years before the murders that would eventually lead to his arrest. Prosecutors revealed that Sandra had been found with a tattoo that had been mutilated, similar to what had been done to Jessica Taylor. They also noted that DNA evidence and the method of killing connected her case to the other murders Heuermann was charged with. Karen Vergata, identified after decades. Karen Vergata was 34 years old when she disappeared in February 1996. She had been living in New York City and was involved in sex work. On April 20th, 1996, partial skeletal remains were discovered on Fire Island, another Barrier Beach location off Long Island's South Shore. For years, these remains were known only as Jane Doe Number 7 or Fire Island Jane Doe. Despite investigators' best efforts, they couldn't identify who these remains belonged to. The case grew cold, and Karen Vergata's family didn't know what had happened to her. Then, on April 11, 2011, during the expanded search for Shannan Gilbert, additional remains were found at Tobay Beach in Nassau County. These remains would eventually be connected through DNA to the Fire Island Jane Doe, but it still took until August 2023 for investigators to finally identify the remains as belonging to Karen Vergata. The identification was made possible through genetic genealogy, the same technique used to identify Valerie Mack. By comparing DNA from the remains to genetic profiles in genealogy databases, investigators were able to construct a family tree and eventually determine that the remains belonged to Karen Vergata. As of now, Rex Heuermann has not been charged in Karen Vergata's death, though investigators have indicated that they're continuing to examine possible connections. Peaches and her child, a heartbreaking connection. One of the most heartbreaking discoveries made during the investigation involved the partial remains of a woman who became known as Peaches, due to a distinctive tattoo of a peach found on her body. Her remains were first discovered on June 28, 1997, stuffed inside a plastic container at Hempstead Lake State Park in Nassau County. For years, Peaches remained unidentified, another Jane Doe in a system overwhelmed with cases. Then, during the April 2011 search, investigators made a disturbing discovery. Among the remains found along Ocean Parkway was the skeleton of a female toddler, estimated to be between 16 and 24 months old. DNA testing would eventually prove that this child was Peach's daughter, that this little girl had been killed and disposed of near where additional remains belonging to her mother would be found. The discovery was particularly tragic because it suggested that the killer hadn't stopped at murdering Peaches, but had also taken the life of her innocent child, a toddler who had done nothing wrong, but had the misfortune of being connected to a woman who became a killer's target. In April 2025, investigators finally announced they had identified Peaches and her child. Using advanced forensic genealogy techniques, they determined that the remains belonged to Tanya Denise Jackson and her 2-year-old daughter, Tatiana Marie Dykes. The announcement brought answers to a family that had been searching for Tanya for nearly 3 decades, but those answers came with the unbearable knowledge that both Tanya and her baby had been murdered. As of now, no one has been charged in the murders of Tanya Jackson and Tatiana Dykes, though the investigation continues. The Asian male, an unidentified mystery. Among the remains discovered in April 2011 was the skeleton of an Asian male dressed in women's clothing. This victim has never been identified, and very little is known about who they were or how they came to be in that desolate stretch of Long Island. Updated forensic sketches released in September 2024 showed both male and female presenting versions of how this person might have appeared, recognizing that they might have been transgender or gender non-conforming. Despite these efforts, no identification has been made, and this victim remains a tragic mystery, someone whose life and death may never be fully understood. The discovery of so many different victims, killed in different ways and at different times, has led to ongoing debate about whether all of these murders were committed by the same person. Some investigators believe that multiple killers used the area as a dumping ground over the years. Others believe that at least some of the cases are connected, possibly all the work of Rex Heuermann, or perhaps 1 or 2 other individuals. What's clear is that this stretch of Long Island became a graveyard for vulnerable people, most of them sex workers, most of them women, all of them people whose lives mattered and who deserved so much better than they got. Shannan Gilbert, the search that changed everything. To truly understand the Gilgo Beach case, we have to talk about Shannan Gilbert, because without her disappearance and the desperate search that followed, the Gilgo 4 and the other victims might never have been found. Shannan's case is controversial, tragic, and deeply sad, and it raises questions about how society treats vulnerable women and whether justice truly exists for everyone. Shannan Gilbert was 24 years old in May 2010. She was from Jersey City, New Jersey, and like many of the other victims in this case, she worked as an escort, advertising her services on Craigslist. She had dreams of being an actress and seemed to be a vibrant, energetic young woman despite the struggles she faced. On the night of April 30th, 2010, Going into the early morning hours of May 1st, Shannon traveled from New York City to Long Island with her driver, Michael Pack. Pack, who also served as her security, brought her to meet a client in Oak Beach, a small gated community on Long Island's South Shore, not far from Gilgo Beach. The client was Joseph Brewer, who lived in a modest home in Oak Beach. Shannon went inside to meet with Brewer while Pack waited outside in the car. What happened next would remain mysterious and would ultimately lead to the discovery of a serial killer's dumping ground. At 4:51 in the morning, Shannon called 911 from inside Joseph Brewer's house. The call would last more than 21 minutes, though significant portions of it contained only silence or dead audio. In the parts where Shannon could be heard, she sounded terrified, alternating between calm, slurred speech and outright screaming. "There's somebody after me," she told the dispatcher, her voice rising in panic. "There's somebody after me." The dispatcher tried to get Shannon to say where she was, tried to understand what was happening, but Shannon seemed unable or unwilling to provide clear information. At various points on the call, Brewer and Pack could be heard trying to calm her down, trying to understand what had frightened her so badly. Eventually, Shannon ran from Brewer's house, still on the phone with 911, still screaming that someone was trying to kill her. She ran toward the home of Gus Coletti, a retired insurance fraud investigator who had lived in Oak Beach for more than 30 years. Coletti was shaving in his bathroom around 5 in the morning when he heard someone banging on his door and screaming for help. When he opened the door, he found Shannon Gilbert, terrified and incoherent, staring at him and crying out for help. Coletti could hear her 911 call still active, could hear the dispatcher on the other end trying to understand what was happening. "What's the matter?" Coletti asked her. Shannon wouldn't answer, just kept staring at him and repeating, "Help me, help me, help me." Coletti called 911 himself, telling the dispatcher that there was a young girl, maybe 14 years old, he thought, running around screaming with some guy chasing after her. When he told Shannon that the police were on their way, that she should sit down and wait, she suddenly turned and ran from his property, disappearing into the night. Shannon ran next to the home of Barbara Brennan, another Oak Beach resident, where she banged on the door. Brennan also called 911, reporting a woman screaming for help outside her home. But by the time police arrived, around 5:40 in the morning, Shannon Gilbert had vanished. Officers responding to the calls knew nothing about Shannon's 21-minute 911 call. Due to a communication breakdown, that call had been transferred to New York State Police when Shannon couldn't say exactly where she was, and the local Suffolk County officers who responded to Coletti's and Brennan's calls had no idea that the woman they were looking for had been calling for help for more than 20 minutes. When they arrived and found no sign of Shannon, they assumed she had left the area with her driver. They conducted a brief search, but found nothing. It would take nearly a month for police to connect Shannon's desperate call to the missing persons report her family had filed in New Jersey, where Shannon lived. By then, Shannon Gilbert had been missing for weeks, and the trail had gone cold. Shannon's mother, Mary Gilbert, refused to give up. She filed missing persons reports, contacted the media, and pressured police to search for her daughter. Mary knew something terrible had happened, knew her daughter wouldn't have just disappeared without a trace. She believed Shannon had been murdered, and she was determined to find out what happened. In December 2010, 7 months after Shannon's disappearance, Officer John Mallier and his cadaver dog Blue were searching the area around Ocean Parkway looking for any trace of Shannon. Instead, they found Melissa Barthelemy, the first of the Gilgo Four. Over the next few days, they found 3 more bodies, all of them women who had disappeared years earlier. None of them Shannon Gilbert. The search for Shannon expanded throughout 2011 as investigators combed the area. In December 2011, 19 months after her disappearance, Shannon's personal belongings were finally found in a marshy area near Oak Beach. Her purse, cell phone, shoes, and even her jeans were discovered, all in a remote area about 8 miles from Gilgo Beach. A week later, on December 13, 2011, Shannon's skeletal remains were found about a quarter mile from where her belongings had been discovered. She was in a marshy wetland where reeds grew 12 feet high, in an area so thick and impenetrable that it would be easy to get disoriented and lost. But here's where Shannon's case becomes controversial. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy couldn't determine a definitive cause of death. The remains were too decomposed, the environmental conditions too harsh. The official determination was that Shannon's death was undetermined, though investigators leaned toward believing she had died accidentally, possibly from drowning or exposure after becoming disoriented and lost in the marsh. Shannon's family hired their own pathologist to conduct a second autopsy. This pathologist found evidence, though not conclusive proof, that was consistent with strangulation. The hyoid bone in Shannon's throat showed signs that the pathologist believed could indicate homicidal strangulation, though he acknowledged that the evidence was insufficient to say definitively what had happened. The question of whether Shannon Gilbert was murdered or died accidentally continues to divide investigators and the public. Police have consistently said they don't believe Shannon's death is connected to the Gilgo Beach serial killer, that the timing and circumstances suggest she died in a tragic accident rather than at the hands of a murderer. But many people, including Shannon's family and their attorney, John Ray, believe she was murdered. They point to the terror in her voice during that 21-minute 911 call, to the fact that she was clearly fleeing from something or someone, to the involvement of a local doctor named Peter Hackett, who called Shannon's mother shortly after her disappearance. Dr. Hackett, a former Oak Beach resident, called Mari Gilbert 2 days after Shannon disappeared and told her he had seen Shannon, that she had come to his house, and that he had given her medication before she ran away. Hackett later denied making this call, then admitted he had called, but claimed he was simply trying to be helpful to the community, not that he had actually seen Shannon. The inconsistencies in his story have led to ongoing suspicion about his possible involvement. In any case, what's undeniable is that Shannon Gilbert's disappearance and the search for her body led directly to the discovery of the Gilgo Four and the other victims. Without Shannon's case, those women might still be lying in the brush along Ocean Parkway, unknown and unmourned. In that sense, Shannon Gilbert, whether she was a victim of the serial killer or died in a tragic accident, is inextricably linked to one of the most important serial killer investigations in American history. Tragically, Mari Gilbert, Shannon's mother, who fought so hard for justice for her daughter, would never see the arrest of Rex Heuermann. In July 2016, Mari was murdered by her daughter Sarah, Shannon's sister, who was suffering from severe mental illness. Sarah was convicted of murder and sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The Gilbert family's story is one of unimaginable tragedy, layered upon tragedy, of a family torn apart by violence, mental illness, and a system that too often fails to protect the most vulnerable among us. The investigation. Years of frustration. After the discovery of the Gilgo 4 in December 2010, investigators knew they were dealing with a serial killer. The similarities between the cases were too obvious to ignore. But knowing you're dealing with a serial killer and actually catching that killer are two very different things. And for more than a decade, the investigation would be marked by frustration, dead ends, and growing questions about whether the case would ever be solved. From the beginning, investigators had some promising leads. They had the eyewitness descriptions from Amber Costello's roommate, Dave Schaller, who had seen the large man driving the Chevrolet Avalanche, who picked up Amber the night she vanished. They had cell phone data showing where the victims had been before they disappeared. They had the disturbing phone calls made to Melissa Barthelomy's sister, calls that suggested the killer was watching the family's anguish with satisfaction. They knew the killer was likely a white male in his mid-20s to mid-40s based on witness descriptions and profiler analysis. They knew he was familiar with the South Shore of Long Island, comfortable enough with the area to know where to dispose of bodies without being seen. They knew he had access to burner phones, which he used to contact the victims and later to taunt Melissa's family. They knew he used burlap sacks to wrap the bodies, suggesting he had access to these materials, possibly through work in construction or landscaping. What they didn't know was his name, and without that crucial piece of information, the case stalled. Part of the problem was jurisdictional complexity. The bodies were found in Suffolk County, but the victims had gone missing from multiple jurisdictions. Some lived in Connecticut, others in New Jersey or the Bronx. Some disappeared in Manhattan, others in Long Island. Coordinating between multiple police departments, each with their own procedures and priorities, slowed the investigation. But there was another problem, one that would come to significantly compromise the investigation in its early years: corruption and dysfunction within the Suffolk County Police Department and District Attorney's Office. Suffolk County Police Chief James Burke was a controversial figure who had a history of internal affairs complaints against him. When the FBI offered to assist with the Gilgo Beach investigation in 2011, Burke refused, cutting off federal involvement and limiting the investigation to local resources. This decision would prove costly, as it prevented the case from benefiting from the FBI's extensive experience with serial killer investigations and their sophisticated forensic capabilities. Burke's motivations for refusing federal help remain unclear, but his subsequent downfall shed light on the dysfunction that plagued Suffolk County law enforcement during this period. In 2012, Burke beat a man who had stolen a duffel bag from Burke's official vehicle. The bag contained pornography and sex toys, and Burke allegedly committed this assault to prevent this embarrassing information from becoming public. Then, District Attorney Thomas Spota helped Burke cover up the assault, intimidating witnesses and obstructing the federal investigation into Burke's conduct. In 2016, both Burke and Spota were arrested on federal charges. Burke was convicted of civil rights violations and conspiracy to obstruct justice, sentenced to 46 months in prison. Spota was convicted of obstruction of justice and other charges in 2019, sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. The corruption at the highest levels of Suffolk County law enforcement meant that during the crucial early years of the Gilgo Beach investigation, when leads were freshest and the trail was warmest, the investigation was hampered by leadership more concerned with protecting their own interests than solving murders. For years, the case languished. The phone calls to Melissa's sister provided some leads, with investigators triangulating the calls to Massapequa and Manhattan. But without more specific information, they couldn't narrow down a suspect. The description of the man in the Chevrolet Avalanche was helpful, but there were likely hundreds or thousands of men on Long Island who fit that general description and owned that type of vehicle. DNA evidence from hairs found on the victims offered hope, but the hairs were degraded from years of exposure to the elements. Traditional DNA testing couldn't extract enough genetic information to build a complete profile. The case seemed stuck, with investigators following leads that went nowhere and families watching year after year pass without answers. By the late 2010s, the Gilgo Beach case had become one of the most notorious unsolved serial killer investigations in the country. It had been featured on numerous true crime shows, spawned books and documentaries, and become a source of ongoing fear and fascination for Long Island residents and true crime enthusiasts nationwide. Then, in January 2022, everything began to change. The task force, a fresh look at old evidence. In January 2022, the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, now under new leadership with DA Raymond Tierney, formed the Gilgo Homicide Investigation Task Force. This wasn't just another investigative committee, it was a comprehensive, multi-agency effort that brought together investigators from the Suffolk County Police Department, the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office, New York State Police, and the FBI. The task force was given a clear mandate: conduct a comprehensive review of every piece of evidence in the Gilgo Beach case. Start from scratch. Look at everything with fresh eyes. Use new technology where possible. And don't give up until there's nothing left to try. The timing was right for such an effort. DNA technology had advanced significantly since 2010. Techniques that hadn't existed or weren't widely available when the bodies were first discovered could now extract genetic information from degraded samples that previous technology couldn't analyze. Forensic genealogy, which had only recently been used to catch the Golden State Killer in 2018, offered a new tool for identifying both victims and potential suspects. The task force began by re-examining physical evidence that had been preserved for more than a decade. They looked at the hairs found on the victims' bodies, at the burlap used to wrap them, at the tape and belts used to bind them. They reviewed cell phone records, witness statements, and every tip that had come in over the years. In March 2022, just 2 months after the task force was formed, investigators made a crucial breakthrough. They discovered that a first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche had been registered to a man named Rex Heuermann at the time when Amber Costello was killed in September 2010. This was the vehicle that Dave Schaller had described seeing the night Amber disappeared. This was the distinctive pickup truck with the unusual design that had been mentioned in witness reports. And this vehicle was registered to a man who lived in Massapequa Park, Long Island, the same area where cell phone calls to Melissa Barthelomew's sister had originated. Suddenly, the investigation had a name: Rex Andrew Heuermann. Investigators began building a comprehensive profile of Heuermann. They discovered he was an architect who owned his own firm, RH Consultants and Associates, based in Manhattan. He had clients that included major corporations like Target and American Airlines. He lived in a modest house in Massapequa Park with his wife and 2 children. He had lived on Long Island his entire life, was familiar with all the areas where bodies had been found, and fit the physical description witnesses had provided. He was also 6 feet 4 inches tall, wore large glasses, had dark bushy hair, and drove a vehicle that matched the one seen picking up Amber Costello the night she disappeared. The task force began surveillance of Heuermann. They followed him to work in Manhattan, watched his movements, and looked for opportunities to obtain what law enforcement calls abandonment DNA, genetic material that someone discards in a public place that can be collected without a warrant. They tracked his digital life as well, obtaining warrants for his email accounts, his internet searches, and his phone records. What they found was deeply disturbing. Heuermann had been using burner phones and anonymous email accounts registered under fake names. He had been conducting searches about the Gilgo Beach investigation, looking up information about the victims and their families, searching for updates on the police investigation. Between March 2022 and June 2023, a 14-month period, Heuermann conducted more than 200 Google searches about the Gilgo investigation. He searched for photos of the victims. He searched for information about serial killers and how police catch them. He searched for news about the task force that had been formed to catch him. He also searched for torture pornography, violent sexual content, and material about bondage and dismemberment. Prosecutors would later argue that this material was consistent with how the victims had been found, particularly in the cases of Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack, whose bodies had been dismembered. But the most important breakthrough came in January 2023. On January 26th, investigators following Heuermann in Manhattan watched as he purchased a slice of pizza and ate it on the street before throwing the box into a trash can. A detective